This guy really just wants a quiet, peaceful life, but he somehow ends up assigned to sit next to the ultimate school hot girl. During lunch break, Tian Yu is grabbing a quick bite while studying when a group of thugs carrying metal rods walks into the classroom. He demands to know who is sitting with Qin Shui, as their leader Mao Qi slams his iron rod down, making everyone turn pale. That is when Tian Yu puts his test down and stands up to face them. "Yeah, that is me. You think you are tough." As Mao Qi rolls up his sleeves to fight, Dong Yu quickly rushes over to step right between the two of them. She begs them not to fight or upload videos online, but Mao Qi screams right back, "Shut up and get out of the way. Tell your man not to hide behind a woman." Mao Qi screams right in Dong Yu's face without showing any respect. Dong Yu desperately tries to explain that Tian Yu has only sat with Qin Shui for a week, and they have barely spoken 3 sentences to each other. Mao Qi screams at her to get lost before he gets violent with her too, so Tian Yu gently pushes Dong Yu aside to stand directly in front of him. Mao Qi points his iron rod right at him, threatening to smash his face in for daring to touch his woman. Look at this. Tian Yu does not even let him finish before launching a brutal kick that sends Mao Qi crashing into the desks. He tries to curse, but before he can finish, Tian Yu lands several more brutal blows on him. Looking down at him gasping on the floor, Tian Yu tells him to keep barking like a dog before smashing an empty flower pot over his face. Seeing his boss get absolutely obliterated, one of the lackeys grabs a metal rod and rushes in for a sneaky backstab. Tian Yu spins 180 degrees, launching a brutal kick that sends the lackey flying far away. With their strongest guys completely wiped out, the remaining 2 lackeys start shaking in fear, holding hands as they bolt out of the classroom. Leaning down close, Tian Yu asks if he still wants to talk trash, and Mao Qi quickly gasps out an apology to stop the beating. Begging for mercy, Mao Qi promises to stay quiet, so Tian Yu tells him to pay for the broken pot before letting him crawl away. Dong Yu looks at him with pure confusion, wondering how a decent guy like him fights so well, while warning him that violence is bad. Tian Yu just laughs and scratches his head, instantly switching back to his clueless, innocent self as he agrees with her. Cheng Dong is thrilled by the beatdown, and invites him to go outside to catch some birds and butterflies for Kuei Hua. Out in the school backyard, Tian Yu glances up at a bird nest and notices a strange metallic gleam catching the sunlight. It looks like a fancy fountain pen, so he immediately snatches the pen, figuring the mother bird probably mistook the shiny object for a massive, juicy worm to feed her babies. Just looking at the casing, you can tell it is high-end, so he tries writing on his hand to test it out. But check this out, the pen suddenly starts glowing and plunges straight into his palm, sending shockwaves through his veins. Terrified, he jumps up screaming in panic, but none of his classmates seem to notice anything unusual, though Dong Yu gives him a very worried look. She asks what is wrong, but as Tian Yu rubs his hand, the strange feeling completely vanishes as if it was just a hallucination. During English class, the teacher announces that this is his final day with them before he gets transferred to another school. He jokes that they are getting a gorgeous female teacher next, but for his farewell gift, he hands them a pop quiz to prepare for the second mock exams. Passing the test paper back to him, Dong Yu notices how incredibly pale he looks and asks if he is doing okay. To be honest, he is absolutely freaking out right now. He has no idea if what just happened was real, but he tries to focus on his test to distract himself, when a robotic, AI-like voice suddenly speaks in his mind. The system is starting and scanning, successfully binding to its host, Tian Yu, though it reports that only 36% of its energy remains. Tian Yu clutches his throbbing, confused head, wondering where on earth that voice is coming from, and if the mysterious pen caused it, while the teacher walks over to check on him. He asks if he is okay to continue, and Tian Yu just grits his teeth and forces himself to keep writing. Just then, the voice asks if he wants to use the search function, warning him that it costs 2 energy points per use. He has no clue what that means, but figuring it cannot hurt to try, he silently agrees in his mind. Suddenly, a sleek hologram screen pops up in front of him, showing floating notes that look like futuristic sci-fi tech. The system quickly analyzes the question and tells him to choose option C, which he writes down under the watchful eyes of his teacher, who is amazed by his speed. The teacher asks if he was just thinking really hard, smiling because he knows Tian Yu is a hard worker whose efforts are finally paying off. Telling him to do well, the teacher slips his hands in his pockets and happily strolls away. In just 5 minutes, Tian Yu breezes through the entire multiple-choice section, leaving only the essay portion left. His system immediately analyzes the essay topic about friendship and suggests focusing on unity, even presenting him with 4 different writing styles to choose from based on his preference. The moment he selects one, his pen flies across the paper as perfect sentences flow effortlessly, right until the final bell rings. Seeing Tian Yu holding his breath with that strained look, Dong Yu secretly starts worrying about him. Little does she know, behind that tense face hides a pretty devilish grin. Back in the faculty office, the teacher grading papers suddenly gasps in complete shock. Is this really Tian Yu's work? Could this slacker kid have somehow gotten super smart overnight? Meanwhile, Dong Yu anxiously asks if he is sure about getting a perfect 10. Tian Yu just scratches his head, playing it cool and saying it was only decent. To break the post-class tension, a female classmate brings up a pretty fun idea going on a spring trip together this weekend. Missing this means waiting literally years for another class hangouts. Everyone instantly hypes up, tossing out ideas like climbing mountains and taking in the scenic views. When the girls get tired, the boys finally get a perfect excuse to lend a helping hand. Just like that, a little schoolyard romance starts blooming. With everyone totally on board, she promises to announce the exact meetup location during tonight's self-study session. Anyone wanting in can just sign up with her. But Qin Shui scoffs, muttering that spring trips are strictly for little kids. What a bunch of absolute brats, she mutters, leaning on her hand with a sneer. Cheng Dong immediately nods along with her. Oh right, you are way too mature for us, not the type to hold hands with one guy today and another tomorrow. That instantly hits a sore spot, and Qin Shui looks absolutely furious. Cheng Dong isn't backing down at all because he knows she's been secretly chasing another guy behind everyone's backs. He mockingly mimics her high-pitched voice, whining about wanting a handsome older brother. She claims she didn't care about ugly fat boys and only wanted to date him instead. Seeing Cheng Dong's hilariously dramatic act, the entire class bursts out laughing. Qin Shui turns incredibly red, shaking with pure embarrassment. She screeches at him for ruining her reputation, threatening to rip his disgusting mouth right off. Cheng Dong just crosses his arms, saying he's only repeating facts. He snaps back that a girl who acts that flirtatious before even turning 18 is the real embarrassment. She snaps. Qin Shui instantly lunges forward to beat him up. Tian Yu yells out to stop them before a real fight breaks out. Cheng Dong just rolls his eyes, muttering that a real man shouldn't waste energy arguing with girls anyway. Dead silence. They both turn and walk away without another word. Meanwhile, Dong Yu is too busy watching Tian Yu to care about the drama. He seems totally different today, somehow radiating a pretty unique kind of charm. Suddenly, he looks up, locking eyes with her. It only takes 3 short seconds before Dong Yu turns completely red and quickly looks away. And honestly, I bet she just fell for him all over again. He chuckles, completely oblivious to Qin Shui watching from the side. Her glare is absolutely murderous, annoyed that these immature brats are actually flirting right in front of her. Fuming with rage, Qin Shui decides she has to mess with Tian Yu today just to feel better. A bit later, she plays on her phone while deliberately sliding her arm over their desk boundary, totally annoying him. She literally banned him from crossing that line this morning, yet here she is blatantly invading his side. Seeing him annoyed but powerless, she smirks and calls him an idiot. If one plan fails, she will just try another. Even if he is stagnant water, she is going to stir him up. During the next lesson, while everyone is working hard, Qin Shui suddenly tosses her pen right onto his desk. A master plan? Nope. Just a pretty cheap trap on her part. She leans over to show off her chest just to distract him. It almost gives Tian Yu a massive nosebleed, making him wonder what kind of crazy game she is playing now. Gross. She easily reads the sheer drool-worthy look on his face. There is absolutely no way any normal teenage guy could ignore a body as good as hers. Suddenly, she places her hand right on his thigh and leans forward in a highly suggestive pose. He holds his breath, desperately trying to keep his composure, before finally losing it and telling her to let go of his leg. But then, the system suddenly alerts him that it cannot collect renewable energy, leaving him totally confused. What on earth does that even mean? Qin Shui just smirks, thinking she successfully hooked him when he grabs her hand back. She teasingly asks if he could kindly take his hand off of her first. He raises both hands in surrender, and the strange system notification instantly cuts out. Using his basic logic, he guesses the system only triggers when he actually touches a girl's body. To test this theory, he pats her shoulder and tells her to sit up so he can help. Qin Shui seems pretty surprised, but she happily lets him pick up the fallen pen. However, the notification sound does not go off when he touches her this second time. This proves touching the same person twice will not generate energy. He literally has to make physical contact with different girls to farm it. A wild idea sparks in his mind. As long as he gathers enough energy, that system voice can easily help him ace all his classes, just like during his earlier English exam. If he keeps this up, unlocking the ultimate encyclopedia power-up is only a matter of time. There is just one catch. The only way to get this power is by touching girls. Now, this part doesn't feel like a chore at all. It is pure heaven. Tian Yu looks around for a target, thinking a simple touch is all it takes. Just picturing that makes Tian Yu hold his head in shame, cursing himself as a total creep for being willing to target girls just to get his schoolwork done. Seeing his twisted face, Qin Shui turns and asks him sarcastically, "What's wrong? Haven't you stared at me enough yet?" Feeling totally embarrassed, Tian Yu snaps back, "Stare at what? I didn't see a single thing." Qin Shui frowns, asking why his face is turning so red then. Tian Yu whistles to change the subject, telling her to focus on the lecture because nobody likes a bad student anyway. Right when class ends, Cheng Dong rushes over to interrogate Tian Yu. "What was that witch doing climbing all over you earlier?" Did she tie your shoes? Before Tian Yu can even react, Dong Yu whips around from the front row, her face completely dark as if she's ready to rip both of them to shreds. Feeling guilty, Tian Yu quickly tries to explain what kind of absolute nonsense are you talking about. There's no way she crawled on me, she was just bending down to pick up a pen. Dong Yu then turns to ask Cheng Dong what he thinks. She claims that if Tian Yu ever goes down a bad path, it is definitely because Cheng Dong corrupted him. Cheng Dong acts completely innocent, claiming Tian Yu is the type who acts cool on the outside but has a wild, burning fire locked deep down inside. Who knows what dirty thoughts you have? And check this out, seeing her crush get picked on, Dong Yu immediately defends him. At least he isn't like you, always trying to make a move on Qin She. She really ought to teach a jerk like you a lesson instead. Cheng Dong chuckles, noticing how Dong Yu keeps constantly mentioning Tian Yu. He walks over and slaps a hand on her shoulder. He asks her if she is actually in love with Tian Yu. That question catches both of them off guard, making them blush instantly. Dong Yu bolts out of the classroom, covering her blushing face. None of your business, she yells. You really have a filthy mouth. Feeling zero guilt, Cheng Dong just turns around and gives Tian Yu a big thumbs up, calling him an absolute legend. He demands to know if his friend found some secret love potion that makes girls fall for him, telling him to hand it over. The two keep messing around, looking like total goofballs to anyone watching. Meanwhile, Tian Yu starts seriously wondering what would actually happen if he finally gets to touch Dong Yu. A bit later, Dong Yu walks back in, her face still carrying a soft blush. The moment Cheng Dong sees her, he yells out to the entire room, look who it is, sister-in-law Qi is finally back. Annoyed, Dong Yu quickly turns her head away, while Tian Yu feels incredibly embarrassed on her behalf. If this keeps up, she will stop talking to him entirely. How is he supposed to find a chance to touch her then? Soon, a male classmate walks over to ask Dong Yu for help with a problem. Tian Yu smirks, his perfect opportunity has just arrived. Tian Yu activates his system search, spending 2 energy points. But in return, he discovers that the correct answer is indeed option C. Surprisingly, Dong Yu calculates the answer as option A. Seizing the moment, Tian Yu steps in like a savior that's wrong. The answer is actually option C. The classmate looks at him with pure suspicion, since everyone knows his grades are light years behind Dong Yu's top academic performance. Dong Yu is usually friendly, but seeing someone talk down to her crush makes her visibly upset. She tells him Shilei, that's way too harsh, Tian Yu always works really hard. Shilei finds it incredibly bizarre how she keeps constantly defending the guy, especially since his grades are barely even passing. How could he possibly be qualified to discuss the hardest questions on the exam? Dong Yu just smiles awkwardly, politely dismissing him to his seat. Turning to Tian Yu, her attitude completely softens compared to how she treated Shilei. She tells him not to let those comments get to him. She adds that if he can just master the basic material, he'll easily get into a decent college. Tian Yu just grins like a good obedient puppy, but deep down a cunning plan starts forming. Judging by her reaction, she definitely didn't mind the teasing. Here comes the best part, he is ready to execute his next step. Leaning forward, Tian Yu suddenly hands her a mysteriously folded piece of paper, causing Dong Yu's face to flush bright red. She asks what it is, and he smiles, just read it. Watching him act so secretive, Dong Yu's mind starts racing, assuming he wrote her a love letter just like the other boys in school. Still, she reaches out to take the note, accidentally brushing her fingers against his. That single touch makes her blush like crazy. In return, Tian Yu receives 5 regeneration points because Dong Yu is absolutely flawless. This is his very first physical contact with a girl. Hearing the system mention a AA grade quality, his eyes light up because this literally feels like a video game. A wild, ambitious idea pops into his mind. He should try testing this on every single girl in class to see what happens. Tian Yu smirks to himself with this system. Getting into a decent college is easy. He could easily become the top national scorer. Meanwhile, Qin Shui has been stealing glances at him lately, mistakenly believing his quiet smiles mean he has a massive crush on her. Suddenly, she acts like a domineering boss, grabbing his chin and asking him arrogantly what on earth he is thinking about. She's literally drooling. Tian Yu has absolutely no clue what is wrong with this crazy woman, touching him like this without a shred of shame. But when free energy is practically served on a silver platter, Tian Yu won't say no. He quickly grabs Tan Tuyet's hand, pretending to push her away while secretly draining every drop of her energy. But the system suddenly warns him that Tan Tuyet has no harvestable energy, completely ruining his plans. It is pretty baffling, both Tan Tuyet and Dong Nok are girls, yet this one has absolutely zero usable energy. Seeing Tian Yu freeze up, Tan Tuyet gets even smugger, asking what is wrong. Are you holding my hand because you can't let go? She asks. Tian Yu starts piecing the clues together. Tan Tuyet is usually wild and arrogant, while Dong Nok has never even held a boy's hand in her entire life. Unless that quality stat the system mentioned actually refers to virginity. With a pretty cold glare, Tian Yu flings her hand away. Class is starting. Stop making a scene, he says. But Tan Tuyet is lost in her own delusion, thinking he is just shy. Meanwhile, Dong Nok is still too nervous to open the note Tian Vu passed her heart racing, wondering if it is a confession. To her surprise, it is just the solution to that math question from earlier. Dong Jok turns right around, asking how he got the answer to this difficult question. Tian Vu confidently claims he solved it himself, but she looks pretty skeptical. Did you really solve this yourself? She asks. He's not offended at all, because we both know he definitely didn't. Tian Vu uses this moment to flatter her, saying your sweet encouragement and care keep opening up my mind. Before, I could never understand or remember anything, but now it all clicks. To thank my favorite classmate, maybe I should devote my body to serving you faithfully, even laying down my life, he asks. Tian Vu leans close, making Dong Nok blush and turn away. He flashes his most charming, heart-melting smile, a look that could win over any girl in the world, including her. Blushing, Dong Nok stutters that she won't talk to him anymore, unless he improves his grades and gets into a good college to prove his feelings are real. Tan Tuyet glares at the lovebirds, a devious look in her eyes. She never expected Tian Vu to have a crush, and she is absolutely determined to ruin this for them. Some people really don't know their own limits, she scoffs. Don't you even know how bad your grades are? Who's the one constantly ranking dead last on every single exam? Tan Tuyet asks, looking highly annoyed. Sure, Tian Vu isn't exactly a genius, but he's always been known as a hard-working, pretty decent student. Tian Vu knows immediately that Tan Tuyet is trying to ruin his moment. He decides to confront her directly, telling her to say it to his face. Whether I study well or pass my college entrance exams has absolutely nothing to do with your cheap breakfast. Tan Tuyet is no pushover either. If Dong Nok hadn't stepped in, she wouldn't even waste her breath on him. Hands on her hips, she says she doesn't care about past grades, only his score on today's English test. For half the class, she saw he couldn't write a single word. Then, he suddenly rushed and guessed every answer in 20 minutes. Tian Vu immediately knows Tan Tuyet is accusing him of just guessing wildly. Luckily, thanks to the system, Tian Vu confidently proposes a bet, asking what she will lose if he didn't guess. Tan Tuyet just shrugs. Even if he didn't guess, she is pretty sure his 30-minute test paper won't get him any real points. If I score 145 points, you have to stand up and apologize to Dong Nok. Do you dare? Tan Tuyet confidently accepts the challenge, but let's be real. If he fails to hit that score, she won't let him off easy. Backed by his cheat system, Tian Vu fears absolutely nobody, ready to accept whatever cruel conditions she throws at him. Tan Tuyet tilts her chin up arrogantly, saying that a real man only kneels to heaven, earth, and his own parents. So if Tian Vu loses, he has to kneel right in front of her before the entire class. But he just laughs. Why wouldn't I dare? He laughs. Let's do exactly that. Dong Nok tearfully tries to stop him, but Tian Vu gently places his hand over hers to comfort her. Don't worry, who knows? Maybe I'll actually pull off a total miracle here, he reassures her. As their hands touch, Tian Vu easily harvests 3 energy regeneration points. Last time, an accidental touch got him 5 points, but now he only gets 3. Touching the exact same spot definitely gives him pretty diminishing returns. Thatch Loy sees this messy love triangle heating up and quickly steps in to stop them, yelling to focus on reviewing and shut up. He sneers at Tian Vu, telling him that if he doesn't have actual talent, he shouldn't talk big or he'll face the consequences. My business is none of your concern, Tian Vu snaps. Shut down so easily. Thatch Loy turns around and storms off in a rage. Deep down, Tian Vu knows the truth. Without this cheat system falling from the sky, he really would just be a total nobody. With such an epic tool in hand, Tian Vu wonders what other crazy features it has besides cheating on high school exams. Tian Yu gets so lost in his thoughts that he falls asleep during class. After it ends, the English teacher calls Tian Yu to the office. Dong Yu gets terrified their bet is exposed, or maybe Tian Yu bombed his test, making the teacher absolutely furious. Tian Yu strolls over leisurely. No worries. The real show only starts once they actually announce the grades. The moment Tian Yu steps into the office, he spots a beautiful girl sitting there writing a self-reflection. Her pure and innocent beauty instantly captivates him, making him think she must carry some seriously high-grade energy. Sensing his intense stare, she looks up and asks, "Hey there, who are you looking for?" Smiling, Tian Yu introduces himself and explains the English teacher sent for him. Hearing this, she drops her cold guard and flashes a friendly smile. She chuckles, introducing herself as Tian Jia, who is helping organize documents. Naturally, the name Tian Yu immediately sparks Tian Jia's interest. He somehow scored 148 on the exam, so she needs to see if he cheated or actually has brains. Seeing Tian Jia smile at him, Tian Yu instantly turns on the charm. "You are so gorgeous. How have I never seen you before?" Ignoring his smooth-talking flattery, Tian Jia gets straight to business, explaining the English teacher wanted her to ask him a few questions. Tian Jia pulls up Tian Yu's test, showing that score of 148, and hands it over. Tian Yu smirks. Jackpot. He has definitely won the bet. Right then, Tianjia pulls out a brand new test. Since the teacher wants to verify his skills, he had Tian Yu called in for a private test. But Tian Yu does not break a sweat over a simple exam paper. Plus, with a pretty girl sitting right next to him, there is no reason to stress. Of course, he relies on his system, spending just 2 points to fully analyze the entire English paper. Under Tianjia's watchful eyes, Tian Yu grabs his pen and scribbles down answers rapidly. She watches, frozen in complete shock, totally unaware of how dangerously close their faces have actually drifted. Grinning, Tian Yu shows her his finished test paper. Check this out. Wait, you are not going to believe this in an accidental split second. Their lips lock, and his system alerts him that she is flawless. Her S-tier rank instantly grants Tian Yu 30 points of regeneration from that tiny touch, and her soft lips make him never want to let go. Once Tianjia snaps out of it and pushes him away, Tian Yu panics and apologizes while she regains her composure. Since his impressive English scores are clearly based on his actual skills, she decides not to press the issue any further. She tells him, "I know enough. Now go back to class and act like nothing happened." Back in the classroom, Tian Yu holds his head, obsessing over that brief kiss. Shilei smirks triumphantly, assuming that defeated look means Tian Yu definitely got chewed out by the teacher. Dongyu anxiously asks Tian Yu how it went, warning that if the teacher finds out about their wager, they are totally finished. Startled, Tian Yu claims the teacher was not even in the office. There is absolutely no way he is letting Dongyu know what actually happened with Tianjia. But Dongyu presses him even harder, asking, "Wait, the teacher was not in the office? Then what took you so long to get back?" Shrugging, Tian Yu says his score was too good to believe, so they got another student to test him. Dongyu is stunned. If Tian Yu really did that well, they might actually win this entire bet. Tian Yu gestures for him to keep quiet. Tomorrow. They will get the final results tomorrow anyway. Now watch this. The next day, Tianjia walks into the classroom looking completely different, introducing herself as their new English teacher, making every single guy in class instantly swoon. No wonder the old teacher urged them to study so hard. Tian Yu catches his breath. He cannot believe the girl he kissed yesterday is actually their new teacher. But he tries to stay calm. She looks similar, but not exactly the same. The aura between her brows feels entirely different, though he cannot quite put his finger on why. Tianjia starts handing back the test papers from their previous teacher. She has already reviewed them to get a general idea of everyone's academic performance. Just come up when your name is called. As expected, Dongyu, Li Dan, and Lu Tian still secure the top spots. Qin Shuifei giggles when she does not hear Tian Yu's name, telling everyone to bring him some seat cushions, since he is bound to stay at the very bottom. Chuckling, Tianjia gestures for Qin Shui to quiet down. In her hands, she is actually holding onto Tian Yu's test paper. This time, Tian Yu scored 148. Landing the highest grade in the entire grade for this exam. Mind completely blown, Qin Shui slams her desk and stands up. "Miss Dean, you must be mistaken. Did you say he got 148? Shrugging, Tianjia notes his past grades were poor, but yesterday, before school ended, she had him take another exam right in her office. On that highly difficult test, Tian Yu still scored 147, making only a couple of minor vocabulary errors in his writing section. Qin Shui freezes in pure disbelief, never imagining Tian Yu had been hiding his real talents this entire time. Tianjia continues her analysis, noting one high score could be luck, but twice is no fluke. Clearly, Tian Yu has been lying low just to make a grand entrance. But as Tian Yu walks up to collect his test, Tianjia suddenly scowls at him with pure disgust. Tian Yu freezes. What is up with that look? Did Tianjia seriously tell Miss Dean about them kissing? Right after class, Cheng Dong storms over to interrogate Tian Yu. "Hey, spill the cheating secret now, share the wealth, or am I going down alone?" Tian Yu is exhausted dealing with this idiot. "Cheating? This is my actual score, you brainless fool." Dong Yu smiles with relief. She is glad Tian Yu does not have to kneel. Meanwhile, Cheng Dong nudges Qin Shui. "Remember your little bet? Time to apologize to our beautiful girl like you promised." Qin Shui stays absolutely silent. Dong Yu doesn't want things getting too tense. "Come on, we were just joking around. No need to take it seriously. Right, Qi Tian Yu?" He shrugs in agreement, leaving Qin Shui completely red with sheer embarrassment. Seeing her shut up like a clam, the crowd of students quickly disperses. Meanwhile, Shilei is smoking outside with his crew. A big guy asks why Shilei looks even more depressed than our tragic main character. Shilei sighs. "Some guy in my class is hitting on Dong Yu." The big dude jumps. "Isn't she your dream girl for years? Who is this idiot trying to steal your girl? I will beat him so hard his own parents won't recognize him." Shilei groans. That guy knows martial arts. Last time some thugs tried him, they left crawling on all fours. The guy hands Shilei a cigarette to wake him up. "Are you really letting some random kid break your spirit like that? Can he honestly beat me, a taekwondo champion?" Finally, Shilei mutters the name. It is none other than Tian Yu. Moments later, the The Taekwondo champ kicks the classroom door open, shouting, "Who is Tian Yu?" Tian Yu closes his book, standing tall. Dong Yu recognizes the giant and steps in Xiongwang. "What do you want?" Xiongwang scowls. "What do I want? This guy is constantly trying to hit on you. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't learn who he can mess with, and who he cannot." He shoves Dong Yu aside. Her face turns bright red at his words. "What nonsense are you talking? Who told you that? This has nothing to do with you." "True, it has nothing to do with me. But my bro Shilei really likes you." Tian Yu cracks up at this giant idiot. Blabbing it out like this completely ruins Shilei's chances with Dong Yu. Angry, the giant throws a massive punch. But look at this, our guy easily ducks and hits him right back. Xiongwang crashes down. Tian Yu finishes the job with a heavy fist straight to his face. Spitting saliva, the brute groans, "You actually punched my face?" Tian Yu raises an eyebrow, "You still talking? Your breath is awful." He lands another punch that completely paralyzes him, easily grabbing the guy's arm when he tries swinging again. The bully resorts to trash talk. "Now if you have got the balls, let me go. Let us fight fairly. Sitting on me is not a real hero move." Surprisingly, Tian Yu lets him go. The moment he stands, the brute charges like a mad bull. Tian Yu simply sticks a leg out, and down he goes, chin first. He curls up in agony, clutching his chin as his eyes roll back, drooling all over the floor. Right then, Shilei walks back from smoking. Seeing a massive crowd blocking his classroom door, he curiously pushes through. Someone warns him that Xiongwang is starting a fight inside. Hearing this, Shilei angrily rushes in. "That idiot is always starting trouble. If he hurts my classmates, I will kill him." He storms in, ready for chaos. But get this, Tian Yu is just sitting there calmly reading. Meanwhile, his best buddy Xiongwang is crying on the floor. Shilei rushes over to help his friend up, glaring intensely at Tian Yu. "You are way too brutal. Why did you hit him so hard?" Tian Yu laughs. "Look who is talking about being brutal." Tian Yu grabs Shilei by his collar. "If you want to live, do not cross me. Remember this lesson. Mess with me again, and I promise you will look worse than Xiongwang." Shilei freezes in terror as our guy walks away. After school, Cheng Dong throws his arm around Tian Yu. Today was legendary. He is absolutely thrilled to finally see his best friend showing off that insanely wild and dominant side again. Tian Yu stays totally chill. If those idiots did not actively look for trouble, he would not even care. See, his grandfather strictly banned him from martial arts, wanting him to focus solely on college and restore their family reputation. Arriving home, his green-haired sister sitting with his parents calls out, "Are you finally back from school, Tian Yu?" His eyes light up. "Sister Thu Bin, when did you get back?" "She just returned today for an internship at the city news station." His father showers her with praise for being so smart and filial. Thu Bin blushes. "Stop it, uncle. You are making me too happy." Then she turns to Tian Vu, offering to help him study since his college entrance exams are coming up. Tian Vu thanks Thu Bin but politely excuses himself to go upstairs and finish his homework. In his room, Tian Vu sits at his computer feeling like everything is totally surreal. He spends half the day searching the internet for info on his magical pen, but only finds some random fantasy web novels that are totally different from his reality. Suddenly, Tian Vu spots a profile with a gorgeous profile picture of a girl named Fi Ni and clicks it. Immediately, a sharp jolt of electricity surges through his entire body. The system asks if Tian Vu wants to activate the linking feature. Naturally, Tian Vu nods his head to test out this brand new option. Activating this feature costs 15 points, and the link will only remain active for 1 hour. The second it starts, Tian Vu's computer screen suddenly mirrors Fi Ni's monitor. A slightly mischievous, sneaky look instantly flashes across his face. Could his new power actually be remote computer hacking? Check this out on the screen. Fi Ni is currently messaging some guy who calls himself the most handsome bro. That guy is demanding Fi Ni send him a picture, clearly trying to steer things toward an 18+ chat. But Fi Ni hilariously shuts him down by sending a meme of a random guy picking his nose. Tian Vu laughs until his stomach hurts, then forces himself to lock in and focus. He successfully uses the function to break into all kinds of online networks. No matter how massive the platform, he can easily seize administrator control. It might not be super useful right now, but Tian Vu knows this power holds crazy potential for his future. When he walks into class the next morning, his classmates look at Tian Vu differently, even looking pretty wary. Tian Vu notices Thach Loi's desk is empty. The bully was too scared to come. Over in the staff room, Dianjia hands teacher Truong the test paper Tian Vu just finished. His score is perfect, easily taking home every single point. She had even sneaked in 20% of level 4 material. Another teacher walks by and shrugs, "Well, I have to congratulate you. This time, the top English students are all in your class." Later during literature, teacher Truong decides to hit the class with another surprise pop quiz. The kids are baffled. How can they finish an entire test in half a class period? Teacher Truong does not care about their complaints, telling them to write down whatever they can right now. He wants to see how well they apply their knowledge. The moment Kai Tian-Vu gets his sheet, the system goes to work. 20 minutes later, papers are collected. The teenagers glance around anxiously. They only had half a period, and most of them could barely fill 2 pages. This test is not about scoring high anyway, just a quick check on their general daily knowledge. He flips through the stack, and his eyes suddenly light up when he spots Kai Tian-Vu's paper. Even under this extreme time crunch, while most of you struggled, one student managed to finish. The entire classroom starts whispering, wondering who this genius could be. Teacher Truong slams his desk to quiet them down, then begins handing back the tests. But when it comes to Kai Tian-Vu, his paper is missing. Dong Nok thinks it got sent to another group. As the teacher prepares to review the questions, Dong Ngok raises her hand to speak up. "Excuse me, teacher, Kai Tian-Vu did not get his paper." Teacher Truong lifts a sheet high in the air. It is Kai Tian-Vu's test. The person who successfully finished the entire exam in such record time is indeed Kai Tian-Vu. Teacher Truong focuses on the lesson, grading exams later. After class, Teacher Truong grades Kai Tian-Vu's test, which scores at least 140 points. Dong Jok runs over to Kai Tian-Vu in pure excitement. "I had no idea you were this smart. You acted so well before that you totally fooled us all." Tan Tuyet is visibly annoyed, since she is now the one sitting at the bottom of the class instead of Kai Tian-Vu. Big deal, if he is smart, why hide it from everyone? Right as school lets out, Teacher Truong gets a shock. Why on earth is a TV news crew showing up at their school? 2 suspicious camera crew guys sneak onto campus, muttering to themselves about not letting this slide easily. These reporters need to protect justice on our behalf. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, an extremely angry parent is demandingly questioning the staff. "Principal Din, our child was beaten so badly he is now in a vegetative state, yet that brutal attacker is still roaming free and attending classes. How exactly do you plan to handle this?" He promises to investigate. The furious woman stands her ground defiantly, dragging the media crew right in to demand immediate justice. As it turns out, the reporter leading this broadcast is actually Thu Bin, who takes vicious school violence cases incredibly seriously. The camera starts rolling. Principal Din quickly gestures for them to cut. He snaps that they have every right to demand the filming stop, but Thu Bin steps forward to explain. They are simply working with the parents to resolve the issue fairly, not to make the situation any more hostile. If the principal refuses to consent, the footage will never air. He forces down his rage before these reporters. Left with no choice, he orders Kai Tian-Vu to be summoned to his office immediately. Thu Bin freezes in absolute shock. Her younger cousin is the accused attacker. Kai Tian-Vu is escorted by his homeroom teacher, who quietly warns him to prepare himself for the worst. Hung Vuong's parent is waiting in the main office, and they have even notified Kai Tian-Vu's father. Arriving at the principal's office, Kai Tian-Vu runs straight into Thu Bin. Thu Bin is practically on the verge of tears. Today was her very first reporting gig for the station, and her target just happens to be Kai Tian-Vu. Hung Vuong's mother turns and snaps right in Thu Bin's face, asking if she knows this criminal. She replies, "He's my younger brother." Hearing that, Hung Vuong's mom absolutely loses it, screaming at the station for sending Thu Bin. Shifting back to the issue, she demands an answer from the principal. But Tian-Vu cuts in. "What kind of answer?" Hung Vuong's mom keeps going on, but it's really just about the cash. If Tian-Vu can't pay 1 million yuan, he gets expelled. Principal Din turns to Tian-Vu with a pretty grim look. "Did you beat him up?" Tian-Vu confidently admits it. The principal then asks him to choose pay the 1 million yuan compensation or face immediate expulsion. Thu Bin instantly protests because college entrance exams are right around the corner, and getting expelled now destroys his entire future. Plus, Tian-Vu's family is nowhere near that wealthy. Seeing Thu Bin defend Tian-Vu just because he's her brother, Hung Vuong's mother isn't about to let this slide quietly. She snaps that they all saw her son hospitalized, but Tian-Vu stops Thu Bin. Having delivered the blows himself, he knows the exact damage he did. Claiming Hung Vuong is practically a vegetable in the hospital has got to be a complete lie. These people are clearly just trying to extort us. Terrified, Hung Vuong's mother accuses him of slander, but claims the best way to handle this is calling the cops. Tian-Vu smugly dares her to pick up the phone right now. "Look at this." The door flies open, and Tian-Vu's dad marches in carrying the bully. Principal Din stares in shock, asking if he's Kai Tian-Vu's father, Kai Dai-Hai. Tian-Vu's dad explains he just ran into Hung Vuong bragging about faking his illness for money, so he decided to help the principal teach him a lesson. Hung Vuong's mom rushes over to pull her struggling son from Dai-Hai's grip. Furious, she screams, demanding to know who he is and why he's hitting her precious Hung Vuong. She blabbers that he has deep tissue injuries that could leave permanent damage without care. But Tian-Vu doesn't miss this chance to call her out. Wait, wasn't he supposedly in a vegetative state, but now it's just minor tissue damage? The mother and son freeze up completely, speechless. Seizing the moment, the principal steps in to settle the issue once and for all. He tells her the matter is settled, and she must take her son out of this school forever, or else face real charges. Hung Vuong's mom curses under her breath and drags her son away, while Principal Din starts apologizing to Tianvu's dad. Din sighs that this mess happened so close to the big exams, but Tianvu's dad waves his hand dismissively, telling him not to worry, since he has zero expectations for his son's grades anyway. The principal takes this perfect chance to reveal Tianvu's insane academic spike. He scored top of the entire grade in English, and if he keeps this up, passing with flying colors is a guarantee. Hearing his son is number one actually shocks his dad more than the fight did. On their walk home, his dad quietly warns him not to get caught cheating. He jokes that as long as he passes, they'll at least have some pride in front of the neighbors. Tianvu frowns, muttering that people would think Trin Dong was his actual, real son instead. His dad laughs, saying this sudden news just feels way too unreal. He honestly thought he was dreaming. The next day, Thu Bin is waiting at the bus stop for her cameraman colleague, but a sudden emergency delays him. Thu Bin hangs up and curses, frustrated that she's being left to carry a heavy camera and film everything completely on her own. Just then, Tianvu strolls by, highly amused to hear his sweet sister swearing over some random guy. With the interview starting soon, her lazy coworker tells her she'll just have to haul the gear and record the shot herself. Tianvu pats her shoulder, telling her that heavy lifting is a guy's job. Today, he'll act as her personal cameraman. Thu Bin wonders why he isn't in class, but Tianvu says his grades are guaranteed for a top school. Thu Bin sighs, warning him that cheating is wrong, which instantly makes Tianvu snap, asking why even his own sister thinks he cheated. He forces himself to take a breath and calm down, quietly wondering if relying on his literal system to write exams technically counts as cheating. Shaking his head, he decides that since the system runs on his own thoughts, it can't possibly be considered real cheating. The college exams take 2 whole days, and with no clue how much energy he'll burn, he needs to start stockpiling points right now. Although taking advantage of Thu Bin makes him feel pretty guilty, she's literally the only girl he even knows right now, and here is his chance. The driver hits the gas, sending Thu Bin stumbling backward right into the trap he plotted. He catches her gently, instantly feeling 13 energy points surge into his body from her premium AA rank soul quality. "Sis, be careful, hold on tight." Blushingly, Thu Bin looks up to thank him, which sparks a pretty bold idea in Tianvu's mind. A packed bus means constant physical contact, making this the ultimate hotspot to farm power. But the more he dwells on it, the more he feels like those creepy perverts who take advantage of crowded public transit. Stepping off the bus, Tianvu leans against a wall, completely out of breath, cursing the driver for forcing him into acting like a total creep. He feels pretty helpless thinking about it, but he still manages to touch the skin of over 10 girls, earning more than 20 energy points. Seeing his long silence, Thu Bin asks with quite a bit of worry, "Tianvu, what is wrong? Why the gloomy face?" Feeling absolutely no regrets, he replies, "I have officially become the kind of person I hate the most." Suddenly, a massive crowd gathers right in front of Tianvu and Thu Bin. Good grief, is this something a human would actually do? They have absolutely no humanity. That child is still so small. Confused, he asks aloud, "Wait, what is going on?" Thu Bin also quickly realizes that this is the exact location they are supposed to visit today for their interview. A hit-and-run accident happened just an hour ago, and the driver already fled the scene. The victim is a little girl, only 3 or 4 years old. She and Tianvu hurriedly squeeze through the dense crowd, calling out as they go, "Please excuse us, we are reporters. We are reporters. Please make way." After struggling for a bit, the two finally make it inside. The little girl is currently receiving emergency first aid from a doctor right on the spot. Thu Bin steps forward and presents her press credentials to the officer, politely saying, "Here is my official reporter ID card." Seeing that, he nods in approval and tells her to go ahead. She quickly pulls out the camera and professionally guides Tianvu step by step. "Just follow the steps I showed you earlier for operating the video camera, and you will be fine." Once Thu Bin signals him to start rolling, she grabs the mic and steps up. Now, she professionally interviews the police officer on duty. "Hello, I am a reporter from the city TV station. We would like to get some more details. Could you describe what happened for us?" Since this sudden situation just unfolded, even Vu Tianhong does not have all the details. "We received a call saying a little girl was severely injured and bleeding heavily here, so we immediately dispatched our team to the scene. Right now, our officers are gathering evidence." Feeling quite tense, Thu Bin asks him how is the little girl doing at the moment. The officer replies in a serious tone, "Our primary task right now is to track down the driver who caused the accident. For details on her specific injuries, you should ask the doctor." Professionally pressing on, Thu Bin asks, "Excuse me, but where is her family? Did such a terrible thing happen to her, and yet not a single relative has shown up?" Vu Tianhong looks slightly uncomfortable. "None have shown up so far, but we are also doing everything we possibly can to locate the child's family." Having gathered the basic details, Thu Bin moves on to interview the next person, Dr. I am a reporter from the city TV station. How is the girl doing now? After a quick examination, Dean True reports that while the bleeding has stopped, she lost too much, and her blood type is Rh negative. Right now, every blood bank in the entire city is completely out of this type. This news leaves Thubin incredibly anxious. She anxiously wonders to herself, if we cannot find her family and there is no matching blood, what can we even do? Only then does he suddenly remember the family, right? Dean True quickly rushes over to the police officer and urgently updates him. Vu Thian Hong, the girl has an Rh negative blood type. There is a very high chance her family shares this type, so finding them might actually save her life. Just as he told the reporter, Vu Thian Hong can only give a helpless response. Dean True, our department is actively searching for her family too. But ever since we got the initial call, absolutely no relatives have shown up yet. Frustrated by how rigid he is being, Dean True complains angrily, Vu Thian Hong, you absolutely must prioritize finding this kid's family right now. Right now, her condition is incredibly critical, and we have to use hospital machinery just to keep her stable and alive. I need to get her back to the hospital immediately. Thien Vu and Thubin silently watch the ambulance drive away. Feeling quite a bit of regret, she mutters, if only we had a search dog here, we might actually track down her family. With the heavy video camera still resting on his shoulder, Thien Vu silently agrees with Thubin's words. He is right, everyone has a unique scent, and if someone had an incredibly sharp sense of smell, finding her family would be pretty easy. Suddenly, a new system notification pops up. Activating the olfactory system costs 10 energy points for a 30-minute duration. Do you agree to activate it? Thien Vu is completely taken aback. Now get this. The system activates the second he thinks about using his sense of smell. With no time to waste, he just triggers it immediately. He closes his eyes and instantly boots up the advanced olfactory system. Almost immediately, Thien Vu feels the changes and celebrates internally with pure excitement. This is incredible. He can perfectly tell apart every single tiny scent surrounding him. But with so many overwhelming smells floating around, how on earth is he going to find the right family member? The system starts tracking the origin of the scent, quickly reporting that it leads directly to room 2011, block 3, building 12 of the Din Yen complex. Once the exact location is locked in, Thien Vu immediately notifies Vu Thian Hong. Officer Vu Thian Hong, dispatch your team to room 2011, block 3, building 12 of the Din Yen complex right now, even if they are not her family. They must know her. Standing behind him, a stunned Thubin whispers, Thien Vu, do you actually know this little girl? With no easy way to explain, he just replies, Thubin, let me explain everything when we get home. Seeing him still frozen in place, Thien Vu urgently pushes him, Vu Thian Hong, please dispatch your team immediately. But the officer just keeps staring back with a completely indifferent look on his face. Young man, my subordinates are all out on active duty right now, and not a single one is free. Besides, I cannot recall police officers currently searching for a missing person just because of your groundless claim, Vu Thian Hong says, his stern face matching his powerful voice. Officer, you have to believe me. Just give us a car and let us go take a look. Then everything will be clear. Hearing his plea, Vu Thian Hong falls silent and looks down slightly. But before long, he raises his head and makes a final decision. Xiao Luan, drive these 2 reporters over there right now, he orders, leaving the young officer looking a bit dazed by the sudden command. Captain, did you not just say that doing this would delay our actual investigation? The officer asks. But Vu Thian Hong calmly replies, just go with them. His eyes are full of certainty and do not look like he is lying. If there really is a clue, is that not even better? Standing right behind them, Tian Yu quickly chimes in and says that if they arrive and find absolutely nothing helpful, the police can lock him up right then and there for obstructing justice. He turns his head back slightly and says in a low voice, since Vu Thian Hong already agreed, let us just go. And with that, we cut to the apartment complex. Outside, a hand repeatedly bangs on the door until a resident finally swings it open, poking her head out with an annoyed glare and asking what they want. You are banging so hard. Are you in a rush to die? Suddenly, she freezes as she spots Officer Xiaoluan standing there, with Thubin and Tian Yu close behind him, looking extremely guilty. She raises her hands in sudden panic, her face filled with anxiety, as she quickly stammers out an excuse to the officer. We were just having some harmless fun. We are definitely not gambling, she pleads, while 3 other people playing mahjong inside the house freeze in their tracks and turn their eyes toward the open door. Xiaoluan steps forward to clarify, we are not here to bust a gambling ring. There has been a bad traffic accident over at the Duanghua intersection. The victim is a 5-year-old girl, and right now we are trying to locate her family. Can anyone here provide any information? Hearing this, the woman inside panics and immediately asks if the officer has a photo of the child. My daughter is 5, and she happens to go to the kindergarten right on Duanghua Street. Could it be? She gasps, as Tian Yu slowly lowers his camera and speaks up anxiously. Ma'am, I have pictures from the scene right here, Tian Yu says, keeping a close eye on her reaction. The moment she sees the photos, she gasps in pure shock, cold sweat instantly breaking out across her forehead. Grabbing his arm in absolute panic, she cries out, "How is my daughter doing? Where is she right now?" Sensing that she is losing control, Thu Bin gently reassures her, "Do not worry. Lor has already been rushed to the emergency room." But hearing that slight hesitation, the mother, with tears streaming down her face, spins around and demands, "But what?" Tian Yu furrows his brows and quickly steps in. Lor has lost too much blood, and the hospital cannot find a match. We need someone with rhesus-negative blood to save her life. Hearing this, she immediately cries out, "I have Rh-negative blood. Take me to the hospital now so I can save my daughter." But get this, before they can even take 3 steps, a tall, middle-aged man blocks their path and tells them to freeze. "How do we know you are real police and not some fakes?" he demands. "We cannot just let you take Tiu Li away like this." In response, Xiaoluan immediately flashes his police badge, asking if his official credentials are proof enough for him. Yet the stubborn man continues to argue unreasonably, asking how he is supposed to know if the badge is real or fake. Losing his patience, the officer raises his voice, warning that if they keep wasting time, they will not save the little girl. Yet the stubborn man still refuses to budge. Feeling helpless, Tian Yu can only try to explain the situation calmly. "If you really had this much safety awareness, the child would not be in danger right now." And with that, the mother is quickly escorted out. And here is the kicker: Tian Yu stays behind, asking if the man is coming, only to get a look of pure disgust in return. Over at the hospital, the mother sits by her daughter's side, donating her blood with a gentle, relieved smile on her face. Then, she looks up and says to Officer Xiaoluan, "Thank you so much, officer. You are the one who saved my little girl." Hearing this, the officer immediately waves his hands, gesturing toward Tian Yu to set the record straight. "It was not me at all. You should thank him. Finding you today was completely his doing." The well-deserved praise makes Tian Yu a bit embarrassed, and he sheepishly scratches his head. While over on the phone, Captain Vu Tianhong speaks up. "Good job, Xiaoluan. Make sure you give that young man a proper thank you." But right after that, the captain's face turns deadly serious as he quietly ponders. Finding her mother only resolves our immediate crisis. Without any eyewitnesses to the crash, and absolutely no physical evidence collected from the scene, where on earth are we going to find this hit-and-run driver? At the director's office, Deputy Chief Li stands with crossed arms, staring thoughtfully at the badges on the shelf before asking Xiao Wu, any progress on the case. Vu Tianhong lowers his head slightly and begins to report. They just found the kid's mother at the hospital, but he hasn't gone to interview her yet, so there's really no useful evidence gathered for the time being. Just as he finishes speaking, the phone in his pocket suddenly starts ringing non-stop. Deputy Chief Li immediately turns to look at him as Vu Tianhong picks up, saying, "Let me get this call." "Hello, Lao Zhao. What is it?" "I'm in a meeting." The voice on the other end quickly replies, "Vu Tianhong, your police force's efficiency is highly commendable. If you had been just a few minutes later, that kid's mother would only be seeing her child for the very last time." Vu Tianhong feels pretty great hearing Lao Zhao praise his department, but he doesn't hesitate to reveal the truth to him. "Lao Zhao, it's actually thanks to a reporter who told us exactly where the child's family was located." Suddenly, he completely freezes as a sharp realization flashes right through his mind. Hold on, how on earth did that reporter actually know where the kid's family was? He quickly tells the other end, "Lao Zhao, I've got an emergency. Let's talk later." Even Deputy Chief Li turns his gaze fully toward Vu Tianhong. Turning back to Deputy Chief Li, he explains, "Chief, the reporter was actually the one who gave us the mother's address earlier." Showing almost no surprise, Deputy Chief Li asks him back, "Is he acquainted with the kid?" Vu Tianhong quickly answers, "No, he doesn't know the kid, but he definitely has some kind of special method. This guy will definitely be a massive help in cracking our case." Hearing this, Deputy Chief Li finally speaks up. "Since we have a lead, send someone to investigate that reporter. Chairman Wei expects us to crack this case within 2 days." Tianhong immediately obeys. Back in his office, he stands with his hands deep in his pockets, listening with a pretty solemn face to what she has to say. The captain just came back from the crime scene. There aren't many shops around and no security cameras, so they found absolutely nothing. Next, he quickly chimes in as well. "We just ran a background check on the parents. The father is a manager at a foreign company, and it is highly unlikely he has any enemies. The mother is a housewife who mostly stays home or plays mahjong with her close friends. She doesn't socialize much, and the kindergarten cameras clearly show the kid walked out completely on his own, with no one taking him." Placing his hands on his hips, Vu Tianhong looks down and wonders, what kind of case is this? An accident? Or a dark secret? With that said, he immediately glances over at him. Barking out a direct order, Xiaolong is still keeping tabs on that reporter. Right? Contact her right now. Over at the hospital, Lulu is still lying in bed, with her mother resting right beside her. Standing opposite them are Xu Ping, Tian Vu, and Xiaolong. The mother happily says that Lulu looks much better now, thanking them deeply. Kai Tianwu thinks to himself time is running out before the scent tracking function completely deactivates. I have to use what's left to track down that absolute scumbag who did this. Instantly, the system screen pops up to begin scanning for Lulu's scent. Scent source found, room 2011, lot 3, building 12, Dinyan area. But Kai Tianwu instantly rejects this, realizing it's just someone who recently made contact, so he keeps scanning. The system quickly updates with a new location, detecting the scent on the 3rd floor of Tanhai Hospital. Sweat begins to trickle down his forehead. Isn't this place too close? Suddenly, the system tracks another signal to room 103, lot 1, building 2, Hoa Vien Estate. He snaps his eyes open, completely stunned. You see that look? He found the exact spot. Kai Tianwu then turns to her with a knowing look, quietly asking Officer Lone, "Want to get a major promotion?" Hearing this, Xiao Lone immediately whips her head around. What? Do you actually have a lead? Tell me. Vu Tianhong told me to watch you closely. Acting completely casual, he drapes his arm over Xu Ping's shoulder and replies, "Of course I do. If you want the credit, just follow me." Xiao Lone stands there in shock as he walks off with his arm around Xu Ping. 5 energy points. Soon after, she runs up and demands answers. Spill it already. Where are we going? What's this big credit? Kai Tianwu boasts with a smug grin. Room 103, lot 1, building 2, Hoa Vien Estate. We're going to catch the heartless bastard behind that hit and run. At room 103, lot 1, building 2 of the Hoa Vien Estate, a clenched fist slowly knocks on the door. 2 quick knocks echo. A voice from inside immediately calls out, "Who is it?" Xiao Lone responds in a firm tone, "Police. Open up." Hearing that, she opens the door, her face completely written with pure anxiety and stress. She softly asks Officer, "Who are you looking for?" Standing back, Kai Tianwu activates his tracking scent to see if she carries Lulu's smell. System alert, time is up. Scent tracking function is now offline. This warning hits him like a lightning bolt. Running out of time at the absolute critical moment? He can't afford to be stingy with his energy points. The girl asks him again, "Officer, is something wrong?" He replies quickly, telling her that it hasn't been very safe around here lately. "Maybe there are home robberies? We just want to remind you to stay safe, and if anything like this happens, you should report it to the police." Right now, Tian Yu narrows his eyes in focus. He spends 10 energy points to activate his sense of smell. The system triggers his super senses, and watch how fast he charges straight into her place without hesitation, leaving her totally stunned as she tries to stop him. Tian Yu stops cold when he spots a red car inside the house. With a heavy backpack and a grim look, he confronts her directly. "How do you explain this?" The woman just freezes in silence. Officer Xiao Luan immediately rushes in with a defensive stance, declaring that she is officially under arrest. Refusing to go quietly, she throws a wild punch at Officer Xiao Luan, charging straight at him with full force. But thanks to his incredibly quick reflexes, Officer Xiao Luan easily dodges her punch while pulling out his handcuffs. With one quick spin, he cuffs her hands, sending her falling hard. Police sirens wail loudly as patrol cars pull up to the apartment building. The suspect now sits cuffed on the ground, with one officer keeping a close eye on her. Meanwhile, the other officer takes photos of the key evidence on that red car. Vu Tianhong stands there with a hand in his pocket, smoking a cigarette as he glances at Tian Yu, thanking him for solving the case. Tian Yu just smiles and scratches his head, saying that with great power comes great responsibility. Being able to help the police is his duty and his responsibility. But soon, a look of worry crosses his face as he thinks. He spent 20 energy points on this case and has no idea how to recharge them. Vu Tianhong hands Tian Yu a small piece of paper while looking his way. Offering his number, he tells Tian Yu to call him anytime, receiving a warm thank you in return. Under tight interrogation, the woman who owned that red car fully confessed to her crimes, sitting handcuffed at a table inside the precinct. It all started with a forbidden affair. She was actually a subordinate working under Lorlor's father, and they eventually developed feelings for each other. She had been secretly seeing his father, but he simply could not bear the thought of letting his little daughter suffer. Over time, little Lorlor became a massive obstacle that stood directly between the two lovers. As the little girl blocked their relationship, the mistress grew absolutely furious, while the father could only remain quiet, lost in deep thought. Exhausted by the constant arguments, the father ultimately chose to protect his family and stand by his daughter. He held a smiling Lorlor in his arms, while the mistress stood behind them, practically radiating a dark, intense fury. This fateful choice made her harbor a deep, terrifying grudge against the child. Driven by pure malice, she committed an absolute atrocity, steering her red car and speeding straight toward the helpless girl. Her face was filled with murderous intent as she stared dead ahead at her target. Looking from behind, her long red hair was tied up neatly. Then, with a sudden sickening crash, she drove her car straight into little Lorlor. Thubin walks ahead wearing her glasses, while Tian Yu stretches and smiles. She thanks him for all his help today. Without him, her big interview would have gone absolutely nowhere. so she happily offers to buy him dinner as a proper thank you. They arrive right in front of a rustic local restaurant. She suggests they eat there, and Tian Yu happily agrees. Bin and Tian Yu sit across from each other when a waiter approaches their table, asking them what they would like to order. Tian Yu checks the menu and asks Bin if they should just get something simple, wondering what she wants to eat. Bin rests her chin on her hand, staring gently at Tian Yu with a warm expression. She leans in close with a warm smile, asking him directly if he has a girlfriend, and honestly, you can already tell she's totally teasing him here by offering to set him up with someone beautiful. Hearing her ask this, Tian Yu immediately blushes bright red, stuttering that he definitely does not have a girlfriend. He looks incredibly cute when he is embarrassed. Resting his face in his hands, he tells her that his future partner has to be just like her. His bold reply catches Bin completely off guard, making her face flush a bright red as she stares back at him in sheer embarrassment. She closes her eyes to regain her composure, but she cannot hide the shy blush on her face. Trying to break the awkward silence, she orders 2 beers from the waiter, leaving Tian Yu stunned as he points out he has not even graduated high school yet. He is perfectly fine sticking with soda, and the 2 toast to celebrate. She cheers him on for solving the case today, standing up and chugging her entire glass of beer in one go. By the time she empties the glass, her cheeks are already flushing, and Tian Yu cannot help but worry seeing her drink so fast. He asks why she is in such a rush, but the tipsy Bin just walks over and wraps her arm around his shoulders. She mutters that drinking too slowly makes it taste bitter, and her sudden closeness leaves Tian Yu completely flustered as his face turns bright red. The system suddenly chimes in, alerting him that a flawless grade A host body has just regenerated 8 energy points for him. Tianwu glances at Bin, his face still red with embarrassment. Bin is completely wasted at this point, so Tianwu helps her walk home while she sings at the top of her lungs, singing about birds chirping on high branches in spring and friends calling her out to play in the yard. Hearing her sing like that, Tianwu shies away and begs her sister, "Please stop messing around, sister." Of course she won't listen, keeping up her wild antics. But then crash. Both of them trip and tumble to the ground, letting out a sudden loud scream. Ouch. Eventually, they make it back. Tianwu just stands there, awkwardly scratching his head while Bin's father glares at him with a pretty dark expression. Oh dear, what on earth happened here? Why is she completely plastered? Meanwhile, she is sprawled out on the couch, still muttering gibberish under her breath. Bin got too excited after covering a big case today and got drunk, so he brought her home safely. With that, Tianwu turns to leave. But just as he reaches the steps, her dad calls him back. "Tianwu, thank you for bringing Bin home. It's no problem at all. Take care of yourselves," he says. But the moment he steps inside his own house, his furious mother immediately corners him. "You brat, where did you run off to instead of going to school today?" she demands. Tianwu scratches his head, explaining that Bin's cameraman failed to show up, so he helped her shoot the interview. Hearing him say that, Tianwu's mother immediately blows her top, yelling, "The college entrance exam is almost here. Why are you skipping school to do camera work for others? That's their job, not yours. Why are you tagging along like a fool? Let's see if you can even get into college while wasting your time filming stuff like this." Tianwu just turns to walk away, but his mother places a firm hand on his shoulder, changing her tone to guide him gently. "There isn't much time left," she says. "Go study instead of wasting precious hours. The school held mock exams today, yet you ran off to play cameraman." Hearing her mention the mock exams, Tianwu is suddenly confused and asks, "Wait, how did you even know the school had testing today? Did Dong2 call you?" he asks. His mother immediately snaps back, "Do you really think that rascal Dong2 would actually remind you to go to class? It is a miracle if he doesn't tempt you to skip. Actually, a girl named Dong Nok called, asking why you were absent and warning that there were multiple mock tests today." Here's where it gets interesting. Tianwu is completely caught off guard because why on earth is this girl calling his house? Oh, why her? He wonders. His mom presses, "What are you owing about? Is that Dong Nok girl smart? Tianwu, is she your girlfriend?" Hearing this, Tianwu quickly waves his hands and laughs, "Mom. Dong Nok is just the class vice monitor, nothing more. I wouldn't dream of aiming that high. I skipped class, so she was just doing her duty by checking up on me." Crossing her arms, his mother looks dead serious as she warns him. "I am not against you having a girlfriend," she says, "but the big exam is coming, so put all your focus into studying." Hearing this, Tianwu raises his hand, swearing to her, "I get it, Mom. I promise I won't date anyone without your permission." His mother just waves him off with a chuckle. "Go study, you smooth talker. The moment you find a pretty girl, you'll forget your poor mother even exists." Reaching his room, Tianwu looks back and smiles at his mom. "A girlfriend, huh?" Later, he lies on his bed, hands behind his head, lost in thought. He suddenly remembers Bin's face from earlier, blushing quite hard as he thinks about her adorable, drunk antics. What on earth is wrong with me? Am I really this pathetic? The next day at school, a teacher suddenly calls out Tian Yu. Step outside for a second. Tian Yu is sitting in class wearing his uniform. Turns out, Teacher Trong wanted to talk to him about his absence yesterday. You missed several mock exams yesterday because you weren't in class. The subject teachers handed those test sheets over to me, so sit down and finish them right now before heading back. Tian Yu nods calmly. Yes, I understand. Teacher Trong leads him into the faculty room, gesturing to his desk, sit here, and take the exam. Tian Yu quietly sits down and begins. As he works, he notices a bunch of teachers staring directly at him. He starts feeling quite uneasy under their intense gaze. Why is everyone sneakily watching me like this? Closing his eyes, Tian Yu mentally activates his search system. The notification pops up, system initialized, 2 energy points consumed, analyzing the math test, retrieving results now. With the correct answers provided by the system, Tian Yu scribbles them down onto his test sheet at lightning speed. Scribble! Scribble! Look at those shocked faces. The teachers can barely believe their eyes as Tian Yu casually snaps his pen shut. Completely finished. Click! He looks up at Teacher Trong. Teacher, I am all finished. The 3 mock test papers on the desk are already perfectly completed. Teacher Trong looks at him with a bewildered expression, completely shocked. He actually wrapped up all these tough exams in just 45 minutes. Snapping out of his shock, Teacher Trong nods. Oh, okay then. Go on back to your classroom. Tian Yu casually walks out of the faculty room with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, the teachers are left completely deep in thought. Another teacher with glasses walks up, whispering to Teacher Trong quite seriously. Writing that fast, he didn't even have time to read the questions. Are you sure he isn't just guessing blindly? A brown-haired teacher nearby chimes in. He didn't even do any scratch work for the math section, just wrote down the answers. Not even a genius has that kind of raw talent. Another teacher wearing a hoodie pipes up to agree. Even if you literally handed Sue the answers, they'd still have to spend time matching everything up. Yet Tian Yu never stopped his pen for a second. Hearing this, Mr. Zhang turned to the room with a pretty serious look. He solved his literature test just as fast last time, Mr. Zhang added, and when checked against the key, he got nearly perfect scores in almost every subject. Once Mr. Zhang said that, every single teacher in the office crowded around to inspect Tian Yu's paper. They couldn't help but gasp in shock. How is this even possible? Let me see. One female teacher's face turned dead serious, completely unable to believe her own eyes. This is impossible. How on earth did he write down this entire power function without doing any scratch work? The glass-wearing teacher now wore the exact same dumbfounded expression as his colleague. Before, he was just a struggling kid, barely scraping together 40 points. Now, in a flash, he is this top-tier student, which is honestly quite hard to believe. Could he be cheating with a mini earpiece or invisible smart glasses? But the brown-haired teacher immediately shut down that theory. He writes as if the answers are just sitting inside his head, and honestly, no high-tech gear could ever help him solve problems at that blistering speed. Mr. Zhang smiled warmly and stepped in to calm the debate, telling them, all right. Isn't it a great thing that our school has another top-tier genius? There is really no point in us sitting around guessing back and forth, right? We just need to realize that our 12th grade is about to send a regular class kid straight to a top-tier university. Back in the classroom, Tian Yu walks in with his hands in his pockets, proud and relaxed, only to spot another student working up at the blackboard. Seeing Shizi up there, Tian Yu pauses, wondering if the guy is finally back at school, and what exactly he's scribbling on the board. As soon as Tian Yu enters, Shizi freezes mid-writing and glares right at him, his face twisting in anger as he lets out a low growl. Ignoring his growl, Tian Yu simply turns away and heads straight to his seat, while Shizi glares down from the board and throws a petty jab. These questions were given to me by kids in the elite class, and their teacher always predicts the actual exam topics with absolute perfection. Yun Chang notices a pretty obvious mistake in Shizi's work on the board, and immediately calls him out on it. Hey Shizi, for that second question, it's a 4-variable equation, but we've only ever learned how to solve 3-variable ones once, Yun Chang points out. Shizi gives him a highly judgmental look, arguing that only those who can learn one step and master 10 truly understand the material. These questions are the absolute hardest to score points on, specifically designed to test how well students can actually apply what they've learned. Agreeing that the equation is way too difficult, a purple-haired girl chimes in, saying that even with fast learning, they aren't mathematicians, and textbook equations this hard rarely show up on the college entrance exam anyway. Tian Yu rests his hands behind his head, casually questioning Shizi. Hey Shizi, do you even know how to solve this one? And hearing Tian Yu ask this, a blonde girl nearby immediately turns to stare. Angered by the question, Shizi instantly snaps back, asking if Tian Yu is acting so smug because he actually knows how to solve it. Tian Yu stands right up with a serious expression, saying that since the class representative put it that way, he might as well give it a shot. Shizi scowls and dares him to go up, flashing a cold, sinister grin as he begins plotting his trap. This exclusive test question is kept under wraps, and there is absolutely no answer sheet for it anywhere online. No matter what high-tech trick Tian Yu tries, there's no way he can find this data. But wait, it's time to activate his secret system. Guided by the system inside his mind, the answer instantly materializes, and as Tian Yu grabs the chalk, the screen displays the search function consuming his energy. 2 points spent, math search initiated, analyzing, and just like that, Tian Yu begins writing furiously on the blackboard. Watching this unfold, Shizi's face fills with pure anxiety as he desperately wonders how this guy is solving it without any hesitation. Finishing up, Tian Yu points directly to the blackboard and casually asks if this solution looks correct to him. Shizi storms up to the board, confronting Tian Yu directly to demand where on earth he managed to steal the answers. Tian Yu winks and fires back, asking what he's talking about since he solved it himself, before confidently asking Shizi if there are any other questions he's too dumb to figure out. Just bring them out, and I'll solve them for you, Tian Yu says with smug confidence, right after crushing the difficult problem, asking him, well, how's that? Any more tests left? But Shizi still refuses to accept his defeat, desperately demanding another demonstration of his skills. Tian Yu, even though your final answer is technically correct, the formula you used is something none of us have ever learned, so can you solve it again using standard textbook methods? Tian Yu flatly refuses and mocks Shizi, telling him that if he can't understand it, his level is simply too low, so he should go home, read more, and stop boasting. Feeling completely humiliated but unable to fight back, Shizi is absolutely fuming as he snarls Tian Yu's name. Right at that heated moment, their teacher suddenly walks in and immediately breaks up the confrontation. Tian Yu, college exams are right around the corner, so why are you making a scene instead of studying? Get back to your seat, the teacher commands, while Shizi quickly turns to explain the board. These are the elite class exam questions my friends gave me, so I just wrote them up for everyone. Teacher Zhao now focuses all his attention on the math problem in front of him. An honors exam? Seeing the blackboard completely filled with mathematical formulas, the teacher immediately turns to him and asks Tian Yu, did you actually solve this yourself? Tian Yu does not hide anything and honestly confirms it. Seeing this unique and creative method by Tian Yu, the teacher is deeply impressed. Normally, this problem requires breaking a 4-variable equation down into simpler 2-variable equations to solve, but you solved this 4-variable equation directly, which is quite rare. You have real skill. Hearing this, Tian Yu truly appreciates his recognition. I did not think too much while solving this. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. After that, the teacher tells both of them to return to their seats so class can start, saying, go back to your desks. Today I will cover this top-tier school exam in detail. Now, Tian Yu slowly raises his guard and reminds himself to be extremely careful. It seems not just Thark 2, but even some teachers are suspecting him. He really needs to tone down using the system. Thark 2 is still racking his brain, unable to comprehend how Tian Yu tackled such a brutally difficult math problem. There's no way he did that. Even if the teacher asks about this specific solution, Tian Yu shouldn't know it. I even tried resolving that 4-variable equation myself. 4 whole pages. That is how much calculation it took. With such a massive amount of calculations, there is no way he just skipped steps and wrote the answer. But no matter what, one absolute fact remains: he holds a deep grudge against Tian Yu. Muttering to himself, Tian Yu, at the end of the day, you are just a complete loser who must have used some kind of special trick to cheat. Relying on some cheap, rare ability to seduce Dong Ngok and even injure Xiang Wang. Do you seriously think you will just get away with all of this and stay out of trouble forever? And just like that, the mood in the room turns freezing cold. Thark 2 is definitely not letting him off the hook, so he instantly contacts a third party to handle it, saying, hello, is this Lu Duk? The moment he picks up, the voice asks who is calling. Who is calling, the voice asks. Thark 2 simply replies, Lu Duk. This is Thark 2. Getting a completely random call out of nowhere like this leaves Lu Duk highly confused, and he quickly asks Thark 2, why are you calling me? Unsurprisingly, Thark 2 is calling because he needs a favor, saying, Lu Duk, I need you to do something for me. Still incredibly bitter about his defeat, Thark 2 plans to teach Tian Yu a lesson he will never forget, saying, help me deal with this guy. Lu Duk has zero hesitation about this job. He just wants to make some quick cash. Easy stuff. Just send 5,000 yuan over and give me the target's description. Hearing this, Thark 2 thinks it over for a second, agrees, and describes the guy he wants handled. 5,000 yuan is yours. The target is a fit, black-haired guy named Tian Yu. After school, Tian Yu slowly walks out of the campus under the beautiful glow of the evening sunset, where he runs into a classmate heading home. Tian Yu, watch out if you take the back alleyways. Hearing the warning, Tian Yu politely responds, you stay safe too. By now, Mao and his crew are waiting in the alley for him to show up. He is here, boss. Let's see if that's him. Lu Duk checks the description again, flashing a wicked smile as he confirms it is definitely their target. Yeah, that's him. Without wasting time, the thugs throw their blunt weapons over their shoulders and prepare to strike. Get him, boys. Right then, Tian Yu immediately senses that something is seriously wrong. In a split second, the gang completely blocks his path forward. Faced with these aggressive strangers blocking his path, Tian Yu calmly asks, "Are you that hot-tempered Lu Duk?" Having zero interest in introductions, he instantly screams at his crew, "Shut up and attack." Lu Duk wears a smug grin, raising his heavy weapon high to wind up a massive swing at Tian Yu. Next second, he leaps high into the air and swings the bat down with brutal force, trying to show off. Even though Tian Yu stands completely alone against this entire dangerous gang of thugs, he keeps himself incredibly calm, showing absolutely zero fear at their numbers. With his highly agile and flexible movements, dodging Lu Duk's attack is a total piece of cake for him. Seems like he is all talk but has zero actual skills compared to Tian Yu. Suddenly, the weapon is snatched right into Tian Yu's hands. Before Lu Duk can even comprehend what is actually going on around him, Tian Yu delivers a devastating and incredibly clean punch straight to his face. The impact of that blow is so insanely powerful that it sends Lu Duk flying backward with zero chance to defend himself. Just as expected, Lu Duk crashes hard onto the steps, lying completely flat and knocked out cold on the spot. One split second. That is all it took to show him who is boss. After dropping Lu Duk, Tian Yu tightly grips the snatched bat, ready to deal with the remaining thugs. Now Mao and the rest of his gang realize they have messed up big time, standing frozen on the spot, completely terrified to take another step forward. In the blink of an eye, Lu Duk is already knocked flat on his back. But the rest of them cannot just stand there looking like total cowards, so he screams out, trying to act tough, yelling that he is not scared. No matter how tough this punk is, they still have the numbers. Today, they are going to teach him a lesson he will never forget. The three thugs do not hesitate for a second, rushing forward to gang up on Tian Yu. They shout to go all in and cripple him for even daring to switch hands. Now watch this. Here is where Tian Yu directly quashes their arrogant attitudes, hitting them straight in the face. The other two also take heavy blows right to their bodies, leaving them completely flattened and unable to stand back up. Meanwhile, another guy tries to ambush Tian Yu from behind. Even though Tian Yu spots him in time, he cannot block the strike and takes a brutal, painful hit straight to his back. He had the upper hand earlier, but fighting an entire crowd single-handedly is like throwing an egg against a solid stone wall. Getting completely overwhelmed by numbers makes this fight pretty tough, as Tian Yu has to find a way to handle every single one of them. These guys are as cowardly as they come, ganging up with multiple people just to assault a single student like him. One by one, they land heavy iron rod strikes on Tian Yu, leaving him with barely any energy left to punch back. Seeing Tian Yu reach his absolute limit, Mao starts mocking him, asking if he is still so tough, or if he is just going to cower. Playtime is over, completely over. Tian Yu's face darkens as he coldly warns the punk to try saying another single word. The idiot still doesn't get the hint, continuing to mock him and scoffing at him for still trying to talk back. Mao swings his pipe again, but Tian Yu blocks it cleanly as the punk yells for his buddies to keep attacking. The monster inside Tian Yu is finally waking up, fueled by absolute rage at these pathetic bullies who only know how to gang up on people. Letting out all his built-up fury, he grabs Mao by the collar, lifting him up effortlessly like a helpless chicken. Even when the other two thugs land heavy blows on him simultaneously, he stands solid as a rock, refusing to let the punk go. Instead, Tian Yu unloads a devastating barrage of punches right into Mao's face. In just a few seconds, the punk is absolutely destroyed, eyes rolling back as his soul leaves his body. You really do not want to mess with Tian Yu. Still furious, he finishes the combo with a brutal, thunderous kick directly to the guy's stomach. He slams Mao down, hard, right onto the concrete with brutal force. Game over. This clown ends up in the exact same miserable state as Lu Duk. And get this, even after single-handedly wrecking those thugs, Tian Yu looks completely fine and still has plenty of energy left, mockingly asking why they stopped fighting. The remaining three thugs watch their buddies get absolutely wrecked in the most humiliating way, leaving them too terrified to even step forward and face him. Too scared. All of them are completely on guard, terrified to make another reckless move. Tian Yu is just casually spinning his pipe, totally pumped and ready for round 2, asking them why they suddenly stopped fighting. Since they were the ones who started this fight, he has absolutely no intention of letting them go easily, launching himself straight at them. Promising to show them a good time, he moves in, and every single one of those punks pays dearly for their sheer arrogance. Realizing Tian Yu is on a completely different level, Mao decides to save his own skin, turning tail and running like he is being chased by a demon. Not that easy. Tian Yu catches up instantly, leaping high to land a devastating flying kick. He follows it up with a flashy mid-air strike, giving the coward a beating he will never forget. Running away after starting a fight is not going to cut it, and Tian Yu is done playing cat and mouse. He grabs a Mao by his throat, demanding to know who sent him. He demands to know who sent them. But even under extreme pressure, a terrified A Mao stubbornly shakes his head and refuses to speak. Tired of the silent treatment, Tian Yu delivers a series of hard slaps straight to his face, demanding that he start talking right now. Asking if he is deaf, he slaps him again until the broken punk finally confesses that their boss was the one who sent them. Wanting to make sure this never happens again, Tian Yu gives him a stern warning to get lost and stay far away. Not wanting any unnecessary trouble, he looks back and warns them not to lay around looking dead on his watch. After teaching these thugs a brutal lesson they will never forget, he calmly turns and walks away, leaving behind a group of completely broken, bruised, and bleeding bodies. Clutching his fractured arm, one of the injured thugs slowly drags himself over to Lu Duke. But Lu Duke and the rest of the guys are completely out cold, laying flat on the ground without a single clue of what is happening. They thought this job would be easy money, but now Lu Duke is filled with regret, wondering if Thachtu set them up with a job way too hot to handle. Not even close. That cheap cash won't even cover their hospital bills. Clutching his arm, he worries about their reputation, asking how they can face the gang scene after getting wrecked by a single student. If word gets out that an entire squad got rolled by one kid, they will lose all credibility on the streets. But Lu Duke holds grudges, already plotting his revenge on Tian Yu. He refuses to let this slide, vowing to pay Tian Yu back tenfold for the humiliation they just endured. He slowly drags himself over to check if Mao and the rest of the crew are even still breathing. Go check on that bald guy's injuries. Mao, how are you holding up? Slowly opening his eyes, the poor guy shows Lu Duke, his battered mouth there is not a single tooth left to even eat porridge. Lu Duke, my teeth are totally gone. Seeing his subordinate thrashed like this makes his blood boil. Kai Tian Yu, it is either you or me. This cannot just slide. Lu Duke immediately heads off to find Sa Luong. Let us go see Boss Luong first so he can look at his crew. Let us go. We must find Boss Luong first to show him exactly how badly his guys got beaten. They clearly have massive faith in their boss to avenge them. That is right. Once Boss Luong takes action, Kai Tian Yu is dead meat. Meanwhile, Boss Tru has some pressing business he needs to negotiate with Sa Luong. Boss Luong, can you maybe lower the protection fee a bit? But as a greedy capitalist, there is no way Sa Luong will let himself lose even a single penny. Look, you are a smart businessman, Boss Tru. A safe shop directly determines how well your business is going to perform. Pay up or else. Sa Luong never tolerates short payments. He will make things ugly. You pay protection, we keep this place quiet. No trouble at all. Understand? It is a perfect win-win, so what is your problem? Boss Tru desperately wants Sa Luong's muscle, but his wallet is currently running pretty thin. Boss Luong, we know you want what is best for us. But business is really quite bad lately, so could you please lower it? He keeps playing the victim to convince Sa Luong to drop the price. Boss Luong, inflation is crazy now, and taxes keep changing. After paying those bills, us small business owners really do not have much cash left. Even though Sa Luong made his demands super clear, Boss Tro keeps complaining. The mobster gets so incredibly furious that he grabs the man's collar. Sa Luong absolutely refuses to take a single penny less, scowling as he makes his stance completely clear. If taxes are high, go cry to the tax office. You expect me to accept less protection money? Why should I do that? Are you trying to disrespect me here? Suddenly, a young man steps up to intervene and help out. Let go of Boss Tru. Sa Luong, do you have any respect for the law? And check this out, this kid has absolutely no idea that the law means nothing to thugs like these. Hearing this, Sa Luong just laughs. The law, really? This totally crosses Sa Luong's line, and he is not tolerating this brat any longer. You idiot. Looks like you need to be taught a lesson. Armed with overwhelming raw power, he rules his turf with an iron fist, never taking orders from anyone. On my turf, I am the only law. Boss Tro watches in absolute terror, sweating buckets as he desperately tries to calm the angry gangster down. But Sa Luong is not buying it. He snaps back, what do you mean, young? If I do not teach him a lesson, he will never learn who to respect. True to his explosive temper, he charges straight ahead and plants a brutal punch right into the kid's stomach. The force of the blow sends the young man crashing back, leaving a massive crack in the concrete wall. Wasting no more time, Sa Luong turns right back to demand answers on their payment. So, Boss Tru, what is the final decision on this protection fee? Terrified he will be the next punching bag. The boss stops haggling immediately and blurts out the final amount. 30,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan. We will get the money and bring it right back. Hearing this, the mobster grins from ear to ear like he just won the lottery. Tan Tuyed, worried Sa Luong might lose his temper completely and cross the line, starts rubbing his shoulders. Relax, Boss Luong. They are just small-time merchants who are not worth getting angry over. Have a seat, let me give you a massage. Not wanting to look like some cheap, unreasonable bully, he quickly justifies his actions to her. It is not that I want to be angry, but these guys do not know their place. trying to bargain over my protection fees. If I drop the price now, they will just keep asking for discounts forever. Hearing this, Tan Tuyet completely agrees with his business logic. Seriously, since when do people try to bargain on protection fees? Those cheapskates are absolutely crazy. They must be completely out of their minds. Meanwhile, watch as Lu Duke and his bruised crew finally drag themselves back to headquarters. Seeing their bloody faces, Sa Luang is totally stunned. What happened to you guys? Lu Duke, what on earth happened to everyone? He immediately snitches boss Luang. We got jumped. Seeing them so badly broken, Sa Luang assumes another rival gang attacked them and snaps, you got beat up by someone? How many guys did it take to trash you like this? Though completely humiliated, they still have to tremble and tell him the entire embarrassing truth. Hearing their answer, he cannot hide his pure shock and shouts out to confirm if he heard them right. Just one guy? 4 of you got wrecked by one person? Lu De supports his beaten friend and mutters yes. Sha Liang is totally disappointed in their absolute weakness, immediately tearing into them without holding back. Are you guys eating crap? How do you even show your faces? You might as well headbutt a wall and die. But who actually gets their pain? Lu De quickly explains the whole situation. Sha Liang, we did not just go start a random fight with some guy. This was a situation he simply could not refuse, forcing them into this miserable mess. An old classmate came begging for my help today. If I refused, would not he think Sha Liang's guys are a bunch of cowards? Hearing the whole story, Sha Liang actually feels a bit of sympathy for them. You have a point, but how did you guys get wrecked this badly? When asked, Liu De immediately remembers those brutal, vicious strikes from Tian Yu and explains that kid actually knows martial arts, and he fights incredibly dirty. He does not stop there, describing the state of his other men to show just how terrifying Tian Yu really is. Pure brutality. He knocked out all of a Mao's teeth. Sha Liang slowly sits back down on his chair and asks how much cash they actually got out of this. Keeping nothing hidden, Liu De confesses that the payout was pretty small, only 3,000 yuan. No problem. Sha Liang agrees to handle this, as long as they hand over 2/3 of the cash. Fine, give me 2,000 yuan, and use the rest to go get checked at the hospital. Payback time. Feeling vindicated, Liu De bows down in deep gratitude to him. Thank you, Sha Liang. You know things are about to get wild. Sha Liang asks, what is that brat called? There is no way Liu De could ever forget the name of the guy who trashed him so badly, so he spits it out clearly, Tian Yu. Hearing that name, Qin Shui instantly feels a strange sense of familiarity. Tian Yu? Noticing her weird reaction, Sha Liang immediately turns and questions her about it. Do you actually know this Tian Yu? Just as expected, she confirms their connection, saying not only do I know him, he is actually my desk partner at school, but Qin Shui clearly has zero affection for him, crossing her arms with a deeply annoyed look. That Tian Yu is arrogant everywhere he goes, and he even got physical with me. Sha Liang, you have to teach that jerk a proper lesson. Hearing this, Sha Liang's blood completely boils, and he is already itching to tear Tian Yu apart. Unbelievable. A wet behind the ears brat dares to hit on girls? Seizing the perfect chance to talk trash, Qin Shui does not spare Dong Yu either, dragging her right into the mess, and there is Tian Yu's girlfriend, Dong Yu. Those two always team up to bully me. But whenever a girl is mentioned, Sha Liang's eyes light up like high beams, and he eagerly asks, is Dong Yu pretty? His girl-crazy nature is absolutely hopeless. Qin Shui immediately replies with a sarcastic tone. She is our school beauty, but she is still a bit below me. Hearing that, Sha Liang is already incredibly eager to claim this beautiful girl. Then I will just take her too. Babe, you do not mind, do you? Qin Shui naturally has zero objections to this. She just wants him to crush them completely. Sure, as long as you teach them a lesson, I do not care what you do. After that massive, exhausting brawl with Liu De's gang, Tian Yu slowly drags his battered body all the way back home. Passing by a house, he catches a glimpse of his badly bruised face in a mirror and looks incredibly worried. Total panic. Tian Yu is praying to Buddha because he has no idea how to face his family. This is bad, my face is bruised up. How do I explain this to Dad? Suddenly, Xu Ping appears from behind him and calls out Tian Yu. Since she popped up so out of nowhere, Tian Yu jumps in shock, spinning around to ask Xu Ping, why are you here? Xu Ping looks at him with a warm expression and replies, I was just out buying some things and happened to pass by. Look how close she gets. She quickly senses something is off with Tian Yu, leaning her face right next to his. Seeing those fresh cuts on Tian Yu's face, Xu Ping immediately realizes he got into another fight with someone. Taking the chance, Xu Ping teases him a bit, saying your face is bruised so you do not know how to explain this to your parents, right? Without warning, Xu Ping just grabs Tian Yu's hand and starts pulling him along. Startled, he has absolutely no idea where he is being dragged, and anxiously asks Xu Ping, where are we going? Plot twist. She is taking him back to her place to tend to his injuries. Come to my place, I will put medicine on it. Noticing the empty house, He wonders where her parents are. My cousin is getting married, so they went back to their hometown. Finding the house completely empty, Tian Yu quietly sits down on the living room sofa. Looking around and realizing there is not another soul in sight, Tian Yu cannot help but wonder, is it really just the two of us alone in this house now? While he sits waiting, Xu Ping returns with a bottle of antiseptic to temporarily treat his wounds. Let's clean the wound with alcohol first. Then, without warning, she gently cups Tian Yu's cheek, leaving him completely frozen in confusion. Xu Ping slowly applies the medicine onto Tian Yu's scraped skin. Tianvu just sits there completely frozen in place, and then Thu Bin slowly places her hand right against his chest. Thu Bin's next words make Tianvu blush like crazy as she asks, "Do you have injuries on your body too? Let me see them." Without even waiting for him to answer, she immediately pulls his shirt up while he panics and yells out, "Sister Thu Bin." Alone in this private room together, Thu Bin simply can't hold herself back anymore as she gently leans in close to him. And then what had to happen finally happens. They share an incredibly romantic kiss, unlocking a perfect contract body with 55 quality and 30 energy. Time and space completely freeze in this moment, and the two of them just hold on to each other tightly. And of course, just when you think they are locked in, a sudden cracking sound completely ruins the mood. Turns out those nasty fight injuries haven't fully healed up yet. Now they're flaring up with a sharp spike of pain, and seeing him grimace in agony makes Thu Bin feel incredibly worried. She gasps, "What is wrong, Tianvu?" But to keep her calm, he quickly reassures her it's just his back injury acting up. Knowing his injuries are probably way worse than he's letting on, she demands, "Is it that serious?" She tells him to turn around, and when she lifts his shirt, she's shocked to see his back completely covered in nasty red scrapes. Seeing the terrible state he is in, Thu Bin panics and cries out, "Oh my god, do we need to go to the hospital? What if this ruins your health long term?" Even though he's screaming inside, Tianvu tries to play it cool, saying it's fine. I used to get worse martial arts injuries daily. Hoping to ease some of his pain, she quickly runs over and grabs a small bottle of massage oil. She tells him this is just some soothing oil her aunt brought over, but it's super effective at healing bad bruises. Casting her shyness aside, she firmly tells him, "Take off your shirt so I can apply this." Without hesitating, Tianvu pulls his shirt completely off, revealing an incredibly toned set of six-pack abs. Thu Bin pours the oil onto her palms and gently starts rubbing his back, secretly wishing he would never get hurt like this ever again. She finishes and warns him, "You seriously need to control yourself and stop picking fights with random people. If I catch you brawling again, I'm telling your dad." And Tianvu quickly nods, "Yes ma'am." Noticing she accidentally got massage oil all over her own top, she mutters, "It's ruined." "Tianvu, I have to go change." As she heads inside to change, Tianvu sighs with regret, remembering how his painful back ruined their beautiful moment earlier. Talk about terrible timing, it just had to flare up at that exact second. Suddenly, Thu Bin's phone starts ringing loudly across the room, indicating someone is trying to reach her. Tianvu glances at the screen and spots the caller's name, Chief Editor Bach, from the TV station. He figures it's work-related, and since it's so incredibly late, it must be something extremely urgent. Not wanting her to miss an important call, he grabs the phone and knocks Sister Thu Bin. "You have a call." The door suddenly swings open while she's still half-dressed, and assuming Tianvu is trying to peek, she panics and screams right at him. "What are you doing?" she yells. "Didn't I tell you that I'm changing in here?" Terrified, Tianvu stammers, "I'm so sorry. It's Chief Editor Bach calling. It must be something super urgent." But right on cue, here comes the classic anime trope, someone's finally come home. Hearing the front door close, Thu Bin frantically pushes him toward the closet. "That must be my dad. Hide quickly." As he gets shoved inside, he's totally confused about why on earth they even have to hide like this. She whispers, "Don't make a sound," while he protests, "But Sister Thu Bin, we didn't do anything wrong." With zero time to explain, she slams the closet door. "If my dad catches us, even the Yellow River couldn't wash our innocence clean." Unfortunately, Thu Bin's dad has incredibly sharp ears and immediately senses that something suspicious is going on in here. He calls out, "Thu Bin, is someone here? I definitely heard you talking to someone just now." She desperately tries to cover it up, shouting back, "Oh dad, you're home. I was just talking to Chief Editor Bach." But that doesn't shake his suspicion at all as he asks, "Why does your room smell like massage oil?" Thinking on her feet, she quickly lies, "A mosquito bit me, so I grabbed the oil but accidentally spilled it everywhere. Look dad, I even had to change my messy clothes." Terrified of getting caught, she quickly tries to dismiss him. "Dad, I'm just going to change and sleep. I have a 5 a.m. interview at the station tomorrow," so her dad finally stops questioning her and walks away. "You are a grown adult but still so clumsy," he grunts. "Go to bed early." With that, he slams the door and walks away. Finally, Thu Bin lets out a sigh of relief and sits on the mattress. She tells Kai Tianvu to come out since the door is locked, leaving just the two of them face to face. Kai Tianvu gazes at her with deep affection, and Thu Bin looks right back, her eyes filled with a shy, loving warmth. But with Thu Bin's dad back in the house, Tian Yu has to be absolutely silent when making his escape. She whispers to wait until her dad falls asleep before sneaking out. It is pretty nerve-wracking for him, but he has no other choice. He agrees. Once deep night falls and the dad seems fast asleep, Tian Yu finally musters the courage to slip out the bedroom. No shirt. He does not even have time to dress before slipping out. Once he is safely outside, Tian Yu finally exhales, relieved he made it out without any drama. The next day, he heads off to school just like any normal morning. Thanks to a full night of rest and Thubin's tender care, Tian Yu is looking way better and fully energized. Meanwhile, Tu is lurking just outside the classroom, hiding in a corner while keeping a close eye on him to check things out. And honestly, you can't blame him for being confused. Why is Tian Yu acting so completely unbothered? He wonders why Tian Yu is so perfectly fine when he literally paid 5,000 yuan to get him thrashed. Demanding answers, Tu immediately calls up Lu Duke. He demands to know why Tian Yu is fine, asking if they were not supposed to take him out yesterday. Hearing his impatient whining, Lu Duke snaps back, "What is the noise about? Why are you in such a rush to die?" Even though Lu Duke's gang got totally wrecked by Tian Yu, he makes up a wild lie to save face. He claims he personally handled it last night, and warns Tu that he is being way too demanding right now. Tu quickly apologizes, claiming he is just incredibly anxious to get results, but little does he know, Tian Yu is nearby overhearing their entire secret conversation. Caught. So our class president is the one trying to teach Tian Yu a lesson. Caught red-handed, Tu immediately plays dumb, asking Tian Yu what on earth she is even talking about. Amused by his clueless act, she introduces herself, revealing that she is actually the girlfriend of the infamous Sa Luong. Wait for it, you would think she is about to expose him, but they actually share the exact same mortal enemy. She admits she cannot stand Tian Yu either, meaning they are on the same side, and decides to share some insider info with him. This afternoon, they are going to corner him right outside the gates. She promises that Tian Yu is finally going to learn his lesson, leaving Tu with nothing to do but nod along. Meanwhile, a friendly classmate approaches Dong Jok, inviting her to head out of school and grab some lunch together. Dong Nok eagerly accepts the invitation without hesitation, and happily tells her that they should get going. As they walk past Tian Yu, he friendly asks where they are going, making Dong Jok incredibly shy as she slowly replies they are just heading out to grab some lunch. Fair enough. Tian Yu does not hold them up any longer. He bids them goodbye, mentioning he has some things to take care of, leaving Dong Nok's friend absolutely starstruck by his handsome, glowing aura. She gushes to Dong Nok about how incredibly handsome and cool Tian Yu is, wondering why she never noticed him before. Deep down, Dong Nok totally agrees but plays it cool, quietly questioning if he is really that handsome to hide her feelings. However, her face flushing as red as a bright tomato immediately exposes her true thoughts to her teasing friend. She jokes that her face is turning absolutely crimson, and even though her feelings are written all over her face, Dong Nok stubbornly denies everything. She tells her to stop talking nonsense, while nearby, Sa Luong's goons are already lurking in a corner, waiting to ambush Tian Yu. They keep asking if he is out yet, but with no sign of him, their focus suddenly shifts directly toward Dong Gok. One lackey tells Sun to look over, pointing out the girl their boss specifically ordered them to bring back. It turns out that besides Tian Yu, they have their greedy eyes set on her as well, confirming that she is the one. After Dong Jok gets snatched by the thugs, her terrified classmate runs back as fast as she can to find Tian Yu for help. Seeing Vian running breathlessly like someone is chasing her, he asks what is wrong, only for her to drop a massive, terrifying bombshell. She screams that Dong Nok has been kidnapped, causing Tian Yu to immediately grit his teeth in sheer panic and rage. Say what? Kidnapped? There is absolutely no time for him to hesitate. He channels all his strength to sprint to the location as fast as humanly possible, but when he arrives at the empty clearing, there is nobody in sight. Empty. Suddenly, right in the middle of this stressful crisis, his phone starts ringing. Tian Yu answers the call immediately, having absolutely no idea who could possibly be on the other line. And just as he feared, the voice belongs to Sa Luong, proving he kidnapped Dong No with a very specific, sinister motive. He wants Tian Yu to show his face in person, telling him his girlfriend is in his hands and challenging him to come save her. Otherwise, he boasts that he will love her in his place. Hearing this, Tian Yu knows Sha Liang is up to no good, and urgently asks who he is. Why did you kidnap Dong Yu? But Sha Liang does not say much about himself, only making a simple demand if Tian Yu wants her back. He must go to the small woods east of the school. With those final words, he hangs up the phone, leaving Tian Yu frozen solid on the spot, completely unsure of what his next move should be. Inside, he is fighting a massive mental battle. He thinks, damn it, this is an obvious trap, so should he call for backup or just contact the police right now? No, if he drags this out, there is no telling what they might do to Dong Yu. If they are after him, he must go. Dong Yu is innocent, and he absolutely cannot let her get dragged into his mess. To keep things simple and ensure her safety, Tian Yu heads to the woods just as they demanded, asking if they are the ones who kidnapped Dong Yu. I am Tian Yu, and I came here alone just like we agreed, so you guys better let her go right now. But the wicked Sha Liang completely flips the script at the very last second, laughing that he was planning on that, but he just changed his mind. You are staying here, and that little girl is staying too. Scanning their numbers, Tian Yu feels a sudden wave of worry. There are over 10 guys blocking his path, and to make matters worse, Liu Dai and his lackeys show up to join the party. Those are the same punks who blocked him yesterday, and after getting wrecked, they gathered a crew to get some cheap revenge. But how do they eat? With zero patience, the hot-headed thugs do not hesitate for a second before charging straight at him. Every single one of them is packing a metal weapon, making this matchup incredibly tough for Tian Yu. Talk about terrible odds, he is completely unarmed and somehow has to protect himself against a dozen thugs. There is no other choice but to fight. Even though Tian Yu is heavily outnumbered, he cannot just stand there and let them walk all over him. He is still sore from his last brutal brawl, and now he has to face down those heavy iron pipes all over again. But Tian Yu does not fear anyone, swinging his fists and absolutely wrecking them in a flash. Seeing his explosive fighting spirit, Sha Liang has to admit that Tian Yu definitely knows how to hold his own in a fight. But how long can he actually survive against so many opponents? Sha Liang is right, Tian Yu cannot even attack, forced to defend as strikes rain down from every side. Fighting an entire mob alone, Tian Yu occasionally fails to dodge their heavy incoming strikes. Yet no matter how brutal it gets, he absolutely refuses to back down or surrender to Sha Liang. Meanwhile, the cowardly Liu Dai takes advantage of the chaos, swinging his bat directly at Tian Yu's legs. To make matters worse, another thug slams a heavy pipe straight into his stomach, and in an instant, Tian Yu is pinned flat onto the ground. Sha Liang grabs Tian Yu by his hair, mockingly telling him that this is as far as his talent goes. And then, the worst happens. Sha Liang immediately delivers a brutal blow straight to his face, leaving Tian Yu bleeding heavily and looking like he is about to lose consciousness completely. But at the absolute edge of survival, a system notification suddenly pops up before his eyes. System asks if he wants to activate the power boost, doubling his strength for 4 energy points. Hearing about this 10-minute boost, Tian Yu immediately agrees. You know, he is not playing around anymore, things are about to get wild. He is ready to stir up trouble and smash everyone in his way, telling them to bring out whatever else they have. One of them points a metal pipe right at his face, mocking him for talking big when he is already on death's door. But before the thug can even touch a single hair on his head, Tian Yu completely shuts him down. Right in front of Sha Liang, Tian Yu throws a devastating punch that sends the guy flying into the air, his sheer rage reaching its absolute peak. But he channels all his inner power and bends their iron pipe like plastic. In a mere split second, the weapon is rendered completely useless. He casually tosses the ruined pipe behind his back and continues walking forward, step by step. Faced with his unbelievable endurance and terrifying raw power, the remaining thugs immediately start backing away in fear. Even Sha Liang cannot believe his eyes after witnessing that, unable to comprehend how anyone could just bend a solid steel pipe. Yet Liu Dai and his gang still do not know their limits, charging at him again with their weapons raised high. Tian Yu refuses to let them slide this time, sending every single one of them flying with punches that launch them meters away. Sha Liang never expected him to wipe out the entire crowd alone, shaking with fear and wondering if this guy is even human. Tian Yu's eyes lock onto Sha Liang, completely filled with murderous intent. Terrified of becoming the next victim, Sha Liang throws away his pride and runs for his life, shouting that fighting a monster like him is pointless and they need to retreat immediately. But out of everyone they could have targeted, they chose Dong Yu, and he yells out for them to give her back right now. Without wasting another word on these punks, he charges forward like an angry god, roaring at them to come face him. But right now, absolutely nothing stands in front of Tian Yu except an empty patch of grass. Suddenly, a white car speeds right out of the bushes, with Sa Luang clearly aiming to run him down. He sits behind the wheel, steering straight toward Tian Yu with a wild shout telling him to die. But Tian Yu is not about to die so easily. Gathering every ounce of his remaining strength right into his arm, he unleashes a massive, decisive thrust forward. And look at that, his solid metal car gets absolutely crushed into a heap of scrap metal in a heartbeat. With escape now completely off the table, Sa Luang finds his neck firmly locked in Tian Yu's iron grip. But Tian Yu only cares about one thing right now. Where is Dong Gok? Tell me. Trapped, the terrified man immediately spills the truth. She is locked inside the trunk of the car. Once he gets his answer, Tian Yu tosses Sa Luang aside like absolute garbage without a shred of mercy. Not wasting a single second, he bolts toward the back to save Dong Nok. All his frantic efforts finally pay off as he breaks open the trunk to find Dong Nok. With the main danger finally cleared, Tian Yu gently reassures Dong Gok that she is completely safe now. But as the evening sun begins to set, his temporary power-up suddenly runs its course. Not wanting her in any more danger, Tian Yu urges Dong Nok to head back home first, stating he still has a massive score to settle with those thugs. But in the next second, she gently reaches out and grabs his hand. Suddenly, Tian Yu gets 1 point of energy regeneration as Dong Nok emotionally begs him not to leave her. Faced with her tearful plea, Tian Yu has absolutely no idea what to say, letting out a quiet sigh. Deciding that today is probably enough, Tian Yu drops the pursuit and tells her they should head back home together. With Tian Yu escorting her, they make it back to school safely, completely unaware that a mysterious figure is watching them from the shadows. To keep her safe from future trouble, Tian Yu warns Dong Nok to be much more careful from now on. He tells her to walk with friends. But wait, look at that figure hiding behind the wall and listening. That stalker clearly has no intention of letting them go. Later, when the classmates see Tian Yu bringing Dong Nok back safely, they are totally amazed. Whispers spread about how he actually saved Dong Nok, with some girls wishing they had a boyfriend just like him. The chatter cuts short when the teacher walks in. Shockingly, the guy lurking behind the wall earlier was actually Dean Tun. As the duo tries to slip back into class, Dean Tun stops them right in their tracks, telling them to halt. Seeing Tian Yu, who recently got top marks, Dean Tun hesitates, wondering if this is really the kid who suddenly scored first place, and Dong Nok is also a top student. Punishing them feels wrong, but letting them slide would hurt his authority as dean. Deciding to go easy, Dean Tun completely overlooks their suspicious disappearance and decides to focus strictly on what he is seeing right in front of him. He barks out, asking Tian Yu and Dong Nok what they think they are doing, hugging in broad daylight. Warning them that dating is strictly banned, the dean is quickly interrupted by Tian Yu, speaking up to defend them. Tian Yu explains they are absolutely not dating and that she is actually injured. Hearing this, Dean Tun panics and immediately tells him to get her to the nurse's office right away. But the moment Tian Yu sweeps her up in a bridal carry, the dean yells out, telling him not to play tricks. Before the dean can even finish scolding him, the two of them sprint off, completely vanishing from sight. Noticing a crowd of students gathering to watch the drama, Dean Tun barks at them to stop gossiping and go home. Talk about some major bad luck for Dong Jok. The school nurse is currently out having dinner, leaving the clinic completely empty. Since there's nobody around, Tian Yu decides to handle it himself, telling Dong Nok to sit on the bed. Surprised by how confident he is, Dong Nok asks if he actually knows medical treatments. Tian Yu just smiles, rummaging through the cabinets for supplies. He explains that his past martial arts training gave him plenty of practical experience dealing with minor injuries. Originally looking for standard ointment, he finds a bottle of medicinal wine instead, which works much better for sprains. Since he has used this method on himself before, he knows exactly what to do. Back when he got hurt during training, this was his go-to remedy. He explains that rubbing it in creates a deep heat that speeds up the healing process. Meanwhile, Dean Tun is still highly annoyed and complains about the incident to Teacher Truong. Ranting to Teacher Truong, he describes how Tian Yu scooped Dong Nok up and bolted like a madman. He did not even get a chance to ask about her injuries, though other students claim Tian Yu fought off street thugs. Suggesting they go question the kids directly, the teachers are suddenly interrupted by Dian Jai, who overhears them and immediately asks with deep concern. She asks what the dean just said, frantically wondering if Tian Yu is hurt and where he is. Surprised by her sudden panic, Dean Tun is taken aback, wondering why she is asking about him instead of Dong Nok. Tian Yu already carried her to the clinic, and while Teacher Chen and I plan our next move, Tian Jia steps in and offers to go check on them instead. She offers to go instead, since she has self-study duty tonight and does not need to rush home. Tian Yu and Dong Yu are exceptionally rare top-tier students, so she is quite worried about them. Hearing this, Teacher Zong does not stay any longer and gladly hands the situation over to her. He says to leave it to her then, since his wife is already waiting for him to head home for dinner. Teacher Chen also agrees to leave them in Tian Jia's hands, and a bit later, she makes her way to the clinic to check on them. But right before stepping inside, she peeks through a crack in the door, only to hear Dong Yu begging Tian Yu to be gentle. Their hushed whispers inside instantly make Tian Jia blush bright red, especially when Tian Yu tells her not to move because it is almost finished. Unable to take it anymore, Tian Jia throws the door wide open and demands to know what on earth Tian Yu is doing. But to her surprise, nothing scandalous is happening inside. He is simply wrapping up her wounds, prompting a startled shout of Miss Tian. She quickly tries to cover her embarrassment by demanding to know what they did to get Dong Yu injured in the first place. Tian Yu plays it cool, brushing it off with a classic excuse about how she just accidentally tripped and fell down. But Tian Jia sees right through his obvious lie, telling him to stop the nonsense and stand straight, though he still weakly protests that he is not lying. Suddenly, Tian Jia places her hand directly on Tian Yu's shirt, catching him completely off guard. Without a word, she pulls up his shirt to expose the truth, asking how he can still deny it when his entire body is covered in wounds. Sitting right behind them, Dongyu blushes red as a tomato and remains silent while the teacher orders Tian Yu to sit so she can treat him. He reluctantly sits down with a bare back, quietly wondering how he ended up getting stripped like this by his own teacher. Meanwhile, Tianjia prepares some medicine. But here is where it gets interesting. Her sharp intuition immediately spots something pretty unusual on his back. Tian Yu senses that Miss Tianjia is acting rather strange today as she gently dabs the soothing medicine onto each of his painful bruises. He does not dare to move even a single millimeter, sitting completely frozen as she carefully tends to his back. After a while, she finishes up and tells him to wake up. But because her touch was so gentle and he was already completely exhausted, he ended up passing right out. He is fast asleep, clearly drained. After everything he went through, Tian Yu finally gets to enjoy a quiet, peaceful rest right there in the classroom. But the very next second, he suddenly snaps awake feeling incredibly disoriented. He has absolutely no idea why he is left all alone in the classroom this late at night, or why he fell asleep here. And why did not anyone bother to wake him up? He thinks as he quickly grabs his jacket and heads out the door. It is pretty dark and chilly outside, but before he can walk very far, a highly familiar figure suddenly steps into view right ahead. Now talk about wild coincidences. He bumps right into Xu Ping on his way home, prompting her to ask if he just finished school. Since her dress tonight is incredibly stunning and revealing, he cannot help but stare, prompting her to playfully ask what exactly he is looking at. Without skipping a beat, he openly compliments her, admitting he is just curious where she is heading dressed up so beautifully tonight. Flattered by his words, she gently sweeps her hair aside and tells him that looking good is all that matters. Looking at how gorgeous and sweet Xu Ping is, Tian Yu finds himself completely mesmerized. But since she has plans, she does not keep him hanging around for too long. Telling him to head home since her friend is picking her up soon, a curious Tian Yu immediately asks if this friend is a guy or a girl. Amused, Xu Ping tosses the question right back at him, prompting Tian Yu to quickly come up with an incredibly protective younger brother excuse. As her brother, he just wants to look out for her. Since she is dressed so provocatively, he insists on checking out any guy picking her up to see if he is worthy of being his brother-in-law, though she is more focused on his compliment. She playfully repeats the word sexy, but instead of scolding Tian Yu for staring, she simply flashes him a warm, bright smile. Since he went through all the trouble of checking her out, she decides to get his honest opinion on the look. When she asks if he likes it, Tian Yu definitely does, but gets incredibly flustered, stuttering out a shy confession that he does. But after teasing each other back and forth, he suddenly realizes she still has not actually answered his initial question. Pointing out that she is dodging the question, her mysterious behavior immediately makes him suspect that something secret is definitely going on. He outright asks if she has a boyfriend now, but rather than explaining, she suggests it is much better if he just sees for himself. She tells him the person is arriving right now, and speak of the devil, they instantly hear a car approaching. The very next second, a sleek red Ferrari pulls up right in front of them, making Xu Ping squeal with sheer excitement that they arrived. The first thing that completely blows Tian Yu's mind is the sheer wealth of this driver, and as the tinted window slowly rolls down, the driver is revealed. He expects some rich young master to step out, but it turns out the person behind the wheel is actually Lan Shi. She apologizes to her senior for making her wait, and seeing this familiar, short-haired girl, Tian Yu finally breathes a sigh of relief knowing it is a girl. At this moment, Langxi notices the handsome young man standing next to Dai Shuping. She immediately asks senior, "Who is this guy?" Dai Shuping does not hide a thing and introduces him, "Meet my younger brother, Tian Yu." Seeing two girls heading out together so late makes Tian Yu instantly worry. He asks, "What are you two doing going out in the middle of the night? The thugs in this city are pretty dangerous." But instead of listening to Tian Yu, Langxi just casually invites him to get in the car. "Are you scared, little bro? Get in, let us go for a ride." After thinking it over, Tian Yu accepts because he is worried about her. His sister Dai Shuping is out late, and there is no way he can let her go alone. Since he is going, he climbs right in. "Fine by me." He says, "I wanted to see what riding in a Ferrari feels like." Dai Shuping feels pretty embarrassed, but Langxi is totally relaxed and ignores the small stuff. "Buckle up, kiddo, we are ready to roll." And without wasting a single second, she slams her foot down on the gas pedal. Look at that speed. That Ferrari instantly screams forward like a rocket, leaving everything in the dust. First time in a supercar, Tian Yu is caught completely off guard. Wait, he panics. I have not even buckled my seatbelt yet. He has no idea he just hopped into a car with a total speed demon. Langxi aggressively spins the wheel, pulling crazy drifts and sharp turns that have him screaming for his life inside. "Hey, do not drive so fast." Of course, Langxi has no intention of slowing down, tearing through the streets. After drifting through every corner in town, they finally screech to a halt at their destination. While the two ladies look completely unfazed, poor Tian Yu is clutching his stomach and feeling dizzy after that wild ride. "We are finally here, little bro. Get out." The parking lot they pull into is packed with all kinds of wild supercars, proving this is a playground meant only for the seriously wealthy. Tian Yu looks around, his eyes wide with absolute awe. So many expensive cars, he thinks. Feeling a bit out of place, he softly turns to ask Dai Shuping, "Sister Dai Shuping, where on earth are we?" Pointing toward a young heir standing in the distance, she says, "Do you see that guy over there? That is Chen Yunting, the son of the wealthiest tycoon in West City. That rich second-generation kid is obsessed with racing and has won several professional championships. He is actually the one sponsoring this massive public street race tonight, and the only reason they can even set foot in this elite gathering is thanks to Lanxi. This is an exclusive hotspot for wealthy street racers. Normal journalists trying to get interviews would never be allowed past the gate. Thanks to my connection with Lanxi, I finally got the chance to do an interview here." Just then, the race organizer Dai Shuping mentioned walks right up to them. "Ah, Lady Lanxi," he grins, "welcome. It is an honor to have you here." The moment she sees him, Lanxi immediately cuts to the chase, asking Chen Yunting, "How is the race looking today?" But the only thing Chen Yunting actually cares about right now is Dai Shuping standing right next to her. Spotting his greedy look, Lanxi quickly steps in front of Dai Shuping to block his view, boldly introducing her, "This is my senior, Dai Shuping. Remember, I told you about her yesterday, right? She is a reporter, so drop the fake gentleman act and do not try anything funny, or she might just expose you." Hearing this, Chen Yunting gets even more interested in Dai Shuping. "Oh, a reporter, is she?" He smirks, scanning her up and down. Thinking his money can buy absolutely anything, he reaches out and grabs her without even asking. "How about $30,000 for tonight, babe?" But get this, Tian Yu sees the whole thing, and he is absolutely furious. Refusing to let his sister be disrespected, he rushes over, slaps his hand away, and barks, "Get your filthy hands off her." "Say that again if you dare," he snaps. But before things can escalate, several bodyguards in dark sunglasses step in to pull them apart. "Where did this punk come from?" Chen Yunting sneers. Terrified, Dai Shuping quickly steps forward to apologize. "I am so sorry, Mr. Chen. This is my younger brother." But instead of letting it go, Chen Yunting sneers and throws out a nasty insult. "Lanxi, do not bring these broke losers to my racetrack again. The race is about to start, and this is just bad luck." But Lanxi is not about to stay quiet. She immediately fires right back at him with pure attitude. "Who are you calling Lanxi? That is disgusting," she snaps. "Are we even close?" But the shameless playboy just smirks, completely ignoring her anger, and keeps pushing his luck. "I have been chasing you for so long, yet you still do not feel any of my affection? Besides, your old man already arranged this marriage. He has already accepted me as his son-in-law. Even with the marriage already arranged, Lanxi wants absolutely nothing to do with him. If my dad accepted you," she snarls, "then why don't you marry him instead? What century are we living in? There is no way I am ever tolerating a spoiled playboy like you. Go find someone else." But despite her rejection, Chen Yunting is completely stubborn and refuses to back down. "Give it up, Lanxi. As long as you do not have a boyfriend, I will keep chasing you." She is a pretty tough girl, so she is definitely not about to let some soft, wealthy brat push her around. Is this Tron Von Din guy seriously trying to mess with her? Since he is only acting crazy because he thinks she is single, Lam Te realizes she just needs to find herself a boyfriend right now to shut him up. "Who says I do not have a boyfriend?" she snaps. "I actually have one." And out of nowhere, she literally grabs Tian Yu, leaving him completely frozen in pure confusion. "He is my boyfriend," she declares. The very next second, Tron Von Ding bursts out laughing with sheer mockery, looking like he just inhaled too much laughing gas. Lying without shame, he sneers, "Grab some rich guy and claim he is your boyfriend, and maybe I will actually believe you. But pulling this dirt-poor loser? Who on earth would ever believe that?" Tian Yu just stands there, totally speechless, never expecting to get dragged into this mess. But since Lam Te has already started this game, she has no choice but to go all the way. Lam Te suddenly turns and plants a kiss right on his cheek, completely freezing his brain for a solid 5 seconds. As for Tron Von Ding, his eyes literally pop out of his head, completely unable to believe the shocking sight right in front of him. Even Thu Bin, who is standing right next to them, is left completely jaw-dropped in absolute disbelief. Now watch. Because here is where she begs him to play along so they do not get exposed as total fakes. Tian Yu takes a moment to process this, but surprisingly, he decides to play along perfectly with Lam Te, officially confirming their romantic relationship. "That is right. Tian Yu is indeed Lam Te's secret boyfriend. We have been dating for a year now," he announces. But even with the proof right there, Tron Von Ding stubbornly refuses to believe it. "This is just an act, Lam Te. Why date a total loser?" She does not back down at all, firing back with some serious attitude. "I like younger guys. Do you have a problem with that? If you have the skills, why do you not try turning young again?" Then, they both turn toward each other, looking ready to share a passionate kiss. This host body is absolutely flawless, grade 55 with high energy regeneration. Although Tian Yu is a bit hesitant about this kiss, deep down, He knows it is actually highly beneficial to him. Even though I find this fake relationship pretty disgusting, playing along like this is actually boosting my energy levels insanely fast. Trun Von Din is absolutely furious now, watching some dirt-poor guy steal his girl right in front of his face. Tian Yu, you dare steal my woman? Race me now to settle this. In his entire life, Tian Yu has never backed down from a challenge, so of course he does not decline. Let us do this. Who is scared? Lam Tay is highly impressed by Tian Yu's fearless attitude, so she hands him her car keys. This guy has serious guts for actually accepting Trun Von Din's direct challenge. Borrow my Ferrari now, go crush that little brat for me. Seeing Thu Bin completely misunderstand their relationship, the two of them quickly scramble to explain. Wait. Tian Yu, Lam Tay, have you two really been dating this whole time? No, not at all, you misunderstood, Lam Tay quickly says. Senior, we are just acting. Tian Yu is only helping me get rid of that annoying scoundrel. Then, he tightly grabs the shiny car keys, completely determined to teach Trun Von Ding a harsh lesson he will absolutely never forget. Is that so? Go get him, Tian Yu. Crush that jerk's hopes completely. But just as his adrenaline starts pumping, a sudden realization hits him out of nowhere. Turns out, despite his burning confidence, Tian Yu actually has no idea how to drive. Oh no, I got way too ahead of myself and forgot a massive problem. I do not even know how to drive. But since he already accepted Trun Von Din's challenge, Tian Yu has no choice but to climb in anyway. Look at this guy. Trun Von Din is revving his engine in a flashy yellow supercar, looking incredibly cool. Meanwhile, Tian Yu is sitting in Lam Tay's borrowed Ferrari, frantically pressing random buttons and completely unprepared for what is coming. The crowd holds their breath, waiting for the epic race to begin. What on earth is Tian Yu doing? The crowd wonders. The flag is already down, so why has he not started yet? Honestly, he looks completely doomed. The race is literally starting, and he still has no clue how to even turn the car on. Shoot, which button actually starts this engine? He panics. But time waits for absolutely no one, and in the blink of an eye, the starting flag drops, officially kicking off the race. Just like that, Trun Von Ding slams on the gas and speeds ahead in his yellow ride, leaving our hero frozen at the starting line. Seeing his car just sitting completely stationary on the track without moving a single inch, the surrounding crowd is left totally baffled as to why Tian Yu has not even started yet. What is going on? He has zero options left, so he starts tearing his hair out in pure panic. It is over. I might as well dig a hole and bury myself out of sheer embarrassment. Plus, the loser has to pay $20,000. Where on earth am I going to get that cash? But right at this critical, make-or-break moment, his game system suddenly pops up like a literal savior. Do you want to activate the driving skill? The system asks. 30 minutes limit, 5 energy points consumed. Long live the system. Hearing the Ferrari's engine finally roar to life, the crowd still sighs, thinking it is way too late for him to catch up. Tian Yu finally takes off, but he is already trailing more than 10 car lengths behind. This race is practically over before it even began, and watching from the sidelines, Lam Tay's heart sinks, seeing how far behind he is. Does Tian Yu even know how to drive at all? Seeing how far he has left Tian Yu behind, Chen Yunding feels incredibly smug. He thinks this kid is a total amateur, driving like a literal snail. Believing that victory is already in his hands, he doesn't even bother putting in all his effort. There is no need for fancy techniques here, just casual driving. Meanwhile, after revving his engine, Tian Yu goes all out to close the gap and catch up to him. Sure enough, effort pays off because the distance between Tian Yu and Chen Yunding is now down to just a tiny gap. Chen Yunding never expected the guy to be right on his tail. He wonders how this is even possible, praising his opponent's incredible steering skills. Even with the pressure mounting, Chen Yunding manages to stay calm because his ego is still sky high. He thinks to himself that he underestimated Tian Yu, but warns that once they hit the upcoming turn, the kid won't stand a chance. Now, Chen Yunding doesn't dare to lose focus for even a single second, keeping his eyes glued to the road. Gripping the steering wheel tight, his absolute determination is clear. But to make sure Lan Shi and Xu Ping don't lose face, Tian Yu is just as determined to win this race. Thanks to the system's cheat-like assistance, a guy who didn't even know how to drive is suddenly racing like a seasoned pro. Every move Tian Yu needs to make is clearly displayed right in front of him, so he just follows along. With every single stat visualized, he just copies the system's movements. If that is the case, then this race is basically a piece of cake for him. Driving like this feels absolutely amazing. But when Chen Yunding glances over and sees Tian Yu right next to him, cold sweat starts dripping down. He is right beside me. No way, he panics. How can a total amateur like him actually beat me? Even though he knows his next move is highly illegal, his dirty nature takes over, and he decides to go through with it anyway. He mutters that Tian Yu forced his hand. Having raced on this track countless times before, Chen Yunding naturally knows every single inch of the local terrain. Just watch this. There is a convex mirror up ahead, and he flickers his high beams to completely blind Tian Yu. Fearing that he cannot win fairly, Chen Yunding resorts to this incredibly dirty trick to get ahead. That blinding glare will definitely disorient him for several crucial seconds. No matter what happens, he is absolutely determined to win, telling Tian Yu to just lose hope and give up already. But with his crazy high intelligence, Tian Yu instantly figures out the dirty trick and simply closes his eyes. Soon, the explosive cheering from the crowd snaps Chen Yunding right back to reality. Hearing that Tian Yu has overtaken him, his face turns pale. He panics. How on earth can that kid still see the road? But he has no idea that Tian Yu has a literal helper backing him up. Did he really think he could blindside him? By following the system's visual guides, he can easily drive with his eyes closed. Chen Yunding is clearly way out of his league here, and the final winner of the race is indeed Tian Yu. Both Xu Ping and Lan Shi are incredibly proud of his victory. Lan Shi tells him he scared her, since she thought he couldn't drive. Xu Ping agrees, asking how he got so incredibly good. Suffering an utterly humiliating defeat, Chen Yunding stares back at Tian Yu with pure, murderous intent in his eyes. Lan Shi certainly doesn't forget the rules, telling Chen Yunding to follow their agreement and cough up the 20,000 in cash. Realizing that arguing with her is totally pointless right now, Chen Yunding quickly backs down, muttering that he admits defeat and will pay. He immediately pulls out a thick stack of cash and hands it over. Tian Yu takes the money, completely freezing up at the sight of such a massive pile. This is the first time he has ever held so much money, wondering if this is what the rich lifestyle feels like. Throwing around this much money is just wild. You can bet Chen Yunding is going to remember today, harboring deep resentment despite admitting his defeat. From this day forward, Tian Yu is officially Chen Yunding's ultimate rival. Whether it is his pride or his women, Chen Yunding vows to personally claw everything back from him. But seeing Tian Yu completely ignore him, his temper absolutely boils over. He snaps at Tian Yu, asking if he is even listening to him. Seeing Chen Yunding about to blow a fuse, his bodyguard tries to calm him down, telling him that the kid just got lucky. The guard knows exactly how to soothe his boss, adding that Lan Shi does not know what is good for her, so he shouldn't waste time on her. But in the very next second, Chen Yunding's massive ambition is fully revealed as he snaps back. Lan Xi is the only daughter of the massive Lan family estate. Getting her means taking control of their entire family fortune. Once that happens, he can finally prove to his father who the true successor of the Chen family should be. Even though Tian Yu won that 20,000 himself, he willingly offers it to Lan Shi, telling her that he won it back specifically for her. He tries to hand over every single bill, but Lan Shi politely refuses with a warm smile, telling Tian Yu that since he won it, he should keep it. Hearing that he gets to keep such a massive pile of cash, he just stands there in absolute disbelief. He hesitates, asking if she is sure about letting him keep 20,000. Lan Shi gently places her hand on the bills to reassure him, saying that if she wants him to keep it, he should just keep it. Holding such a massive amount of cash for the first time leaves Tian Yu pretty overwhelmed. 20,000, what do I do with this? Should he hand it to his parents, or keep it to spend himself? But while he is still lost in thought, she suddenly calls out to him, Tian Yu. Hearing her sudden call startles him quite a bit. What is it? He asks. Who would have thought she would randomly hit Tian Yu with such an awkward request? Chen Yunting probably has no mood to compete anymore. Can you take us out for a drive? Since his driving skill buff has already expired, he quickly tries to find an excuse to decline. Take you guys out for a drive? No way. I do not have a license to drive around the city yet. Mo Shuping quickly chimes in to back Tian Yu up so he can head home. Lan Shi, Tian Yu and I are pretty tired today, so we will head back first. Let us hang out next time. Lan Shi feels disappointed but sighs and accepts it. Since Mo Shuping says so, then all right. She clearly likes Tian Yu and really wants another chance to hang out. But next time, you must invite my little brother too. Having a blast tonight, Lan Shi hops in her car and drives off. The three of them wave goodbye right there. Get home safely, Mo Shuping and Tian Yu. You too, Lan Shi. Please make sure to drive very carefully on your way back. Afterward, to make sure Mo Shuping gets back safely, Tian Yu accompanies her all the way to her front door. Yet, the thing that bothers him the most right now is Mo Shuping's heavy silence. So much happened today, but from the street to her house, Mo Shuping has not said a word. She clearly has something on her mind. Now, the atmosphere between them is getting seriously tense, so Tian Yu eagerly tries to break it by asking if she wants to get a late-night snack. However, Mo Shuping does not even hesitate and directly turns down his offer. No need, Tian Yu. I am a bit tired tonight and want to rest. You should give that money to your parents. Seeing her pretty cold attitude, he cannot take it anymore. Hey, Sister Mo Shuping. Tian Yu quickly steps forward and grabs her hand to stop her. The moment their skin contacts, the system suddenly alerts him that his energy has recharged by 1 point. Mo Shuping is quite startled by his sudden move. What are you doing, Tian Yu? This is the question he has been harboring all evening, and now he finally musters the courage to ask Mo Shuping directly. Are you jealous of me and Lan Shi? Even though her blushing face silently confirms it, Mo Shuping still tries to deny everything. What are you saying? Lan Shi is lively, cute, from a good family, and besides, you two are just pretending. Why would I be jealous? Hoping to make her fully understand the true feelings hidden deep inside his heart, Tian Yu tightly squeezes Mo Shuping's hand as they walk. Listen to me, Mo Shuping. Lan Shi might be pretty, lively, and rich, but your worries are completely unnecessary. Tian Yu looks at Mo Shuping with deep affection in his eyes, finally confessing his feelings. Because I like you. These words from Tian Yu strike a chord deep inside Mo Shuping's heart. She looks back at him, her face turning as red as a tomato. Tian Yu is not doing any better. Since he is the one who confessed first, he naturally feels even more embarrassed than she does. Wanting to prove once more that his feelings for her are completely genuine, he speaks up again. I really like a girl like you. Meanwhile, back at the Lan family mansion, Lan Shi finally returns home. But because she stayed out so late, she dares not walk in openly, sneaking in on her tiptoes instead. Lan Shi looks left and right to make sure the coast is clear before carefully slipping toward her bedroom. But you know how grandpas are, no matter how stealthy she tries to be, she cannot escape the sharp eyes of her grandfather Lan. Realizing she is caught red-handed, Lan Shi immediately turns to greet him. Oh, you are still awake, grandfather? Looking at his dark, completely expressionless face, it is pretty clear that Lan Shi is in some serious trouble now. I was fast asleep, but someone woke me up with all this noise. Even though she knows exactly who he is hinting at, she still plays dumb. Who has the nerve to disturb your sleep like that? Tell me, grandfather, and I will go teach them a lesson. Seeing how thick-skinned Lan Shi is being, Grandfather Lan glares daggers at her and addresses her directly. As for who, well, it seems this is not her first late night, so Lan Shi just scratches her head with a confident grin. Really? Who knew Chen Yunting would snitch about the race so quickly? Now even her grandfather starts interrogating her. You little brat. Chen Yunting called to report your behavior, so speak the truth right now. Who on earth is this Ji Tianwu kid? Since when have you two been hanging out? To make absolutely sure he does not mistake her earlier drama acting for real life, Lan Shi quickly explains that he has completely misunderstood everything, grandfather. Ji Tianwu and I really have nothing going on between us. But who could guess that hearing this makes him jump to an even wilder conclusion, saying, really nothing. Are you just trying to test Chen Yunting's feelings? Although she desperately wants to refute his wild theory, her grandfather suddenly bursts into tears of pure joy. Our Lan Shi is finally growing up and learning how to please her grandfather. Wait, grandfather, about that, but who would have expected that next second? He would shout out a midnight announcement to everyone. Hey everyone, wake up and quickly start preparing a grand wedding for Lan Shi and Chen Yunting. Wait, what, a wedding? Since Lam Te absolutely refuses to marry that incredibly smug jerk, she desperately spins the story in a new direction. Wait, Grandpa, she blurted out, Tian Yu and I are actually together. I only lied earlier because I was pretty scared you wouldn't approve of us. Grandpa calms down and questions her. So you claim this is real? Grandpa asks, fine. Tell me what this Tian Yu has that makes him fit to inherit my family empire. According to Tran Van Ding, he is just some dirt poor kid. A totally clueless student. Because she only just met Tian Yu once, she has absolutely no idea how to answer her grandfather's brutal interrogation. Unable to cook up a convincing story on the fly, Lam Te pretty much refuses to say anything more. I do not really know, she mumbles. Grandpa instantly loses his mind, seeing his own granddaughter knows absolutely nothing about the guy she is dating. You don't know? He completely snaps. Then comes a furious lecture that leaves Lam Te totally speechless. As the eldest daughter of our prestigious Lam family, how can you be this reckless? He yells, just casually dating some clueless nobody. Your marriage matters. It is directly tied to the future of our entire family business. Our ancestors built this empire over hundreds of years. Do you want to destroy it? Why did I raise you so carefully since childhood? It was all to secure our lineage. But check this out. Hearing the loud yelling outside, her sister Lam Sine steps in to see what is wrong. Grandpa, who are you shouting at in the middle of the night? Seeing her savior arrive, Lam Te bursts into tears, crying out for her sister. As an outsider, she yan bout why these two are fighting. Is little Lam Te back, she asks. What happened? Instantly, Lam Te turns into a crying toddler, diving into her arms. Grandpa is way too mean. Lam Sine wraps her arms around the crying girl and questions their grandfather, what did little Lam Te even do to get scolded like this? But the angry old man instantly cuts her off, pointing a finger right back at Lam Te. This stubborn girl refuses to date Tran Van Ding, choosing some random nobody instead. It is absolutely driving me crazy. You would think Lam Sine might agree with him, but she immediately defends her sister. Instead, are you seriously still fighting over this, Grandpa? Didn't I tell you already? In this day and age, nobody forces arranged marriages, plus that Tran Van Ding guy is just completely untrustworthy. He is a snake, a total creep. I will never accept him. Lam Tay had seen through his wolf in sheep's clothing act ages ago, so she wholeheartedly agrees with Lam Sign. Exactly, Sister Lam Sign. He is a total creep with shifty eyes and he literally smells bad. Hearing both of his granddaughters fiercely trash Trun Von Ding like this, Grandpa actually starts questioning his own judgment. Really, a devious schemer? For the first time, he actually stops to reconsider his ability to judge people. Wait, Lam Sign says that too? Did I really get him wrong? Realizing he cannot win an argument against both of them, Grandpa finally backs down for now. Fine, since you both hate him, I will just put Trun Von Ding on our family backup list for now. But the pressure is not over yet, as he drops another massive, awkward demand on her. So what about this Tian Yu? When are you bringing him over to meet us? While she is sweating over this impossible demand, watch what our boy Tian Yu is doing. He is just chilling in his room, counting cash. 198, 199. He still cannot believe he actually walked away with the grand prize from that race. 200 bills of 100. Is this really 20,000? This is a massive fortune for him, so he needs to hide it immediately. I must hide this. If Dad finds it, my hard-earned money is completely gone. But the very second he hides the cash, his dad bursts through the door like a wild soldier on a mission, frantically screaming for a pen, proving they both worship money. He is in a massive hurry, terrified of missing his lucky numbers, but Tian Yu has no pen. I just dreamed of the winning jackpot numbers and need to write them down fast, Dad yells. Wait, I do not have a pen here. So Tian Yu slowly pulls a pen out of a bamboo cup and hands it over. The moment his excited dad grabs it, he bolts out of the room to write down his dream. Just wait, son, we are about to be filthy rich, he shouts. Seeing his hidden stash went unnoticed, Tian Yu sighs in relief, though he is still pretty anxious. I need to be careful. Keeping this pile of cash at home is way too risky. To find a truly secure spot for his money, Tian Yu heads straight to the bank. Do you want to open an account? The teller asks. Yes. And please deposit these 20,000 in there, he replies. But suddenly, right in the middle of his deposit, his phone rings. Hello? Tian Yu quickly picks up the call and answers the line. Unsurprisingly, it is none other than Lam Tay on the other end, calling out hello Tian Yu. This is Lam Tay. Surprised to hear from her directly, Tian Yu is pretty confused and asks Sister Lam Tay, how did you even get my number? Skipping the small talk, she gets straight to the point, admitting she got it from Thu Bin and asking Tian Yu, are you free to meet up today? Left with no choice due to her grandfather's relentless pressure, Lam Tay has to beg Tian Yu for a huge favor. My grandfather and sister found out about our race yesterday, and they want to meet you, so can you pretend to be my boyfriend for just one day? This entire situation is way beyond Tian Vu's wild imagination, leaving him completely caught off guard. Obviously, Tian Vu wants nothing to do with this mess, so he politely declines, saying, Sister Tay, our little show yesterday was fine, but this time it is your family. I am just a normal student who is about to be seen as a beggar by your grandfather. I really do not want to offend them. But who would have thought Lam Tay would instantly bring up the money to trap him? Did you really think that 20,000 yuan was just a free gift? Look at that now, Tian Vu finally sees her true intentions behind letting him keep that massive pile of cash. So giving me 20,000 was for this? Of course, free money from heaven always comes with some kind of heavy price. And now Tian Vu is the one paying up, thinking to himself, why on earth did I crave a rich lady's love? This is just great. Whether it is for love, logic, or money, I have no choice but to face the music with her. After thinking it over really carefully, Tian Vu finally has to accept her offer. Fine, Sister Tay. Since I started helping, I will see it through to the end. Just give me the time and place to meet you. Hearing this, Lam Tay feels incredibly relieved and quickly gives him a few simple instructions before hanging up the phone. Be in front of your house in 1 hour, and remember to dress up nice. Right on time, Lam Tay drives her Ferrari to pick up Tian Vu. Have you been waiting long? Tian Vu's trashy street boy style completely catches her off guard. Wait, what on earth are you wearing? I bought this trendy outfit on Singles Day, costing me over 1,000 yuan total. Under Lam Tay's disappointed gaze, he can only shrug since he really does not own any decent clothes. Fine, I know I cannot compete with you rich folks, but do not look at me like that. Since she cannot introduce Tian Vu to her family dressed like a street punk, she has to find him something else. I totally expected this situation, so let us go. I am taking you to buy a new outfit. Buying clothes? You are paying? This is perfect. CEO Lam Tay always keeps her word. Next thing you know, they stop right outside a shopping mall. She has endless money, and she does not hesitate to buy Tian Vu several premium suits before heading to park the car. Go inside and pick some first. These boutiques are split into luxury and casual sections. Just go straight to the premium area. The staff will style you. Oh, all right. So he follows Lam Tay's advice and pushes open the glass doors of a highly fancy clothing store. Right as he enters, a female clerk warmly greets him, asking, Welcome, how can I help you, little brother? Kai Tianvu explains his style needs, asking for her help to look sharp. Actually, I am meeting the bride's family, so I need a highly formal and decent look. No problem at all, Xiaoyan says, guiding Kai Tianvu toward the formal suit section. Please follow me over here. Because of the formal occasion, she pulls out a dark blue striped suit for Kai Tianvu to try. What do you think of this set? This blue stripe looks very intellectual, making it absolutely perfect for meeting elders. But after checking the fabric, he is not quite satisfied, saying, her family is highly critical, so this might not cut it. Can you show me the luxury section instead? However, instead of helping her customer, Xiao Yan immediately shows a highly dismissive and arrogant face. Little brother, you look like a country kid who probably cannot even afford anything in our luxury section. Let us be real, even our regular section clothes are pretty expensive for someone like you. Seeing himself treated with zero respect and mocked like this, Kai Tianvu gets incredibly angry, snapping back. Cannot afford it? What is that supposed to mean? Are you looking down on me? Even though that is exactly what she thinks, she tries to avoid saying it straight to his face with a fake smile. Oh no, do not get me wrong. I only suggest that if you cannot afford it, do not waste everyone's time. Kai Tianvu obviously cannot tolerate such a snobbish employee, so he immediately fires right back at her. You are just an employee, so why are you talking like that? This is not your shop, so do not look down on people. Talk about bad luck, meeting such annoying people. If Xiao Yan is bad, then Mrs. Tan, a customer, is 10 times worse. Xiao Yan, is someone causing trouble again? Which poor arrogant brat is trying to ruin the shop this time? Hearing her voice, the clerk changes her attitude faster than a page flip, welcoming her with an incredibly sycophantic tone, saying, Oh, Mrs. Tan, you are here. It must be exhausting traveling so far for clothes. Unbelievable. Even though Kai Tianvu got here first, Xiao Yan completely ignores him to go serve Mrs. Tan instead. Let us go to the VIP section, Mrs. Tan. Kai Tianvu, facing this utter contempt, is completely furious. Such snobs. The premium area? For better or worse, I have 20,000 yuan in my pocket right now. You think I cannot buy your clothes? To see for himself just how high quality Xiao Yan's clothes are that make her act so proud, he follows them upstairs. Today I must see what kind of premium goods make a mere employee behave with such sheer arrogance. These two really think they can walk all over him with their cheap insults. Even 2DM grumbles that having a poor guy tagging along ruins the vibe. Mrs. Tan, the law says everyone is equal now. Even if he is dirt poor, we cannot just kick him out, right? Just treat him like garbage on the ground. Pretend he is invisible. Both of them are completely delusional, ignoring Tianvu like he is invisible. Honestly, 2DM has a point there. These snobs really love looking down on people. Once they head upstairs, 2DM pulls out a fancy suit to show Mrs. Tan. Look at this, Mrs. Tan, a premium suit fresh in stock. Your husband will look incredibly sharp at his next business summit and totally dominate the room. This is exactly what I wanted, she says. While she is feeling the fabric, Tianvu reaches out to touch it too. Seeing his hands on the suit she is admiring, Mrs. Tan instantly flips out, yelling, What is this poor loser doing? Do not ruin my husband's premium suit. Determined to prove he actually has cash and shut these two up, Tianvu boldly makes his move. I want one just like this, he says. Hearing this, Mrs. Tan bursts into hysterical laughter like she just inhaled some laughing gas. This kid is hilarious. A suit like that? This is a custom design, the only one in existence. Look at the price tag. Poor boy. If you can actually afford it, I will let you have it. Refusing to suffer humiliation from these elitist snobs, he decides he is going to make them eat their words no matter what. It is just a single suit. Even if he has to spend his entire 20,000, he is going to shut this old lady up. But get this, the actual price tag completely breaks his brain. 100,000? He literally spits all over the suit. With that accidental spit, he leaves a dirty stain on the fabric, giving Mrs. Tan the perfect excuse to demand compensation. What is wrong with your manners? If you cannot buy it, do not spit on it. You poor brat, do you even know how much this will cost you? With only 20,000 cash on hand, Tianvu realizes he definitely spoke too soon. He is totally screwed now. Rich folks are seriously bad news. A single outfit costing a whopping 100,000? Mrs. Tan has no intention of letting Tianvu off easy, screaming directly in his face. I am asking you, brat, are you going to pay up? Just when things are looking hopeless, Lamte arrives right on cue to bail him out. Grabbing the woman's arm, she demands, Who are you calling poor, you fat lady? Looks like Mrs. Tan messed with the wrong crowd. The moment Mrs. Tan sees her, her face turns pale. The eldest daughter of the Lam family? Talk about a terrible reunion. Turns out, Lamte just ran into her subordinate's wife. Your husband is just a lowly accountant for our corporation. He barely makes a little cash and you are already acting so arrogant, treating people like dirt. The loudmouthed lady instantly shuts up, completely terrified. You are seriously throwing a tantrum at my boyfriend over this ostrich feather suit? Lam Tay is definitely a fierce one, and she is absolutely not letting anyone bully her or the people she cares about. She then mimics Tian Yu, spitting directly onto the exact suit Mrs. Tan is holding. Both of them stand there completely stunned by her wild move. Seriously, is Lam Tay the absolute best or what? She completely shuts Mrs. Tan down, leaving her speechless. Take this suit back to your husband right now, she orders. He is only allowed to wear spit-stained suits like this to major company events from now on. If I do not see him wearing it, he is fired. Terrified, this will destroy her husband's career and promotions, Mrs. Tan immediately swallows her pride and begs, "Please forgive me, eldest mistress." But she is not the only culprit here. 2DM was also acting up. As for you, this shop does not keep trash who look down on others. You are officially fired right now. Do not bother coming in tomorrow. Desperate to save her job, 2DM frantically bows and begs for forgiveness. Please calm down, boss. I was blind, forgive me. Hearing her powerful commands, the Envu finally realizes that Lam Tay is actually the owner of this entire place. Ignoring those two annoying pests, she happily grabs his arm to shop. Come on, sweetie, ignore them. Let me help you pick something. Wanting everything to go perfectly, Lam Tay whispers to Tian Yu that he needs to put on his best behavior today. Meanwhile, Lam San is reviewing her tight schedule before handing off some important tasks to Secretary Truong. Secretary Tan, I have a project inspection tonight, so I am leaving this to you. Understood, he replies. Suddenly, she receives a call from Lu Ditch 2. He does not beat around the bush, delivering some shocking news that instantly ruins her entire evening. Hello, is this Miss Lam? This is Lu Ditch 2 from Marl Company. Regarding some contract adjustments, our chief engineer has now been replaced by Mr. Fat Nam. The man is from Ethiopia. You should prepare a translator to keep communication smooth. But because they gave such short notice, there is no way her team can arrange one so quickly. I have to hand over that contract to the director tomorrow. Why are you only telling me this right now? Yi Si has absolutely no choice but to accept it, and it's pretty clear that Chen Yunding is deliberately making things difficult. Miss Lan, I'm just an employee here. These changes were decided by upper management only a moment ago. You know how it is with overseas branches, our decisions are constantly being interfered with by the main investors. From what I gather, this massive corporate shakeup was arranged by Hengfa Group's major shareholder, Chen Yunding. Face-to-face with this totally unexpected move, Lan Sheng still can't wrap her head around what his actual goal is. Hengfa Group? What is Chen Yunding of the Chen Group even playing at? Isn't he trying to marry Lan Shi just to take over our family business? What does messing with my contract even do for him? While her mind is spinning in circles, Lan Shi is already waiting down in the main lobby, giving her a quick call to check on her schedule. Tian Yu and I are downstairs. How much longer until you can finally head out? But since Lan Sheng absolutely cannot put aside this urgent project, she has no choice but to cancel on them. Lan Shi, something came up on my end, so why don't you take Tian Yu out for dinner first? Hearing this, Lan Shi gets pretty curious. A problem? Did something happen at the office? Knowing she can't hide it, Lan Sheng confesses that the Ethiopian company is demanding a new chief engineer. This new engineer is from Ethiopia, barely speaks English, and only knows his native tongue. There is absolutely no way to communicate with him, so this deal might fall through entirely, leaving Lan Shi feeling incredibly disappointed. If the deal gets cancelled over this, wait, is it really that bad? Our land group is massive, so how can we not find a single translator for an African language? Or why not just use an online service? The internet is so advanced, how can we not solve this? But every single idea Lan Shi just suggested has already been weighed by Lan Sheng, and none of them will work. That's the real issue. I've already exhausted every possible option here. We still can't find anyone who speaks that specific language, and I have to present tomorrow. This deal is basically dead in the water, we'll have to put it on hold. Luckily, our boy Tian Yu is standing right there, and he knows this is his perfect moment to shine. A massive company actually struggling with this? My system can handle driving like a breeze, so translating some African language is a walk in the park. Without a second thought, he immediately asks her to find out the details. Lan Shi, Africa has over 800 different languages. Ask her exactly which country's language she needs translated. Hearing Tian Yu's question, Lan Shi instantly relays the message, asking which specific language is needed. Lan Sheng quickly replies that the language they need is Amharic. Eager to score some major points with her, Tian Yu immediately calls on his system to save the day. System, I need to translate Amharic. It'll cost 10 energy points for a 1-hour time limit. Just like that, the system works its magic. Now it's time for him to show off and blow everyone's minds. The Amharic database is slowly installing, but he'll have to wait until he actually meets the client. Tian Yu doesn't waste any time, telling Lan Shi to let her sister know he can handle this. Hearing this, Lan Shi can't help but find the handsome young man incredibly talented. Seriously, is this kid secretly a wizard or something? How does he know absolutely everything? Lan Shi quickly follows his lead, telling Lan Sheng that she's found their guy, and that Ji Tianyu can translate the language perfectly. I can bring him over to meet you right now. Hearing this, Lan Sheng can barely believe her ears, asking if he can really translate it. Many people have traveled to Africa for business over the last 2 years, so finding someone who knows an African language isn't impossible, but the local dialects are incredibly complex. Since there are no local classes for it, the only way to learn is by actually living there. Ji Tianyu's supposedly godlike linguistic skills leave Lan Sheng feeling totally baffled. He's literally just a high school kid, so how is this even possible? What if he's totally bluffing and ruins her entire deal? But after thinking it over very carefully, she ultimately decides to put her trust in Lan Shi's words. As an older sister, she can't be selfish compared to her sister's lifelong happiness. A multi-million-dollar contract means absolutely nothing. If Ji Tianyu is just boasting, she can use this as a chance to help Lan Shi get rid of him. Without wasting any more precious time, she agrees, telling Lan Shi to bring Ji Tianyu up to her office immediately. To get things moving as quickly as possible, she has Secretary Zhang summon the team, telling Secretary Sun to bring the project head upstairs. We need to hold our final meeting immediately. Lan Sheng is actually pretty excited to finally meet him under these crazy circumstances. Let's see what you're made of. Ji Tianyu, are you a true gentleman or just a fraud? In a flash, Fu Nan is brought into the room, instantly greeting them with Ola Gubuwama, leaving everyone completely clueless as to what he's saying. Is he greeting us right now? Yeah, probably. Even though she does not understand a word, Lan Xian politely welcomes him anyway. She says she is pleased to meet Fernand, then stands up to shake his hand as a sign of goodwill. Right then, Lan Shi and Ji Tianyu arrive at the scene. Ji Tianyu walks inside wearing an incredibly sharp-looking suit, with Lan Shi standing right by his side. Lan Shi calls out, "Sister, we brought the translator. Hopefully we are not too late." The moment Fernand sees Lan Shi, he walks over, points behind his back, and blurts out some gibberish that sounds like Ka to Lam Hon. Lan Shi has absolutely no idea what he is saying, so she just stands there in silence. Remembering she brought Ji Tianyu along to translate, she quickly turns to him and asks what on earth Fernand just said. Lan Xian watches him closely, trying to see if this kid is just bluffing. Ji Tianyu shuts his eyes, relying on his system to instantly decode and comprehend this bizarre language. Activating language simulation feature, consuming 10 points of energy with a 1-hour time limit. Target language set to Ethiopian. Then, by some absolute miracle, Ji Tianyu actually starts talking back to Fernand in perfect Ethiopian. They trade a bunch of bizarre-sounding words. From the looks of it, their conversation is flowing incredibly smoothly without any struggle at all. Seeing Ji Tianyu speak the foreign language so fluently, Lan Xian completely drops her suspicions about him. Wait, is he really communicating? Lan Shi wonders if Ji Tianyu actually knows Amharic. Standing right beside him, she gets super curious and asks what they are talking about. She whispers Ji Tianyu, "What are you two saying?" Little does she know, Fernand is actually praising her. Ji Tianyu smiles. "He is just praising your beauty, sister." Seeing things start so smoothly, Lan Xian casts her worries aside and steps forward. "Now that we have our translator, let's start the meeting." Throughout the discussion, things go surprisingly well. But here is the crazy part: in a dire situation where the contract was almost cancelled, Ji Tianyu pulls off a miracle. Thanks to Ji Tianyu's translation, the two sides finalize the contract in under 40 minutes. The massive success of this high-stakes meeting is largely thanks to his help. It ends on a perfect note. Before leaving, Fernand pulls him aside for a quick private chat. Ji Tianyu wonders if there is another issue, asking if Fernand needs anything else. Fernand seems deeply impressed by Ji Tianyu's incredible language skills, so he invites him to visit his country. He thanks Ji Tianyu, saying it would be an honor to host him. He insists that if Ji Tianyu gets the chance, he must visit Ethiopia to experience their culture and scenery. Faced with such warm hospitality, Ji Tianyu happily agrees. He says, "Of course, I will definitely visit to see the beauty of your country firsthand." But to anyone else who doesn't understand, it just sounds like two absolute aliens speaking to each other in weird gibberish. Out of nowhere, Lu Yi walks up to him and suddenly asks in French where Ji Tianyu is currently employed. Recognizing the language instantly, Ji Tianyu immediately asks his system to switch his active language to French. Showing off his incredibly sharp reflexes, he casually replies in French that he is still just a high school student. This completely blows Lan Shi's mind all over again. She gasps, "He knows French too?" Even Lan Qian seems to be warming up to him now. Ji Tianyu is truly full of surprises. Before Yi Si walks away, Ji Tianyu bids him farewell in French, telling him to take care. And you have to love this, with Ji Tianyu performing like an absolute boss in front of her sister. Lan Shi gets to feel incredibly proud. She boasts, "So, my boyfriend isn't bad, right?" Lan Qian doesn't object, but she still wants Ji Tianyu to meet their grandfather. She says, "I approve, but grandfather still needs to check him out thoroughly." Hearing this, an invisible wave of pure dread washes over Ji Tianyu. He thinks meeting the head of the powerful Lan family If I accidentally offend him, the rest of my life is going to be miserable. Sensing that Tian Yu is not mentally prepared for that yet, Lan Qian decides to let him off the hook. She laughs, "Look how shocked he is. You passed my test, so we can save meeting Grandpa for another day." She clearly approves of him. She says, "Tian Yu, I've officially chosen you as our family's son-in-law, so you better treat Xiaoxi right." At this, Tian Yu finally lets out a sigh of relief. Seeing Lan Ji bring her boyfriend home to meet the family makes Secretary Zhang feel quite nostalgic. He sighs, time flies so fast. The second young miss already has a boyfriend. Time waits for no one, and before you know it, everyone has moved on with their own lives. Indeed, we all grow up in the blink of an eye. Since Lan Qian now fully considers Tian Yu family, she wants absolutely nothing to do with Yun Ting anymore. She instructs Secretary Sun Tian Yu is trustworthy. From today on, cut off all ties with the Chen Corporation. We are not using our money to fund a worthless scoundrel. After surviving a mountain of stressful trials, school is finally the one place where Tian Yu finds true peace. He sits calmly, reading a book under the warm sunlight filtering through the window. The campus is quiet, so peaceful. Finally, Tian Yu can enjoy some well-deserved tranquility. He sighs after all that insane stress. A quiet life definitely suits me much better. Dong Yu turns to him and asks about his plans. "Tian Yu, do you want to go on the spring trip this Saturday?" Realizing that the getaway could be the perfect cure for his stress, he obviously can't say no. He answers that he is definitely going, since things have been so stressful lately that he just needs to unwind. Hearing that, Dong Yu gets super excited and promises to pack him a lunch. She tells him not to bring food that day, as she is making him a custom bento to repay him for saving her life last time. Getting a relaxing vacation and a homemade meal prepared by a total beauty? Tian Yu feels like he is absolutely floating on cloud 9 right now. "I'm in your hands, Vice President." But while our main guy is grinning from ear to ear, his buddy Dong Tu is looking incredibly gloomy and depressed. Seeing his friend looking like a completely withered branch, Tian Yu has to ask what the hell he is doing, and why he looks like a literal ghost. Turns out, Dong Tu dragged his miserable self over because he is deeply curious about Tian Yu's CEO, Lam Te. He demands to know when his friend actually hooked up with the gorgeous beauty driving the Ferrari outside the school gate. Hearing this, Tian Yu is left pretty confused. "A Ferrari? You mean Sister Lam Te?" he asks, "and why would she even be here?" Clearly, Dong Tu's miserable look is because he is burning with pure jealousy. He complains that Tian Yu is really living the high life, dating a girl way out of his league without even giving his brother a heads up. He begs his friend to tell his rich sugar mommy to set up a matchmaking club so he can chase a big catch too. And this is where things get messy. Dong Yu overhears the entire conversation, and her mind instantly starts spinning with doubt. Sugar mommies and dating gorgeous beauties? Now that everything is exposed in broad daylight, Tian Yu has absolutely no other choice but to explain. He realizes he can't hide it, so he gives her a super quick summary to prevent any massive misunderstandings. He tells Dong Yu that he and Lam Te are not actually dating because the situation is extremely complicated. Complicated? But the way he explains it somehow blows the entire situation out of proportion, making it sound like their lives are on the line. Hearing this, Dong Yu is already utterly confused. But now she is completely lost. Their whole lives are on the line? While he is desperately trying to explain, his rich CEO suddenly calls. Oh no, he thinks Lam Te is calling right now. Even though he has two curious ghosts breathing down his neck, he does not dare ignore the call and quickly answers hello. Turns out, Lam Te called directly because he was ignoring her texts. She demands to know why he did not reply, ordering him to come out and party with her tonight. But he cannot just shamelessly keep hanging around her like this, so he tries to find a way to reject her. He tells her he has to study tonight, reminding her that they are only pretending. Since her grandfather and sister are not around, they do not need to cling to each other all day. But Lam Te refuses to back down, desperately trying to convince him. She argues that his grades are already great, so he should hang out more to convince her family. Once they are fully satisfied, she promises she will leave him alone. "I promise I will never interfere with your life again, okay?" Still, Tian Yu really does not want things going too far. He worries they might actually fall in love, so he desperately searches for an excuse to get out of this. Right at that intense moment, their gorgeous teacher Tian Jia suddenly appears out of nowhere. She reminds Dong Tu about helping her fix her computer, suggesting they go now since it is break time. Realizing this is his golden ticket to escape the call, Tian Yu runs over and volunteers to do it. "Teacher Dean, please let me help you instead." He uses that exact excuse to hang up on Lam Te, saying he has to help his teacher fix a computer and cannot go tonight. And just like that, without hesitating for even a single second, Tian Yu abruptly hangs up the phone. His sudden enthusiasm leaves teacher Tian Jia completely baffled, and she asks if he actually knows how to repair computers too. Even though he is totally making this up, he still proudly brags that he is a complete tech genius. But get this, his buddy is not happy at all. He thinks that having a rich sugar mommy is one thing, but trying to steal their gorgeous teacher is crossing the line. To keep the peace, Tian Yu quickly invites his jealous friend along, suggesting they should go together. Teacher Tian Jia totally agrees with this, urging them both to go since having two hands on deck will make the job much faster. Hearing this, Dongtu's eyes instantly light up like car headlights, and as they enter her apartment, his excited voice echoes through the room. He literally drools while looking around, amazed to be in a girl's room, saying that their gorgeous teacher's place smells incredibly sweet. Watching his friend act so incredibly obsessed, Tian Yu gets totally creeped out, wondering how he can be such a pervert. Teacher Tianjia asks if they have eaten dinner yet, but Tian Yu politely turns down her offer right away. He says they can just grab some instant noodles at the canteen later, since they are fully focused and need to study afterward. Dongtu agrees, but as soon as he turns on the computer, he gasps as a blue screen of death suddenly pops up. He pulls out a USB drive to reinstall the system, but Tian Yu stops him, pointing out that the motherboard is likely completely fried. There is no point in fixing the system. Dongtu suddenly notices a pile of clothes left on the bed. Wait, what is this outfit doing here? Kai Thian-vu remembers his old suspicion. Could Miss Dianjai and the girl he accidentally kissed in the office somehow be the exact same person? Right then, Miss Dianjai brings them some water. Drink up, you two. Kai Thian-vu sneaks a glance at her, thinking she is obviously quite embarrassed, yet she is acting completely normal around him. Standing up, he asks her, Miss Dianjai, can I ask you something? Dongtu instantly throws a curious look his way. Unable to contain his massive curiosity, Dongtu demands, what is it? Tell me too. Kai Thian-vu immediately dodges the question, muttering, just fix the system already. He steps out to the stairwell with Miss Dianjai. She speaks up first, whispering, let us talk in the hallway so Dongtu cannot hear us. What is on your mind? She asks. Kai Thian-vu avoids her eyes and asks hesitantly, Miss Dianjai, about that day in the office, did I actually kiss you by mistake? Dianjai immediately shoots back in a flash of anger, you actually dare to admit it. Kai Thian-vu quickly squeezes his eyes shut, stammering, sorry, I am so sorry. You were wearing a school uniform that day, so I did not recognize you. I genuinely thought you were two different people, maybe Miss Dianjai's younger sister. She immediately calls him out, oh, so if I actually had a younger sister, you would just kiss her randomly. Dianjai sighs, letting it slide, fine. I already know you did not mean to do it. Since you are being pretty honest, let us just drop this and never bring it up again. Kai Thian-vu instantly cheers up. But Miss Dianjai, you actually look pretty cute in a school uniform. The moment the words slip out, his cheek gets pinched hard. She teases, look at you. The second I forgive you, you start flirting. Who knows how many girls you will end up breaking hearts of in the future. Wincing in pain, Kai Thian-vu quickly tries to defend himself, Miss Dianjai. I am not sweet-talking you. I meant every single word. Wait, get ready for this. Dongtu is currently cornering Kai Thian-vu in the school hallway, screaming, you absolute scumbag. You already have something sweet going with Dong Nok, and now you are chasing rich ladies. Worse yet, you literally kissed Miss Dianjai on her first day transfer here and did not say a single word to me. Kai Thian-vu sports a massive bump on his head, a pretty rough punishment from Miss Dianjai, and Dongtu has also beaten him up. Even though he did nothing wrong, he still has to apologize to his friend. I am sorry, I promise not to flirt around anymore. But the second they open the classroom door, both of them instantly freeze in shock. Lamte has been waiting inside the whole time, happily waving at them, hey, my love, you are finally back. Kai Thian-vu asks in pure confusion, Lamte, how did you even get into the school? Taking a quick photo, she replies, obviously because I missed you. Come over here. She immediately posts the picture with a caption about visiting Kai Thian-vu studying hard at school, making her feel nostalgic about her own high school days. Keep fighting, Kai Thian-vu. Pass those exams, she mutters while typing away. Alright, my posting quota for today is officially complete. Kai Thian-vu looks at her helplessly. She actually came here to ask him for a favor. Kai Thian-vu, she asks, come with me to a fashion launch event this Saturday. You have the weekend off anyway, right? But check this out, another voice suddenly cuts in to decline for him. Dong Jock stammers he is already going on a spring trip with us. Hearing this, Lamte feels a bit down, oh, a spring trip. But she immediately brightens up and asks, wait, are you Dong Jock? You are so adorable. I heard Kai Thian-vu saved you from those thugs. She stands right between them, readily agreeing. Sure, Lamte will let him go with you this Saturday instead. But then she gets a wild idea and asks if she can tag along. Sister Dongnok, you do not mind if I tag along, right? Dongnok is pretty annoyed but reluctantly tells her she can join them. Lamte immediately cheers up, awesome. See you this weekend then. She turns back to chat with Kai Thian-vu. By the way, Kai Thian-vu, she says, since you hated that showy, overly fancy Ferrari, I bought a Guling today. Why do you not check it out? The poor guy wears an incredibly strained expression on his face. Kai Thian-vu snaps at her, stop bragging. Everything you do gets reported back to your father. Look at everyone around us. If you keep flexing, they are going to eat you alive. Lamte pouts, completely baffled. Is this even considered bragging? I genuinely do not understand you people. Kai Thianvu growls in irritation that Guling still costs tens of thousands of dollars. Not wanting to argue, she finally leaves. Fine. I am heading out. See you this weekend. By the next afternoon, Ki Thianvu is sitting in class, completely unable to focus. Yesterday's wild antics from Lam Te definitely took a pretty massive toll on Dong Jok's mood. Pulling up an online shop on his phone, he shows Dong Nok, "Hey, what do you think about buying this grill?" She barely glances back, muttering whatever. He gives a forced laugh. Right. Seeing her cold reaction, he thinks looks like yesterday's drama hurt her feelings way more than I realized. Sigh. What am I going to do? Walking alongside Dong Tu, Kai Thianvu looks absolutely miserable. Dong Tu asks curiously, how does my big savior Kai Thianvu suddenly have free time to stroll with me today? He can clearly tell that Kai Thianvu is carrying some serious stress. Man, Ki Thianvu sighs. I really have no clue what to do about Dong Nok and Lam Te. Hearing that just makes Dong Tu even more annoyed at his friend. Seriously, you are surrounded by girls and still complaining. Dong Tu scoffs. Some guys have all the luck, while others get nothing. He is totally baffled by his friend's weird attitude. You do not just have insane luck with girls now. Your grades are literally top of the whole school. A failing student with no girlfriend like me can barely even relate to your world anymore, Dong Tu sighs. But Kai Thianvu never wanted this. He just wants to live a normal life. But all these things keep popping up one after another, and it is honestly wearing him out. The two keep chatting as they stroll down the street. Kai Thianvu asks him, Dong Tu, with your grades right now, what is your plan after we graduate? Dong Tu shrugs, I will probably just pay to go to some vocational college. Then he stops and glares, wait a minute, Ki Thianvu, that does not sound right. Why do you have to say my grades like that? Your own grades are not exactly stellar either. Kai Thianvu points to himself, hey, boss, I am literally #1 in the school now. Dong Tu completely loses it and yells, are you seriously still acting? I know exactly how smart you really are. Talk about a crazy guess. Dong Tu demands to know if his friend somehow got an overpowered, invincible superpower system straight out of a web novel. Kai Thianvu quickly looks away and denies it. Dong Tu, what are you even saying? Real life does not work like a fantasy novel. Dong Tu instantly points a finger at him. Aha, you are scratching your ear, which means you are totally lying. Kai Thianvu, we have been best friends for over 10 years, so tell me, did you get bitten by a spider or struck by lightning? I will go do it myself. Kai Thianvu just stares at him and thinks Dong Tu is seriously wild. I do not even know where this superpower came from myself. Telling him will only end up pulling him into some dangerous trouble. Kai Thianvu places a hand on his shoulder and sighs. Dong Tu, you need to stop reading those online novels. Your brain is getting totally fried, thinking about this stuff all day. And right here is where things take a chaotic turn. A loud shout cuts through, what are you guys doing piling up junk here? Dong Tu points, look, a fight is going down. Kai Thianvu lets out a sigh of relief, thank heaven. Dong Tu loves nothing more than a good public scene, and Kai Thianvu is finally off the hook. Ahead, a worker explains the boss told us to stack this stuff here for later. But the other guy furiously screams back, you are blocking the entrance to my casino. How are we supposed to do business? Lu Tio remains completely calm and replies, this is public land, not your property, so what right do you have to kick us out? The angry owner points directly in Lu Tio's face and demands, are you moving this right now? Lu Tio firmly replies, no. The owner scowls in pure rage, how dare a miserable manual laborer act tough with him? He feels completely insulted. Lu Tio gets furious as the guy suddenly shoves him. The owner just smirks and yells, I will hit you all I want, now beat it or get beaten again. Dong Tu is absolutely loving the show and cheers them on, but Kai Thianvu glares at him, what is wrong with you? Stop trying to pour fuel on the fire, he snaps. Meanwhile, the casino owner raises a massive fist and warns, move it, country bumpkin, or I am really going to hurt you. Lu Tio refuses to back down, making the casino owner lose his mind and throw a heavy punch right at his face. But the moment his fist lands, the owner starts crying as he clutches his swollen knuckles. Dong Tu points at him and bursts out laughing. Haha, this tough guy is a complete joke, he cried after throwing just one punch. But Kai Thianvu looks on with a pretty serious face. Something is off. That big tall worker looks like a real martial artist with a seriously solid build. Knocked to the ground, the casino owner grabs a solid brick, muttering that even martial arts masters are afraid of heavy weapons. He lunges forward with the brick, screaming for Lu Tio to die, but another hand suddenly reaches out and catches his wrist. It is Lu Tio's partner, who shoves the owner right back down. Lu Daitrang flexes his massive arms and growls, you dare lay a hand on my younger brother? We have been on the streets for years, and nobody disrespects us. Terrified, the casino owner pulls out his walkie-talkie and screams, security, get out here right now. Some punks are causing trouble. Beat them to a pulp. Instantly, a massive crowd of security guards armed with weapons rushes out of the building. Dong Tu is practically buzzing with excitement. Oh man, a real street brawl is starting. But Tian Yu sighs, your big mouth seriously, just jinxed us. The guards charge with weapons, surrounding the Lu brothers. Lu Tio grits his teeth and prepares to take the hit. Tian Yu watches and realizes that even with great skills, they cannot win against a massive mob. He runs forward and shouts to his friend Dong Tu, call the police right now. Dong Tu is completely stunned and just nods. Tian Yu steps up to the owner to stop this madness. Hey, stop this. If you keep fighting, someone is going to die. But the owner just sneers, who the hell do you think you are to tell me what to do? Tian Yu drops a heavy hand onto the guy's shoulder and whispers, activate strength enhancement. Instantly, a massive crash echoes as the solid concrete under his feet literally caves in. His eyes turn cold and dangerous as he commands, I said stop. Seeing his monstrous power, the guards completely lose it and run. Run, he is a monster, they scream, leaving the terrified casino owner shaking on the ground. Tian Yu walks over to the Lu brothers and offers his hand, telling them to get up now that it is all over. Lu Dartrang gestures his gratitude, deeply thanking him for stepping in to help. That last move had insane inner power, and he wonders what martial sect trained him. Tian Yu humbly responds that he does not know any qigong, and it was just a simple trick. He points to himself and explains that the police are already on their way, so they should not worry since the security cameras clearly prove those thugs attacked first. Once the cops arrive, they will force those thugs to pay for the medical bills and bring real justice, leaving the brothers completely stunned. Police. Lu Dartrang blurts out in sheer terror, I do not trust them. Lu Tio tells Tian Yu that as a fellow martial artist, he must see what they are capable of, explaining they originally came down from the mountain looking for bodyguard work to support themselves. Looking away, Lu Tio admits his brother always tries to act like a righteous hero. Can you believe that? He stops a crime, but ends up framed as a convict for 5 whole years. Now he is older, and his skills have grown rusty, leaving them in this sad state. But hearing this makes Tian Yu even more determined to help. Injustice. Pure injustice. But he tells them not to worry, because he has solid connections on the force. This time they will settle all old scores and get them proper justice, because the police are supposed to be the ultimate shield for regular people. Just then, Officer Xiao Luan arrives on duty and spots Tian Yu, asking in surprise what brings him to a place like this. Tian Yu points to himself and smiles. Officer Xiao Luan, we are actually the ones who called you guys. He briefly explains how these two brothers got cornered and beaten by a gang of local thugs, leaving them no choice but to call for backup. As Officer Xiao Luan checks Lu Dartrang's injuries. Wow, these wounds look pretty serious, he says, before asking Tian Yu where those low-life attackers managed to run off to. Mention them, and his face instantly turns completely icy. They claim to be casino security and fled back inside after the beatdown. So Officer Xiao Luan nods and leads his men straight into the casino to arrest everyone for questioning. Seeing the police raid his establishment, the casino owner instantly starts sweating. Officer, we are just running a business, but they blocked our entrance and were ruining our daily customer flow. Hearing this garbage excuse, Officer Xiao Luan snaps at him, you think that gives you the right to brutally beat people? And honestly, we all knew this was coming. The cowardly casino owner completely breaks down in tears, crying out to the officer that he is totally innocent. Save it for the station, Officer Xiao Luan barks, ordering his men to take them away. As Dong Tu runs up to Tian Yu to ask what they should do next. They still have afternoon classes to attend, but Tian Yu just shrugs it off, saying the cops need witness statements, so they have to go. Besides, skipping those afternoon classes is fine. No big deal anyway, so let us go. Hearing about skipping class, Dong Tu instantly brightens up and praises Tian Yu for being so cool. And soon at the station, Officer Xiao Luan reports that the investigation is fully complete. Those thugs have a long history of violent brawls. They kept terrorizing the local neighborhood, so the authorities are definitely going to hand down a severe punishment. Officer Xiao Luan then pulls out some cash for the Lu brothers, explaining that since some of those thugs were first-time offenders, they offered 3,000 in medical compensation to settle the case. Shocked, Lu Dartrang hesitates, completely unsure of what to say. Tian Yu tells him to just accept it because it is the justice they rightfully deserve, while a completely exhausted Dong Tu prepares to head out now that it is done. Man, we spent the whole day running around and now it is pitch black out. He sighs, as Tian Yu asks the brothers what their next move is and suggests checking into a hospital. Shaking his head, Lu Tio replies that though their injuries look bad on the outside, they are actually just superficial scrapes, so a hospital visit is useless. But his brother, Lu Dartrang, still wants to repay Tian Yu's massive kindness. He suggests that since Tian Yu helped them so much, and they have no other way to show thanks, they should use this cash to treat him to a nice meal. The second he hears about free food, Dong Tu instantly recharges, cheering that a free dinner makes this exhausting day totally worth the effort. Tian Yu glares at his greedy friend. Pure annoyance. Meanwhile, Lu Tiu wraps an arm around his brother and shows everyone his phone screen. He found a fancy high-end restaurant online for 700 per person, meaning their 3,000 is more than enough to cover all four of them. Tian Yu immediately waves his hands to decline, telling them not to waste hard-earned cash like that, but Lu Tiu stubbornly insists on treating him. You saved us, Master Tian Yu, and this dinner is the least we can do to show our gratitude, so please do not say no. Dong Tu eagerly chimes in, agreeing that spending 3,000 at once on a luxury feast is a once-in-a-lifetime chance he would never pass up. I have never eaten at a fancy restaurant my entire life, so we absolutely cannot let this rare opportunity slip away. Tian Yu can only sigh in complete defeat at his friends' antics as they arrive, while an incredibly hyped Dong Tu practically runs inside. Oh man, a real 5-star restaurant. Today is the day I finally get to experience how the filthy rich actually live. Tian Yu feels a bit out of place, wondering if they look too casual, when he suddenly bumps into Lam Te, who calls out his name and leaves him completely stunned. Lam Te has no idea what is going on but still confronts Tian Yu, demanding to know why he rejected her restaurant invite just to bring other people. Tian Yu is instantly annoyed the moment he spots her, wondering why on earth he keeps running into this woman everywhere he goes. Lam Te keeps pressing, asking what kind of gorgeous goddess could possibly convince the great Tian Yu to treat them to a meal. Tian Yu simply points to the crowd behind him and says it is them. Lam Te is instantly embarrassed, forcing a laugh as she apologizes for not expecting that possibility. Tian Yu immediately cringes and denies it. He might not know what she is imagining, but it is definitely not that. Right then, Lu Tiu lies on a table, letting a massive stone block get smashed right over his chest until it shatters in two. Meanwhile, Lu Dar Trang takes a power drill straight to his own head. Next, Lu Tiu goes ahead and lies down on a bed of sharp nails. Watching this wild show, Lam Te cannot stop clapping and cheering them on. She gasps at how impressive they are, prompting Tian Yu to proudly explain that this is real iron qigong. He then asks if she finally believes he does not like men. He insists he was only playing the hero and doing a good deed, which is why the two brothers agreed to treat him to dinner. Hearing this, Lam Te gets pretty excited and immediately wants to offer them a job. She tells them that with kung fu skills like theirs, working basic manual labor is a total waste, suggesting they visit her Lam group tomorrow so she can hook them up with elite security jobs. The two Lu brothers bow deeply in appreciation, calling her their sister-in-law. Hearing that ridiculous title makes Tian Yu snap, telling them to cut it out and watch what they say. Dong Tu immediately starts begging with puppy dog eyes, pleading for Lam Te to find him a job too, growing more dramatic by the second. He confesses he will definitely fail the college entrance exams, and landing a spot at the prestigious Lam group would be the absolute honor of a lifetime. Lam Te just smiles and promises to think about it. The very next day, Tian Yu and Dong Tu walk into a high-end clothing boutique, greeted warmly by the staff. They excitedly welcome him as Mr. Qi. He stares at the clerk, wondering how she has not been fired yet, realizing that Lam Te must have a pretty soft heart. Tian Yu asks the clerk to show his friends some of their basic budget options, leaving her completely stunned before she quickly assumes he actually meant the luxury collection. The clerk pulls out identical tailored suits for the Lu brothers and another sharp style for Dong Tu, presenting 3 premium, handcrafted wool suits. She asks if he likes them, but just looking at the tags makes Tian Yu break out into a cold sweat. Realizing this is going to cost hundreds of thousands, he suggests just taking his friends to a normal clothing store. But the clerk quickly objects, insisting that as the future son-in-law of the wealthy Lam family, his close friends absolutely cannot be seen wearing cheap, ordinary clothes. The clerk adds that this boutique belongs to Lam Te, and what is hers is basically his anyway, telling him to take whatever they want for free. The clerk bags up the gear before waving them off with a warm, friendly goodbye. The 4 of them arrive at the main building, but Tian Yu stops in confusion, wondering why the sliding doors are not opening automatically this time. Dong Tu points out the facial recognition scanner, suggesting they just call Lam Te, but of course, they do things the hard way. Lu Tiu immediately stops him, insisting they should not trouble his sister-in-law, before confidently walking up to the glass doors to pry them open by hand. He claims they know construction and prying this open will not cause any damage, but with one loud crack, the glass completely shatters into tiny pieces. Lu Tiu completely freezes, realizing too late that this door is nothing like the ones they build, just as security guards rush over to corner them. The guards demand to know who dared to break the main entrance, leaving Tian Yu to force an embarrassed smile as he prepares to lose face yet again. Right at that moment, Secretary Trung walks up to investigate, prompting the guard to quickly explain the entire messy situation to him. The guard complains that these fools randomly broke the front entrance, but Secretary Trung stops in surprise the moment he notices Tian Yu standing there. Recognizing him, the secretary asks if it is Tian Yu, who immediately offers a frantic apology. Tian Yu explains he was only bringing his friends in for a job interview when things got a bit out of hand, surprising Secretary Trung, who admits he heard about the interview. He remarks that prying open an automatic door with bare hands shows pretty incredible raw strength. Turning around, the secretary tells them to follow him to meet manager Lam San, as Tian Yu proudly steps up to introduce his two companions. He introduces them to Lam Sang as Lu Tio and Lu Daichang. Lam San crosses her arms, looking them up and down, asking if they are really the security candidates recommended by Lam Tai and Tian Yu, questioning if that is all they can do. Overflowing with supreme confidence, the duo starts showing off their martial arts stances, proudly claiming their iron-head qigong from the Pingdingshan sect can easily shatter mountains. Lam San immediately takes them seriously, prompting Secretary Trung to accept their challenge as he strips off his shirt to reveal an incredibly toned, muscular physique. Talk about an absolute plot twist. This elderly secretary is suddenly radiating pure, raw battle power. He takes his stance, ready to fight, as the brothers bow and prepare for the clash. Secretary Trung unleashes a devastating palm strike, channeling his inner energy into a massive shockwave that surges straight toward them as Lu Tiu and Lu Dartrang brace for impact. Charging with his steel strike, Secretary Trung unleashes a massive force that kicks up a thick cloud of dust. Yet those two do not budge even a single inch. In absolute shock, he praises them they did not just dodge his strike but actually countered with a powerful rebound force. Turning back to report, he says President Lam, these two brothers definitely have some real skill. Watching the entire thing unfold, a pleased Lam San praises them quickly before pulling out a stack of documents. She hands them over, telling them to take these two contracts. Reading it over, Lu Tio gasps in sheer shock a monthly salary of over 10,000. Bowing in unison, they shout, "Thank you, President Lam. We will absolutely do our best and protect the safety of this company even with our very lives." She just laughs helplessly, telling them they are exaggerating, as if she runs some shady underground business. There is no need to die, just do the job well. Suddenly, Dong Tu pops out, rubbing his hands in total flattery. Staring at Lam San with sparkling eyes, he confidently points to himself, "What about this handsome guy right here?" But she just scoffs in utter annoyance, asking him who he even is. Left completely confused, Dong Tu asks if Miss Lam Tay ever mentioned his name to her. Her answer is an instant, cold no, she only brought up the two Lu brothers. Instantly, 1,000 questions start spinning wildly inside his head. Mumbling to himself, Dong Tu asks if she is absolutely sure because he happens to be Tian Yu's absolute best brother. Once Tian Yu marries into the Lam family, he will be his main right-hand man. Hearing that, Lam San actually gets pretty interested and offers a deal. Fine. If you really want to join the Lam group, why don't you show us what you can actually do? Getting a bad feeling, Dong Tu sweats bullets, wondering what she means by skills, and here is where things go completely downhill. She commands Secretary Trung to go say hello. As the old man walks over, Dong Tu gets absolutely drenched in cold sweat. Shouting out his obedience, the secretary steps up while a terrified Dong Tu waves his hands, begging him to wait a second. But Secretary Trung ignores the plea, unleashing a gentle palm strike that sends Dong Tu flying several meters away. Screaming in pain, he crashes hard onto the ground, sobbing. Standing calmly, Secretary Trung explains that the Lam group only values raw skill and respects people who are actually capable. Only a system built on real merit can lead a massive company like theirs to true success. If you lack talent, even having a godlike brother will not save you. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he coldly states that to earn status and high income, you must first prove your worth. Behind him, Lam San quietly rests her chin. Giving a serious warning, she tells Tian Yu that these words apply to him too. Sure, his high school achievements were quite impressive, but to marry into the Lam family and lead their massive empire, that level of skill is simply not going to cut it. He needs to keep pushing his limits if he expects to manage a century-old family business of this scale. Dragged into the spotlight, Tian Yu can only stutter in agreement. Internally, he is screaming this is just a fake act. He has zero interest in inheriting their massive business. Rushing over to help Dong Tu up, he quickly gives instructions to Lu Tio and Lu Daichang. Since Lam San highly approves of them, they should stay and work hard, while he gets Officer Lone to look into their prison injustice case. The two Lu brothers express their deep gratitude, promising to remember his massive kindness and vow to repay him in the future. Walking back, Tian Yu lets out a massive sigh of relief, finally understanding things. With his own business sorted, he turns back to check on his completely miserable friend, lagging far behind. He asks Dong Tu how he is doing, but his friend just wails in misery, asking how he could possibly be calm right now. He just took a brutal blast to the chest, and using that to test a normal guy is insane. Feeling like his entire stomach is turned upside down, he suddenly grabs Tian Yu by the collar to beg for help. He frantically begs him to use his special superpowers to heal his injuries, forcing a sweating Tian Yu to quickly cover the loud mouth of his troublesome friend. Asking if his brain got scrambled, he tells him to shut up in broad daylight. But inside, he is starting to panic since Dong Tu actually managed to guess the truth. Should he just tell him everything? After thinking it over, he decides to wait until he gets a better grasp of his own powers before saying anything. If there are dangerous secrets behind his abilities, letting his friend in on the truth right now might only put him in harm's way. He helplessly stammers out a vague explanation, telling Dong-tu that some things simply cannot be explained right now, but comforts his friend by promising he will never do anything to hurt him. Being a highly understanding friend, Dong-tu promises to never bring up the topic of special powers ever again. Still shivering in pain, he lowers his voice to plead one last time, asking if he really cannot heal him. He complains that his stomach is completely wrecked, leaving Tian Yu with nothing to do but let out a helpless sigh. Telling him to get home and rest up before their big trip tomorrow, Tian Yu ends up fast asleep the next morning, snoring loudly in a beautiful dream. Suddenly, a loud car horn blaring from the street below jolts Tian Vu awake. Ruined a perfect dream. Still half asleep, Tian Vu runs to the window and screams down, "What the hell are you doing honking so early in a quiet neighborhood?" From below, Lam-te pokes her head out of the car window, apologizing awkwardly. "Sorry about that, Tian Vu. I really had no idea this horn would be so loud." Seeing her there shocks Tian Vu wide awake, and he stammers her name in pure confusion. Remembering their trip today, he shouts down, "Hold on for a minute. Let me get ready and I will be right down." But before he can even turn around, his mother blocks his path, arms crossed. "Wait," she asks sternly, "who on earth is that girl waiting downstairs? Where are you two going this early in the morning?" Tian Vu starts stressing out internally. Telling his mom she is the wealthy heiress of the Lam group would totally freak her out. He has to dodge the truth and quickly make up an excuse. "She is just a classmate of mine. We are going on a trip to the suburbs today. She has a car, so she offered to pick me up." His mother sighs, still pretty suspicious. A student wearing that much fancy makeup? She does not look like a student at all. Tian Vu, you are not allowed to hang out with girls like that. Rushing downstairs, he helplessly explains to his mother. "What are you talking about? She is just a classmate. There is absolutely nothing between us. I am leaving." His mother scowls, letting out an angry huff. On the road, Lam-te turns to him and asks where to next. Tian Vu calmly replies, "We are heading to school. Our class actually chartered a whole bus for this." Lam-te is immediately taken aback, shouting, "What? I literally bought a private car for us, and we still have to take a bus?" Tian Vu explains, "The campsite is a 2-hour drive. Can you really handle that much driving?" Realizing that is not enough to sway the rich young lady, he quickly adds, "Besides. And you know what? Riding together makes the time fly by. That is the real fun of a trip like this." Easily convinced, Lam-te gets super excited. "Is that true? I have only ever been chauffeured around since childhood, so I have never actually experienced something like that." The two quickly arrive at the meeting point. Seeing Lam-te's incredibly flashy car, Dong-tu folds his arms, letting out an impressed whistle. "Oh, you are finally here." Seeing everyone gathered, he immediately turns to complain to Lam-te. "Sister Lam, you are totally letting me down here. Didn't you promise to help me find a job? You did not even mention it to your older sister." But the noble young lady of the Lam family casually rubs salt right into Dong-tu's fresh wound. "I was actually trying to help you, but honestly, I just could not think of any job that you are capable of handling. You have to work a lot harder if you want a spot in the Lam group." Speaking of which, she turns to say hello. "Hey Dong-no." Dong-nok shyly stammers out a greeting. Dong-tu and Lam-te quickly get super hyped and cheer together. "Let's all have some real fun today." Even though Dong-nok is looking pretty uncomfortable standing in the back. Before long, the group arrives at the campsite, and a breathtaking, majestic view immediately greets their eyes. Mount Thon's sun is barely 200 meters above sea level, but the scenery is gorgeous. Dong-tu excitedly adds that this place is the ultimate barbecue paradise. With that, he calls out to Tian Vu and Dong-nok, who are busy taking photos, getting everyone on their feet to start working. "Boys chop firewood, girls wash the vegetables. Hurry up, I want some hot sizzling barbecue for lunch today." Hearing this, Lam-te lets out a heavy sigh, whining Tian Vu, "If you had told me earlier, I would have brought some high-grade premium meat." Tian Vu quickly reassures her. "Our stuff is pretty great too. We have standard barbecue meats and plenty of instant noodles." Dong-tu feels a bit regretful, glancing over at their meager supplies. He sighs in frustration. "Pork is so expensive lately, we only got a few pounds. I am worried we will stay hungry, so we will just have to fill up on instant ramen." Now, here is where his planning kicks in. "Sister Lam, Tian Vu and I will go chop firewood. You head over with the girls to wash the vegetables." Lam-te is totally stunned, only managing a confused, "Huh?" But the two guys are already gone. She is completely shocked. Washing vegetables is a job for servants. Why does she have to do it herself? Getting to the washing station, Dong-jok quickly grabs a bunch of chives and hands them to Lam-te. "Just wash these chives." But only 3 seconds after the rich young lady picks the bunch up, a fat, crawling caterpillar pops its head up to wave hello, making her completely lose her mind and scream, "Oh my god, a bug." Without thinking, Lam-te throws the chives down, jumps back 2 meters, and screams for backup. Suddenly, a foot lightly steps down and squishes the caterpillar flat. Dongjok looks up, annoyed, and tells her it is fine now. She frowns, silently judging this spoiled princess who can do absolutely nothing. Sister Lamb, have you literally never done any chores before? Internally, Lamte is quite shocked by how fierce this young girl is. It is obvious this brat dislikes her solely because she is hanging out with Kai Thian Vu, but she decides not to push it. Whatever, she did not come here to argue with her anyway. Time to move on. Lan Shi immediately starts plotting her escape. She quickly makes up a lame excuse to slip away, claiming she just needs a quick restroom break. Once she gets some distance, she calculates her next move. She will find a quiet gazebo with Tian Yu, snap some photos, and head home. Just a single guy and a single girl, totally alone in a deep, quiet forest pavilion. Simply picturing it makes Lan Shi blush like crazy, but she quickly shakes her head to snap herself out of it. What am I thinking? This is just an act. But then her quick brain hits the real issue. Unless, of course, she actually has feelings for Tian Yu. The mere thought makes her face burn even redder. After wandering around, she finally spots him and calls out his name. Tian Yu. Giggling, Lan Shi tells him her plan. She says, I am really not used to this deep forest. Let us just take some photos for social media so I can go home early. Tian Yu nods in agreement and makes a quick suggestion. Yeah, I figured you would hate it out here. We should go up to that mountain pavilion to take the photos. Hearing this, she immediately feels a bit guilty. Wait, going to the gazebo? What if something actually happens? As Lan Shi hesitates, he looks confused. What is wrong? Do you not want to climb the stairs? But then he offers another option, suggesting they head to the riverbank instead. Lan Shi quickly stammers to cover it up. No way, let us go to the gazebo. The view up there must be gorgeous. With that, the two of them start climbing the stairs up to the pavilion. The dead silence only makes Lan Shi more flustered. What is wrong with me? We are literally just walking upstairs together. But why is her heart racing like crazy? Her face flushes bright red, though she tries to convince herself she is just overthinking things. You can probably guess what happens next. Suddenly, Tian Yu whips around with a loud gasp. Startled and feeling guilty, she stammers out what is wrong. He looks completely baffled by the girl who is quietly tailing them, asking Dong Yu why she is here. Dong Yu's face darkens as she growls every single word. She demands to know what they are doing up here. Tian Yu just stands there completely baffled, stammering out a confused huh. He slowly explains they are just taking photos, reminding her he has to pretend to date Lan Shi. But Lan Shi's wealthy girl pride refuses to let her back down. She grumbles to herself, so what? She is the great Lan Shi, yet she's acting like a third wheel for two annoying high school kids. She aggressively steps up and snaps at Dong Yu. Insisting she hasn't fallen low enough to steal her man, our noble young lady suddenly slips on the wet ground. She faceplants hard, screaming in pain and sending everyone into a wild panic. Right then, a sudden summer storm rolls in without warning, turning the sky pitch black as heavy rain starts pouring down. Trapped in the tiny pavilion halfway up the mountain, Tian Yu awkwardly apologizes to the two girls standing next to him. He says he is sorry to Lan Shi for not explaining things to Dong Yu and causing this mess. Looking outside at the downpour, sighing softly, he realizes they are probably stuck there together, since the storm isn't letting up anytime soon. Lan Shi politely tries to reassure him, saying at least they have shelter while everyone else stuck down below is having a terrible time. Suddenly noticing a massive bump on her forehead, he asks if she is okay. Lan Shi immediately plays it tough, claiming her head is rock solid, and it's just a tiny scratch. Hearing this, Dong Yu's face darkens even more as her mood completely hits rock bottom. She lets out a cold snort, then suddenly shrieks in pain. Tian Yu immediately spins around in a panic, asking her what is wrong. Dong Yu puts on a dramatic show, whining that she just sprained her ankle. He naturally tells her to take off her shoe so he can check. After inspecting it, Tian Yu is secretly a bit confused but still reassures her that it is nothing too serious. Throwing a smug look at Lan Shi, she gloats over how naturally he is massaging her ankle right now. Lan Shi is absolutely livid. Is this little brat really trying to play mind games with her? Refusing to lose, she suddenly lets out a loud scream. Gently leaning right against Tian Yu, she complains that her head is suddenly throbbing. She whimpers that she feels so dizzy. The poor guy feels completely overwhelmed, barely able to squeeze out a confused sound. Not to be outdone, Dong Yu also clings to him, whining that she is freezing after getting wet. Tian Yu's eyes widen in sheer panic, and honestly, you just have to feel for the poor guy right now. He is completely sandwiched between them, forced to sit as stiff as a statue. Inside, Tian Yu is screaming at the top of his lungs, wondering what on earth is happening. Down below, Dong Zi's group finally spots the tiny pavilion up on the mountain. He quickly rallies everyone, shouting that there is shelter ahead, and they are finally saved. But the moment they arrive, the entire group instantly freezes in shock. Tian Yu is pinned down, completely immobilized by both girls hugging him tightly. In a panic, he desperately begs Lan Shi and Dong Yu to let go. He begs them to wake up. They open their eyes, gasping as they realize everyone is watching. Dong Zi reacts instantly, giving his buddy a giant thumbs up and praising his game. Tian Yu desperately stammers, trying to salvage whatever is left of his reputation. He begs them to let him explain. Meanwhile, Mrs. Chen runs frantically over to Tian Yu's mother, screaming that something terrible has happened. Seeing the elderly neighbor acting so incredibly panicked, his mother gets pretty worried too, asking what's going on and telling Mrs. Tran to calm down. The old lady blabs on apparently. Her son Kai Thian Vu recently got a girlfriend. Did she know about this? That gets his mother even more shocked. Her son told her he was single. But Mrs. Tran just narrows her eyes, absolutely sure of herself. And get ready, because she's about to drop a piece of news that completely blows her mind. The girl is Lam Tay, heiress to the massive Lam Corporation. Kai Thian Vu walks in, trying to act completely normal as he says he's home. But in the living room, his mother sits silently on the sofa, watching him enter with a pretty dark look on her face. He stretches and heads straight for his bedroom, tiredly complaining to his mom about his day. Trying to relax on the picnic only made him more exhausted than studying, leaving him totally drained. But his mother sharply orders him to stop right there. The atmosphere in the room instantly freezes over. Crossing her arms, she glares at Kai Thian Vu with a cold, piercing look, her voice dropping low and calm as she speaks. She tells him that Mrs. Tran already filled her in this morning, about him dating the heiress of the Lam Corporation. Her brow furrows, and with an incredibly sharp glare, she angrily demands to know what on earth is going on here. She demands an explanation. Turning around, Kai Thian Vu looks deeply anxious and completely confused, asking how Mrs. Tran could possibly know about this. Hearing his confused question, his mother completely loses her cool. Her face is no longer just filled with anger, but now she's showing a pretty deep sense of worry and panic too. No hiding it. She snaps that it's obviously true and he can't escape, demanding he explain everything clearly right now. His mother watches as a panicked Kai Thian Vu raises his hands, desperately trying to find the words. He pleads that it's just a huge misunderstanding, wondering how on earth the entire neighborhood already knows about it. His mother continues to grill him, demanding answers. What misunderstanding is he talking about? And is he actually dating her? Did he actually hook up with the Lam family heiress? Looking down, he honestly admits she's just a classmate of his sister Thu Bin. He explains he met her during a recent outing with sister Thu Bin. Kai Thian Vu tries his best to make things clear, his voice helpless but sincere as he tries to calm his mother down. He reveals her family is forcing her to marry some wealthy, spoiled second-generation scumbag. She wanted to escape the wedding, so she asked him to act as her fake boyfriend. Hearing this, his mother calms down quite a bit. It sounds pretty reasonable, but she insists she'll have to call Thu Bin to double-check. Kai Thian Vu rolls his eyes. Clearly annoyed by the lack of trust, he mutters that she can believe whatever she wants. Late at night in another location, the guy in the black suit from the casino who ran into Kai Thian Vu earlier enters a dark room to complain. He whines to boss Sa Luong that others only pay 2,000 while they pay 3,000. Since he got humiliated, the boss has to back him up. Sa Luong snaps back with a pretty fierce voice, demanding the name of whoever dared to cause trouble on his turf. The thug helplessly replies that he doesn't know the guy's name, but he managed to get a photo of him. In the dark room, the glow from the television lights up Sa Luong's face, making him look incredibly menacing. He shouts out, "Hand it over and let me see." The thug angrily holds up his phone, showing him the picture. Sa Luong takes one look and freezes. Absolute terror. It is Kai Thian Vu. And watching the boss's face drain of color, you can tell the subordinate is completely losing his mind. He nervously asks if the boss knows the guy. Sa Luong looks down, his brow furrowed in deep regret, and lets out a forced, incredibly awkward laugh. His stammers look Tiu Chao. The thugs standing behind him are all severely beat up, and Sa Luong is no exception, sporting a bandaged arm and bruises all over his face. Slumped in his chair, he explains that all the boys recently got into a massive, brutal brawl, leaving them with some pretty serious injuries. Sweating profusely, he looks away and tries to buy some time, telling him they need at least 2 weeks to recover before doing anything. Tiu Chao looks utterly disappointed, but then his face quickly darkens as a terrifying realization suddenly hits him. Drenched in sweat and absolutely terrified, he asks if the guy who beat them half to death was actually Kai Thian Vu. Angered by the embarrassment, Sa Luong yells, "Shut up!" Sa Luong furiously warns him, his eyes burning with absolute rage as he tells him never to speak that name again. Just then, a massive bald man named Hong Min Kwang walks in, wearing dark sunglasses and sporting a thick beard. Flaunting a heavy gold chain around his neck, he mockingly calls Sa Luong pathetic. Hearing his voice, Sa Luong spins around in shock to face the man behind him. He stammers in shock, while Tiu Chao gasps, realizing this is the legendary leader of the Hoang Long Guild, Hong Min Kwang. The powerful guild leader immediately starts shouting at them in pure rage. He asks how a gang backed Empri Peter by his Ho Ong Long guild ended up in such a pathetic state, completely ruining their reputation. Saluang desperately tries to explain that he doesn't know what that kid is capable of. But the boss cuts him off, pulling his glasses down to reveal a cold, menacing gaze. He tells him to shut up their Honglong guild, will personally handle this Kai Tian Vu. Ki Tian Yu is walking with Lu Tio and Dai Trang when his phone rings, and he answers, "Hello, who is this?" Out of nowhere, a panicked Thu Bin on the other end asks Ki Tian Yu, "Where are you right now?" Confused, Ki Tian Yu honestly replies that he is just helping the two Lam brothers find a house, asking what is going on. That is when Thu Bin drops the bomb about a serious situation his parents were attacked at home. Hearing this, Ki Tian Yu freezes, thinking he misheard. He rushes to the hospital and finds both of his parents covered in severe wounds, lying helpless on hospital beds. "Mom, what happened? Who did this? And how could anyone actually overcome Dad's formidable martial arts skills?" Ki Tian Yu's father looks incredibly serious, warning him that the attackers are martial artists with a deadly tiger claw technique. He warns Ki Tian Yu that those thugs are targeting him and urges him to go hide immediately. He tells him to skip school because staying alive is what matters. But Ki Tian Yu stands firm, refusing to ever run away. Even in intense pain, his father tries to reason with him, asking why his usually smart son is being so foolish. If his martial arts can easily overpower a seasoned fighter like me, there is simply no way you can stand a chance against him. But Ki Tian Yu looks absolutely determined to prove how strong he has become, burning with a desire to avenge his parents. "Dad, your son is not the same weak kid anymore. You used to protect me, but now it is my turn." He quickly calls out to his allies Lu Tio, Dai Trang, "Let's go move out." They march out of the hospital room with burning fighting spirits, completely determined to stop that arrogant thug from running wild. Behind them, his father desperately yells for them to stop. Now watch this, the moment they step outside, Huang Min Kuang is already there waiting to block their path. Ki Tian Yu immediately figures it out, asking if he is the infamous Huang Min Kuang. The thug smugly confirms his identity, arrogantly bragging that he was the one who thrashed Ki Tian Yu's parents. Hearing this confession, Ki Tian Yu boils with pure rage, his eyes locked onto Wang Min Kuang with murderous intent. He warns him that coming here saves him the search, telling Lu Tio and Dar Trang to stand back while he handles this. Huang Min Kuang just sneers in total contempt, mocking his tough attitude and promising to show him what real power feels like. Ki Tian Yu wastes no time, immediately unleashing his inner power as a blinding aura of energy spikes directly to its absolute peak. This sudden display of force actually makes Huang Min Kuang slightly wary. He is shocked that a mere kid possesses such dense energy, channeling internal power directly into his bones beyond what the eye can track. Now it finally makes sense why Sha Liang got beaten so easily. Ki Tian Yu charges forward, launching a supersonic punch straight at Huang Min Kuang, but the smug villain barely even blinks, calmly dodging while throwing out some arrogant advice. He warns him that martial arts takes far more than just brute force. Ki Tian Yu's fist slams directly into a concrete pillar, because at the absolute last second, his opponent slipped away like a ghost. This insane speed leaves Ki Tian Yu completely stunned, right before Huang Min Kuang glares back with utter malice in his eyes. "Now it is my turn," the villain sneers, unleashing his deadly tiger claw technique, but Lu Tio suddenly jumps in front of Ki Tian Yu, activating his golden shield. Because of this, Lu Tio takes the full force of that brutal claw strike. The way he grits his teeth in sheer agony shows just how devastating this attack is. His eyes roll back as his body trembles violently, pushed way past his limits by the sheer force of the impact. Terrified, Ki Tian Yu screams out for his friend, but Lu Tio's sacrifice is not in vain because the impact actually leaves Huang Min Kuang's fingers trembling in severe pain. "Damn it," the villain growls, "is that iron body skill? My hand hurts." Out of nowhere, Dar Trang lunges forward to lock the villain in a tight chokehold from behind, shouting to his friend. He tells Ki Tian Yu to strike now while he has him pinned, prompting Ki Tian Yu to charge, but their opponent's strength is off the charts. With a single swift motion, he easily breaks the hold and hurls Dar Trang forward. He even throws Dar Trang directly into Ki Tian Yu's path to block the incoming attack, taking out both allies at once. With both defenders out of the way, Huang Min Kuang turns his deadly focus back to Ki Tian Yu, mocking him that there is no one left to save him now. Seeing how badly things have turned, Ki Tian Yu begins sweating heavily, clenching his fists as he desperately tries to calculate a winning strategy against this monster. He realizes that even using his maximum power output, securing a victory here seems almost entirely out of reach. Suddenly, Huang Min Kuang lunges forward like a starving wolf ready to tear its prey apart, mocking him that there is no time for distraction in a fight. He viciously wraps his hand around Ki Tian Yu's neck, squeezing hard to choke out any chance of retaliation. Lifting him off the ground as easily as a feather, the villain holds Ki Tian Yu's very life in his ruthless hands. Then he smugly mocks Tian Yu, asking if he finally gets it now, and who the real boss around here is. But even with his life hanging by a thread, Tian Yu refuses to back down, sneering that trash like him does not deserve that title. Huang Min Kuang sneers at Tian Yu's stubbornness, asking if he still wants to run his mouth. No one is coming to save you now, so believe me when I say I can end you right here. But Tian Yu stands his ground, shouting right in Huang Min Kuang's face, asking if he really thinks evil can ever defeat justice. Just as he declares that evil never wins, watch this, Xiao Luan suddenly bursts in, pointing her gun straight at Huang Min Kuang. She orders Huang Min Kuang not to move, but he does not care about the police at all. He scoffs that he has ruled the streets for years without knowing what fear is. But Officer Xiao Luan stands firm, doing her duty. She warns Huang Min Kuang to stop resisting and come with them quietly for investigation. Suddenly, Huang Min Kuang lunges with a punch, telling her to stop waving her hands around, but she does not back down. She pulls the trigger, aiming straight for Huang Min Kuang's knee, before coldly barking out another order. Stay down on the ground, she commands, because an ambulance is coming to patch up that wound before questioning. And now, Huang Min Kuang is left thrashing on the ground in absolute agony, the ultimate price for trying to fight the law. Seeing this, Tian Yu gives her a huge thumbs up, praising Officer Xiao Luan for looking absolutely amazing. Once they reach the station, Officer Xiao Luan expresses her deep gratitude to Tian Yu. She praises Qi, saying they only caught this cunning fox Huang Min Kuang because he lured him out, but he politely replies that the monster hurt his parents. He adds that since he did it to others too, stopping bad guys is just everyone's basic duty. He tells Officer Xiao Luan she is too kind, before she shares some newly investigated information with Dar Trang. She tells Lu Tiu that his case's DNA matches Huang Min Kuang perfectly, meaning he is likely the one who framed him back then. Then, Officer Xiao Luan reassures Dai Chang. Don't worry. She promises they will investigate that monster thoroughly to help him uncover the absolute truth of what happened years ago, leaving Dar Trang completely moved to tears. After thanking Officer Xiao Luan and the police, Tian Yu and Lu Tio return to the hospital ward, announcing that the criminal who hurt his father has been punished. Seeing him return completely safe and sound, his father is overjoyed as he sits up in bed. His father says it is just good to have him back, while his mother steps up to playfully scold him for not calling sooner. Tian Yu is absolutely thrilled to see his mother awake, asking her if she is really awake now. He asks if Sister Thu Bin is here too, while his mother looks at her warmly, telling her to head home with Tian Yu since it is getting late. Tian Yu gazes at her softly, and Thu Bin smiles right back at him before giving her reply. She agrees, suggesting they head back. Behind them, the two brothers wait anxiously, hoping they can go with them. He asks his parents if the brothers can stay with them for now, since they currently have no other place to stay. His parents happily agree. They tell them to stay safe, while a passing nurse checks in and offers some praise. She calls his mother lucky for having such a talented son and daughter, but his mother proudly clarifies that the girl is actually their neighbor. She warmly adds that she always wished she had a daughter just like her. The next morning, Thu Bin slowly wakes up with blurry eyes and wait. You won't believe who she finds sleeping completely peacefully right beside her. Covering herself with the blanket, she blushes and asks why he is sleeping next to her. Tian Yu finally wakes up, his own face blushing red as he quickly assures her that he did not do anything bad at all. Then, he calmly explains to Thu Bin everything that actually happened the night before. When they first walked into the house, everything was in complete chaos with broken furniture scattered everywhere, leaving Tian Yu scratching his head in confusion. He tells Thu Bing that maybe Dar Trang should take her home, since he really needs to clean up this massive mess first. But Thu Bin is already completely exhausted, leaning her head against his shoulder and falling fast asleep. He is pretty surprised, but she must be absolutely drained after such a long, exhausting day of looking after his family. Lu Tio chimes in, suggesting that since she watched over his parents all day, he should carry her to bed to rest. After tucking her into bed carefully, he makes sure Lu Tiu and Dar Trong have a place to stay, offering them his parents' room while he sleeps on the couch after cleaning. The two brothers head out, giving him a very knowing smile. They tease Brother Qi that they finally get it now his thing with Lan Te was fake, but this girl is his true love. Then they quickly head out and lock the door behind them, giving him a perfect setup that is now entirely up to him to finish. Ji Tianyu is caught completely off guard, his face twisting as he tries to open the locked door. Annoyed, he yells out "Die Bai. Lu Xiao, what are you doing? Don't lock the door like this." Outside, Lu Xiao chuckles and replies she had a really rough day today, so take good care of her. Ji Tianyu stares at the sleeping Shu Ping, unable to control himself as he gulps hard. But back to reality. He desperately tries to explain that absolutely nothing else happened after that. Then he laughs and walks away. I am off to school. I haven't been there in days. Arriving at the academy, Ji Tianyu rolls up his sleeves, thinking his uniform feels unfamiliar. Suddenly, a green-haired guy bolts out of nowhere, stopping right in front of him and screaming, "Help! Save me!" He falls flat on his face, grabbing Ji Tianyu, who instantly recognizes him as Sha Liang. Scrambling to his feet, He screams, "Save me, someone's trying to kill me." Hearing Xiaoliang's incredibly frantic voice and seeing his desperate, pleading attitude, Tian Yu gets pretty surprised and skeptical, asking him, "Kill you? Who would have the sheer guts to reduce a tough guy like you to this pathetic state?" With that, Tian Yu immediately pulls out his phone from his pocket, holding it up right in front of Xiaoliang. Clearly in agonizing pain, Xiaoliang squeezes one eye shut as he glares at the phone in Tian Yu's hand. Tian Yu looks back and tells him, "At most, I can only help you call the police. I have absolutely no interest in getting mixed up in your gang wars." Suddenly, Lu De charges out of nowhere with a sharp knife raised, screaming at the top of his lungs as he rushes toward them. "Xiaoliang, give up your life." Terrified, Xiaoliang spins around, clutching his bleeding wound with one hand to stop the flow, while desperately raising his other arm to block Lu De's deadly surprise attack. Deadly intent. Lu De is putting his entire soul into carving up Xiaoliang. Too late. Xiaoliang immediately realizes this incoming blow is impossible to dodge. His pupils shrink in pure terror, his face showing a mix of utter helplessness and dread. Seeing this injustice, Tian Yu simply cannot stand by. Tian Yu's expression turns deadly serious, and he immediately activates his skill, multiplying his strength 10 times over. Within a mere fraction of a second, Tian Yu dashes in front of Xiaoliang, effortlessly snapping the razor-sharp blade. Lu De thrusts forward, leaving both of them completely stunned. Tian Yu frowns and coldly warns him, "I do not care if Xiaoliang lives or dies, but I cannot just look away when people are trying to murder each other in broad daylight." Staring at this shocking scene, Lu De realizes the very kid he once tried to bully is now shielding Xiaoliang. Unable to believe his eyes, Lu De gasps in total shock. Suddenly recognizing this familiar face, Tian Yu points in mild surprise. "Remember him?" Tian Yu recalls the day Lu De tried to extort him, only to get absolutely pulverized. Tian Yu asks, "Aren't you that same guy I thrashed half to death in that alley?" As Xiaoliang's subordinates suddenly piece together what's going on, Tian Yu narrows his eyes in suspicion. "Wait, is this a mutiny?" Rules aside. "Do you seriously not know the steep price of committing murder?" Looking at Lu De's pale face, Brother Dong, one of his associates, asks in annoyance Lu De, "Who is this punk? How dares he interfere with the Qing gang?" A shiver runs down Lu De's spine as he breaks into a cold sweat, telling the guy who just asked his name is Tian Yu, he is a real piece of work. Completely ignoring Lu De's warning, the cocky Brother Dong steps right up to Tian Yu, glaring with irritated eyes. Brother Dong sneers with disdain, "Whoever you are, anyone daring to cross the Qing gang has only one path, and that is death." Before he can even finish his sentence, Tian Yu's fist intimately greets his face with a devastating, echoing crack. Brother Dong falls flat on his butt, rubbing his sore face while trying to prop himself up on the ground. Tian Yu firmly warns him, "I do not care about some Qing gang or Lan gang. How dare you act so tough while trying to murder someone?" Pulling out his phone, he issues a final warning, "If you want to keep going, you can explain it to the police." Brother Dong and Lu De instantly cower, yet they still try to act tough. The two turn around to flee, throwing back one last bitter threat, "Damn you, just you, wait, let's get out of here." Once they disappear, a worried Tian Yu turns back to Xiaoliang, frowning as he asks, "Are you okay, Xiaoliang? Can you make it to the hospital on your own, or should I call an ambulance?" Right now, Xiaoliang looks pretty terrible, grit teeth enduring the intense pain. His face looks absolutely terrible. No. Before he can even finish speaking, Xiaoliang's massive body collapses heavily onto the ground. Losing consciousness fast, Tian Yu quickly rushes over, shouting his name, "Xiaoliang." His vision slowly fades to black, Tian Yu's figure turning blurry as the frantic shouts of his name echo distantly in his ears. "Xiaoliang." Sometime later, after Tian Yu got him to the emergency room, Xiaoliang finally wakes up, his eyes slowly fluttering open. While passed out, the doctors had bandaged up his wounds. Looking around in confusion, he mutters weakly, "Where am I?" Just then, a voice speaks up beside him, "You're finally awake." It's Tian Yu, looking down at Xiaoliang as the latter's pupils shrink in sheer disbelief. He asks Tian Yu, "Was it you who saved me?" Then, suddenly raising his voice, Xiaoliang urgently warns Tian Yu, "You better watch your back with the Qing gang. Keep your eyes peeled at all times, or you're as good as dead." Tian Yu frowns, barely casting a glance at the young man lying on the bed as he responds, "Sa Luong, you know what I am capable of, so what can a tiny gang like the Thon gang even do to me?" Hearing this, Sa Luong realizes how naive Tian Yu is being and warns him with a serious tone, "Sure, they cannot touch you directly, but they have countless dirty tricks up their sleeves. What will you do if they target your family instead?" Hearing this, Tian Yu pauses in his tracks, realizing that Sa Luong actually makes a pretty good point. Sa Luong scowls in irritation, his voice dripping with anger as he explains how his own underling in the Thon gang dared to betray him and try to take his life. Struggling to breathe from sheer rage, He places a hand over his oxygen mask and wheezes, "We need to team up." Saluang pulls off the oxygen mask, offering Kai Tianvu a firm proposal with absolute determination in his voice. "For the sake of your family and my old gang, let us join forces and destroy the Than gang." Honestly, this desperate plea combined with Saluang's action leaves Kai Tianvu quite stunned for a moment. After a brief silence, Kai Tianvu frowns and firmly states his stance. "Saluang, I am not going to team up with you. I have no desire to mingle with any of your underworld gangs." He even adds a piece of advice, telling him to go find a decent job instead of clinging to his old gangster life. Saluang's expression shows he clearly expected this kind of reaction. But Kai Tianvu is not done, explaining how he plans to take care of that rival gang. He tells Saluang that to bring down the Than gang, they will use legal means. Yet, it seems Saluang already has his own plans. Kai Tianvu explains that they will first gather evidence of all the crimes the Than gang committed, and then hand it over to the police. Having made his stance crystal clear, Kai Tianvu completely rejects Saluang's violent approach. He says fighting fire with fire is absolutely out of the question. Lying on his hospital bed, listening to Kai Tianvu speak with such strong justice, Saluang actually begins to change his mind. "Fine. Then I will investigate with you, no matter what it takes. I must destroy the Than gang." Suddenly, Saluang shouts at the top of his lungs, trying to prove his ultimate determination to team up. "From this day on, I am turning over a new leaf and leaving the gangster world behind to become a useful citizen." Hearing this pledge from a former gang leader, Kai Tianvu feels pretty pleased with the response. He says, "It is good that you realize this. Now focus on recovering, and once you heal, we will dismantle the Than gang together." With that, Kai Tianvu walks toward the exit, turning back to say goodbye to Saluang as he leaves, and Saluang simply nods in return. Outside in the hospital hallway, Kai Tianvu pulls out his phone to check the time, his expression growing quite anxious. Oh man, it is almost 5 p.m. He was supposed to go to class today, but school has already wrapped up. Kai Tianvu falls into deep thought, deciding to call Lu Daitrang instead, telling Lu Tiu to clean up the room. Later that afternoon, as the setting sun casts a golden glow over the Lam Group building, Kai Tianvu casually strolls through the main entrance with his hands tucked into his pockets. The receptionists outside all bow respectfully as Kai Tianvu walks past. Welcoming him respectfully, they greet him as Mr. Kai. Kai Tianvu smiles in pure satisfaction, thinking to himself that last time the security blocked him, but now they are incredibly polite. Lam Te truly trained them well. Afterwards, Kai Tianvu wanders through the corridors of the Lam Group, reading the nameplates on each door. This must be the security room, where Lu Daitrang and Lu Tiu are working. Kai Tianvu excitedly flings the door open and calls out, "Hey, Daitrang and Lu Tiu, if you are not busy, let us head out." But the scene inside the security room is absolutely chaotic, which leaves Kai Tianvu pretty stunned. Lu Tiu and Lu Daitrang are spinning around completely overwhelmed as the surrounding staff members constantly crowd them from all sides. At the 1 o'clock angle, a guy asks Lu Daitrang, "Captain, we still have 5 interviews left today." Another guy over at the 7 o'clock direction yells, "Please take a look at the surveillance control system." Lu Tiu is not having it any easier either, with people asking him how to handle these IC cards and if the security arrangements are okay. You have got to laugh at this. Watching the madness makes Kai Tianvu sweat, wondering if being a captain is always this hectic. Seeing Kai Tianvu call them Lu Daitrang and Lu Tiu scramble. They fight through the crowd to shout back, "Mr. Kai, wait for us. We have over 20 tasks left but we'll head home right after." Hearing this, Kai Tianvu quietly slips back outside, gently closing the door behind him as he whispers, "All right, take your time. I will wait out here." Sitting alone on the steps outside the Lam Group, Kai Tianvu looks quite a bit down. The Lu brothers are already working so hard on their very first day, putting everything they have into making a living. Staring down at his hands, Kai Tianvu thinks about his incredible powers and realizes he cannot just idle his life away. He needs to do something truly meaningful. Lost in deep thought, Kai Tianvu does not even notice Lu Tiu and Lu Daitrang standing right behind him. Lu Xiao smiles and claps Tian Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Master Qi." Tian Yu turns to Lu Dezhuang and replies with a smile, "No worries, I am getting used to it anyway, so how do you two like the new job?" The Lu brothers, Lu Dezhuang and Lu Xiao, nervously shout in unison, "So exhausting." Lu Xiao stands up abruptly, clenching his fists and admitting, "We are just a couple of brawlers, yet a bunch of college kids keep surrounding us, lecturing about security firewalls. We cannot make sense of hundreds of data rows." Beside him, Lu Dezhuang cannot hold back his tears, whimpering, "All that system monitoring and control stuff is just too much. I spent the whole afternoon studying it, and those students laughed at me for being a security captain who does not even know the basics." Seeing them struggle so desperately, Tian Yu cannot help but feel deeply guilty. He offers a sheepish smile, apologizing, "Sorry, I did not think about this when recommending you for the job." Lu Xiao suddenly gets serious, declaring loudly, "Do not worry, Master Qi. You went to so much trouble to find this for us, so we will keep giving it our absolute best. After a brief pause, Tian Yu looks up at the two men and asks, how about you guys follow me? Lu Xiao is visibly surprised by this, asking with deep curiosity, wait, are you saying you plan to start a business? Tian Yu closes his eyes, sheepishly scratching his head as he answers, I am still in school, so not yet. It is a plan for later. Hearing Tian Yu outline his future, Lu Xiao clasps his hands joyfully and vows then, once you become boss Qi, we will follow you anywhere. Tian Yu looks at them warmly and replies, yeah, it is a promise. As the three chat happily, a soft, gentle voice calls out Tian Yu's name from a distance. Tian Yu? Lan Shi acts a bit shy upon seeing him, teasing, why are you suddenly here? You do not have designs on this young lady, do you? Tian Yu smiles at Lan Shi, pointing at the Lu brothers. He says no, explaining he only came to see the brothers, a reply that clearly disappoints Lan Shi a little. She quickly fires back a teasing comment that leaves Tian Yu and the Lu brothers completely frozen. You hang around these heavy guys all day. Do you secretly prefer men? I heard they even slept over at your place last night. This playful jab makes Tian Yu blush hard. He raises his voice in denial. Who likes men? Who told you that? Even as he says it, Lan Shi's point about him being surrounded by guys is actually true. He thinks although they did actually crash at my house last night, deciding she has teased Tian Yu enough, Lan Shi suddenly turns serious, asking, I heard your parents were attacked. How are they doing? Tian Yu smiles reassuringly, answering Lan Shi. Luckily there is no major physical damage, so they will be discharged very soon. Just like that, a roaring engine interrupts their chat as a car doors fly open and a young man in a black suit steps out. It is Chen Yunting, who looks quite surprised to see them, wondering why is Lan Shi hanging out with this nobody. Both Tian Yu and Lan Shi are stunned by Chen Yunting's sudden arrival, calling his name in perfect unison. Seeing them together makes Chen Yunting grimace in instant irritation, gritting his teeth to say, my family has already prepared everything to propose to yours. Yet here you are with this loser. Where is your respect for the Chen family? This absolute nonsense instantly infuriates Lan Shi. She scowls, shouting right at Chen Yunting. I have told you so many times, I am never marrying you. Do you not understand plain words? The blunt rejection leaves Chen Yunting feeling completely humiliated. He points his finger directly at Tian Yu's face, yelling at the visibly annoyed Lan Shi standing nearby. No one steals a woman that Chen Yunting has set his eyes on. Lan Shi immediately fires back, my sister already agreed to let me marry Tian Yu. We are getting engaged right after his graduation. Hearing this massive lie she just made up on the spot, Tian Yu's face completely freezes up. He is thinking, wait, an engagement? In moments of pure panic, you might need a confident smile, but definitely not in a situation like this. Panicking, Tian Yu quickly stands up and calls out to Lu Xiao and Lu Dazhuang, security captains, this guy is causing trouble right at the Lan family gate, throw him out already. Lu Dazhuang and Lu Xiao hesitantly respond, right, got it. The Lu brothers immediately close in on Chen Yunting. The massive, muscular builds of Lu Xiao and Lu Dazhuang force Chen Yunting to take a hasty step back. He huffs in sudden surprise. Lu Xiao and Lu Dazhuang state in unison, Mr. Chen, you have your own legs, so do not make us get rough. Their looming presence leaves him entirely powerless to act. He can only grit his teeth in rage, muttering, you guys just wait and see. Once Chen Yunting leaves, Lan Shi frowns, pretending to be annoyed as she interrogates Tian Yu. Why are you so panicked, Tian Yu? Are you really that scared of getting engaged to me? Tian Yu replies nervously, was that not just an act? What do you mean engagement? Seeing his evasive attitude, Lan Shi points directly at Tian Yu's forehead and scolds him. Look at your tiny brain, an engagement is not a marriage anyway. Lan Shi has absolutely no idea that what Tian Yu is actually worried about is his own bachelor survival, terrified that once he gets dragged in, he might never escape her grasp. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Chen Yunting's bright mustard yellow car is speeding down the highway at a dangerously fast pace. He is driving while absolutely fuming with a rage he can barely swallow. Chen Yunting curses to himself, asking why on earth Tian Yu had to ruin everything. Sitting right there on the passenger seat is a massive debt note for 80,000 won, signed by Chen Yunting himself. This guy is terrified of his 80,000 won debt to Lan, but the real nightmare Chen Yunting is stressing over right now is his own father. Chen Yunting shudders to think what his dad would do if he found out about this Lan group debt. He instantly flashes back to his father, asking when he is finally going to bring home a daughter-in-law. Just thinking about his father's reaction makes Chen Yunting break out into a cold sweat like a waterfall. He grinds his teeth. If that happens, I am completely finished. Now check this out. Gripping the steering wheel tight, Chen Yunting decides he absolutely must find a way to marry Lan Shi, his face a mix of rage and determination. Chen Yunting thinks once we are family, let us see if Lan Qian still dares to demand this 80,000 won debt from me. Later that evening, Tian Yu visits his parents in the hospital. He sits by their bedside, carefully peeling an apple. Once he finishes, Ji Tianyu hands the fruit to his mother and tells her to eat up. She happily takes the neatly peeled apple from him. Taking a small bite, she smiles and says that she and his father are planning to be discharged tomorrow. She looks at Ji Tianyu warmly and reassures him that their broken bones will heal just fine back home in casts. Ji Tianyu's father quickly chimes in to support her. Though one of his arms is fully wrapped in bandages, he flexes his free arm and proudly says, "That is right, Ji Tianyu. We can run and jump now, plus hospital fees are way too expensive. We can just recover at home." Ji Tianyu keeps his head down, slicing another piece of fruit. He says, "Mom, Dad, I think it is best if you stay in the hospital." He then gives them a highly serious warning. Though Huang Mingguang is locked up, his thugs are still out there on the streets. This makes his father look over at his mother, realizing they might need to reconsider. Ji Tianyu continues, "If you go out and risk running into the Qing gang right now, I will never have peace of mind." Ji Tianyu reassures them not to worry about the heavy bills at all. He pulls a bank card from his pocket and hands it over, saying there are tens of thousands of yuan on it. Seeing their student son suddenly holding such a massive amount of cash, his father frowns in deep worry and demands to know where it all came from. Ji Tianyu calmly responds, "Mom already knows. I am pretending to be the Lan Group's second daughter's boyfriend, so think of this as my salary." Realizing his wife kept such a secret from him, he immediately turns to confront her. "Salary? Honey, why on earth did you keep this a secret from me?" Ji Tianyu's mother dodges the question and quickly turns back to her son Tianyu. "I understand your worries now. We will stay." She smiles warmly, telling him they can use their own pension to pay the bills, so he should keep his hard-earned cash. The young man anxiously starts to protest, but his mother gently cuts him off before he can finish. She smiles warmly, "Keep this money. You are going to need it for whatever future plans you have in mind." She then turns to Ji Tianyu's father. They hold hands and look up at their son with eyes full of absolute trust. "Do not worry. Your father and I can handle everything ourselves." Hearing those warm words, Ji Tianyu smiles softly and agrees. Suddenly, a wave of fierce determination sweeps over Ji Tianyu, igniting his inner fire. He stands up, clenching his fists as he promises to wrap everything up quickly so they can return home. Right after, Ji Tianyu slips out of the hospital. Out in the hallway, he dials Lu Dazhuang, asking if he has the day off today. "Come with me to Zhongshan Hospital to meet someone." Ji Tianyu frowns, adding that he wants to settle this Qing gang business as soon as possible. A sharp knock sounds on Xia Liang's hospital room door as a voice calls out his name. Inside, Xia Liang is staring intently at the phone in his hand, having just hung up a call. The person who just knocked is indeed Ji Tianyu, accompanied by the Lu brothers, Lu Xiao and Lu Dazhuang. Ji Tianyu steps inside and immediately asks how his injuries are healing up. Xia Liang looks up at his visitors and tells Ji Tianyu he arrived at the perfect time. Sitting up a bit, he reveals he just secured incriminating evidence on the Qing gang. He is clearly in an incredibly dark mood. Clenching his fists, he grinds his teeth and says those bathhouse centers on Huangma Road used to be my personal turf. Ever since I got hospitalized, the Qing gang has been causing chaos there, skipping out on bills and even harassing the female servers. Ji Tianyu raises an eyebrow when Xia Liang mentions the massage centers, teasingly saying that since he is young, his knowledge about such places is quite limited. "Isn't that place filled with some pretty shady services?" Xia Liang snaps back, "What on earth are you thinking? It is a perfectly legitimate business." Despite Xia Liang's fiery defense, Ji Tianyu still finds it pretty hard to believe. He shrugs, "Fine, I will go check it out. If we get the right evidence, we might just wipe out their entire nest." Sa Luong sits straight up, points a finger right at Keithian Vu's face, and barks out, "Keithian Vu, do not touch those bathhouses. I have my own shares in them." Keithian Vu looks completely exhausted. "No way," he sighs. "I have zero tolerance for illegal acts. You talk about turning over a new leaf, yet you lack even basic self-awareness." Once again, Sa Luong leaps up with balled fists, defending his business. "Our bathhouses are totally legit, not the shady joints you are thinking of." Then, his tone changes, completely. He looks desperate. "Help me just this once, Kai Thien Vu, and I will transfer some shares." His face looks pretty tense now, trying hard to contain his rising anger. Sa Luong speaks solemnly, "I have only been gone a few days, but the Sabang gang's morale, the gang is my life's work. Over 10 years. Even if I retire later, I must secure a stable future for my boys. I cannot just abandon them without a proper plan." "Are you out of your mind?" Keithian Vu yells out, pointing at his own chest. "Asking me to lead your gang?" Looking down, Sa Luong explains quietly. "This is the only way, because only a powerhouse like you can keep the Sabang gang stable right now." Kai Thien Vu remains highly displeased with this unexpected offer. It goes completely against his strong principles. He states flatly, "You know how much I despise gangs. Plus, I have school and parents to care for. I do not have time for this nonsense." Sa Luong understands his situation perfectly. He sighs and reasons Kai Thien Vu. "Listen to me. I know you absolutely detest evil and do not want to mix with us, but you also love helping people out. You can totally understand his worry here. If his crew leaves Sabang, they will just end up committing real crimes elsewhere. Clenching his fist with raw passion, Saluang says, I hope that once I recover from my illness, I can guide them back to the right path. Hearing Saluang's genuine plea, he wants to change. With this promise, Kai Thianvu finally agrees. Fine, Saluang, since you put it that way. Kai Thianvu points a thumb at his chest, declaring, keep those bathhouse shares of yours, but I will be the temporary chief. Seeing Kai Thianvu nod, Saluang happily flashes a big thumbs up, feeling a massive wave of relief. You are a true hero, Kai Thianvu. From now on we are brothers. Let me call you Brother Kai, and please look after me. Hearing this, Kai Thianvu immediately raises a hand in refusal, his face twisted in pure disgust. He says, hold on, do not get too familiar. Prove you can stay straight first, then I might consider being friends. Then, Kai Thianvu quickly heads out, pointing toward the exit as he calls back. We are off to investigate your leads. Saluang cheerfully waves him off. Take care on the road, brother. Soon, Kai Thianvu, Lu Daitrang, and Lu Tu arrive at the specified area. Disguised, the three stake out behind a large tree. Observing the quiet street, Kai Thianvu whispers, looks like this is his spot. Across the street, a shady-looking blonde punk suddenly appears. He is clearly intending to harass a young woman wearing a clean white dress. Ong Dong throws an arm over her shoulder, saying, hey beautiful, I spotted you yesterday. Come back to my shop and have some fun. The girl recoils in fear. She protests, we run a respectable shop and do not do those things. Now, watch how smart our main character plays this. He does not just rush in, because he needs solid proof first. Kai Thianvu mutters, that guy is from the Thonbang gang. I recognized him from the other day. Saluang was right. Lu Daitrang, record this while I handle this punk. Lu Daitrang nods immediately, quickly getting the recording camera ready. Stepping out of the shadows, Kai Thianvu yells loudly to snap the attention of both Andong and the terrified girl. He points straight at the blonde thug, demanding acting so bold in broad daylight. Are we? Your gang has some nerve. Andong glares at the kid who just spoke and sneers, so you are that Kai Thianvu punk. Recognizing his target, Andong gets furious. He thrusts a finger right back. You showed up at the perfect time, daring to cause trouble on my turf. Let me tell you, I will mess with whatever woman I want, and you cannot do a single thing about it. Suddenly, Andong yells to his crew inside, grab your weapons, boys, because Kai Thianvu just walked right into our trap. Kai Thianvu warns him with a cold grin, buddy, let me give you a quick piece of advice. Look him dead in the eye if you do not bring 20 guys. It is not enough to warm me up. Right behind him, Lu Tu and Lu Daitrang stand completely ready, cameras pointed to record everything. A heavy pressure radiating from Kai Thianvu makes the blonde thug flinch in sudden fear. This guy's aura is absolutely no joke. From afar, the crew Dong just called finally shows up. One guy holding a metal pipe shouts out, Dong, the boys are all here. Is this the kid who beat you up the other day? That blonde punk gets called Dong by his guy. Sweating bullets, Dong barks at his crew, this isn't enough people. We are backing off today, no fight. Then the blonde guy quickly retreats, leaving his subordinates completely dazed, though he throws a warning back at Kai Thianvu. Kai Thianvu, just wait. In a few days I will bring a massive crowd to teach you a lesson. But Kai Thianvu just scoffs, yeah, at least this little punk knows when to run. Lu Tu stands up, looks at Kai Thianvu and asks Master Kai, what is our next move? Kai Thianvu glances over, did you record everything that guy just said? Lu Tu holds up his video camera and replies, yep, got it all right here. After thinking it over for a bit, Kai Thianvu turns to the Lu brothers, explaining that the evidence they currently have can only charge this small-time gang leader with simple thug behavior, but if we want to crush the entire Thon gang, we need much stronger proof. The three of them then leave, with Kai Thianvu deciding to consult Officer Lone first. Meanwhile, over at the Tran Corporation, Tran Van Dien rushes straight into his office, and look who is waiting inside his father, standing deep in thought right before his desk. Stunned, he quickly asks Dad, what are you doing in my office? His father's face darkens, his voice cold and flat. Why didn't you tell me that you owe the Lam Group 80,000 van? Panic hits Tran Van Dien, barely believing his ears as he stammers, Dad, how on earth did you find out about this? Unable to hold back his rising anger, the father yells straight at his precious son, the Lam Group came right here looking for you to pay up. Do you think 80,000 van is some kind of joke? He takes off his glasses, carefully wiping the lenses to reveal a pair of sly, narrow eyes hiding behind them. His father continues, forget the past. Let's not bring it up, but how do you plan to pay them back now? Putting the clean glasses back on, he watches as Tran Van Dien rushes over, pleading softly, Dad, since you already know, please help me pay it off. Hearing this, his face immediately darkens as he glares at Tran Van Dien. Do you think because your father is the director, I can just do whatever I want? He points to his desk, heavily implying his high position. Your second and third uncles are still greedily staring at this very seat right under my butt. Then, he questions Tron Von Din right back. If I take 80,000 van to fill your massive debt hole, won't that give them the perfect reason to fire me? Hearing his sole supporter say this, Tran Van Din turns completely pale. What do we do now, Dad? Time for a parenting lesson. His father brings up the name Lam Tay, telling Tran Van Din that his best option is to marry her. Once we are one family with the Lam group, that massive debt won't even matter. But hearing that he has to make Lam Tay marry him, Tran Van Din's face goes totally blank. Exhausted, he says, Dad, I've tried everything. She just won't agree. We can't exactly drag her over here. So what can I do? His father's expression grows even more devious. Lowering his voice, he growls, Son, this is about our position in the company. In times like this, using a few dirty tricks is completely fine. Tran Van Din freezes, asking suspiciously, what do you mean by that? His father goes quiet for a second, whispering to his precious son, if she won't marry you, find a way to steal her away. Honestly, this dad is next-level evil. Once that is done, I doubt Lam Tay would dare say no. Realizing what his dad means, Tran Van Din suddenly gets excited and yells, as expected of my father, I will get right on it. Meanwhile, at the police station, Kai Thien Vu has already handed the video recording over to Officer Lone. Reading over Kai Thien Vu's report, he smiles and says, Master Kai, this report is highly professional, and it is going to make our chief take the Thon Gang case very seriously. Officer Lone hands the folder back to Kai Thien Vu and continues. For now, the police have launched a full investigation into the Thon Gang, and we are urging citizens to report any crimes. Hearing this, Kai Thien Vu excitedly pumps his fist. Exactly, police and citizens working together. Suddenly, a young guy with a buzz cut and a long scar down his eye appears at the door. He looks right at Kai Thien Vu and shouts, Boss Kai, I finally found you. Hearing this random stranger call him by such a weird title, Kai Thien Vu is completely baffled. He turns to the man to clarify, Boss Kai, are you talking to me? The guy quickly introduces himself. I am Honan Trak, second in command of the Sagang. We are at our wits' end right now. You have to help us. Officer Lone looks at the confused Kai Thien Vu and asks, Master Kai, did you become Sagang's boss? Kai Thien Vu scratches his head and replies, Officer Lone, it is a really long story, but Officer Lone does not make a big deal out of it and says no worries. Explaining it sounds like a pain. Let's skip it. Right now, saving her is what matters most. Move out immediately. Meanwhile, back at the Song base, a young guy steps up to mix poison into the drinks for his crew. He loudly declares to them all that times have changed. There is no longer any shelter for their gang. He tells them they all chose the wrong path from the start. So today, they should just drink this poison and be brave heroes in the next life. The men standing below can only hang their heads in silence, believing his words are absolutely right. Everyone grabs a cup of wine and steps into line. Suddenly, the doors of the Song base burst open, and Tian Yu bellows out, Stop this now. One of them turns toward the door, asking what Tian Yu is doing there. Another speaks up, demanding to know why he brought the police along with him. That is when Hung Zhuo steps forward to make an announcement, telling the brothers he just visited Boss Song. He made it clear that Tian Yu is now the temporary boss of their gang. With this introduction, Tian Yu turns on them, furiously pointing at their faces and scolding every single one of them. He shouts, You guys are supposed to be grown, strong men. Yet, just because you took a wrong turn, you want to use death to run away. He continues to press them, asking if doing this is fair to their own parents. Is this really fair to yourselves? The Song crowd immediately begins protesting, with everyone shouting over each other to make their voices heard. They yell that it is easy for Tian Yu to talk because he is educated with a bright future, while they have criminal records. There is no other way out for them, and the crowd agrees. To silence the raging crowd, Tian Yu lowers his voice and declares with absolute gravity, Since I am now the boss, I will lead you all to reform and find a brand new, clean path. Thumping his chest, he vows that if they follow him, he will keep his word. A few days later, Lan Shi is out driving her car, but she looks incredibly annoyed. Lan Shi curses under her breath, regretting that she ever bought this Guling Hongguang in the first place. Right ahead of Lan Shi is a steep hill, but her red chariot of a car simply refuses to climb it. Furious, she grumbles that the engine stalled 3 whole times on just one slope, before violently slamming the gear shifter into place. The engine finally roars to life with a loud rumble. After her desperate struggle to start it, Lan Shi gasps out it actually started. And of course, we all knew this would happen as her car starts rolling backward down the steep hill. Stunned, Lan Shi lets out a confused gasp as her soul practically leaves her body. Terrified, she grips the steering wheel tightly and screams, Why is it sliding down like this? With a massive crash, the rear end of Lan Shi's car slams directly into the black sedan parked right behind her. The bald man inside the sedan sticks his head out, shouting to demand what on earth is going on and how she drives. Lan Shi gets out of her car, scratching her head sheepishly as she approaches his vehicle to apologize. She tells him she is so sorry. She let the clutch go too fast and the engine died on her. Then, She looks back at her rusty vehicle and mutters that this absolute piece of junk is ruining her day. She tells the car that she is taking it straight to the scrapyard today to get crushed. Meanwhile, the man approaches her stealthily, hiding a highly suspicious cloth in his hand. He complains to Lan Shi, telling her to come over and look at how she completely dented his hood. Suddenly, he pulls the cloth out right in front of Lan Shi, making her freeze in confusion. Before she can react, he lunges forward and covers her mouth with it. The cloth is heavily laced with chloroform, causing Lan Shi to instantly lose consciousness. She barely lets out a soft gasp before blacking out. Back with the gang, Heng Zuo looks at Tian Yu skeptically, asking if the new boss actually has a solid plan to help the brothers. Tian Yu falls silent, his stern face softening a bit as he speaks. Most of the Song members have criminal records, making it extremely hard to find jobs. So, their best option is to start their own businesses. His face becomes filled with determination as he suggests that running food stalls or internet cafes could offer a promising future. They can finalize the details once Boss Sang is discharged. Tian Yu then turns to his scarred subordinate, asking for an update on their investigation into the Qing gang. Heng Zhuo suddenly gets very serious. Furrowing his brows, he reports on the mission he was assigned. He explains that they have had men secretly watching the Qing gang's usual spots, just waiting for those foxes to show their tails. Suddenly, a beefy man with a thick beard rushes up from behind to deliver some urgent news to Tian Yu. He reports that a woman was just kidnapped on Huangma Road. Hearing this immediately sends a wave of anger through Tian Yu. He snaps back, asking if this kidnapping is the work of the Qing gang. The bearded subordinate replies with a grim look, his deep voice confirming that while he is not sure, the captors took the victim straight to the royal bathhouse, which is Qing gang territory. Tian Yu's face darkens even further. He demands to know if they caught it on camera. In response, the bearded man pulls out a phone. He says he recorded the entire process, handing it over so Tian Yu and Heng Zhuo can review the surveillance footage together. Suddenly, Tian Yu recoils in shock, gasping out loud as the video reveals Lan Shi being drugged and dragged into a car by the bald man. In utter panic, Tian Yu stammers, "Is that not Lan Shi?" His face turns pale as sweat pours down his forehead. Terrified and furious, Tian Yu raises his voice to ask who would dare pull a stunt like this. Huan Troc frowns in utter confusion at Tian Yu, wondering who would dare kidnap the precious daughter of the powerful Lam family. Panicking, Huan Troc asks if they should even interfere. But Tian Yu snaps back, "How can we not save her? She is my nominal fiancée after all." Taking charge as the temporary boss of the Sa Bang gang, Tian Yu begins barking orders. "Call the cars, notify the police." Now watch closely as the scene shifts straight to the captured Lam Te. The sedative is finally wearing off. Lam Te slowly blinks open her eyes, looking around in complete confusion. Where on earth is she? Shucking off his shirt with a sleazy grin, Tron Von Din leans in close, sounding like a total thug. "Wakey wakey, sweetheart." He shoves his phone right in her face, his expression turning downright twisted. "I told you," he sneers sooner or later. "You were always going to be mine." Back with the rescue team, after gathering their men, Huan Troc calls out to their leader boss, "We could only scrounge up this single car. Time is ticking," forcing Tian Yu to make do with what he has and just figure it out. He glances at Lu Dartrang, "No other option. Get in with me." Then Tian Yu pivots to Lu Tio with urgent instructions. "Take the rest of our guys on the bus," he commands. Lu Tio nods seriously, and just like that, Tian Yu and Huan Troc tear down the road to save Lam Te. Meanwhile, Lu Tio and the rest of the Sabang guys are anxiously waiting on the bus. Before long, their car screeches to a halt, and Tian Yu, Lu Daichang, and Huang Troc step out together. Inside the building, Andong and his Than Bang goons have already been tipped off that Tian Yu is right at their doorstep. Furious, Andong rolls up his sleeves. "Get moving, boys. Let us go teach this bold kid a lesson." Marching out in front of the royal bathhouse, Andong points a cocky finger right at Tian Yu. "This is our turf. You think you can just waltz in whenever you want?" Brushing off the warning, Tian Yu snaps back, "Stop wasting my time. I am not here for you today. I have got actual business to handle." Then, his tone drops to a cold threat. "Tell me, is Tron Von Din inside this bathhouse right now?" Andong immediately gets irritated, giving Tian Yu a thoroughly dismissive look. "Master Trun is our premium VIP client. How could we just give up his info to you?" Well, that stubborn answer completely sets off Tian Yu. He roars a warning. He kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Lam family, Lam Te. "You are too scared of the Trons, but are you seriously ready to face the wrath of the Lams?" One of his goons whispers to Andong, "Boss, when Master Tren arrived earlier, he actually had an unconscious woman with him, but we had absolutely no idea she was Lam Te of the Lam family." Hearing this, his face completely falls. Andong glances back toward the bathhouse rooms and mutters, "Does that Trun Von Ding guy seriously have a death wish? Kidnapping the Lam family heiress is insane." His nervous lackey prompts him, "Boss, what are we supposed to do now?" This puts Andong in a massive bind, caught between a rock and a hard place with both powerhouse families. Andong mutters, "Things have gone too far. It looks like we are bound to offend one of these powerhouse families either way." His expression grows increasingly troubled. He really needs to play this smart. After a few tense seconds of weighing his options, Andong finally makes his call. He suddenly barks out an order, "Boys, tear this arrogant little punk to shreds." His whole squad rushes forward at once. Tian Yu just scoffs at these fools, jumping straight into their own graves. "Fine, you brought this on yourselves." He calls out to his boys to make a move, then leaps forward, landing a brutal punch right on a thug wearing glasses. The guy did not even see it coming before taking the full force of the blow. Not to be outdone, Lu Dartrong proves his security guard credentials by dropping a thug with a single punch, leaving him howling in pain. Naturally, Huan Troc holds his own, landing a punch that immediately sends another guy screaming in agony. Within 15 minutes, the three musketeers completely wipe out Andong's entire gang, leaving him standing there totally frozen in shock. While his beaten goon coughs on the stairs, look at Andong, he is completely frozen, staring wide-eyed at this absolute beatdown while helplessly stammering. How is this possible? 20 men defeated by only 3? Suddenly, Lutio yells out from behind Master Qi. The backup from the Sabang bus has finally arrived. Lutio looks over at Tian Yu, declaring that he brought the whole squad. With the tables completely turned, Andong looks at the massive crowd, the color completely draining from his face. Watching him tremble, Tian Yu wears a smug grin. "Well then, do you still feel like fighting?" Thoroughly terrified, Andong desperately stammers, "No more fighting. Please spare my life." Instantly, Tian Yu corners the panicked boss and demands which room is Tran Van Ding in. Shaking with fear, Andong squeaks out room 403. Getting his answer, Tian Yu glares at his massive crew, quickly dividing up their tasks. "Keep guard outside and cooperate when the police arrive. Lu Dartrong, with me upstairs." Receiving their orders, they disperse immediately to execute the plan. Tian Yu, Lu Daichang, and Lutio rush up the massage parlor stairs. Their heavy footsteps echo. Inside room 403, Lam Te screams for him to let her go. That scumbag Tran Van Ding gets in her face with a disgusting laugh, taunting that no one is coming to save her even if she screams her throat raw. Terrified and furious, Lam Te bursts into tears and warns him that he will pay for this and never die in peace. She asks if he really thinks this cheap trick can threaten the Lam family, making Tran Van Din's face instantly turn dark. He just smirks, casually replying that whether it works or not, she is already going to be his. Pinning her down with one hand, he whispers in her ear that if she cooperates, this memory will be much more beautiful later. Hearing his shameless threats, Lam Te screams out in pure terror, begging for help. Outside, Tian Yu reaches room 403 as her desperate cries echo down the hallway. Now watch this. Here is where it all explodes as he kicks the door wide open, catching the scumbag, pinning her down. Seeing Tian Yu like a total lifesaver, Lam Tai cries out his name with everything she has left. Tran Van Ding freezes in horror as his sick plan falls completely apart, recognizing Tian Yu, while absolute rage consumes our hero. He roars out the scumbag's name before unleashing a massive, bone-shattering punch right into Tran Van Ding's eye. Clutching his face, the spoiled brat screams at Tian Yu, demanding how he dares hit him when even his own father never has. He gets cut off. Another brutal fist smashes into his face. He lets out a pathetic shriek as 2 massive hits land back-to-back, leaving his face covered in pouring blood. Terrified, he begs Tian Yu to stop, warning him about the consequences. But our hero just cracks his knuckles, cold as ice, asking if he thinks his precious Trenthier group can save him. "Let me tell you, even if I make enemies with every single billionaire in this country, I am still beating you to a pulp." But seeing a quick opening, Tran Van Din suddenly bolts for the door. Running away in nothing but his orange boxers, the coward screams back that he will make Tian Yu pay for this. Tian Yu immediately turns to his ally, telling Lu Dartrong to gather the guys and chase him down before he escapes. Once the guys rush out, Tian Yu turns to Lam Te, gently asking if she is okay and what that scumbag did to her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lam Te throws her arms around him, sobbing uncontrollably as he tries his best to comfort her. "It is okay now. Everything is fine." Outside, police sirens begin wailing around the entire massage parlor. Officer Secretariat Xiao Luan approaches our main character, assuring Tian Yu that they will investigate this brutal kidnapping case to the absolute end. To get the ball rolling, the officer asks Tian Yu how the victim is doing physically and mentally. Asking if she can head to the station for a statement, Tian Yu gently drapes his jacket over Lam Te's shoulders. Seeing that she is still deeply shaken, he explains that she just went through a massive trauma. Her sister is already on the way to pick her up, so she needs to go home and rest first. After a wild chase, Lu Dartrong returns covered in sweat, complaining to Tian Yu that the slippery suspect ran like he had grease on his feet. He took some sharp turns into the alleys and completely vanished, admitting they simply could not keep up. Tian Yu frowns, knowing the powerful Tren family planned this whole sick operation down to the last detail. Finding solid proof to put him behind bars is not going to be easy this time. Making a quick call, Tian Yu tells the group to head home and rest while he waits for Lam Tei's ride to arrive. Even after our heroes leave, Lu Dartrang's crew keeps searching the streets, when a blonde guy approaches him with a sigh. He asks if they should keep looking, since it is already past 10 p.m. Lu Dartrang firmly replies that they have to finish the job Tian Yu gave them, right as a blue-haired member runs up, gasping with news that Tran Van Din has finally resurfaced. Lu Dartrang immediately demands to know exactly where he is. Startled by his loud voice, the terrified informant quickly squeaks out that the guy is at the police station. Confused, Lu Dartrang scratches his chin, wondering if the coward is actually going there to turn himself in. The informant shakes his head, explaining that the scumbag brought a massive army of high-priced lawyers and bodyguards to file his own police report. They are trying to frame guild leader Tian Yu for assault and get him arrested. And here is the twist as Lu Dartrang realizes the danger and runs to warn Tian Yu. Our hero has already arrived safely back at the Lam family villa. Still terrified from her ordeal, Lam Tei sits shivering next to Tian Yu, her hands clasped together tightly. She whispers that if it were not for him, her entire family would have been ruined by Tran Van Din. Tian Yu just sits there smiling awkwardly. Behind them, Lam Sine brings over a glass of water, her sudden voice giving Lam Tei a major jump. She tells her to drop the subject and drink some water. Sitting nearby, Lam Tei's grandfather cannot hide his boiling rage. He roars out that Tran Van Ding has some serious nerve humiliating his granddaughter. Throwing on a martial arts robe, he immediately makes a call to issue a direct order. Get me 2,000 men right now because I am going to utterly smash the Trun Corporation. Lam Sine quickly rushes over to grab her grandfather's arm. She gently pleads with him to calm down, reminding him that they absolutely cannot go around breaking the law. His face darkens with pure, gloomy rage. He growls, asking what she thinks they are supposed to do then. Lam Sine frowns, firmly telling him that they should just call the police. Seeing her determination, the old man backs down slightly. Still, he raises a pretty big concern they do not have any actual evidence. If Tran Van Din refuses to admit his guilt, they cannot touch him. That is when Tian Yu finally speaks up. Holding up the camera that Tran Van Ding forgot, he reveals he has the proof. He immediately hits play on the footage recorded earlier. To threaten everyone, the villain actually recorded his entire crime on camera. But in his frantic rush to escape, he left the device behind. Smiling with satisfaction, Tian Yu says this is their solid gold evidence. Lam Tei's grandfather smiles with satisfaction, looking at Tian Yu with real admiration. He tells him, "Great job, Tian Yu. I admit I looked down on you a bit at first." He then proudly declares, "But now, I fully accept you as the son-in-law of our Lam family." Ready to fight, he vows to make that young Master Tren rot in Later, while he sits back relaxing on a chair, his phone suddenly starts ringing loudly. Lazily picking it up, Tian Yu answers. On the other end, Lu Dartrang sounds incredibly frantic as he delivers a warning. He warns Master Qi, "Trun Van Ding went to the police station claiming you assaulted him so they would lock you up." Hearing this, Tian Yu lets out a pretty dark smile and asks, "Oh, so he actually wants to report me first? Now this is interesting." He smirks, deciding to head right over to the station to meet him. He tells his men to wait for him at the station. Hanging up, Tian Yu turns back to inform the Lam family. He says, "Grandfather, Thien, I am leaving first. Please look after Lam Tei." But as he turns, Lam Tei calls him back. She wants to see him off, but he turns back with a gentle smile, telling her she needs to rest after such a trauma. Ready to play the hero of justice, Tian Yu declares I must personally testify against him and lock him away with my own hands. Smiling, Tian Yu agrees, "All right, since you put it that way, let's head over together." Turning to the others, he promises Sister Tin, "Grandfather, do not worry. I will protect Lam Tei with my life." Right then, his phone starts ringing off the hook again. Seriously, who is calling him at a time like this? He picks it up and answers. On the other end, a familiar voice introduces herself as Officer Lone. A bit surprised, he asks Officer Lone if something is wrong. She immediately warns him that Tran Van Din has already rushed straight to their precinct. Frowning, Tian Yu replies that he already knows about it. She explains that because of the Trun family's massive influence, the top leadership is taking it very seriously. In fact, they have already dispatched officers to arrest him. Hearing this, Tian Yu completely freezes in shock for a second. Officer Lone adds that because of their close relationship, she has to recuse herself from the entire case. Still, she tries to offer him some quick encouragement. She tells him, "Master Qi, an innocent man has nothing to fear, so just cooperate with the officers. Do not let this misunderstanding get any worse." Hearing this, Tian Yu reassures her, promising to fully cooperate with them. Right after hanging up, a loud shout echoes from outside the front door. demanding Tian Yu to come out. They yell to put his hands up and walk out. Looking outside, the place is surrounded by police cars. Terrified, Lam Te panics and asks what is going on. Tian Yu quickly explains that Trun Von Ding accused him of assault first to get him arrested. Hearing this, Lam Te gasps in complete and utter disbelief. Her grandfather roars in pure fury. How dare they cause trouble at his house? He immediately orders his men to throw them all out. Seeing this, Tian Yu steps in to calm him down. He tells the old man there is absolutely no need to argue with them. He sighs, saying they have nothing to hide and should cooperate to clear things up. Talk about a highly stressful situation for everyone. Finishing his sentence, he slowly walks out with his hands raised high toward the officers. Tian Yu tells them he is not resisting and will cooperate fully. Suddenly, he turns to call out to Lam Te, reminding her to guard that crucial evidence with her life. Lam Te softly nods yes. With his hands cuffed behind his back, Tian Yu is led by the police straight to a patrol car for interrogation. Trun Von Ding stands there looking smug as hell, asking Tian Yu in a downright arrogant voice if he finally understands what happens when you mess with him. Tian Yu fires back with a razor-sharp glare, telling him that justice will find him. Let us wait and see. Handcuffed inside the interrogation room, a pretty bored Tian Yu starts tracing patterns on the table before looking up at the people across from him. Deputy Chief Li and Officer Lone are handling the questioning, and Li gets straight to the point, demanding his name, which Tian Yu calmly provides. When asked about his age and gender, Tian Yu casually answers that he is an 18-year-old male. Deputy Chief Li immediately demands to know if he understands what he did, and Tian Yu simply admits that he beat up Trun Von Ding. Li snaps back that Tian Yu literally knocked out 4 of Trun Von Ding's teeth, raising his voice to declare it a certified level 2 minor injury. He slams his finger down, warning him that he is now facing actual criminal charges. Then he demands to know if he confesses to the violent assault, leaving Officer Lone silently terrified for Tian Yu as the boy's face suddenly darkens in deep silence. With a heavy sigh, he finally speaks up admitting that he did indeed beat up Trun Von Ding. But then, his voice rises as he explains that it was only because Trun Von Ding kidnapped his girlfriend first. He was threatening her life, forcing him to act, which actually catches Deputy Chief Li completely off guard, sparking instant doubt on his face. Asking if Trun Von Ding would really do such a thing, Officer Lone gently steps in and offers to back up the story. Deputy Chief Li shoots Officer Lone a sharp look, coldly reminding him that every single claim requires solid, undeniable proof. Now look at this. How are they going to prove it without evidence? But right then, a ringing phone abruptly cuts their intense argument completely short. Li snaps up the phone, demanding to know who is calling during his interrogation, only to hear Vu Tianhong on the line. Vu Tianhong quickly asks for Deputy Chief Li, explaining that the chief has ordered an immediate, highly urgent meeting for everyone. Annoyed, Deputy Chief Li asks what could possibly be so important since he is dealing with a suspect, but Vu Tianhong quickly explains. He reveals it is about Trun Von Ding kidnapping Lam Te, standing up to announce that they have already opened an official investigation. Hearing this, Deputy Chief Li is left utterly shocked, stammering out in pure disbelief if Trun Von Ding really went and kidnapped Lam Te. Vu Tianhong tells him they are looking into it right now and urges him to hurry because the meeting has already started, leaving Li to reluctantly agree. Hanging up, Deputy Chief Li immediately instructs Officer Lone to take Tian Yu to a holding area to rest, postponing the questioning for later. As the deputy chief rushes out, a pretty curious Tian Yu asks Officer Lone what is actually going on. Officer Lone excitedly explains that Deputy Chief Li had to run to a sudden meeting, so they are going to take a quick break first. And get this, he happily adds that high-ranking officials are finally taking the kidnapping seriously, meaning Trun Von Ding is completely finished. Inside the tense meeting room, the chief looks around sternly, asking if everyone has finally arrived. With everyone seated, he officially begins the meeting, but a highly skeptical Deputy Chief Li immediately asks what is going on. He complains that he was literally in the middle of questioning Tian Yu for assault, before launching into a long rant about how much the wealthy Trun family has contributed to their city. Unwilling to stop there, Deputy Chief Li continues trying to make excuses for the powerful Trun family. He loudly declares his disbelief that a young master from such a massive, prestigious conglomerate could ever do something so utterly wicked. Hearing this, the chief goes completely silent before snapping back in a cold, sharp voice that he has not even spoken a word yet. Looking up, he warns him not to take sides before the truth is revealed, which makes the embarrassed Deputy Chief Li quickly mutter an apology. Vu Tianhong steps in to cut the tension, offering to finally report the specific details of the kidnapping case. He starts laying out the events of the other afternoon, explaining how Lam Te was knocked out with an anesthetic while driving her car. Vu Tianhong frowns deeply, adding that she was then brought directly to the royal bathhouse where Trun Von Ding ruthlessly threatened her. Still entirely unconvinced, Deputy Chief Li immediately demands to know where they got this wild story and if there is any real proof. Vu Tianhong explains with a dark expression that everything he just said comes directly from the informant, before standing up with a folder. He mentions the informant is currently bringing the evidence to their precinct, but suddenly, a loud, violent banging at the door cuts him off as someone bursts inside. Trun Von Dien's mother storms in wailing, desperately pleading with them to save her poor son because he is completely innocent. Shocked by her sudden arrival, a pretty flustered Deputy Chief Li stammers out, asking Mrs. Trun why she is here during a closed-door meeting. Vu Tianhong quickly stands up to block her way, calmly asking the lady to wait outside and stop causing a scene while their chief is in a meeting. Furious, Mrs. Trun completely refuses to listen, shouting over everyone that she only wants to speak directly with Deputy Chief Li. She snaps at Vu Tianhong, demanding to know who he thinks he is, but his face hardens as he firmly commands her to step outside. He warns her that this is a serious law enforcement agency, not a playground, before Mrs. Trun sneers and arrogantly asks what on earth they think they are doing. Is our Tren family trash to you now? You should look in the mirror and see who you are. Vu Tianhong frowns in anger and warns her to watch her language, but she just scoffs and turns away with a look of pure disgust. The chief finally speaks up, breaking his silence. He assures Mrs. Tren that they will investigate everything thoroughly before making any official decision. Seeing her still frowning, the chief promises that they will find airtight evidence to make the real criminal admit their guilt. He yells at her to leave, saying her interference only slows down the investigation. Furious, Von Ding's mother storms out, muttering a final threat that she will just wait and see. Right then, another officer whispers to the chief, telling him that the informant, Lam Te, has already arrived downstairs with the evidence. The chief pauses, then nods and says okay. Here comes the turning point. The chief calls her up, and Lam Te walks in ready for payback. Slapping a folder onto the desk, she confirms this contains the DNA test results for Trun Von Ding's hair found at the scene. Next, she lays down crime scene photos, before pulling out even more incriminating evidence from her bag. She presents a video recorded by Tran Van Dien himself, prompting a thrilled response from Officer Xiao Luan about the airtight evidence. He looks at her, thanking her for all the hard work, but a worried Lam Te immediately asks how Tian Yu is doing. Reassuring her, Xiao Luan says she can relax because they are not mistreating Tian Yu. With a warm smile, he adds that the young man is simply resting in the lounge, waiting for updates. Looking directly at Lam Te, he promises that with this undeniable pile of evidence, Tran Van Ding will finally pay the ultimate price. Frowning deeply, Lam Te agrees, confirming that they definitely have everything they need this time. He has absolutely no way out, and this scandal is going to drag the entire Trun family to ruin. She playfully looks at Xiao Luan, asking if Tian Yu can head home with her now, and the officer beams, saying of course. He tells them to get home safely, but can you believe it? His mother is actually outside listening to every single word. Slamming the office door open, she hysterically screams to her husband that their son is in deep trouble. Smoking a cigarette and staring out the window, Von Din's father calmly replies that he already knows about the situation. Terrified and sobbing, his mother shrieks that it is worse than that, because that brat Lam Te actually went to the police. The police have already launched a formal investigation, leaving Von Din's father completely stunned as he gasps out in disbelief. Angrily grabbing his phone, he mutters that this makes no sense and he needs to call Deputy Chief Li right away. As soon as the call connects, he desperately demands to know what is going on with their son's case. The furious deputy chief snaps back, asking how he even has the nerve to call after his son committed such a massive crime with concrete proof. He warns that friendship means nothing and he will not cover up any crimes. Anyone breaking the law will absolutely be prosecuted to the fullest extent, leaving Von Din's father stammering that there has to be some major misunderstanding here. Before he can say another word, the deputy chief abruptly hangs up. His wife screams that he has completely ruined their son's life, breaking down into hysterical, heartbroken sobs for her precious boy. She blames him for coming up with this terrible plan in the first place, but he fires back, roaring that apart from wasting money and playing mahjong all day, she is absolutely useless. He continues to complain under his breath, muttering that the Trun group is a hollow shell, and that marrying into the Lam family is their only hope, as his wife weeps uncontrollably. Crying, she asks how they will survive corporate ruin while their son faces prison. Lost in thought, the father paces and tells her to put on her most respectable clothes and gather all their valuable gift vouchers. He firmly declares that they are going to the Lam family to beg for forgiveness. Arriving at the Lam family residence, Von Din's father bows deeply, hesitantly speaking up to remind Elder Lam of the extremely long history between their two families. He begs for mercy, promising they will strictly discipline their son now that he has committed such a terrible mistake. Looking at them, Lam Te's grandfather is absolutely burning with furious rage inside. He warns them that he had no intention of forgiving their beast of a son, but his granddaughter agreed to give them one chance. He tells them to go inside and beg her directly, leaving Von Din's father sweating profusely as he repeatedly bows and thanks Elder Lam for showing them this immense mercy. After thanking him, he excitedly runs inside to call out for Lam Te, yelling that his dog of a son is truly a beast. He admits his own guilt for pushing the marriage, before quickly promising that he will never let the boy bother her ever again. The marriage alliance is dead. Lam Te stands with her arms crossed, telling them she can let this slide, but they have to grant her one request. Van Din's father looks pretty hesitant, but he tells her to go ahead and speak. Lam Te glares at him, demanding they pay back the 80 million that Tran Van Din took. Hearing that massive amount, the father completely freezes, his jaw dropping in pure shock. What? Van Din's father gasps. Seeing his pale face, Lam Te coldly asks if he is refusing to pay. He quickly tries to explain. He pleads with her, explaining that they honestly cannot scrape up such a massive fortune right now. He begs for just a little more time. But Lam Te snaps back, shouting that this is her absolute limit. He has to agree, or he knows exactly what awful things will happen to them. Hearing those harsh threats, Van Din's father grits his teeth and forces himself to agree. Fine, Lam Te, we accept your condition. He bows his head, promising that if she just spares Tran Van Din, he will sell off every last property they own to pay back that entire 80 million. That finally brings a satisfied smirk to Lam Te's face. Meanwhile, over at the local hospital, Kai Thian Vu bursts through the hospital door, looking completely ecstatic as he tells his parents he actually did it. He helped the Lam family crack a major case, and holding out a fat stack, he says this 100,000 is their reward. Kai Thian Vu's father stares in absolute disbelief, stuttering that there is no way they can ever repay 100,000 if things go wrong. Kai Thian Vu sighs at his father's anxiety, patiently explaining that this money is an outright gift, not a loan. Pushing the cash into his father's hands, he tells him to just relax and take it. Right then, Lam Te steps up from behind, grabbing Kai Thian Vu's arm with a sweet smile, agreeing that he is absolutely right. She boasts that once she and Kai Thian Vu get engaged and he becomes their official son-in-law, they will have millions to give them instead of just 100,000. His father just freezes. He stammers in shock about an engagement, demanding to know who this girl is, which leaves Kai Thian Vu completely panicked and speechless. As he tries to stutter an explanation, Lam Te smoothly cuts him off, introducing herself to his parents as Lam Te. She nervously brushes her hair, announcing she is his girlfriend, which makes Kai Thian Vu's mother smile, saying Kai Thian Vu has mentioned her before. Suddenly, a loud knock on the door echoes through the quiet hospital room. Kai Thian Vu opens it to find Dong Nok standing there, holding some fresh fruit and saying she came to visit his sick parents. She peeks inside the room and blinks in surprise, asking what Lam Te is doing there. Seeing yet another pretty girl show up, Kai Thian Vu's father looks completely baffled and asks his son who she is. Oh man. You can already feel the secondhand embarrassment building up here as Kai Thian Vu starts panicking. Lam Te tries to act casual, asking Dong Nok if she just arrived. Hearing her name, Kai Thian Vu's mother smiles and asks if she is the brilliant class monitor from school, prompting Dong Nok to politely bow and greet them. She politely greets them, but Kai Thian Vu looks suspicious, asking how she even knew his parents were hospitalized here. Dong Jok sighs, admitting that Dong Tu told her. Suddenly, a booming voice from the hallway makes everyone in the room jump. DNGI steps into the room, adjusting her glasses with a professional smile. She explains she heard about his injured parents, and since she had a free period, she decided to stop by. Seeing a third woman walk in, Kai Thian Vu stammers out her name, while Lam Te whispers to Dong Nok, asking who she is. Dong Nok nods, whispering back that she is indeed their English teacher, Miss DNGI. Delighted to see a teacher, Kai Thian Vu's father offers Miss DNGI a seat, thanking her for taking care of his son at school, and she politely smiles back. She boasts that Kai Thian Vu is her top student, especially with the critical college entrance exams coming up. She hands Kai Thian Vu some papers, gently reminding him that he has missed quite a few classes while looking after his parents. Pushing a fresh practice exam into his hands, she tells him to study whenever he has time, earning a grateful thank you. And just when you think it cannot get any crazier, another knock on the door drives everyone absolutely insane. Thankfully, it is just a nurse letting them know it is time to change the medicine, and Kai Thian Vu breathes a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it is just her. Soon, all three women decide to leave together, with Lam Te waving goodbye to him. Kai Thian Vu smiles, wishing them a safe trip, but his father immediately barks out, ordering his son to get over here. Glaring at him, the father demands to know what is going on, pointing out he supposedly liked Thu Bin, yet all these girls suddenly showed up. He yells that if his son is just some shameless playboy who trifles with every woman he meets, he will disown him on the spot. Kai Thian Vu groans, defending himself by asking how his father could possibly think all three of those women are his girlfriends. He adds that he never even said he liked Thu Bin anyway, but his father snaps back, shouting that he is his own father. He snaps that he has watched him pine after Thu Bin for years, so there is no way he could have missed those obvious feelings. You already admitted everything about that Lam Te girl, so what else is there to even explain? Tian Vu's mother steps in to clarify right away, explaining that her son told her he and Lam Tae are only fake dating to handle the difficult Tran family. Right then, Thu Bin walks in and tells Thien Vu that since he has been helping all day, she will take over for the night. Seeing her arrive, Thien Vu's father smiles warmly and says she is always the best. His mother then turns around and whispers softly to her husband. She whispers that she also prefers Thu Bin, especially since Lam Tae comes from an unusual background. And if she marries Thien Vu in the future, her son will just end up suffering. Seeing Thien Vu's parents whispering like that, Thu Bin gets curious and asks what the two of them are talking about. Then she suddenly remembers something and mentions that her TV station just launched a brand new treasure hunt show. They want her to host it tomorrow. So she turns to Thien Vu and asks if he is not a huge fan of those kinds of treasure hunting shows. She asks him to come and support her tomorrow, making Kai Thien Vu smile as he murmurs, "A treasure hunt show, huh?" He notes those seem pretty popular lately and asks if her station is producing one too, and Thu Bin confirms it, asking if he will go. She raises her voice to ask if he is definitely free tomorrow, and Thien Vu immediately jumps at this absolute golden opportunity. Of course he is going. The next day at the station, you would not believe the crowd. The place is literally packed like ants, with everyone fighting for a spot. A white-haired old man speaks up, asking today's guest a question. He asks what kind of absolute masterpiece the guest has brought, and the man slowly opens an exquisite box in his hands to reveal a porcelain human vase. The crowd gathers around to stare at this supposed masterpiece, totally in awe. One onlooker inspects it and asks what era it comes from, so the guest explains he once had a grandmaster appraise this treasure. The guest quotes the grandmaster word for word, claiming it is from the Song dynasty, which leaves the other man completely shocked. Another onlooker, who seems pretty knowledgeable, chimes in that if it is truly from the Song dynasty, it is worth over 600,000 yuan. Out of nowhere, the old man steps forward, stroking his beard to inspect it before telling the guest it looks like modern porcelain, not Song dynasty. Hearing this, the man gets incredibly frustrated and snaps angrily at the old-timer. He barks back at the old man, telling him to stop talking nonsense if he knows nothing because actual experts already verified it. Right then, Thu Bin taps Thien Vu from behind, reminding him that the show is starting so she is heading on stage while he should take his time looking around. Thien Vu politely tells her okay, but as she leaves, his attention is drawn to the heated argument nearby, making him wonder what they are fighting about. The old man starts bargaining, saying that even though he is sure it is modern porcelain, he is willing to offer 150,000 if the guest wants to sell it. He flatly rejects him, telling the old guy that his insulting offer is nothing but a direct slap in the face to his precious treasure. Watching from the sidelines, Thien Vu quickly pieced together the situation and sighed quietly to himself. He thinks that if he actually knew anything about antiques, he could help them out, but unfortunately, he is completely clueless in this area. But then a brilliant idea hits him. What if he finally activates his cultural relic appraisal system? It only costs him 20 energy points per item. Thien Vu smiles with pure satisfaction, realizing that it has been so long since he used it, he almost forgot he has this absolute cheat of a system. Grinning, Thien Vu boots up his appraisal system, and instantly, all the detailed stats of the mysterious vase pop up right before his eyes. Once the scan is complete, Thien Vu reaches a shocking conclusion. The vase is indeed a genuine treasure, but it is definitely not Song dynasty porcelain. He decides to stay quiet and watch things play out, thinking this might be his ticket to striking it rich. The guest has no desire to keep arguing, saying they should just wait for the judges, while the old man still tries desperately to advise him. He warns the kid that he is only trying to save him from embarrassment, because if the judges on stage declare it modern porcelain, it will literally be worth nothing. But the guest stubbornly refuses to listen to a single word. He turns his back, saying there is no point talking, so they will just wait and see, as Thu Bin warmly welcomes the next participant. Our guest walks up with a smug smile, presenting his vase so Thu Bin can introduce it to everyone as a Song dynasty porcelain human vase. The crowd instantly erupts, shocked that a Song dynasty vase like that is easily worth over 600,000 yuan, while Thu Bin keeps things moving professionally. Next, she invites the panel to give their expert evaluation. The three highly experienced judges carefully examine the supposed masterpiece, while the owner waits nervously on the side, slowly asking the masters what they think about his precious vase. Sitting in the middle, Master Thash is the first to speak. He notes the craftsmanship of the porcelain human vase is not bad, but it is definitely modern porcelain rather than Song dynasty. Examining it closely under the light, modern items have no real collector value compared to actual antiques, which causes the guest to snap, pleading with Master Thatch to take a much closer look. He demands to know how that is even possible, but the expert firmly trusts his own sharp eyes and delivers the final verdict. No more looking. It is modern porcelain, and their expert eyes never make mistakes. Appraiser Thargdan holds up his hands to advise him. Young man, if you do not believe us, go ahead and find someone else for an appraisal. Master Chow and I have so many years of antique appraisal experience under our belts. He pauses for a moment, his face turning cold as he snaps, "If we cannot even tell new porcelain from old, we might as well quit this business entirely." The old man from the crowd also chips in, saying he knew from the start it was new porcelain, leaving the desperate seller to speak with his tail between his legs. He desperately asks the old man, "Brother, do you still want it? Because if you do, I will sell it pretty cheap." The old man explains that his earlier offer of 150,000 was a gamble on a 30 to 40% chance of it being old, before staring back coldly. But now that Master Chow and Master Thark confirmed it is fake, every word feels like a dagger to his heart. He asks young man, "Do you really think I would still pay a high price for your junk?" While Master Thark explains the actual market value behind him. On the market, new book-holding porcelain figures, similar to yours, are only worth a few thousand yuan at best, making the seller sigh in utter defeat. He regrets not selling it earlier, but right at that moment, Tian Yu steps up and boldly offers, "I will buy it for 8,000. He desperately grasps at this sudden lifeline. He immediately hands it over, saying it is yours. The onlookers cannot help but gossip at this ridiculous scene, mocking him as a rich fool since 8,000 yuan could easily buy a much higher quality piece of new porcelain. With no other exciting events happening, the show naturally wraps up and comes to an end. Thu Bin puts her hands on her hips to question him, asking why he is wasting valuable money on this junk when his uncle and aunt are literally hospitalized and desperate for cash. Tian Yu smiles warmly. "Sister, do not worry. I would never throw money away on a losing deal." And check this out, just as the two appraisers walk past, Tian Yu seizes the perfect moment to call them over. He calls out Master Chow, "Master Thark, please take another look," but Master Chow flatly refuses without a second thought. "There is no need to look again, young man. The two of us can guarantee on our professional reputation that this is absolute new porcelain." But Tian Yu just smirks. He replies, "Master Cho, I do not deny this is new porcelain," as he holds up the shiny vase to point out a hidden detail. "This figure is new. But even so, it is an incredibly rare and valuable treasure." Unable to watch this play out, Master Thark advises him, "Young man, with modern manufacturing, this type of porcelain is not rare at all. Paying 8,000 yuan for it is way too expensive." But Tian Yu confidently pushes them to check the writing underneath the base. Master Chow completely loses his patience and snaps, "We already told you it is new porcelain. So why would we even bother reading any writing on it?" Wait, look at his face. He actually spots something highly unusual hidden on the bottom of the vase. Intrigued, Master Chow cannot help but pick it up to inspect the two letters written there, instantly realizing their monumental significance as his eyes widen in pure shock. These are the initials of the president of country A, meaning this porcelain figure was actually a national gift made for their state visit. But Master Thark suddenly snatches it away. He frantically demands to let him see it too, and as the two of them examine it closely, Master Chow immediately makes his final call. It is indeed a national gift made for country A, prompting him to rush over to Tian Yu as if terrified someone might steal the treasure away. He asks, "Young man, will you sell this vase? Because with such massive historical significance, I absolutely must buy it." Tian Yu happily names his price of 80,000 yuan, and Master Chow agrees without hesitation to seal the deal, leaving Thu Bin watching from the side in complete awe. She gasps, "Wow, Tian Yu, you are incredible. How do you even know how to appraise treasures like that?" Making him smirk with pride. He boasts, "Sister Thu Bing, I have many hidden talents," before pulling out the 80,000 yuan check and generously telling her to buy herself some fruit. Choked, she asks what fruit he is talking about, before lecturing him with frustrated, sisterly love for being so careless with money. School is starting soon and requires a lot of cash. She scolds to knock some sense into him, reminding him that Uncle Key is injured and family funds are tight, so he cannot waste money. After lecturing him thoroughly, she finally drops the matter. As evening falls and everything settles down, Thu Bin grabs her leather bag and begins her walk back home. Halfway through her walk, her phone suddenly begins to ring, prompting her to quickly pull it from her handbag to answer. The voice on the other end tells her, "Little Dai, the station has a new event tomorrow, so you need to come in for a rehearsal," and she quickly agrees. Hanging up, Thu Bin turns to say goodbye to him. "All right, Tian Yu, head home on your own and make sure to stay safe." Tian Yu smiles with a reassuring expression, "Sister, do not worry. I can definitely take good care of myself." Afterward, Tian Yu walks alone down the street, bathed in a warm orange sunset glow, pausing slightly as he passes a roadside cafe. Sitting right inside the window are Tian Jia and Dian Har, causing Tian Yu to wonder in surprise if that is really Teacher Dian. He shifts his gaze to the white-haired man sitting across from her, questioning who this guy is as his face darkens and he steps inside the shop. No way. He thinks he absolutely has to find out what is going on, so he sits directly behind Teacher Dean's seat to order coffee. Once settled in and confident that she has absolutely no idea he is there, he silently focuses all his attention on eavesdropping. What's going on? Tian Yu tries to piece it together. Is this her boyfriend? Right then, Dian Hao happily says he came all this way to visit, and Mom's pretty worried. Tian Jia smiles to reassure him she's been doing this for years, so there's no need to worry. To which, Dianhar responds quite affectionately. How could he not worry when she's out here alone? Getting straight to the point, Tianjia asks about his marriage plans. He spits it out. Hearing this from behind them, Tian Yu literally loses his mind in shock. Patting her head, Dianhar points out she has some nerve, refusing to go home for marriage, yet asking him this. Tianjia raises her hand, flatly rejecting the idea, but Dianharo gets emotional, shouting that she must at least explain things to their mother. That does it. Hearing this, Tian Yu can't take it anymore and stands up to yell. He warns him not to force her, making Tianjia turn around in shock, while Dianhar just stands there utterly stunned. Jumping to conclusions, Dianhar asks if this is her boyfriend, realizing why she didn't want him visiting her dorm. Seeing his intense reaction, a highly confused Tian Yu has to ask what on earth is going on here. I know, right? Once he realizes the truth, Dianhar just laughs at this pretty hilarious misunderstanding. Grinning, he offers a proper introduction, explaining that his name is Dianhar, and he's actually her biological brother. Pointing a finger in absolute disbelief, Tian Yu asks if he's really her brother, which Dianhar gently confirms with a smile. Talk about awkward. A deeply embarrassed Tian Yu rubs his head, muttering about the major misunderstanding. He quickly explains he thought the guy was forcing her into marriage, but Dianhar just repeats the name in confusion. When Tian Ya steps in to introduce Qi Tian Yu as her student, Dianharo's face drops into absolute panic. He screams in panic, a student-teacher romance? It'll completely ruin their family name if anyone ever finds out. Annoyed by his wild imagination, Tianjia pouts, snapping that there's no romance going on here whatsoever. She insists their relationship is nothing like that, making Dianhar's face twist in embarrassment as he asks if they're really not dating. Both of them give an exasperated nod, leaving Dianhar just as embarrassed as he forces a weak laugh to clear the air. Turns out, he was completely wrong too. Later that night, the last flight of the evening is taking off. Hands in pockets, Tian Yu chats with Tianjia, sighing in relief now that her brother is finally gone. Go where next? She asks why he's even following her, but he has an obvious answer. It's past 11 p.m., and she's walking alone in the dark, so he insists on walking with her for safety. Coldly turning her back, she tells him to just go home and rest. Terrified of her rejection, Tian Yu quickly runs after her. Pleading with her to wait, he struggles to keep up and begs her not to walk so incredibly fast. But get this right in front of them. A massive fire is suddenly blazing completely out of control. The flames are quickly spreading to neighboring buildings as panicked crowds scream about the fire. It's huge. Tian Yu gasps at the massive blaze just as the local fire trucks arrive to help. Firefighters blast their hoses to contain the inferno, but it's pretty tough. Nearby, a desperate man holds his head in despair. He cries that his goods worth hundreds of thousands are completely lost, while an elderly woman nearby weeps in total hysterics. Crying out for her little grandson, Kung Kung, the old woman watches the fire in complete helplessness. She cries for him. How will she survive if her precious grandson is gone? Tian Yu rushes over to ask where the boy is, and she reveals they were walking on the 5th floor when it started. Because Kung Kung is a pretty mischievous kid, he was running all over the floor and got separated in the chaos. Urgently, a firefighter tells his colleague that there are still victims trapped upstairs. Feeling the intense pressure, the team prepares an aerial platform to reach the building for a final rescue attempt. The panicked operator reports that the ladder isn't tall enough to reach the 5th floor, only getting up to the 4.5 level. Even if they climb in, 3 victims are already choked by heavy smoke. Captain, what about their protective gear? The officer reports that their safety gear is useless. The heat is simply too extreme, far exceeding the physical limits of what any human body can withstand. Ordering another desperate breach, the captain looks up as a panicked police officer rushes over to check on their current situation. Vu Tianhong asks Lao Trung what's wrong, and the fire captain looks up, acknowledging his arrival. Lao Trung quickly breaks down the grim situation. The fire is burning completely out of control, and things look pretty bad. On top of that, people are still trapped upstairs, prompting a grim Vu Tianhong to ask exactly how many are left inside. Drenched in sweat from the heat of the burning fire, Captain Truong replies that based on the latest count, there are probably 4 people. As for whether anyone else is trapped in there, he has no clue. Vu Tianhong suddenly thinks of something and shouts out Captain Truong, "We should ask the higher-ups to send 2 helicopters immediately." But Captain Truong knows that is not very realistic since getting helicopters here takes too much time, and the trapped people probably cannot hold out that long. Outside, absolute chaos breaks out, as the survivors who manage to escape can only stand there in complete shock. Kai Thianvu grows dead silent, looking down in deep thought as his hands unconsciously clench into tight fists. Right in this hopeless moment, the system voice rings in his mind, asking if he wants to activate the vacuum breathing skill for 30 points for 15 minutes. This notification is an absolute lifeline for Ki Thianvu right now, making him furrow his brows. Determination flashes in his eyes as he takes a sudden, decisive step toward the raging blaze right before everyone. Dianjai stands nearby and screams out in panic, "Kai Tian Vu, what are you doing?" While the old woman also gasps, telling him not to be foolish. Somehow, Kai Tian Vu grabs a bright orange firefighter jacket from somewhere and quickly snatches up one of their helmets too. He gears up. Fast. Pulling on the heavy gloves and zipping his collar tight. Now he looks exactly like a real, professional firefighter. Spotting a rescue ladder already set up, Ki Tian Vu begins climbing it rung by rung. Falling debris and thick black smoke hit him from all sides, but none of it can extinguish the burning fire inside Kai Tian Vu. Dianjai watches his retreating back with sheer worry, silently calling out Ki Tian Vu's name in her heart. Suddenly, a nearby firefighter spots him and yells out in confusion, "Who is that up there? What is going on?" Captain Trung immediately snaps, what are the perimeter security guards even doing to let a civilian run straight into the fire right under their noses? He demands to know if they are blind, while a flustered officer stammers that he never expected the guy to rush in like a madman. Plus, the captain saw how fast he moved, it was simply impossible for anyone to react in time. Kai Tian Vu's small figure disappears directly into the dancing flames. Since his entire body is protected by a hidden armor, he charges forward without a hint of fear. Toxic smoke is everywhere now, you can feel the desperation rising as he presses deeper into the building. Stopping abruptly at the stairs, he grits his teeth, thinking hard. Although his vacuum breathing skill can smother any nearby flames, the heat here is still so insanely high that it is almost impossible for a normal human to endure. His vision drops to almost zero, his body fading into the dark smoke as the fire reaches the 5th floor, making it impossible to see. He is completely blind in the heavy smoke. But right at this critical moment, the system chimes, offering to track biological signals. It costs 20 energy points, lasts for 5 minutes, and covers a tracking range of 100 meters. Kai Tian Vu eagerly activates it, and instantly, the precise locations of the trapped victims light up clearly right in front of his eyes. He smirks with absolute relief, found them. The blue protective armor surrounding him suddenly surges with raw energy, boosting his physical strength tenfold as Kai Tian Vu leaps high through the smoke. Shattering the concrete ceiling with his enhanced jump, he easily leaps straight up to the next floor, where he spots 2 terrified victims huddling for safety. The husband hugs his wife tight, crying out in relief that a firefighter has finally arrived to rescue them. Then he remembers and quickly alerts Kai Tian Vu that there is also a little boy passed out over there, prompting the young man to search. He quickly spots the skinny kid on the ground that is definitely the boy named Kwang Kwang. Kai Tian Vu quickly assesses him, his vital signs are weak, he is severely overheated, dehydrated, and completely unconscious. Muttering in frustration, the young hero realizes there is absolutely no way to carry 2 adults and a child through the fire. Wait for it, here is where Kai Tian Vu comes up with an absolutely legendary way to save everyone. With a single powerful punch, he completely shatters the concrete wall, rushes over to the gaping hole, and yells down to the rescue crew that he has found the survivors. Explaining the situation to the rescue team, he coordinates their next move. The fire in the center is too massive to bring unprotected people through, so they must deploy an air cushion and have them jump from the 6th floor. Captain Truong loses his patience, demanding to know who this reckless rookie is to be ordering them around. He snaps, asking if the idiot wants to play hero, because rushing in like that means he will not even make it out alive. Now they have another person to save, doubling their work. But Officer Vu Thien Hong recognizes Ki Tian Vu and quickly defends him. Wait, Truong, he says, I know that kid, so trust him on this and set up the air cushion. But Captain Truong is too stubborn, arguing that the floor is way too high, and they would need to land perfectly in the center to survive. From a 20-meter height, landing exactly in the middle is something a normal person simply cannot do. Officer Vu Thien Hong desperately tries to convince his colleague, saying, Truong, trust me on this kid is not normal at all, he has unbelievable powers, and besides, we are completely out of options right now. Captain Truong has to go along with it. He tells Vu Thien Hong that he trusts him, then immediately orders the air cushion to be deployed. Once the air mattress is fully inflated, 3 victims are seen clinging tightly to Kai Tian Vu as they prepare for the jump. And he warns them, everyone, hold on as tight as you can. Making sure they are secure, Kai Tian Vu bends his knees to gather power, then leaps straight down, rescuing them from the roaring flames. Everyone at the scene watches in absolute shock as Kai Tian Vu and the 3 victims plunge downward, landing perfectly safe on the cushion. Landing dead center on the airbag, the crowd around them instantly bursts into tears of sheer relief. An old woman rushes over to hug her little grandchild in tears, while Vu Thien Hong yells for an ambulance to bring oxygen immediately. Teary-eyed, Dianjai scolds him, crying, Ki Tian Vu, you scared me to death, but he just smiles to comfort her, saying, do not worry, Miss Dian, I am fine. Meanwhile, Truong and his colleague are carrying the last female victim out of the burning building on a stretcher. Make way, we got the last survivor out of here, one officer shouts happily, celebrating that all 4 trapped victims have now been successfully rescued. The doctor points toward the ambulance and gently suggests, "Kid, we need you to come to the hospital with us." Hearing this, he is totally surprised and a bit confused, replying, "Go to the hospital for what? I am not even hurt." DNGI quickly urges him, saying, "Just go, you leaped from such a crazy height. And you inhaled a lot of smoke. What if your lungs or knees suffer long-term damage?" So Tian Yu shyly scratches his head and agrees, "All right, I will get checked out." He reminds her to be careful heading home alone, but with a serious expression, DNGI replies, "I am going with you." Surprised by this, he protests, "Wait, I really do not want to trouble you with this, Miss DN." Her face softens with sadness as she quietly says, "Your parents are already hospitalized, and as your teacher, it is my duty to look after you right now." The doctor slides the door open and tells them to get in, so Tian Yu obediently climbs inside, listening closely as the medic speaks. He asks, "Young man, are you feeling pain anywhere?" But before he can speak, DNGI quickly answers for him. She acts so much like family that it makes him incredibly embarrassed, blushing red right there. And the next day, we find Dong-nok sitting in class, staring blankly at her textbook. Suddenly, Tule's voice rings out, completely grabbing her attention by asking if Tian Yu is not in class today. So she slowly looks up and questions her. She asks Tula, "Why are you looking for him? He has skipped school for days." But Tula quickly shakes her head. "No, I am not here for Tian Yu. I actually came to talk to you about him." Hearing this, Dong-nok raises her eyebrows in confusion, asking what is going on with Tian Yu. Tula starts explaining, "Did you hear about that massive fire at the mall last night? Tian Yu was right there, and he actually jumped in to save people." Dong-jok stares back, completely baffled, asking fire rescue, but wait, is he not supposed to be taking care of his parents? She looks down, whispering to herself that he has such a kind heart. There is no way he would just stand by. Then, Dong-nok looks up with deep concern, asking if he got himself hurt during the rescue, to which Tule calmly waves her worries away. She smiles, "Please, everyone knows how insanely strong he is. A little fire could never hurt a guy like him." But then, her tone shifts as she whispers that the rescue itself is not even the real story she wants to share. Guess who he was with while fighting that fire? Making Dong-nok lean in and immediately ask, "Who was it?" Tula frowns and drops the bomb, "Our English teacher, Miss Dianjai," causing Dong-nok to completely freeze, resting her hands heavily on the desk as she processes this. The rumors about their forbidden teacher-student relationship are already spreading everywhere, and now they have been spotted together outside of school. Tule pulls out her phone, showing a photo of Tian Yu and Dianjai on the screen. "Look at this," she says. "Miss Dian is all dressed up, and Tian Yu is wearing a suit. They literally look like they are out on a romantic date." Dong-nok goes completely pale with shock, and seeing her reaction, Tule immediately starts to panic. She quickly tries to comfort her, "Hey senior, do not lose hope. Miss Dian is almost 26, which is 8 years older than Tian Yu. A teacher-student romance is scandalous enough, but a relationship with such a massive age gap is bound to get them heavily criticized by everyone." She adds that compared to their teacher, Dong-nok has all the advantages, but despite those comforting words, tears start welling up in Dong-nok's eyes. Panicking at the sight of her tears, Tula quickly exclaims, "Senior, I only meant well, please do not cry." Just then, DNGI stands at the classroom doorway and announces, "Today we are going over sample paper 1. Everyone get back to your seats." Startled, Tule whispers into Dong-jok's ear, "I am heading back to my seat now," while DNGI steps up to the podium and asks in a strict voice, "Is Tian Yu skipping school again today?" she asks. And hearing this, Dong-tu immediately raises his hand to spill the truth. "Oh, did Tian Yu's parents have an accident at home?" Her voice softens as she replies, "I get it now, Dongzi. That settles it, Dong-yu. Next time, just hand the assignments to Tian Yu yourself. I will stop going there." Dong-yu smiles happily and nods. Tian Yu opens the classroom door, rubbing the back of his head with an awkward smile, apologizing for being so late. Tianjia looks surprised and immediately bombards him with questions, asking why he is at school and who is looking after his parents. He smiles warmly and tells her, "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Tian. My parents have already been discharged from the hospital." Seeing him back at school makes Dong-yu pout in annoyance, her frustration clear. Tian Yu walks over to her desk and says with a gentle smile, "I should also thank our class president for worrying about me these past few days." Everyone is utterly shocked to hear this, and Dongzi calls out Tian Yu's name in absolute disbelief. The guys immediately give him thumbs up, whispering that he is a total player for managing 4 girls at once. Completely flustered, Tian Yu quickly tries to defend himself, asking what they are talking about and explaining it is just normal help between teachers and students. Suddenly, boom! A loud sound echoes as Tianjia angrily slams her hand down onto the desk. She frowns deeply and yells out that class is in session, ordering everyone to get back to their seats immediately. During the lunch break, Tian Yu sneaks over to Dong Yu and whispers softly in her ear, asking if she has eaten yet. Her cheeks flush bright red as she softly replies that she has not decided on lunch yet. Tian Yu smiles and suggests they go grab a bite outside together. Blushing even harder, she shyly nods and agrees with a quiet okay. Outside the school gates, street vendors are shouting, calling out for fresh flatbreads while a food stall owner packs roasted meat into boxes. "Come get your hot Turkish barbecue over here, handsome boy and pretty girl. What are you having?" he shouts as the two walk past. Then a lady calls out selling cheap pastries. Tian Yu notes that the local economy must be improving since so many small stalls have popped up outside the school. He turns to her with a warm smile and asks what she wants to eat. Dong Yu softly tells him to choose, and she will just have the same. Prompting him to stop right in front of the Feng Yuan stir-fry shop, he suggests they head inside this family restaurant for some stir-fry. But before they can even cross the threshold, his phone starts buzzing like crazy. The caller is Sha Liang, who quickly greets him, saying, "Hey Tian Yu, it is Sha Liang here." Surprised to hear from him, Tian Yu asks why he is calling and how his injuries are healing. Sha Liang replies in a low voice. He explains he is already out of the hospital and walking fine, then urges Tian Yu to listen closely because they just uncovered a mountain of evidence against the Qingbang. Tian Yu's face immediately tenses up as he mutters, "Oh, let me hear it then." Sha Liang explains that the Yushuan Pavilion counterfeit drug ring, which was crushed 10 years ago, has suddenly come back to life. They are actually one of the main financial backers behind the Qingbang. Tian Yu steals a quick glance sideways and repeats, "Yushuan Pavilion." Sha Liang confirms this, adding that the drugs Chen Yanting used to capture Lan Shi last time were also supplied by them. Hearing this, he sighs and says, "I know it has been tough on you, but keep digging. We still need more concrete proof to nail them down." Sha Liang quickly agrees. Hanging up the call, he turns back to Dong Yu and says, "All right, Dong Yu, let us eat." She looks at him with a mix of sadness and surprise, speaking softly. She asks if he is still getting mixed up with Sha Liang's crowd. Tian Yu stares straight ahead without looking at her as he explains, "If it were possible, I would love to just live a quiet life, but they threaten my family, so I cannot just sit back and watch." Her eyebrows twitch slightly as she blushes, quietly nodding her head. And look who is blocking their path. Jin Zhengdong is standing there, rolling up his sleeves and picking a fight. He yells, "Watch where you are going. Are those eyes just for decoration?" The other student politely bows 90 degrees, apologizing profusely. But Jin Zhengdong just kicks him straight to the ground, shouting, "Get lost." He sneers at the poor student, muttering that kids from these public schools have absolutely zero class. His sidekick stands with hands on his hips, asking why they even bothered coming to this trashy school. Jin Zhengdong responds with a smug grin, looking around the place. He sneers that while the overall quality of this school is garbage, even a dirty chicken coop can produce a phoenix. Next, he loudly orders his lackeys to bring out the gear. He raises 2 signs that read, "Jin loves Tingting. Tingting, I love you," holding them high for everyone to see while clutching a massive bouquet of red roses. "Here it is, Boss Jin." Holding the sign with the romantic slogan, the lackey realizes that his boss is actually chasing a girl at this school. He curiously asks how incredibly beautiful this girl must be to capture the heart of a notorious playboy like Jin Zhengdong. Hearing this, Jin Zhengdong turns with an arrogant smirk, boasting that she is easily one of the most beautiful girls in the entire region. His lackey asks with a suggestive grin, "So Boss Jin, how far along have things developed between you two?" His lackeys behind him open up a banner showing the slogan saying "Tron Din Din, I love you," while he holds a bouquet and shoves his other hand in his pocket. "Do not rush. We set up this grand scene today, so by tonight we must make that girl go with me." With that, he starts walking, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Tron Ding Ding, Tron Ding Ding, I love you," just like a mouse loves rice. Kai Thianvu stares in absolute confusion at these ridiculous actions. What is even happening here? Where did this mentally challenged idiot come from anyway? Dong Jock next to him still cannot process this wild scene and wonders. It seems like they came all the way from the Noble Academy just to confess? Just who is Tran Din Din anyway? Kim Chin Dong gradually gets tired, wiping his sweat away as he mutters a quiet command to his group. "You guys keep shouting while I take a quick break." His smug face suddenly shifts as he glances over to the left side. Right there, Ki Thianvu and Dong Nok are standing and watching them. Both he and Kim Chin Dong blush instinctively, and his lackey gasps in admiration. "Wow, Boss Kim, this girl is incredibly gorgeous. Could this be Tran Din Din?" Hearing this, he quickly denies it, saying she is not Tran Din Din, but she is definitely hotter. Who knew this trashy school actually has such gorgeous girls? Suddenly, a devious thought flashes inside his head. That Tran Din Din girl was just some online girlfriend anyway. If I knew there was someone way hotter here, I would not have wasted so much effort chasing her. With that in mind, Kim Chin Dong barks out an order for his boys to stop and change targets. then drops to one knee to present the flowers to her. Backed by his loyal squad, Kim Ching-dong confidently asks, "Hey there, beautiful. I am Kim Ching-dong. Might I ask for your glorious name?" And watch this, a figure covered in literal fire is standing right behind him, completely unnoticed. Seeing this, Dong-nok quickly speaks up to warn him, saying, "Hey, Boss Kim, you might want to look behind you." The person burning with absolute fury is none other than Tran Din Din, who spits out his name, Kim Chin-dong, with pure venom. Recognizing that voice, he slowly turns back to Tran Din Din as she clenches her fists, demanding to know, "Did you not come here to confess to me today? What are you doing?" Kim Chin-dong gets so nervous he just stutters, I. Suddenly, Kai Thian-vu speaks up to break the tense silence. "Oh, now I get it." Tran Din Din's face darkens as she begins her own dramatic mental gymnastics. "Dong-nok, whether it is grades or looks, everyone says you are number one and I am just number two. I am always living in your shadow." Hearing this bizarre accusation leaves Dong-nok completely baffled, and she quickly tries to deny it. "Wait, that is not true. We do not even know each other." But Tran Din Din snaps back, "Cut the crap. Not only do you want to steal my top spots, but you want to take everything from me as well? Guti and voyust stares." His face tenses up as he wonders, does this crazy couple have water in their brains? Tran Din Din points right at Dong-nok, her words getting even more insulting. "Dong-nok, you are walking with your own guy, yet you still want to seduce someone else's boyfriend? How can you be so shameless? Are you really that desperate for a man?" Having lashed out at her, Tran Din Din turns to him and yells, "And you, Ki Thian-vu, as a man, can you not even keep your own woman under control? You are walking right next to her, yet you let this loose woman shamelessly seduce other guys." Her toxic words completely push Kai Thian-vu over the edge. He grows furious. Clenching his fists, he mutters coldly, "It is fine for a woman to be a bit ugly, but having such a toxic, filthy mouth is just begging for a beating." Standing aside, Kim Ching-dong nervously ponders his options. Since Tran Din Din already said that, I might not get Dong-gok, but I cannot let my cooked duck fly away now. Making a quick decision, he orders his boys to charge, and obeying his command, the entire squad instantly rushes directly toward Kai Thian-vu and Dong-nok. "Oh boy, watch this," she softly warns him. "Thian-vu, these guys seem a bit slow, so please go easy on them." He smiles. "Okay," he says. Next second, he casually punches the first guy right in his stupid face, sending the punk screaming out in absolute agony. The brown-haired thug is next. Same treatment. The guy wearing glasses follows right after. Smash! Glasses go flying everywhere. Before the next lackey can even strike, Ki Thian-vu kicks him flat onto the ground. Kim Chin-dong is utterly shocked, his jaw dropping as he wonders how this kid can fight so well, but Sa Luong standing behind him suddenly barks out an order. "Stop this right now," Sa Luong commands, looking on with a cold expression, making Kim Chin-dong gasp in sudden fear upon recognizing him. Kim Chin-dong immediately drops to his knees with tears streaming down his face, crying out, "Big brother Luong, you finally arrived." He starts complaining. Sobbing, he begs his big brother for help against this monster. Some nearby students who gathered just to watch the drama unfold gasp in excitement, telling Tan Tuyet to look over because Sa Luong has arrived. Hearing this, she is quite surprised, muttering, "Wait, is Sa Luong not that loser who got beaten by Kai Thian-vu and then dumped by me?" Her friend points out that the noble school boss, Kim Chin-dong, is actually close friends with Sa Luong, meaning Kai Thian-vu is in serious trouble now. She predicts that if these two powerhouses team up, Kai Thian-vu is absolutely going to have a rough time ahead. Sa Luong stares intensely at him, and Ki Thian-vu holds his gaze right back. The atmosphere grows heavy as leaves rustle softly around them. Kim Chin-dong watches wide-eyed, wondering if this is an elite masterclash before urging Sa Luong forward. He urges Sa Luong to destroy this kid as Sa Luong starts stepping forward. Kai Thian-vu slowly steps forward as Sa Luong raises his fist with a smug smirk, contrasting with our main character's dead serious expression. A brutal punch lands directly on Kim Chin-dong's face, sending him crashing down with a painful scream. Wait, what just happened? Even Dong-nok, Tran Din Din, and the bystanders are left completely speechless by this sudden turn. Kim Chin-dong desperately clutches his swollen cheek, completely dazed and utterly confused by what just went down. He stammers that Sa Luong hit the wrong guy since Kai Thian-vu is the target, but a freezing glare immediately cuts him off. "You're the one I wanted to hit," Sa Luong growls, pulling Kai Thian-vu close and calling him brother. Everyone is absolutely stunned, completely unable to believe that they are actually calling each other brothers. Ignoring the crowd, Sa Luong tells Ki Thian-vu that some blind fools had the nerve to call him over, adding that he shouldn't have bothered wasting his precious time on low-level thugs. He turns to Dong-jok with a teasing smirk, asking if his little sister-in-law is here. Asking her to grab a bite with them only makes her absolutely fume at his sister-in-law comment. Dong-nok immediately runs off in the opposite direction, yelling back that she is absolutely not his sister-in-law. They both freeze like statues, completely unable to process the crazy drama that just went down. Sa Luang awkwardly rubs the back of his neck, apologizing to Tian Yu for ruining their date. But our hero sighs and replies he was just grabbing lunch. Hearing this, Sa Luang asks if he needs help chasing after her, but Tian Yu quickly dismisses the offer. He tells him to drop it, since she was already half scared to death, urging Sa Luang to quickly state his business. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Sa Luang slowly suggests finding another place to talk as Tian Yu warns the thugs. He warns them to keep their eyes open and stop bothering every single pretty girl they see. Kim Chin Dong just whimpers tearfully, nodding along in agreement. Now watch this, they move to a tight, quiet alleyway where Tian Yu folds his arms and asks to talk. Sa Luang explains that this matter involves his spy and warns him not to get angry, which immediately makes Tian Yu grow quite impatient. He demands Sa Luang stop beating around the bush, so his friend gets straight to the point. They captured a member of the Jade Spring Pavilion and locked him up, which leaves Tian Yu totally shocked. Calling it illegal arrest makes Sa Luang shrug it off, claiming that is way too harsh a word. Sa Luang explains the kid refused to cooperate, so he starved him for a few days, but Tian Yu demands his immediate release. Trying to justify their actions, Sa Luang explains they only used this desperate method because the kid refused to cooperate with them, but Tian Yu firmly disagrees. He warns that no matter the goal, they cannot cross legal boundaries, and firmly orders Sa Luang to release the prisoner immediately. Sa Luang raises his hands and leans back against the wall, yielding to his friend's strict demands. He agrees to handle it immediately, but suddenly Tian Yu's phone starts ringing loudly, and he quickly picks up. The voice on the other end introduces himself as Vu Tianhong, leaving Tian Yu slightly surprised as he greets him. He asks what's going on, and Vu Tianhong cuts straight to the point, asking if he remembers the kid he saved from the fire. Tian Yu leans against the wall, confirming he remembers Kwang Kwang and asking what happened to him. Vu Tianhong explains that the family has been looking everywhere for 3 hours to thank him, so he is sending the address. He tells him to visit the hospital, but Tian Yu politely declines, stating there is no need for any official thank yous. His power is a gift, and he believes he must do everything to fulfill his duty. Asking why the captain is calling him personally over this, Vu Tianhong solemnly warns that this saved child is incredibly special, meaning he absolutely must make this trip right away. Tian Yu is quite surprised by this revelation. He asks if the kid has some special background, but Vu Tianhong simply tells him he will understand once he arrives, framing it as a personal favor. This makes Tian Yu smile awkwardly as he speaks up. Telling Vu Tianhong to drop that formal tone, Tian Yu happily agrees to go since the captain always takes such great care of him. Vu Tianhong eagerly urges him to get going before quickly hanging up. Sa Luang looks over and curiously asks if that was the police calling him again as the phone line goes dead. Did they find out we locked someone up? Tian Yu quickly shakes his head to deny it. No, that kid I rescued the other day. I think he has some kind of really special identity. Yu Tianhong told me to go visit him. Xia Liang gets pretty excited hearing this a special, mysterious identity like that. Let me tag along whenever you decide to go. Hearing that, Tian Yu agrees to let him tag along. Yeah, that works. But tell your boys to quickly release that locked up guy, got it? He winks with one eye as he gives the heads up. Got it, got it. Cut to the hospital. Tian Yu stands at the front desk with Xia Liang right behind him. Excuse me, do you know which ward Chang Chang is in? The nurse stares closely. He rubs his neck, introduces himself a bit awkwardly. Oh, my name is Tian Yu. Hearing this, the nurse gets incredibly excited, saying you are actually Tian Yu? You are finally here. Chang Chang's family is looking everywhere for you, she says, pointing directly toward the elevator. He's in room 1802. Just take that elevator on the right up to the 3rd floor. Soon, the elevator dings at the 3rd floor. Tian Yu mumbles the room number in his head as he walks 1802. Suddenly, a massive man blocks the door. Frowning, the man demands in a deep voice, "What are you guys doing here?" Tian Yu steps forward, saying, "Hi, I'm just here to visit a patient." Zhang Zhennu scowls with deep irritation, declaring that without the permission of their family's eldest young mistress, nobody gets to step inside Chang Chang's hospital room. Xia Liang immediately steps up from behind, grabbing the guard's collar and snapping at him. What kind of watchdog are you, blocking our path like this? Glaring down in pure anger, Zhang Zhennu immediately tenses his muscles and swings a heavy arm straight at Xia Liang. Even though the attack is incredibly fast, Xia Liang matches his speed and easily dodges it. Xia Liang smirks with extreme confidence. What a mad dog. He quickly gathers his strength and throws a wild fist right at Zhang Zhennu's face. But Tian Yu grabs Xia Liang's arm just in time. We came here to visit a sick kid, so stop trying to pick fights with everyone. Xia Liang brushes his hand off Tian Yu. Look at this giant looking down on us. Xia Liang glares. We are honored guests invited by your boss. Yet you are acting like this instead of welcoming us? What is with this terrible attitude? But hold on. The big guard's eyes instantly widen the second he hears the name Tian Yu. He stares intensely at the young man standing in front of him. Are you really Tian Yu? Instantly, Zhang Zhenyu bows down with deep sincerity. Forgive my rudeness, and thank you for saving our young master. He then opens the door. Eldest young mistress, Tian Yu is here. Tian Yu looks inside and sees Sen Hanning sitting right next to Chiang Chiang's bed. She turns around and stands straight up. Are you Tian Yu? He is totally caught off guard. Wait, a kid? Tian Yu mutters in absolute surprise. Are you Chiang Chiang's older sister? She replies with a soft smile. Yes, I am Sen Hanning. Thank you both for saving my little brother. He rubs his head, smiling sheepishly. Hey kiddo, could you bring your parents here? I was asked by someone else to meet with Chiang Chiang's actual guardians. Hearing that makes Sen Hanning cross her arms in annoyance. I am 18 years old, so do not call me a kid. Since I am the one taking care of Chiang Chiang today, I am the guardian. Tian Yu narrows his eyes as Sha Liang chimes in. Tian Yu, maybe we should just go ask that guy outside instead. Hearing this, he approaches Zhang Zhenyu. Hey brother, can we get an actual adult here? We were sent on a mission, so talking to a kid makes it look like we are not taking this seriously. Right then, when Yan steps inside, speaking up, no need for that, Zhang Zhenyu. I am already here. He quickly bows with absolute respect, greeting her as Mrs. Gu. Wen Yan then turns to look at Tian Yu with a soft smile. So you are Tian Yu? Yes. Hello ma'am, he replies. Mrs. Gu beams with joy. Please, do not be so formal. You saved my boy's life, making you our entire family's savior. Wen Yan pulls out a thick stack of cash. Please take this money, just a small token of our family's deep appreciation. Tian Yu freezes, saying, Mrs. Gu, you have completely misunderstood. I do not do good deeds for rewards, so I cannot accept this money. Wen Yan bursts into laughter. You are exactly how the police described you. Outstanding skills and noble character. Look at that grin. A knowing smirk appears on her face. Since you will not accept the money, let us trade phone numbers instead. If you ever run into any trouble, just call me directly. As president of the Chamber of Commerce, I can solve plenty of problems. Then, she gives him a warm, friendly smile. Tian Yu, the Sen family will never forget your kindness. If you ever need our help in the future, just say the word and we will be there. Tian Yu smiles warmly, replying, Ma'am, you are being far too generous. Anyone in my shoes would have done the exact same thing. Nobody could just stand by and watch a child burn. Curious, Wen Yan asks, by the way, you're about to take the college entrance exam, right? Tian Yu raises his hand with an innocent smile. Yes, that's correct. Please don't call me young Master Qi anymore. I am barely older than your daughter. Just call me Tian Yu. Van Yen happily chimes in, telling Tian Vu that since she is older, he should call her aunt. He quickly follows her advice and calls her that right away. Suddenly, Sam Han-nung steps right up to grab Tian Vu by the hand, curiously asking him how old he is. Are you still in school? She asks. But Van Yen immediately crosses her arms and scolds her, telling Han and Gung not to be so impolite. The girl pouts her cheeks and mutters that she understands. Seeing how tense the atmosphere is getting, Tian Vu quickly steps in to ease the tension. He explains that he is 20 years old, a senior at 4th high school, and is currently preparing for his college entrance exams. Instantly, Sam Han-nung gazes at him with pure admiration in her eyes. She quickly spins around to Van Yen, demanding that she also wants to enroll in 4th high school. Her aunt immediately snaps back. Brother Tian Vu is already finishing high school and moving on to college. What is the point of you going there? Sam Han-nung thinks it over and agrees. But suddenly, Truong Tranao steps forward to speak. He tells the madam that a young lady has arrived to visit the young master, claiming she and Tian Vu brought Kwang Kwang to the hospital. Here is where things get pretty awkward the moment those words land. Tian Vu turns pale as Miss Dianjai steps inside. Saluang immediately blushes deeply the moment he lays eyes on her, whispering to ask if this Miss Dianjai has a boyfriend. He begs to be introduced, but Tian Vu places a hand on his shoulder and warns him that she is their English teacher with a very powerful background. He should forget about it, since she is totally out of his league. Once Dianjai stands before Van Yen, the older woman greets her with a warm, gentle smile. She greets Miss Dianjai, thanking her for coming, but the teacher immediately asks how little Kwang Kwang is doing. Answering her, the older woman says the boy is fine and just needs rest. Suddenly, Dianjai shifts her gaze over to Tian Vu, looking pretty cold. Asking Tian Vu if he is here too, she forces him to offer a pretty awkward smile as he explains the police department wanted him here. Their awkward interaction leaves Saluang feeling quite curious about them. Meanwhile, Van Yen politely chimes in to ask where exactly Miss Dianjai is currently teaching. Dianjai smiles, explaining she teaches senior English at 4th high school. Van Yen beams with delight, pleasantly surprised to hear she is a teacher. Suddenly, Sam Han-nung interrupts with a very determined look on her face, declaring she wants to enroll there. As Van Yen gently pats her head, she gently sighs, explaining that arrangements have already been made for her to study at the city's prestigious first high school instead. But Sam Han remains extremely stubborn, insisting that she does not care and absolutely must go to fourth high school. Arguing that Sister Dian Jai teaches there and will surely look after her, she ignores her aunt, while Truong Tranao peeks from behind the wall. "Excuse me, Madam Education Union Chair Duong Min Thok and First High School Principal Quach Loi have just arrived." Right after his words, the two of them calmly walk inside. Duong Min Thok immediately reaches out her hand to greet Van Yen. Addressing her as President Gu, she shakes hands. Kai Thianvu eyes them silently, wondering who this newcomer is, while Van Yen thanks Chair Duong Min Thok for making the trip. Duong Min Thok hands over a folder, explaining these are the enrollment documents for young Miss Sam Han Ngung that President Gu requested. Accompanied by little Quach, they brought them personally. Van Yen stares at the file for a long moment before accepting it with a sigh. "Chair Duong, I originally wanted Han Ngung to attend first high school, but this stubborn child insists on going to fourth high school. As a guardian, I really cannot force her." Quach Loi tries to persuade her, claiming that first high school is by far the finest key high school in their entire city of Tanhai. "Look at that stubborn face," Sam Han Ngung angrily puffs her cheeks, immediately catching Duong Min Thok's eye as she addresses President Gu, pointing out that fourth high school also has an incredibly strong academic environment and teaching staff. She says it is a pretty solid choice for her. Van Yen beams, agreeing that both first high school and fourth high school are outstanding key institutions in Tanhai. She has heard as much, and since the child made her own choice, a parent really should not interfere too much. Duong Min Thok bows politely, addressing President Gu and young Miss Sam Han Ngung, telling them to let her know once they decide. She explains she and little Quach have other business and must leave now. Van Yen politely thanks her for the visit. Later, as the two walk down the empty hospital corridor, Quach Loi turns to ask Chair Duong how she views this strange situation. Closing her eyes, she explains that when President Gu first arrived, the city officials instructed her to place young Miss Sam Han Ngung in the best school. Recommending first high school was her plan, and the president agreed, but somehow, the young lady suddenly insisted on going to fourth high school instead. He frowns, saying he is certain that other woman played some dirty tricks. Since she is a teacher at fourth high school, she must have manipulated the young lady into going there. Meanwhile, Kai Thianvu waves, letting Aunt Van Yen know that Quang Quang needs some rest. They will stop bothering them now. Van Yen waves back, telling Kai Thianvu to study hard, and promises that once he passes his college exams, she will personally cook him a celebratory feast. Hearing those encouraging words, Kai Thianvu grins widely, thanking Aunt Van Yen. Later, as they walk down the busy street under the night sky, Sa Luong lets out a sigh of relief that they are finally alone. He looks over, asking if Sa Luong is finally ready to explain the situation regarding that prisoner they locked up. He continues, "Yeah, the old man just called and said they already turned that guy over to the police." Tian Yu replies, "That is great then, but you guys still haven't told me who that person really is." Liang replies with an annoyed look, "The person we caught is Ngok Nung, the boss of Ngok Van Kak." He says, Tian Yu, "You do not understand the inner workings here. This Ngork Xuan Kak has been around for decades. Over the last few years, their operation has grown massive, attracting all kinds of customers. We are talking high society elites at the top, down to average folks at the bottom. Ngork Xuan Kak has been raided and penalized many times, but no matter how hard they are hit, their actual foundation remains untouched." Liang's face darkens as he explains how they have stood ground in Binhai for so long. He looks at Tian Yu and asks, "What do you think they are relying on?" He shares his own guess. Could it be that Ngork Xuan Kak has some incredibly powerful conglomerate backing them up? But wait, it gets even worse. Liang reveals they have an incredibly terrifying weapon up their sleeve. Drug attacks. Yes, drug attacks. He frowns. They use chemical mind control. Tian Yu, when you told us to hand Ngok Nung over to the police, I knew right away you did not understand how messy this situation actually is. Tian Yu cuts him off. Liang, maybe things are not as completely hopeless as you think. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he stares ahead. So what if Ngok Nung has several powerful factions backing her up? This world is massive, and there is always a bigger fish. The strong and the weak have to coexist, because that is the rule of survival. If they want to run wild and break those rules, a force will inevitably rise up to punish them. Liang looks in the same direction and mutters, "I hope so." The next day, birds glide through a brilliant blue sky, hovering over endless mountain peaks. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark headquarters of the Than Bang, Bosch Nok Chi sits in absolute silence, completely lost in thought. He grabs his phone. Bike Nok Chi speaks up. Chu Hiu-bing. Ngok Nung has been arrested, and the police are investigating Ngok Sun Kak. On the other end, in a massive skyscraper, Chu Hiu-bin asks, "And you had to call me for that? How many years has it been? You two have done so well, never giving me a single thing to worry about." Why are you panicking over such a minor setback this time? He frowns deeply. Yes, Chu Hyubin, I did not want to disturb you, but this situation is pretty complicated. Curiously, he asks, oh, how complicated can it be? Their pawns, where are they? Hearing this, Bak Nok-chi snaps in frustration. The moment she was taken, those pawns used all their leverage to pressure the police into releasing Ngok Nung. But he explains this time, Ngok Nung was directly involved in kidnapping the leader of the Lamb Corporation, which is why she is locked up, and they are not letting her go. Binhai has issued strict orders to investigate Ngok Swan Kak down to its roots, and they mandated that no matter who is connected, the probe must go all the way, with zero mercy shown. You can see where this is going, right? Someone big has to be pulling the strings for them to dare do this. Chu Hyubin, I heard a kid named Tian Yu is leading Song to look into this, and they are even sucking up to the newly arrived Chamber of Commerce president. Then Baek Nok-chi drops the name Ko Ting-vun. Hearing that name, Chu Hyubin's veins practically pop from sheer irritation. So Ko Ting-vun is the one backing them? Ha! Turns out she is the Sum family daughter-in-law. Since she wants to light a fire, why don't you help her throw some gasoline on it? Just handle it as you see fit. I actually want to use this opportunity to see just how capable the women of the Sum family really are. She wants to investigate Ngok Swan Kak? Let her. As for what kind of scapegoat we should hand over to the police, I am sure you know better than I do. Baek Nok-chi just nods. Meanwhile, over the phone, Chu Hyubin schemes with a deeply calculating expression, guiding Bak Nok-chi on their next moves. You and Ngok Nung have had such smooth sailing in Binhai over the years. It was starting to get a bit boring for me. Now that we have this perfect opportunity, show me what your forces are truly made of, and give me some real entertainment. Hearing this, tears involuntarily stream down Bak Nok-chi's face. But what about Ngok Nung? On his end of the line, Chu Hyubin lets out a smug, echoing laugh. Ngok Nung understands her own fate better than you do, just like you already know what might happen to you one day. With that, they hang up. Bark Ingork-chi sits in a daze for a moment before stepping out to summon Ingori Kwak An. He looks at the old man and barks an order, take your men to Song's lair and completely level the place. Ingwari Kwak An looks absolutely thrilled by the command. Smirking, he readily obeys right on. Boss, we should have taught those punks a lesson a long time ago. Lightning strikes. Boom. Over here, Tian Yu and Sha Liang shield themselves from the downpour. He sighs heavily. It is about to pour, so why don't we head to my place to shelter from the storm? Tian Yu readily agrees, planning to check on the brothers while the rain pours down harder outside. As they both run to take cover, they spot their brothers groaning and rolling in pain across the corridor. Tian Yu freezes, completely shocked by the sight. Suddenly, one of them gasps out in agonizing pain. Brother Liang, Brother Tian Yu. We were blindsided. Seeing their men in such a miserable state makes Sha Liang and Tian Yu absolutely furious. Tian Yu demands, who did this to you? Xiao Anzi barely breathes as he looks up, whispering with utter hatred it was Wei Guoying from the Qing gang. Tian Yu clenches his fists, holding back his boiling rage. He tells Sha Liang to call an ambulance first before they rally the others to storm the Qing gang headquarters. Just as they are about to make their move, Director Qin suddenly rushes over, shouting, Brother Liang, please wait. Hearing his name, Sha Liang turns back and asks Director Qin, what is it? Speak your mind. Rushing up to Sha Liang in total panic, Director Qin begs Brother Liang, can you please take your men and pull out of my garage first? Sha Liang glares at Director Qin with a sharp, piercing gaze, asking Director Qin, are you telling the Sha gang to get lost? Director Qin frantically waves his hands, bowing low. No, please, that is not what I mean. He quickly clarifies that it is all a misunderstanding, revealing the terrifying threat the Qing gang thugs made before they left earlier. Look at this absolute trash. Wei Guoying casually stepped on Director Qin with a face full of sheer contempt. He warned Boss Qin that as a businessman, they had no personal grudges between them. But if he stopped letting the Sha gang use his place, they would stay out of trouble. The thug threatened with a sinister smirk. He added that he heard the boss had 2 daughters, and failing to cooperate would cost them dearly as payment. Hearing this, Sha Liang and Tian Yu stand in the pouring rain, letting the cold water numb their anger. Director Qin bows his head, sobbing, Brother Liang, I am just an ordinary citizen trying to survive. I cannot afford to offend either your gang or the heavy hitters of the Qing gang. You are a righteous man, so please, have mercy on me for the sake of my daughters. In the pouring night rain, Sha Liang's reflection ripples in a puddle as he replies, Director Qin, if this were the old days, if you said that to me back then, I would have lost my temper. But meeting Tian Yu changed everything. I accept your request, Sha Liang says, his eyes turning incredibly firm and determined. Rest assured, we will pack up and leave immediately, making sure your family never gets dragged into our mess. Sha Liang yells out with absolute resolve. Your daughters, and the neighbors who always cared for the Sha gang, will be protected by us no matter what. A spark of hope flares in Director Qin's eyes as he bows deeply before Sha Liang, crying out, "Thank you, Brother Liang." Ji Tianyu keeps close pace right behind Sha Liang. Ji Tianyu admits he is deeply touched by his growth, but asks where they will actually house all these wounded brothers after pulling out. Sha Liang falls silent, lost in thought. Breaking the heavy silence, he tells Ji Tianyu, "Let us get everyone's wounds treated first. Then we can figure out our next move." At 8:52 p.m., the ambulance arrives to transport the wounded. The Liu brothers, Liu Xiao and Da Zhuang, rush up to Ji Tianyu and ask Brother Ji, "What happened? Why was our gang beaten like this?" they ask. Ji Tianyu rubs his temples. "The Qing gang did it." Ji Tianyu looks at them with a serious face. "Liu Xiao, Da Zhuang, we need your help. We are hunting down the Qing gang tonight. So tell me, are you two in?" Liu Xiao immediately clenches his fists in determination, declaring, "Do you even have to ask? You better count both of us in." Seeing their resolve, Ji Tianyu nods in approval. "Great. I will go let Sha Liang know right away." He walks over to Sha Liang, telling him Sha Liang, Da Zhuang, and Liu Xiao are joining us. That makes 20 of us now. Finding Sha Liang sitting alone in a dark corner lost in his thoughts, Ji Tianyu approaches and asks Sha Liang, "What is wrong?" Sha Liang covers his face in sheer agony, choking out, "The doctor just told me." Xiao Anzi stopped breathing. And just like that, the news hits them like a truck. Ji Tianyu, Liu Xiao, and Da Zhuang freeze in absolute disbelief. Sha Liang stands up, completely devastated, explaining that there was no way to save him. His body is already cold. He covers his face again, whispering through his tears, "Xiao Anzi was one of the very first brothers to ever follow me." Tears stream down his face as he carves this blood debt into his soul, declaring, "Ji Tianyu, we must make the Qing gang pay for this." The scene shifts as Sha Liang approaches the sheet-covered body for one last goodbye, gazing down with a heavy heart before speaking. He asks Hong Zhuo how much cash they have left, and Hong Zhuo checks the books, answering 4,360,000. Sha Liang nods, ordering Hong Zhuo to take 800,000 of that and give it straight to Xiao Anzi's parents. Hong Zhuo stares in disbelief at the massive 800,000 payout, noting even the top-tier Panlong Guild in Binhai would never spend that much. Sha Liang firmly responds to the question of Hong Zhuo, reminding him that a human life, a precious son raised with endless hardships by his parents, is worth far more than 800,000. If they spend this 800,000, the gang will barely have any money left. We all just have to spend a bit less, because the dead deserve to rest in peace. Seeing the absolute determination of Sha Liang, Hong Zhuo simply replies, "Brother Liang, all right, I will get it done." Suddenly, footsteps echo nearby. Ji Tianyu turns around and asks Sha Liang if the matter of Xiao An is completely resolved. Sha Liang answers that everything is settled. With the Sagang brothers gathered at the morgue, Ji Tianyu speaks up, saying, "All right, brothers." Putting on his jacket, he moves out, yelling with intense rage to attack the Qing gang and make them pay in blood. Late at night, at the Qing gang headquarters, Wei Guoying gathers inside with his fellow gang members. Smirking with an incredibly sinister gaze, he proudly reports to his boss that they thrashed those pathetic Sa gang brats so badly, they were forced to their knees, crying and begging like helpless children. It was glorious. Inside, Bai Yuezhi waves his hand, telling everyone to go ahead and enjoy themselves tonight, before stepping over to whisper something quietly into the ear of Wei Guoying. "Wei Guoying, make sure your men guard the perimeter properly, and stay alert for a Sagang ambush." Laughing mockingly, Wei Guoying claims his boss is too paranoid, since the number of healthy men left in their gang is at most 7 or 8. What could a measly 7 or 8 guys actually do? Meanwhile, Bai Yuezhi remains on high alert. "Do not be so careless, Wei Guoying. I heard Sha Liang just recruited a dangerous new fighter named Ji Tianyu. Wait. Here's the thing, this guy is exceptionally sharp and knows his enemy inside out. This guy is the son-in-law of the Land Corporation, backed by immense power, and his martial arts are top tier. Even the leader of the Yellow Dragon Association was no match for him, getting thrown straight into prison within 3 moves. Wei Guoying cuts him off, stating, "Boss, martial arts are not your area, so naturally you do not understand." He explains how different martial arts styles work, boasting that while the Eagle Claw of Old Huang can easily tear through external defenses, it still has its limits. It cannot penetrate internal energy, especially when facing a master with deep inner chi, so he naturally ends up losing. Then, he smugly imagines his own supreme martial arts glory. But Mai Hunyuan Hosingi Tai Chi is the absolute king of martial arts, naturally designed to counter every single fighting style out there. Bai Yuezhi glances at Wei Guoying, patting his shoulder to remind him that he has business tonight and must leave. "Go ahead and celebrate with the brothers." He happily watches Bai Yuezhi leave, saying, "Absolutely, boss." Now check this out. A car quietly cuts through a winding mountain road in the dark, the tires humming softly against the dark silence. The Sagang brothers have finally arrived at the Qinggang stronghold. Sha Liang steps out of the car. Ji Tianyu steps forward to command, rallying everyone with an explosive surge of energy. As the brothers charge, two completely oblivious Qinggang thugs inside are busy playing video games when they suddenly hear a loud knock at the door. One of them groans, "Who is it? In the middle of the night? Are you trying to kill me?" before finally going to open it. Since it is pitch black, he cannot see clearly. He grumbles, "What do you want? This is Qinggang territory." Tian Yu, Sa Liang, Lu Xiao, and Da Zhuang are already waiting, weapons in hand, with pure murder in their eyes. Their absolute hatred makes them look ready to tear these guys apart. The thug finally realizes what is happening. Unleashing a devastating blow, Tian Yu sends the thug crashing to the floor, wide open for the rest of the gang to rush in. As the beaten thug groans in a corner, the other guy jumps up in sheer panic, realizing that they are being invaded. The Sa gang brothers storm inside. Annoyed by the sight of the second guy, Sa Liang hurls a wooden club straight into his face with a loud smack. Sa Liang grabs him by the collar, roaring directly in his face, "Where is Wei Guoying?" The pathetic thug is sobbing so hard that his tears and snot are completely smeared across his face. Terrified, he begs Brother Liang, "Please spare my life." They are downstairs in the private bar. Cut to the bar, where the thugs are drinking and partying wildly with girls. They enjoy their drinks and the dancing girls, completely clueless about the imminent disaster heading their way. Wei Guoying stares at his glass for a moment before downing it in a single gulp. Down the dimly lit corridor, Tian Yu approaches carrying a blood-stained club, drawing the immediate attention of a nearby guard. The guard points his bottle at Tian Yu, slurring heavily, "This is Wei territory. Who dares to come cause trouble?" Without even letting him finish his drunken sentence, Sa Liang delivers a brutal, lightning-fast punch straight to his face, leaving him heavily bruised and battered. The guard groans in absolute agony, asking who they are, as Tian Yu glares down, "I am your daddy, kid." Inside Nai Kwok On's private room, he and his men watch. A girl's mesmerizing dance fills the floor. Suddenly, Tian Yu kicks the door wide open with a deafening roar, sending it crashing down and drawing everyone's eyes to him. One eye cracks open. The old boss looks forward. Nui Kwok On sneers mockingly, "I spared your life once and you still do not learn. Do you want more of your brothers to die?" Sa Luong points straight at his face and barks, "Ni Kwok On. Cut the absolute nonsense." Then he declares with fiery determination, "Today, Song is taking back justice." The corner of Ni Kwok On's mouth curls up even higher as his chilling smirk widens. He claps his hands together and stands up, boasting, "A motley crew like you guys cannot even touch a single hair of mine." The harsh insults push Sa Luong right over the edge. Lunging straight at Nui Kwok On, he swings his bat high and roars, "Today I will beat your teeth right out of your mouth." Seeing this, Tian Yu quickly shouts out to stop him, "Sa Luong, do not be reckless." But his warning comes far too late, and you know this is about to end badly. Sa Luong swings his bat down with full force, but Nui Kwok On swiftly counters in a flash. Catching the heavy strike with both palms, he effortlessly deploys his signature Hunyuan Tai Chi style. Nui Kwok On lets out a grunt, driving his hand straight toward Sa Luong's face. Moving like lightning, the old man twists his opponent's arm, deflecting the force before crossing his own wrists to deliver a heavy blow. Instantly, Sa Luong feels a wave of agonizing pain as blood splatters from his head, sending him crashing backward onto the floor. Tian Yu and the Song gang scream. Sa Luong groans, clutching his face in sheer agony. Dragging himself up, Sa Luong wonders how he was so fast when Tai Chi is supposed to be slow. His subordinate runs over, asking if Hoang Trak is okay. "Nothing to worry about." Sa Luong replies with absolute determination that it is just a minor scratch. He orders Trak Huang to pick up his bat, but the junior hesitates, pointing out that Nui Kwok On already threw it aside. Showing how the metal bat has been bent completely out of shape, the junior trembles as Tian Yu steps forward to speak. He tells Sa Luong to take the brothers and clear the lackeys, leaving Nui Kwok On to him and Dai Trang. Hearing this, Sa Luong stands up and agrees to leave things to Tian Yu. Once they depart, Nui Kwok On curiously asks if he is indeed the Tian Yu his boss mentioned. Shrugging his shoulders, he mentions hearing that they took down Old Hong. Sneering in disappointment, Nui Kwok On laughs at the fact that their opponent is just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. Gritting his teeth, Tian Yu warns Dai Trang and Lucia not to fall for the taunts and stick to the plan, getting a quick nod of agreement. Right after, Tian Yu unleashes his tenfold power, and honestly, you can feel the absolute force of his aura exploding right off the screen. Slicing through the air, his energy makes the old boss smirk, anticipating some real fun tonight. Tian Yu channels massive power into his legs, forcing Nui Kwok On to quickly raise his arms to block the incoming strike. A piercing roar echoes through the room as Tian Yu unleashes a barrage of rapid-fire strikes, but the old boss still manages to slip away effortlessly. Seeing his attacks miss completely only fuels his rage, pushing him to strike even harder. He cannot believe the old boss easily dodged his tenfold strength punches, while Nui Kwok An secretly wonders how this brat possesses such an insane level of raw power. Instantly, the old man strikes back. Using his 5-linked cannon technique, his blinding speed leaves Kai Tian Yu completely helpless, as sharp cuts slash across his body with overwhelming force. Instantly, Kai Tian Yu's gaze turns to pure determination. It is over. Grab him, Dai Trang and Lu Tu. Nui Kwok An freezes in shock as he finally notices the two men behind him, while elsewhere, the Song gang completely dominates the battlefield. Amidst the chaotic brawl, Sa Luong's loyal men wield iron bars to ruthlessly beat down Nui Kwok An's remaining lackeys. His entire gang holds deep respect for him. Meanwhile, Kai Tian Yu glares at the old boss who is tightly restrained by Dai Trang and Lu Tu, showing zero fear. The old man snarls, asking if they honestly believe these cheap street-fighting tricks can ever defeat him. Nui Kwok An screams wildly in the room, unleashing his legendary Grand Heaven and Earth move. A faint yin-yang circle slowly manifests behind his back, making Lu Tu tense up instantly at the bizarre pulling force dragging him in. Nui Kwok An struggles desperately to rip his arms away from their tight grip. My bones are twisting. Gritting his teeth under the massive pressure, he realizes they must attack immediately. Lu Tu roars as his golden bell shield transforms his body into solid gold, prompting Lu Dai Trang to immediately activate his own shield too. The old boss grits his teeth against their combined overwhelming force, realization hitting him that escaping this hold is not going to be easy. He cannot believe the Song gang has golden bell shield masters of this elite level, while Kai Tian Yu cracks his knuckles with a cold stare. Nui Kwok An quickly shuts his mouth, staring back in absolute dread. In an instant, Tian Yu lands a brutal uppercut, following it up with a rapid-fire barrage. Nui Kwok An glares back, his cheeks swollen and his nose dripping blood, giving him absolutely no room to breathe. Tian Yu drives a heavy fist straight into Nui Kwok An's stomach. The old man coughs up blood and flies backward. Seeing victory in his grasp, Tian Yu calmly rolls up his sleeves. He declares it is over. Nui Kwok An, now where's the Green Gang leader? The old man scoffs with pure mockery. Finished? Nui Kwok An grins wide and retorts, we are just getting started. Right as the words leave his mouth, his Tai Chi pushing hand sends both Lu Dai Trang and Lu Til flying. Lu Dar Trang crashes hard into a nearby wall, while Lu Tio collapses limply onto the floor. Nui Kwok An raises his hands as a faint white mist begins to swirl around him. Witnessing this bizarre surge of power leaves Tian Yu completely stunned. Shocking. The old man's internal power spikes so high, it becomes visible to the naked eye. We are talking next-level strength here. He boasts that the essence of Hunyuan Tai Chi lies in adapting. All the force of those punches you landed on me? I absorbed every single bit, transforming it into my own internal energy. It has been ages since I absorbed such pure energy. Right now, I am absolutely invincible. Hearing this, Tian Yu quickly shouts Lu Dai Chang. Lu Tio, fall back, stay far away from here. Tian Yu glares at him, realizing he must unleash his full power to deal with this monster. Closing his eyes, he prepares to activate every single system function he has unlocked so far. He instantly triggers multiple system boosts. First, physical reinforcement. Then, life force detection. He also sets up enhanced touch and high voltage resistance. His eyes snap open, flashing with a blinding light. Nui Kwok An turns pale with shock. He wonders how the kid's wild aura suddenly stabilized, turning such massive, destructive energy into something as calm and steady as flowing water. Memories flash back. The last time he felt an aura like this was when his master banished him from the sect. Meanwhile, Tian Yu realizes he can sense every single move Nui Kwok An is about to make. Focusing his vision, he observes the blood rushing through the old man's veins. From muscle twitches and neural electrical currents to the exact posture of his internal energy, Tian Yu can perceive it all clearly. Watching his stance, he notes the flow of energy, pooling directly into his dantian. Tian Yu narrows his eyes, tracking the sudden rush of blood straight into the left arm muscles. Just as Nui Kwok An lunges forward with a lightning-fast thrust punch, the young man simply tilts his head, cleanly dodging the strike. The old man gasps in utter shock. Dodged? This is the absolute fastest strike in the entire Hunyuan form. How could this brat possibly avoid it? Tian Yu calmly replies, Yield, Nui Kwok An, every single one of your movements is completely visible to me now. And just like that, we cut right back to a peaceful cafe where Lam Te and Tian Yu are already waiting. Holding her phone, Lam Te says happily, Lam San, we are about 20 minutes away. Tian Yu and I found a place with Wi-Fi, so let us do a group chat and go over things on our phones. Lam San agrees, sure. She looks at Bak Vun and asks Uncle, go ahead and make the group. Just add Lam Te and Tian Yu. He sounds pretty surprised. Staring at his screen, he taps on Tian Yu's profile to add him to the chat. Immediately, the young man joins their online call. From an account named Men, a foreign voice pipes up with a cheerful hello. He eagerly asks Tian Yu in English if there is an interpreter available on their end. Seeing that nobody is answering him, Men greets them once more, but his tone has turned a bit deflated. Clearing his throat, Tian Yu gently closes his eyes to trigger his automatic translation skill. The moment his eyes glow, they snap wide open. From his side, Tian Yu quickly replies, "Hello, Men. I will be acting as your translator today." Thrilled to hear this, Men gets straight to business, saying that is great. Let us start the meeting. Tian Yu speaks English with absolute fluency. "Mr. Men, please go ahead and tell me your proposed revisions, and I will translate everything for Director Lam." He lays out his request. "All right. I want to replace some construction materials and use specific alternatives to boost the building's overall strength." After listening, Tian Yu turns to summarize Men's request for Bak Vun, explaining that the client wants to change some of the architectural materials. Bak Vun is confused. "Modify materials?" He asks for the exact details, wanting him to elaborate. Ask him to explain in more detail. Time flies, and before they know it, the sky outside the cafe is painted in deep sunset crimson. Sighing heavily, Tian Yu groans, "The meeting is finally over. My mouth is bone dry from all that talking." Seeing how well he handled the job, Lam Te smiles brightly and says Bak Vun will definitely see you in a whole new light now. On the other end, Bak Vun is genuinely stunned. He never expected Tian Yu to be this talented, speaking English even more fluently than some seasoned professional translators. A man standing nearby smiles warmly, his voice carrying a subtle, knowing hint. "It seems like our little Lam Tai is a real treasure." Bak Vun chuckles, promising to share a few drinks with Tian Yu next time. As night falls and the early stars appear, the two get ready to head home. He suggests it is late. "You should go ahead. I can just grab a cab." Before leaving, Lam Te turns back to remind him, "Make sure to send over the song project documents as soon as possible." He grins and agrees. Once Lam Te gets in the car, he stays standing there, waving goodbye to her. Walking down the street, he rubs his aching back and sighs, glad to finally wrap up another task. He looks at his phone, wondering if he should break the good news to Za Luang first. Right then, his screen lights up with an incoming call from President Ko Van Yen. He is pretty surprised, since President Ko Van Yen is the mother of the kid he saved. Staring at the glowing screen, he wonders why she is calling him at this hour. He finally picks up and says hello, while President Ko Van Yen sits on her sofa with a warm smile. She greets Tian Vu, who stands by the road, hesitating a bit as he asks if President Ko Van Yen has been doing well lately. He asks if she needs something, and she straight up replies that Kwang Kwang is out of the hospital, so she wants to treat him to dinner and have the boy adopt Tian Vu as an older brother. He chuckles, saying President Ko Van Yen does not need to be so formal. Saving young Kwang Kwang was just a minor thing, so she should not go to any trouble. But knowing he is shy, she keeps pushing him to accept. She insists that she really wants to repay him, begging Tian Vu to show up and give her face, because she already booked several tables. Touched by her enthusiasm, he just cannot say no. "Since you put it that way, I will definitely be there." Hearing him agree, she smiles happily and promises to send someone to pick him up at 6 p.m. tomorrow, to which he politely agrees. He says see you tomorrow and hangs up. As President Ko Van Yen puts her phone down, an exhausted Tian Vu looks up at the sky and groans. Honestly, these crazy situations keep piling up. Can our guy just get a break? Walking alone down the street, he lets out a deep sigh, figuring he already drained way too much of his energy today anyway. Right now, his only goal is to head straight home. As night falls, the bustling city slowly quietens down into a peaceful silence. The next morning, Tian Vu drags himself into the living room with a huge yawn, which absolutely surprises his dad, who is sitting there. His dad asks what time he got back, so Tian Vu scratches his head and says it was past 11, wondering why his dad cares. Smirking, his dad jokes about whether his son made any major romantic breakthroughs. Tian Vu stares back, his face a complete blank slate. His dad just grins wider, clearly hinting at something much more suggestive. "Home by 11 already? Son, you are pretty fast, are you not?" He waves a piece of paper in Tian Vu's face, winking as he offers an old family recipe passed down from Grandpa that supposedly works wonders for lasting longer. Sweating bullets, Tian Vu desperately explains that he and Lam Te have not even reached that level yet, asking what his dad is thinking. His dad rolls his eyes in pure disbelief, loudly asking how they did absolutely nothing when Tian Vu literally went over to her place to meet her parents. Suddenly, he yells out, asking if Tian Vu is even his actual biological son. Being so shy is pathetic. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, Tian Vu barks back that it is not about being shy, it is a matter of principle. His dad finally backs down, teasingly saying sure, Tian Vu has his precious principles. Even as his father jokingly calls himself a shameless old man, Tian Vu can only let out an exhausted sigh at how ridiculous his parent is. Heading to his room, he grumbles that he needs to wash up because he has stuff to do this morning. His dad just smirks, teasing him for being such a busy guy. Outside, the weather is pretty gorgeous, almost like it is encouraging him to go out. Tian Yu throws on his uniform and scrolls through his phone while walking down the street. Checking the online map on his phone, he looks up to see a massive, gorgeous, and incredibly magnificent white mansion standing right before him. Eager to get inside, he quickens his pace almost to a run when a blonde guy suddenly jumps out to block his path. Ordered to stop, Tian Yu honestly explains that President Ko Van Yen invited him here. He sneers, asking why someone like Tian Yu thinks President Ko Van Yen would ever want to meet with him. But look at that immediate payback. The arrogant jerk instantly gets face-slapped by reality, stuttering a desperate apology. He begs President Ko Van Yen for forgiveness, admitting he was totally blind. Closing her eyes wearily, she sighs that this is her own fault for being way too lenient with them lately. Her gaze turns incredibly sharp, as she basically hisses her next words through gritted teeth. She decides that Tian Yu will be the one to choose their punishment, towering over the terrified blonde guy kneeling right in front of them. Turning to him, she calmly asks Tian Yu how he wants to handle this. The blonde guy clasps his hands, crying as he begs Tian Yu for mercy, crying that he has an elderly mother and young kids to feed and cannot lose his job. Tian Yu does not want to make things difficult for him. Out of respect for President Ko Van Yen, he decides to let it go for now, warning the guy that while he will spare him from being fired, he will not forget this. Before heading inside, Tian Yu adds a final warning, telling him that letting him off completely without any lesson simply does not sit right with him. Sweating profusely, the blonde guy bows repeatedly, feeling incredibly grateful for the second chance he just received. Tian Yu seriously considers the guy's plea to do whatever he wants, as long as he is not fired. Thinking, let me think. A moment later, a wild idea hits him, and he delivers his demand: go stand guard duty for a whole week. Hearing that, the blonde man's face goes pale, sweat pours down, and he stares back in utter disbelief with a trembling voice. Standing nearby, President Ko Van Yen feels this punishment is a bit much. Stepping in to warn him Tian Yu, that might look bad. Realizing she makes a fair point, he rubs his chin and frowns to think of something else. Yeah, true. After weighing his options, he clears his throat and says fine, just keep a smile on your face and wear some shorts. Seeing that Tian Yu is not budging, the blonde guy desperately tries to beg for mercy. Tian Yu cuts him off before he can finish, warning him not to push his luck since he is not getting fired. Ko Van Yen stands nearby with her arms crossed, instructing her subordinate. She tells him to just do what Tian Yu says and reflect on his actions. With no options left, the blonde guy bows his head. As you command. It is the peak of summer now, with cicadas buzzing in the trees, making the sweltering heat feel even more intense. Nearby, he mutters, understood, understood. Soon, the blonde guy is stripped completely to the waist, wearing nothing but a tie around his neck. Down below, he is stuck in floral boxers, showing off his hairy legs to the entire world. Standing under an umbrella, he looks like a total clown. Seriously, Tian Yu is way too proud of this master plan. Beautiful. This is practically a performance art piece. He might even get a bonus for this. Realizing it is already noon, President Ko Van Yen urges him to move, saying, Tian Yu, let us head out. He nods and agrees. Right. They soon arrive at a high-end restaurant, though the place seems completely empty today. Tian Yu follows Ko Van Yen through a long hallway of private rooms. She eventually stops at one door, gently pushing it open to step inside. As the door swings wide, her voice shifts, becoming incredibly sweet and gentle as she calls out, Kwang Kwang. Look who is here. Sitting at the table, Kwang Kwang spins around and leaps up in pure excitement, shouting Great Hero G. Wearing a little toy crown, Kwang Kwang rushes right up to Tian Yu, practically begging Great Hero G, please accept me as your disciple. Totally baffled, Tian Yu stands there frozen, wondering to himself, wait, what is with this kid? Beaming with joy to see her son so energetic, Ko Van Yen chuckles and explains, my Kwang Kwang has been a hardcore martial arts fan since he was a toddler. She asks Tian Yu not to mind his wild energy, as warm sunlight streams through the windows, casting a peaceful glow down the hallway. Blinking his big, hopeful eyes, Kwang Kwang says, Master, let us blow out the candles. A massive sweat drop starts sliding down Tian Yu's cheek. Totally lost, Tian Yu just stammers, oh, sure. He steps back to stand awkwardly behind the kid. Forcing a smile, Tian Yu realizes he has absolutely no clue how to handle kids. But suddenly, Kwang Kwang gasps and shouts, wait. The boy looks up at Ko Van Yen with pleading eyes, asking Mom, is sister not here yet? I really want to wait for her to blow out the candles with me. She reassures him with a gentle smile, explaining that his sister just finished her extra classes and is on her way. Hearing this, Tian Yu frowns, muttering to himself, sister? A random, blurry memory suddenly flashes in his mind, stopping him cold. Wait, is it that weird flashy girl? Tian Yu rubs his chin, thinking she looked like a little kid but is somehow already in 10th grade. Just then, Han Nung pushes the door open with a massive smile. Wishing Kwang Kwang a happy birthday, She steps forward and hands over a brightly wrapped present. She tells him it is a special gift, and the boy lifts it up like absolute gold, his eyes shining with pure joy. He screams that she got him a signed copy of Legend of the Condor Heroes, praising her for knowing him best. Hanengong then spots Tian Yu and asks if he is visiting too. We all know this panic, he greets her. But internally, he is screaming because he forgot her name. Seriously, what is her name? Meanwhile, Kwang climbs up on his chair and leans way over the table, buzzing with energy. He shouts that since she is finally here, they can finally blow out the candles. Soon, the flickering lights illuminate their faces as they start singing. Ko Van Yen and Han Gong stand side by side, clapping their hands and singing the birthday song together with bright smiles. Tian Yu tenses up his shoulders, joining in out of pure muscle memory while silently asking himself, what am I even doing here? After making a wish, Kwang leans forward and blows out the colorful candles in one deep breath. Together, they happily cut into the birthday cake. Ko Van Yen looks up at him with a warm expression, thanking Tian Yu for taking the time to celebrate with her son. Feeling a bit awkward, he replies that playing with kids once in a while is pretty fun. She lowers her head, speaking with deep regret. She admits she is usually too busy with work to spend time with him, and after the huge incident that almost happened to her son, she blames herself completely. But seeing Kwang having so much fun today with him around finally lifts a massive weight off her shoulders. Ko Van Yen suddenly remembers something, turning to mention that she heard he had some recent friction with the Qing gang, offering to step in if he needs help. Tian Yu is momentarily caught off guard, but he quickly regains his cool composure to reply. Do you already know about the Thon gang situation? Tian Yu squints and smiles, his lips curling up in a relaxed way. I won't hide it from you. There was a little clash last time, but it is all sorted out. They won't dare cause trouble anymore. Hearing that, Van Yen finally relaxes. That is good. Tian Yu stands with one hand on his hip, running his other hand through his hair in frustration. But the thing is, my brothers lost both their housing and their jobs. My friend has some connections to secure a construction project for us, but I have absolutely no clue how to register a company. Hearing this, Van Yen's eyes light up. You can leave this entirely to me, Tian Yu. As the Chamber of Commerce president, I actually have quite a bit of influence with startups. Tian Yu laughs heartily, feeling like a massive burden has finally been lifted. Thank you so much. But then, Van Yen's smile falters for a moment. Right, starting a company actually requires some serious capital. She asks how much starting capital they plan to register. Meanwhile, Lam Tay sits on her bed holding her phone, murmuring that she forgot to ask. Without hesitating for a second, she slides her finger to call him. On the other end, Tian Yu picks up with a quick hello. Lam Tay presses the phone to her ear, her voice carrying a hint of anxiety. Hello, Tian Yu. I just remembered that starting a company requires capital. Do you actually have enough money? Tian Yu slowly replies that he just spoke with the president about it. His brows furrow in deep thought, his face looking pretty heavy. She said, since I want to open a manpower supply company, he pauses for a beat, his voice dropping lower the registration capital is, at least. Tian Yu's eyes go wide, his jaw dropping in pure shock as he gasps 2 million. Standing in front of the sink, his face panics as he yells out, where on earth am I supposed to dig up that much cash? On the other end, Lam Tay pauses, repeating the amount in disbelief, 2 million? And here is where we realize she is absolutely loaded, because she tells him she will gladly lend him that pocket change. Those words strike him like lightning. Tian Yu completely freezes up, stuttering out, wait, isn't that way too much money? Her voice is soft as a gentle breeze as she reminds him, remember to swing by my house tonight to get the money. Tian Yu tightly grips his phone and shouts with all his heart, thank you, Sister Tay. Then he pushes open the bathroom door and heads back. Van Yen is waiting outside, anxiously asking how it went. He raises his head slightly, his voice soft as if another burden was just lifted. The registration money is sorted out. My friend agreed to lend it to me. Van Yen smiles warmly. That's great then. Tomorrow I will have my secretary take you to handle the paperwork. It will be done in no time. Tian Yu scratches his head, thanking her sincerely. Leaning in with a hand on his hip, he asks if Kwang is busy doing anything this afternoon. She thinks for a moment before replying today is the weekend, so Kwang is completely free. Before she can ask why, Tian Yu answers a bit hesitantly, didn't Kwang want to become my disciple? You helped me so much, so I should do my part too. If he has time today, I'll teach him some basic martial arts moves. Van Yen gets incredibly excited, as if grabbing a rare opportunity. Really? That would be absolutely wonderful then. This kid has always been physically weak, so learning some martial arts to strengthen his body is perfect. Van Yen immediately opens the door and calls him. She walks in with a bright smile, calling out to Kwang. Our plan was to visit the amusement park this afternoon, but teacher Tian Yu wants to teach you a few moves today instead. Hearing this, Kwang looks a bit puzzled. Do you want to go to the park or learn martial arts? Just pick one. His cheeks turn red with excitement as he replies. Of course I want to learn martial arts. I want to train with you, teacher. Hearing that, Tian Yu and Van Yen both burst out laughing. By late afternoon, the golden sunlight blankets the courtyard. Two figures, one big and one small, move in perfect harmony, practicing martial arts. Tian Yu clenches his fist and delivers a powerful, decisive punch forward. He turns back to see Kwang Kwang copy him, smiling with satisfaction. Not bad at all, Kwang Kwang. For your first afternoon, your punches are looking pretty solid. The kid responds with pure excitement. That is because my master is a great teacher. From a distance, Van Yen approaches and calls out Tian Yu. Thank you for your hard work. Why don't you come over to our house for dinner tonight? He wipes the sweat from his forehead and politely declines. No need, ma'am, this is the least I could do. Plus, I have other plans tonight. Sunset falls as the sun slowly sinks behind the distant buildings, leaving a warm orange trail painted across the sky. Van Yen places her hands on Kwang Kwang's shoulders. Tian Yu, it is getting late. We will head home first. The kid waves his tiny hand, saying goodbye, master. She warmly asks where he is heading tonight so she can drive him. Tian Yu drapes his sweaty shirt over his shoulder, walking closer to decline. No need, ma'am. The place I am going is extremely close, just a short walk from here. Van Yen nods, a gentle smile appearing on her face. All right then. Tomorrow afternoon, I will have my secretary drop by your place to take you to handle the paperwork. Tian Yu smiles warmly, his face glowing as he replies, sounds perfect, thank you so much. He stands there, quietly watching their car drive away. As the car fades down the road, Tian Yu slips a hand into his pocket. He pulls out his phone and glares at the screen. Lam Te's name flashes as the call connects. Walking through the fading sunset, he presses the phone to his ear, saying, Hey Lam Te, things on my end are all sorted out. Tian Yu grins, unable to hide his excitement. Tomorrow, President Gu is sending his secretary to pick you up for the paperwork. He suddenly freezes mid-street, asking, Where are you? Where can I find you? On the other end, Lam Te leans back against a pillow in her bedroom, saying, I am home, so get over here at the Lam family villa. Suddenly, her eyes light up. Someone gifted us dozens of hairy crabs today, and we are actually worried we cannot finish them all. Hearing that, Tian Yu's eyes widen like he just discovered buried treasure. Yelling out, hairy crabs? He instantly spins around and starts sprinting at full speed, shouting, Wait for me. I am coming right over. The sun sinks lower, casting long orange shadows across the road. The Lam family villa glows under soft yellow lights, when suddenly a quiet knock echoes at the door. As the door creaks open, Lam San asks warily who is there, but seeing a familiar face outside, she is completely stunned. Tian Yu, you are here? Looking quite worried, she asks why he is sweating so much. Smiling slightly, Tian Yu wipes his brow with a sigh of relief. He just ran all the way from the back mountain for some urgent business with Lam Te Ha. Lam Te steps out from behind her, teasing him with a playful smirk, saying, What urgent business? He definitely heard about the crabs and ran here because of his cravings. She serves a steaming plate of freshly made crabs, inviting him to come eat since they just finished cooking. Scratching his head, Tian Yu smiles sheepishly after getting called out, laughing that he won't be polite then. Sitting down, he grabs a hot, bright red crab leg. His fingers expertly crack it open, revealing the tender, snowy white meat inside. Tian Yu takes a bite, letting the rich, sweet flavor flood his mouth. Lam Te's grandfather is lounging on the floor, propping his chin up as he stares happily at the crabs. These are so delicious and meaty. Leaning back on the sofa, Tian Yu holds back a laugh. He never expected this usually strict old man to be so incredibly laid back. Lam Te suddenly remembers something, asking her sister to lend her 2 million yuan. His eyes widen at how incredibly blunt she is, while Lam San looks up, quite confused, asking why on earth she needs 2 million. Sounding a bit annoyed, Lam Te frowns as if she hates being questioned, asking, Isn't Tian Yu about to start his own company? The registration fee is at least 2 million yuan. Hearing this, she rests her hands on her knees and gasps. Oh, is this for the project bidding? Lam San casually replies, saying she will transfer it to her later, since they absolutely have to help Tian Yu with this little favor. Grandfather Lam sprawls out on the floor, staring at the TV with a sigh, muttering that television these days is getting pretty boring. Can you believe how casually they talk about millions? Tian Yu can only offer a pretty helpless smile. This is 2 million yuan we are talking about. A quiet sadness washes over him, thinking his dad selling pork for 40 years never made that much. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning tears through the sky. A torrential downpour begins, rain slamming down heavily. The sky turns pitch black as sheets of rain whip the ground, soaking the green trees outside. Walking over to the window, Tian Yu murmurs anxiously about the sudden heavy rain. Still glued to the screen, Grandfather Lam mentions that the weather report predicts a storm tonight, meaning the rain won't stop for days. Touching the cold glass, he sighs. A storm? The weather lately is getting so weird, especially since it was completely clear this afternoon. Heavy rain beats against the Lam villa, while a cozy, warm light shines through the closed curtains. Back in the living room, Lam Te calls out to Tian Yu, her cheeks flushing red as she hesitantly makes an offer. Since the storm is so bad, why don't you sleep over tonight? Hearing this, Tian Yu completely freezes, his mind absolutely blown. Wait, he waves his hands frantically, his face turning bright red as he panics. No way, that's not right. You two girls live here, and it's pretty inappropriate for a guy like me to stay over. Just then, Grandfather Lam glares at him sternly. Tian Yu, stop acting so righteous. My granddaughter already invited you to stay the night, so what are you still hesitating for? Blushing like a tomato, he stammers, asking if he should not be worried about sleeping under the same roof as his granddaughter. Suddenly, the old man leaps up, throwing a wild punch right at his face. What a total coward. Both Lam Te and Lam San gasp, quickly shouting at their grandfather, but he just waves them off, saying Tian Yu is already the son-in-law of our family. Why would I care about that? His gaze turns incredibly sharp as he looks at them, muttering that they are dragging this out. And there it is, the ultimate shocker. He asks if their engagement is fake, leaving them completely pale and paralyzed with panic. We are caught. She quickly steps forward, asking what on earth he is talking about. How could anyone play games with a massive thing like marriage? Grandfather Lam crosses his arms, looking deeply suspicious. He steps forward to shield Lan Shi and looks seriously at her grandfather. Stop pretending you are both grown adults, yet you are still acting like literal children. Since you have already agreed, I would obviously be more than happy to stay. She stares at him in complete shock, calling out his name with teary eyes. But Tian Yu just leans in, boldly declaring he will sleep in Lan Shi's room since it is not their first time anyway. Lan Shi flushes, face bright red. She covers her eyes. Tian Yu, what are you even saying? Grandpa Lam bursts into a hearty laugh, joking that nobody ever accused the kid of being that indecent. Lan Chin quickly runs over to intervene, whining that Grandpa's teasing is the only reason Tian Yu said all of that. She warns him to stop before he scares their future grandson-in-law away. Immediately, the heavy tension melts into a warm and cozy family vibe. Grandpa Lam insists that Tian Yu must stay tonight, telling him to treat this place like his own home. Outside, rain patters against the roof under a pitch-black sky, but inside, the light stays on, as Tian Yu blushes hard with embarrassment. Lan Shi, sitting opposite, is no better, completely red. They sit back-to-back on the pink bed as a heavy, awkward silence fills the room. Honestly, who would have thought Grandpa Lam would actually let these two sleep in the exact same bedroom tonight? A long silence. Then, he finally stammers out her name, Lan Shi. Turning around shyly, he whispers that it is getting late, so he will sleep on the floor while she takes the bed. But she just sits there, completely silent. Tian Yu grabs his pillow to head down, but Lan Shi keeps her head lowered, clearly struggling to speak her mind. Seeing no reaction, Tian Yu hesitantly asks if he should turn off the light, which finally prompts her to speak up. Though incredibly embarrassed, she softly warns him that sleeping on the floor will make him catch a cold, so he should stay on the bed. Tian Yu panics. How could he ever let her sleep on the cold ground instead of him? Pulling her knees up, she shyly suggests they both just share the bed with separate blankets, leaving Tian Yu completely speechless and screaming in shock. Once he calms down, he tells himself it should be fine since they are literally just sharing a room for a single night. He swallows his intense embarrassment. Finally, he nods and accepts her bold proposal. With the lights out, they lie down facing opposite directions, both tossing and turning as sleep completely eludes their restless minds. Tian Yu's heart is racing, realizing there is absolutely no way he can sleep tonight. Right beside him, Lan Shi is feeling just as flustered. Lan Shi can literally hear how fast Tian Yu's heart is beating. The overwhelming nervousness finally reaches its absolute peak. Squeezing his eyes shut, he trembles silently, unable to take the pressure anymore. Out of nowhere, Lan Shi gathers every ounce of her courage and suddenly hugs him tightly. She eagerly whispers his name, catching him completely off guard. Throat dry, Tian Yu can barely choke out her name as his mind goes totally blank. She softly whispers, asking if they can finally take their relationship to the next level. Tian Yu freezes in total shock, trying to process what taking that next step actually means. Trembling, Tian Yu slowly turns around to face Lan Shi directly. Tightly holding his hand, she pours out all her long-hidden feelings, admitting she hates the idea of them just pretending to be a real couple. Tears well up in her eyes as she asks if he would finally consider becoming her actual, real-life boyfriend. Her confession leaves him completely breathless as he calls her name. Now that their mutual sincerity is fully out in the open, they lock eyes and slowly draw their faces closer. With blushing faces and pounding hearts, Lan Shi and Tian Yu are finally on the verge of sharing their very first passionate kiss. And honestly, we have all been waiting forever to see this finally happen. But of course, fate has other plans. Grandpa Lam suddenly slams the bedroom door wide open, walking in with a bright grin. He cheerfully complains that the television lost its signal and asks Tian Yu to fix it, leaving both of them shouting in complete disbelief. quickly catching on to the romantic mood he just ruined. He awkwardly scratches his head, telling them to carry on as he backs away. Total speechlessness. Utterly embarrassed. A completely red-faced Tian Yu has to pick up his pillow and leave. Giving up, he reluctantly heads for the floor, while Lan Shi quickly nods her agreement. By the very next morning, the chaotic awkwardness has completely cleared up, and Lan Qian approaches him with a bright, happy smile while holding a card. She enthusiastically explains that it holds exactly 2 million yuan, and the pin is Lan Shi's birthday, 0630. Tian Yu happily accepts the card, thanking Lan Qian for her incredible generosity. He promises to work hard and return every single cent as quickly as possible, but she just folds her arms, telling him to stop being so distant. She reminds him that he is basically family now, so giving him this 2 million yuan makes complete sense. Deeply touched by Lan Qian's kindness, Tian Yu literally flexes his muscles to show her just how determined he is to succeed. He insists he has absolutely no intention of being a lazy son-in-law who relies on women, promising yet again to repay every cent soon. Seeing this, she covers her mouth and giggles. Alright, Tian Yu has some real spine, so she promises not to go easy on him either. Exactly. She lifts her chin with a smug, threatening look, warning him that if he does not pay back those 2 million yuan, she will send debt collectors to his house every day. Lan Qian's fierce aura flares up, making Tian Yu pull back in fear. He wonders, wait, every single day? Seeing this tense standoff, Lan Shi quickly steps in to stop them, holding a small wooden box in her hands. Sister Qian, stop teasing Tian Yu, Lan Shi says, walking over to the table and setting the box down. Give this a try, Tian Yu, she says, explaining these are crab meat buns made from yesterday's leftovers. Without hesitation, he steps closer and picks up his chopsticks. The plump, round buns are still piping hot and steaming. Tian Yu looks confused. Crab meat buns? This is my first time eating this kind of bun. Despite his doubts, he still picks one up and pops it into his mouth. Tian Yu has zero interest in this strange dish at first, but after taking one bite, he realizes how delicious it is. His face shows pure shock at this perfect combination. As Tian Yu bites down, the rich orange filling oozes right out. Wow, he gets excited, praising the wonderful dish. It is so delicious. He heaps endless praise, leaving Lan Shi stunned as she watches him eat. Truly worthy of the Lan family, even their private chef makes such an amazing breakfast. Hearing this, Lan Qian bursts into delighted laughter. Our family does not have some private chef. We only bring in outside chefs for special banquets. Seeing Tian Yu's misunderstanding, she happily walks over, puts a hand on Lan Shi's shoulder, and reveals the real cook. This sudden praise makes her flush with embarrassment. These buns were actually made by my little Lan Shi. Finding out that the chef behind this masterpiece is actually Lan Shi, and not some private chef, leaves Tian Yu completely speechless. Little Lan Shi made this? He pauses, teasing Lan Shi as if he cannot take her cooking seriously. Lan Shi fumes as Tian Yu mocks her, teasingly asking if someone with her wild look actually knows how to cook. She cannot play nice for long. Exploding with rage, she storms over, pinches his cheek hard, and demands to know what he means. Her fiery rage absolutely terrifies him. He yells that he is wrong. Once she lets go, Lan Shi cools down, though she still looks pretty annoyed. Seeing this, Lan Qian gently steps in to explain. Do not just look at Lan Shi driving supercars to bars all day, because at home, she is actually a very capable, family-oriented girl. These proud words show just how much Lan Qian respects and is truly proud of her younger sister. She even claims that marrying a wife like her, even if she were not the young mistress of the Lan family, is an absolute steal. Look at that, Lan Shi is completely blushing now, making an adorable face as she desperately tries to stop Lan Qian. Sister Qian, stop talking, my reputation is about to collapse. Even after that clear explanation, Tian Yu still cannot bring himself to believe that Lan Shi is a gentle, family-oriented girl. In Tian Yu's eyes, she is completely different from the girl Lan Qian just described. Lan Shi has such a strong personality, he just cannot see it at all. Even if Lan Shi is nothing like that, Tian Yu is still pleased, admitting he actually quite likes it. Tian Yu gets this incredibly dreamy look on his face, as if lost in some beautiful fantasy world, unable to stop thinking about her being a sweet, family-oriented girl. Standing nearby, Lan Shi can only blush in a deeply embarrassed silence. Outside, the morning scene is fresh, crisp, and full of vibrant life, feeling incredibly peaceful. Meanwhile, Lan Shi's elderly grandfather is busy doing his routine physical exercises. Having finished eating, Tian Yu steps outside, looking up at the bright, clear blue sky and letting out a deep breath. Whew, looks like this storm came and went pretty fast, since the sky is already bright and sunny after just one night. As Tian Yu leaves the house, he walks past her exercising grandfather, surprising the old man. Slipping on his jacket, he politely waves goodbye. Grandfather, I am heading out now. Hearing this, Lan Shi's grandfather pauses his workout, giving him a stern but well-meaning warning. Right, Handle your company affairs quickly, because our construction project will not wait for anyone. Tian Yu immediately agrees to the demand. Yes, I will definitely get it done quickly. Right after he leaves, Lan Shi lies on her bed making a phone call. You have to love her reaction. She hesitantly calls her assistant to book a stylist, wanting a total makeover to look like a family-oriented girl. Out on the bustling early morning streets, gentle sunlight spreads across the lively space. Right now, Tian Yu is standing on some steps at their meeting spot, resting on his hand while on the phone. Hello, President Gu. I have arrived at the main gate. The voice on the other end replies, Tian Yu, just go inside. My secretary Song is wearing a bright red suit. I told him to handle all the paperwork, so you just need to go in and sign. Listening carefully, Tian Yu happily replies, Okay, thank you so much, President Gu. With that, Tian Yu slips both hands into his pockets and heads inside. From afar, he spots a man in a red suit sitting on a bench, typing on his phone. He approaches Secretary Song, squinting to see if this is actually his contact, so both of them just stare at each other, feeling pretty awkward. Well, it makes sense, since having someone randomly approach and stare at you is definitely weird. Secretary Tung wonders where this dirt-poor kid came from, and why he is just standing there right in front of him. Tian Yu is doing the exact same thing, looking and thinking. Red suit, yeah, this has to be the guy. Despite having some doubts in his mind, Tian Yu decides to strike up a conversation, asking if he is Secretary Tung. Hearing this, Secretary Tung immediately denies it, mistaking Tian Yu for an electrician and asking what he wants from him. He says they do not need any electrical work done here, leaving Tian Yu pretty confused and lost in his thoughts for a moment. Electrical work? Does he really look like some guy who fixes Wi-Fi? Not wanting to waste time, Tian Yu quickly introduces himself. Saying his name is Tian Yu, he watches as Secretary Tung suddenly freezes in absolute shock, his eyes widening. He asks if he is really the Tian Yu who saved the young master, leaving Tian Yu silently standing there in deep thought. This silence only terrifies Secretary Tung even more, making him jump straight up out of his chair and start stuttering. He panics and apologizes to young Master Qi for being so blind. Tian Yu just sighs heavily, wondering why everyone he meets always treats him like some penniless nobody. Secretary Tung then clasps his hands together with deep respect and says, asking for permission to suggest something, he watches Tian Yu make a strange face before telling him to speak. Getting the green light, Secretary Tung steps closer to inspect Tian Yu, pointing out that his ragged old tracksuit is seriously dragging down his noble young master vibe right now. I think you should never wear these clothes again. Like, ever. After pointing out his flawed appearance, Secretary Tung whips out his phone to take a photo. Tian Yu wonders how his regular uniform could possibly ruin his vibe. Secretary Tung takes the photo to show him, and when Tian Yu looks at it, even he has to agree with the assessment. Look at that, he actually looks pretty broke. But enough about fashion, it's finally time to get down to the actual business. Handing over a business folder, Secretary Tung carefully explains to young Master Qi, all the paperwork is fully complete. Now, Tian Yu just needs to sign right here and pay the fee at the window to officially register his company. Taking the documents with a big smile, Tian Yu thanks him for the hard work. Outside, massive high-rise buildings tower over the busy city streets. A few hours later, Tian Yu is sitting at a desk with a pile of paperwork. Turning his head, Tian Yu asks if the company registration is officially complete now. Leaning against a pillar, Secretary Tung raises a finger and says as long as nobody intentionally gets in their way, everything will go smoothly. It should be approved in a week. Absolutely thrilled, Tian Yu confidently declares that he is treating him to a massive feast for lunch. Meanwhile, outside a tightly closed office door, old brother Za sits inside under the dim lights, focused on writing down some files, when another man walks in to check out the situation. He asks old brother Sa if the kid who just registered a company with him is named Tian Yu. With a warm smile, old brother Za nods and praises Tian Yu. He agrees that Tian Yu is incredibly talented, registering a brand new construction firm worth 2 million yuan at such a young age. Holding a golden cat in his arms, Chu Hyubin makes a sudden request, offering to personally handle and thoroughly review the registration file of Tian Yu himself. Without giving it a second thought, old brother Sa happily hands over the profile of Tian Yu. He says having someone of his stature help this rare young talent is absolutely perfect. Grabbing the folder, Chu Hyubin tells him not to worry. Now check out this guy. The moment he takes those files, a sinister grin creeps onto his face, plotting something terrible. He sneers that he will support Tian Yu to the absolute fullest. Elsewhere, hearing some shocking news, Sha Liang drops his jaw in pure disbelief. Sure enough, Tian Yu is sitting with his hands up, casually breaking down his plans, explaining that the paperwork and registration capital are all sorted out. Once they secure the project from the Lam family, none of the brothers will ever have to worry about putting food on the table. Hearing this, Sha Liang suddenly begins to tremble violently, keeping his head completely lowered. Suddenly, Xiaoliang snaps his head up, tears and snot streaming down his face as he weeps like a baby from pure gratitude. Xiaoliang emotionally swears that Tian Yu is now his real blood brother, promising that the Jiabang gang will follow him through hell and back without hesitation. Following his passionate declaration, his loyal subordinates all shout out in perfect unison, "Long live Leader Qi, long live Leader Qi." As the calendar flips to the 5th day of the month, local market vendors keep gossiping about Tian Yu starting his own firm. They wonder if it is true that the butcher's son is opening up a company. Word on the street is his construction firm is worth 6 million yuan. Soon, the calendar flips to the 8th day. News of his massive success quickly spreads through the classrooms, leaving Tian Yu's old classmates gossiping and talking. Dongtu kicks his legs up on his desk, arrogantly declaring that since Tian Yu hasn't shown up lately, he must be out doing big things. He was still thrilled, gloating about what Tian Yu had told him before, remembering how he had already agreed that when he opens the company, he will make him the vice president. All those girls wanting to marry into wealth can start lining up now. Time slips by as one day slowly fades into the next. By October 10th, 2 black uniformed cops are huddling in a room, talking about Tian Yu. Yu Tianhong walks over and asks Xiao Luan if she knows that her close friend Tian Yu is about to start his own company. Xiao Luan looks up. "That is true," she replies. She adds that if she had a bit more experience, she would have already jumped ship to work as his legal advisor. Moving on to the 15th, at another location, several neatly packed bags are arranged on the floor. Inside the room, Xu Ping is the one who has just finished putting them all together. She is kind of exhausted. She wipes her brow and sighs that she is finally back. Her station went completely crazy deciding to shoot a documentary, and making her host it is just totally exhausting. Stepping inside, Tian Yu is quite surprised and asks if Xu Ping is about to get promoted. She crosses her arms, looking pretty smug and proud. She chuckles and says he must call her editor now, because she will be running the CCTV 14 late-night show from now on. Hearing this, he smiles. He warmly praises Xu Ping. Being the chief editor of that late-night show is a big deal. But as they chat, Tian Yu's mother suddenly walks in from behind them. She scolds him impatiently, leaving him speechless, asking why he is downplaying it when Xu Ping has already found major success in her career. Why is his company going nowhere? He skips school, just staying cooped up inside. What is he even doing at his age? Tired of her nagging, he argues back and asks why she is in such a rush. He explains that company registration is very complicated, and they will call when it is ready. Suddenly, Xu Ping looks deeply uneasy, clutching her chest in worry. She warns Tian Yu that registration normally takes just a week, but it has been almost half a month for him, and things are about to get really messy. She warns him that crazy rumors are spreading on the streets, sharing exactly what she has been hearing outside. Some people claim he is opening a business, while others say he is fundraising, and some are even calling him a scammer. Hearing these toxic rumors, Tian Yu just hangs his head, feeling pretty down about the whole situation. His drive returns. Full of determination, Tian Yu admits that Xu Ping makes a very good point. He decides to go investigate and get to the bottom of it. Seeing his spirits recover, she instantly offers to help him. She insists on going along. Outside, everything still looks calm and peaceful. Meanwhile, the two of them are waiting at an office to check on the situation. A purple-haired woman is busy typing on a computer, searching for their records. What does she mean by no records? The woman stares at the monitor for a long time but cannot find a single thing. Nothing. There is absolutely no record of Tian Yu in the system. Suddenly, he panics completely, arguing that he literally paid a 2 million registration fee that day. So how could there be no record? Her fingers keep frantically typing. But no matter how hard she looks, nothing pops up. The clerk reports once more that she checked all accounts, and the 2 million he mentioned has zero record. A complete shock. Tian Yu freezes on the spot, wondering how this is even possible. Did something go wrong with Secretary Song's paperwork? Refusing to give up, Tian Yu keeps pressing, making Xu Ping extremely anxious beside him. Is there really no record of that 2 million registration fee anywhere? Hearing this, the clerk hesitantly replies that there is one registration under a construction company. Looking a bit confused and somewhat suspicious, she reveals that the company is named Qingbang Shoumu, and the registrant is Peng Yuji. It seems Tian Yu realizes something. His mind instantly starts racing. It is the Qingbang. Images of those muscular, burly thugs flash through Tian Yu's mind. Sensing that he has picked up on something, Xu Ping anxiously asks if he knows what is going on. That is right. He is deeply suspicious about this whole situation. It seems someone stole his registration documents and changed the company name to Qingbang. Hearing this, Xu Ping is completely shocked and confused. Changing it to Qingbang? How is that even possible? What are we supposed to do now? Lost in deep thought, he slowly pieces it all together with a major question in his mind. Qingbang alone could never pull this off by themselves. There must be a terrifying power backing them up. After hesitating for a moment, Tian Yu realizes that just standing around here won't change anything, so he makes a decision. He decides to go back to the Che gang to discuss a long-term plan with Che Liang, but Xu Ping cannot join him. She anxiously reminds him that she must head back to the TV station, warning him to be extremely careful. By nightfall, Tian Yu meets up with Xia Liang, sitting down with other gang members to talk. You can clearly see everyone's expressions are incredibly tense and grim. Having fully grasped the situation, Xia Liang comes up with an idea. Maybe we should try asking President Gu first, Xia Liang suggests. Since she runs the Chamber of Commerce, she definitely has way more experience with this. Tian Yu nods in agreement. Meanwhile, President Gu is resting inside her home, staring blankly up at the ceiling. On her small table, the phone screen suddenly lights up. Looking closer, it is an incoming call from Tian Yu. Gu Wanyan weakly reaches out to check the caller ID. Draping an arm over her forehead, she answers with an exhausted sigh. She whispers hello. Though anxious about his own situation, Tian Yu sounds incredibly warm and polite when she answers. Hello, President Gu. Tian Yu says. There is a slight issue with the company registration that your secretary Song helped me with last time. Hearing his polite greeting, she weakly replies, acknowledging that it is indeed Tian Yu. Gu Wanyan, looking completely haggard, makes her stance clear. She tells him that because of her position as president, their association will only hurt her, so it is best if they cut ties for good. The moment she finishes speaking, she immediately hangs up. This sudden rejection leaves him completely stunned. And you can bet Xia Liang immediately senses the danger, asking what went wrong. Unable to get any more info, Tian Yu hangs up and points out the bizarre details in her words. She suddenly said she wants to cut all ties with me, he says. Her voice sounds incredibly exhausted, like she is being threatened. Hearing this, Xia Liang looks even more suspicious. He frowns, a deep sense of dread starting to creep in. Just like Tian Yu, Xia Liang has a terrible bad feeling about this. Leaning forward, he decides they must go find her. If she is being threatened like this, she definitely has a connection to the backer shielding the Qingbang gang. Xia Liang completely loses his usual calm composure, his face betraying his rising panic and true emotions. He is absolutely determined to track her down and get some clear answers. After some discussion, Tian Yu agrees to go with Xia Liang's plan. Standing up, Tian Yu decides to go alone for safety, telling them to stay put and not follow him. Otherwise, we might scare her to death. Outside, night has fallen, but one house is brightly lit. At this moment, Tian Yu is carefully peeking from behind a wall. Peering into the courtyard, he spots several cars parked inside. Tian Yu closely tracks every single move of the Qingbang members, countless questions swirling in his mind. These are the exact same cars parked outside the Qingbang headquarters when we raided them, yet here they are at President Gu's house. After watching for a while and seeing no one around, Tian Yu carefully sneaks over to a brightly lit window where voices are drifting out. I already did everything the Qingbang asked, she cries. What more do you want? Finding a spot to hide directly beneath the window, Tian Yu crouches down to listen closely, confirming that Qingbang thugs are indeed inside. Sure enough, several intimidating men are standing inside Gu Wanyan's home, and they seem to be actively bullying her. The ringleader of the group is Wu Feng, who gives a smug sneer, claiming they are only taking precautions and hope President Gu understands. Inside, Wu Feng spreads his arms wide, speaking in a soothing tone that is actually a thinly veiled threat to Gu Wanyan. Do not worry. Your little princess and prince are staying with us and they are very comfortable. Get this hearing those words outside. Tian Yu is completely shocked. These Qingbang bastards actually kidnapped Cheng Cheng and his older sister to blackmail President Gu. Meanwhile, Wu Feng steps even closer to Gu Wanyan. He continues to intimidate her, leaving her terrified and completely silent, too afraid to fight back. Just be a good girl and cooperate with us to wipe out the Shabang, and then kill Tian Yu, he sneers. Once that is done, we will return your children completely safe and sound. With that settled, Wu Feng barks out orders to his henchmen. Go wait outside, I need to discuss things with President Gu alone, he commands. His men understand, stepping out of the room and closing the door. Once they are gone, Wu Feng suddenly edges closer to President Gu, a disgusting, lustful smirk plastered across his face. Wanyan, now it is just the two of us, Wu Feng whispers. He keeps creeping closer as Gu Wanyan frantically takes step after step backward. Eventually, her back hits the wall, leaving her with nowhere left to retreat. Seeing this, he towers over her, his massive frame looking as if he is about to swallow her whole. Trapped in his shadow, Gu Wanyan fearfully asks what he wants. But Wu Feng is a vile scoundrel, looking to force himself on her, incredibly proud of his own depravity. Wanyan, I am quite different from those other men, he boasts. I do not choose women based on looks, only their inner beauty. He then leans right against her ear, whispering these cheap, seductive promises. Make me happy, and you will be the luckiest woman alive, he croons. But Gu Wanyan finds him absolutely repulsive, refusing to believe his lies as she desperately shoves him away. But her fragile, weak, feminine strength means absolutely nothing to a brute like him. Ngo Fong pinches Van Yen's mouth shut, pinning her wrists flat against the wall. Once she is pinned, Angel Fong forces a kiss on her cheek. Van Yen burst into tears. President Ko cannot fight back, tears flowing freely as her eyes glaze over in despair. Meanwhile, his mouth puckers up, moving in closer to force another kiss onto her lips. But there is no next time for Ngo Fong. You are going to love this. Tianvu bursts in and boots him right in the face. Ngo Fong stumbles backward, completely losing his balance. Following Tianvu's devastating strike, he collapses straight onto the cold floor. President Ko drops to her knees, looking completely lost and speechless. In her dazed state, Van Yen mutters a single word. Tianvu. He turns toward the doorway, gently calming her down, saying, "Do not worry, everything is fine now." Down on the floor, Ngo Fong suddenly pushes himself up, trying to recover. He barks out in anger, "Who is that? How dare you sneak attack me?" But before the scum can even sit up, Tianvu's boot is already coming down. Mid-complaint, the heavy boot connects directly with Nu Fong's skull. Tianvu lands a brutal kick that sends him crashing flat against the hard floor. Ngo Fong is splayed out like a squashed frog, the impact so severe that it knocks him out cold on the spot. Having dealt with this scumbag No Fong, Tianvu pulls out his phone and immediately makes a call. He warns Sa Luong, "Do not let anyone else escape." Before he even hangs up, Sa Luong kicks the door open with his hands casually in his pockets. Stepping inside, Sa Luong grins and says, "Relax. Everything outside is already taken care of." Sure enough, Ngo Fong's goons have been beaten to a pulp, left writhing and groaning in absolute agony on the floor. With the immediate threat cleared, Tianvu shares his next move, declaring it is time to go rescue Quang Quang. Sa Luong nods calmly, but raises a massive practical question: how do we do that? We do not even know where the kid is being held right now. But Tianvu is not worried at all, taking things one steady step at a time as he begins to lay out his master plan. Did we not just capture a bunch of Thon Gang thugs? We can easily interrogate them one by one. As for our next move, I have a plan. Sa Luong remains quiet, letting Tianvu take charge of the operation. Tianvu tells the man behind him to check WeChat and prepare the items he just sent, bringing some order to the chaos. Tianvu reassures Van Yen, telling President Ko to stay strong because he will definitely bring Quang Quang back safe. With tears in her eyes, she cannot find any words. Meanwhile, Tianvu's men have tied Nu Fong up, leaving him dangling from a tree branch. Stripped down to his underwear, the helpless captive trembles as Tianvu stands below, demanding to know if he is ready to talk. That booming shout absolutely terrifies Nu Fong. His arrogant smirk completely vanishes, replaced by sheer panic as he cries out, "I will talk, I will talk." Even though the guy yielded, Tianvu plays dumb, pretending he did not hear a thing, and asking, "So you refuse to talk, is that it?" With a cold nod, Tianvu signals his teammate behind him to begin the punishment, telling him to bring it out. Hohentrack steps up carrying a massive bucket crawling with live crawfish, immediately moving in to carry out Tianvu's orders. Seeing this, Ngo Fong goes pale, desperately crying out that he already agreed to tell them everything. And here is where the fun starts. Hohentrack dumps the entire bucket of pinching crawfish right onto the helpless captive. As the creatures clamp onto his bare flesh, No Fong screams in agony, begging them to stop this painful torture because he will talk. Hearing the pathetic pleas, Tianvu keeps an icy expression and calls for a halt, finally letting the terrified captive breathe a sigh of relief. Ngo Fong quickly spills the truth, confessing that Quang Quang is held at a granary warehouse on Hot Cow Road, with over 10 guards watching him. He begs them to let him down so he can guide them, but Tianvu just gives him a cold, final look. Trying to escape, you have no chance left. Just wait for the police to lock you up. Ngo Fong panics completely upon hearing that, screaming. At the mention of police, No Fong freezes, seemingly realizing the heavy gravity of the crimes he just committed. Meanwhile, the dark night deepens as a crescent moon rises high in the sky, casting a dim glow over the silent streets below. In the dead of night, having secured the location, the group silently heads out into the cold darkness without a word. Tianvu and Hohentrack scout ahead from the shadows while Sa Luong stands in the back, growing increasingly anxious about what to do next. Should they just charge straight in? Tianvu immediately warns Sa Luong to hold back and avoid any reckless moves. He whispers, "Do not act rashly, they still have the hostage." After scanning the area, Tianvu turns around and asks Hohentrack if he prepared the gear he requested. Holding up a black bag, Hohentrack hands it over and replies, "Everything is right in here, boss." Curious, Hohentrack asks what this strange stuff is for, but Tianvu just pulls the items out with a grin, telling Sa Luong to put this suit on. Confused as to what it could possibly be, Sa Luong takes the package anyway and unrolls it to check it out. Sha Liang is pretty confused. Does wearing this outfit really require a wig too? Meanwhile, a stray cat sits silently on a ledge in the dead of night. Looking toward the brightly lit houses, it lets out a lonely meow. Back on this side, Sha Liang finishes putting on the clothes Tian Yu prepared. He fits the wig onto his head and tops it off with round glasses. The disguise is finally complete. He looks like an exact clone of Nofong, and from a distance, nobody will ever be able to tell them apart. Tian Yu keeps looking him up and down. The disguise is a total success, but now everything depends on Sha Liang. He carefully explains how to handle the Than Bang thugs. Just walk right in and tell them the boss ordered to move the hostages. Immediately agreeing, he begins putting the plan from Tian Yu into action. All right, I trust you, he says. Inside, a few thugs are sitting around a fire playing games when the dark shadow of Sha Liang suddenly appears outside the window. Hearing the noise outside, the thugs instantly tense up and demand to know who is out there. Sha Liang steps inside looking exactly like Ngo Fong, standing tall and serious right in front of them. Seeing him, they have absolutely no idea it is a disguise. They immediately bow in respect and greet him, welcoming their second leader back. Even though Sha Liang looks incredibly powerful and radiates a pretty intense aura, but the moment he speaks, his confidence completely falters. He stammers out, "Listen, the plan changed, so I am here to take the hostages." The bowing thugs swallow it hook, line, and sinker. One in yellow quickly obeys, saying they will bring the hostages out immediately. Suddenly, a loud voice halts them. "Wait!" An old man with a missing eye steps forward, grinning ear to ear. He eagerly calls out, inviting him for a drink. The fake Ngo Fong tries to keep his cool, maintaining a deadly serious expression. Telling Unui Kwok An that he has important business, he refuses to drink today. Right then, another yellow-clothed guard steps right up to him, whispering apologies. The guard claims they couldn't stop the third master. At this, his face completely darkens. He calmly replies, "No worries, I will just grab the kids and go. Take proper care of third brother and stop letting him wander off." The guard feels relieved but totally helpless. He mutters, "I will bring them out. Please wait a moment." Sitting next to the old man, Sha Liang notices his deformed face and those cat-like scars which are pure nightmare fuel. He steals a cautious glance. He never expected Ngori Kwok An here. He cannot blow his cover. But one look proves this guy is far from normal. His eyes look ready to pop out, with one pupil pointing up and the other drifting down. Seeing the old man like this actually gives Sha Liang some relief. Since he seems this brainless, he probably won't spot the fake, right? After what feels like forever, the guard in yellow finally returns, opening the door while holding a heavy metal chain. He says, "Second master, here they are, keep a tight grip on them." The long chain is wrapped tightly around the wrist of a young kid, wearing green, likely a little boy. Right behind him stands a tiny figure in a purple dress, the cold metal binding her pale, fragile arm. Yes, it really is Kung Kung and Han Nung. Both kids look completely exhausted. Kung Kung has scratches all over his legs, while the white socks of Han Ung are torn to shreds. Seeing them in this state, Sha Liang cannot hide the raw, burning fury on his face. He clenches his fists tightly, growling under his breath about these absolute animals. This suddenly startles the guard, who quickly asks if the second master is all right. "Is everything okay?" Keeping his head down, Sha Liang tenses up. His massive, muscular frame expands so much that his thin black shirt looks like it might rip apart at any second. Forcing his rage down, he mutters, "It is nothing. Just hand the kids over to me." But watch this. Right when Sha Liang tries to calm his mind, the old creep starts asking how old this pretty little girl is, lifting her fragile chin with an absolutely filthy hand. Her face twists in sheer disgust. The old creep laughs, totally clueless that Sha Liang is literally about to explode beside him. "Hey, second brother, since we have a girl here, let us play with her together." By now, his face is completely shadowed in terrifying rage. He instantly throws his massive, muscular fist forward, absolutely smashing Kwok An right in the face and sending the old creep flying backward with spit spraying wildly from his mouth. Han Ing gasps in pure shock at the sudden chaos, while Sha Liang roars out, telling the old bastard to get his filthy hands off her. Seeing him attack, the guard in yellow screams in utter shock, but Sha Liang does not give him any sort of answer. Instead, Sha Liang focuses his entire strength into his hands and rips the metal chains apart, stepping right in front of the children. He shields them like a big brother, shouting that he is an ally to Tian Yu and is here to save them. Telling them to run the moment the fight starts, he promises not to worry. Meanwhile, a dazed Kwok An stumbles up, still thinking he is talking to Ngo Fong. Screaming out, the old creep demands to know if he is trying to keep the girl for himself, his face looking absolutely hideous. "So clueless today. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the boss. No more playing nice." Sha Liang quickly rips off his disguise, tossing his wig and pulling off his glasses. With a swift motion, Sha Liang throws the wig and glasses behind him, leaving Guo Ying completely frozen at the sight. The yellow-clothed guy finally puts it together, stammering that he is the boss of Song, but Guo Ying still has no clue. Guo Ying charges with a terrifying face, calling him second brother Shui Chaoti, while Sha Liang screams for everyone to run. He raises his arms just in time to block Guo Ying's strike, dust and debris exploding all around them, just as Sha Liang commanded. While the two men are locked in combat, Han Ning grabs Cheng Cheng's hand tightly, running as fast as she can in the opposite direction. While Guo Ying grits his teeth during the struggle, his two lackeys standing behind him realize things are looking bad. They yell out together, "Third Master, do you need any help with this guy?" But he only glares back with absolute confidence, telling them to stay out of his personal grudge with his second brother, and to go catch that girl instead. This leaves the yellow-clothed guy in absolute shock, frantically shouting that this man is not his second brother, but the crazy old man refuses to believe it, determined to fight his supposed sibling. Don't make excuses for him, he has no respect. He commands them to beat him and chase the girl. Meanwhile, the yellow-clad lackey can't believe this guy's IQ, wondering if the third master has completely lost his mind. Left with no choice, they go after the girl. Sha Liang flexes his muscular arm to deflect the crazy old man's strike, easily sending Guo Ying crashing hard onto the ground. From this angle, it literally looks like Guo Ying is groveling right at Sha Liang's feet. Delivering a heavy blow, Sha Liang winces and notes that since Wei Guoying went insane, his martial arts are completely gone. He is basically a normal person now, just possessing slightly more physical strength than the average guy. Keeping his defensive stance, Sha Liang is confident he can win this duel. But Guo Ying just looks up with a grin, praising his second brother's progress. Pushing himself up, the madman declares that it's time to show some of his real skills now. Unbelievably, those words from a complete madman send a shiver down Sha Liang's spine. He instinctively takes a step back, but a sudden, lightning-fast strike streaks right past his eyes. No way this shocking speed has Sha Liang staring in pure disbelief. It's not lightning, it's Guo Ying's terrifying technique. He leaps forward, shouting his lightning strike attack and landing a brutal blow straight to Sha Liang's eye, forcing a painful scream. Just like that, Sha Liang is sent flying backward. He slams hard into a solid brick wall, cracking the concrete as a cloud of dust erupts everywhere, with nothing but his agonizing screams echoing through the entire area. Now, the tables have turned. Sha Liang is on his knees, blood pouring down his face like a waterfall. With half his face covered in blood, Sha Liang grits his teeth in fury, calling him a monster, while a delighted Guo Ying mocks his second brother for being too weak. Looking creepier than a horror movie villain, the madman laughs and tells him he needs a lot more training. But before he can celebrate, a sudden splash of blood splatters right across his eyes and face, staining his temples so deeply that it almost looks like he is wearing a crimson blindfold. Turns out, while the lunatic is busy gloating, Sha Liang has already closed the distance. He was the one who threw the blood to blind him, and he immediately follows up with a devastating punch straight to the old man's gut. Sha Liang keeps up the pressure, delivering a brutal snapping hook right under Guo Ying's chin. Inside this dusty, empty space, everything is so deathly quiet that you can actually hear the heavy, vibrating impact of Sha Liang's powerful fists. Pale and bloodied, the madman sneers that using blood to blind him was a clever trick, but his punches still lack real power. Sha Liang tenses up in panic as Guo Ying suddenly begins rapidly swinging his arms. He proudly calls this technique 56 consecutive whips, leaving Sha Liang staring in complete shock at the sudden onslaught of strikes. Suddenly, little Cheng Cheng appears out of absolute nowhere, using his small foot to land a direct, painful kick right between the old man's legs. And yep, that brutal blow instantly forces him to bend over like a duck. Tears stream down his face in agony as his dentures literally fly right out of his mouth, sending him screaming in pure horror. But Guo Ying isn't the only one shocked. Sha Liang's eyes pop wide open in complete disbelief. His eyes look ready to pop right out of his skull, his brow heavily furrowed as his mouth hangs wide open, displaying a hilariously twisted expression of complete shock. He screams out Cheng Cheng. Now, Guo Ying is lying face down with his butt in the air, clutching his groin in absolute agony as drool spills all over the cold floor. The groaning madman wonders where this brat came from, while Sha Liang frowns deeply and demands to know why the kid returned. "Didn't I tell you to run?" But Cheng Cheng just stands there with a confident look. He places a hand on his chest, declaring with total confidence leaving friends behind is not how a true knight behaves. Still stinging from the pain, Nguri Kwak-an hears this and snaps back, "Hey kid, sneaking up on someone like this isn't exactly a glorious move either." With a sudden burst of strength, he leaps forward like a wild beast, lunging straight at young Kung Kung. His face is twisted and hideous, his voice dripping with pure malice as he snarls today, "I will teach you real martial arts." Kung Kung, who was just acting so brave a second ago, now freezes in place, his eyes wide with pure terror. Just when it looks like the kid is about to get beaten half to death, a man suddenly charges out from nowhere, stamping his foot directly onto Nguri Kwak-an's arm and sending the old man crashing to the ground. Kung Kung stands there completely dumbfounded. Right in front of him, a heavy boot is firmly pinning down a trembling hand, and that boot belongs to Tian Yu. Standing tall and heroic, he steps heavily on Ngori Kwakan's hand. Behind him, Kung Kung looks absolutely stunned, while Xia Liang stands there covering his badly injured eye. Kung Kung finally snaps out of his shock and realizes what happened. He happily calls out with absolute joy, "Master!" Meanwhile, Ngori Kwakan is completely pinned underfoot, spitting blood in pure rage, his voice trembling with fear. He stammers out, "You." Yor then looks up to see a familiar, scholarly face wearing a simple uniform. Those cold eyes stare right down at him, sending a jolt of pure terror through Ngori Kwakan as he breaks into a cold sweat. A second later, he frantically rips his hand free from under the boot and screams in pain. Unable to even stand, Ngori Kwakan desperately crawls away on the ground. One arm is completely broken and useless, his face twisted in a pathetic display of fear and agony. He keeps screaming as he flees, while Xia Liang, still clutching his bleeding eye, hobbles over to stand right next to Tian Yu. Xia Liang asks he is running. Should we chase him? Tian Yu looks deadly serious, pushing Kung Kung toward his injured ally. No need. Take Kung Kung to the others first, since his sister is already waiting over there. With a grim expression, he adds, I will go after Nguri Kwakan myself. Meanwhile, the old villain is scrambling forward, drenched in sweat from sheer exhaustion and terror. Glancing back, he realizes with horror that Tian Yu is already hot on his heels. Not only that, he is closing in fast. You can barely track his movements. He kicks up a massive storm of dust with every step. He relentlessly pursues Ngori Kwakan, who looks more like a pathetic, crawling monster than a human right now. In the blink of an eye, he catches up and mockingly whispers right into the old man's ear, "Where do you think you are going?" Absolutely terrified, Ngori Kwakan squeals out, "Master Demon, please stop chasing me. Do not kill me." Matching the old man's pathetic, dog-like crawl, Tian Yu calmly tells him, "Relax. I am not going to kill you." Instantly, he delivers a brutal kick that sends the old man flying into a nearby brick wall, cracking it and ending his pathetic escape. Pinned under the rising dust, Ngori Kwakan shivers, while Tian Yu coldly looks down, but we definitely have a few things to clear up. Trembling like a beaten dog, he whimpers, "Please, great master, ask anything. Just do not kill me and I will tell you everything." Tian Yu scoffs, pulling out a thick brown rope and muttering, "No need to rush. You are coming back with me first." Toss the rope, the old villain is told to tie himself up first, leaving him sobbing in absolute humiliation and despair. "Yes, I will tie myself," he whimpers, while Tian Yu just watches in dead silence. After a painful struggle using his teeth to tighten the knots, he obediently binds himself under the dim light of the crescent moon shining over the quiet city. By the warmth of a blazing campfire, young Kung Kung keeps his eyes glued to the dark path ahead. The flickering flames reveal an approaching figure. It is indeed Tian Yu, carrying the bound villain over his shoulder as the boy shouts out, "Master is back!" He must have been waiting for hours, because the moment he spots his savior, he happily sprints forward with pure excitement. "Master!" Tian Yu glances around and sees that the entire group has finally gathered. Standing there with the kid are Huang Troc, Han Ing, and the injured Xia Liang. Feeling satisfied with his team, Tian Yu nods. "Good, let's head home." Meanwhile, Kung Kung's mother, looking visibly thin and exhausted, paces around anxiously as she worries about her children. Wondering if the group is safe after all this time, her anxious thoughts are suddenly cut short by a familiar voice echoing from outside her window. Calling out to President Ko that they have safely returned, the shouting instantly brings a sense of relief to Van Yen. Look at her face. She opens her eyes wide in pure joy as she spots Tian Yu standing outside with the children. With a warm smile, he tells her they are finally back, allowing the broken family of three to finally reunite. Overcome with emotion, Van Yen rushes forward to wrap both Han Ing and Kung Kung in a tight embrace, and the kids smile happily. Her voice trembles with pure joy, tears welling up in her eyes as she whispers, "Thank you, Tian Yu, thank you so much." Faced with her emotional gratitude, he humbly replies that safely rescuing the two kids this time and was all thanks to Sa Luang charging into danger alone, so she should really thank him instead. Hearing this, Van Yen looks up and calls out Sa Luang's name in pure shock, but he only lowers his head. Sa Luang is now wearing a bandage over his injured eye, and his voice sounds incredibly heavy. "Don't thank me. I'm really not some good guy," Sa Luang says flatly. "Let's just consider this a way to pay for the sins I committed in my past." Van Yen cuts Sa Luang off, pleading with him to stop talking. Then with a warm smile and absolute gratitude, she tells him that if he ever faces trouble in the future, he can always come to her. No matter what mistakes he made in the past, turning over a new leaf is what matters. Touched by her forgiveness, Sa Luang feels even more guilty, only able to look down. "President Ko, please don't do this. A guy like me doesn't deserve your kindness," he replies. Seeing the awkward tension, Thien Vu steps in to encourage him, saying that the past is in the past, so Sa Luang should just accept President Ko's gratitude. Sa Luang politely and awkwardly mumbles under his breath, agreeing that since she puts it that way, he will properly accept President Ko's thanks. Tianwu smiles, knowing that a simple thank you probably means way more to Saluang right now than any mountain of gold or silver. With everything settled, Tianwu calls out to everyone, announcing that they are heading out now and telling them to get some rest. The Than gang won't dare cause trouble again. Vanyan doesn't say much, only nodding with a quiet smile. Outside, the night sky is still dark. A cold wind sweeps through, leaving the roadside trees completely still, while the distant buildings glow softly under the bright moonlight. Once they are alone, Tianwu asks with concern, wondering how Saluang's eye is holding up and if he needs a hospital. Saluang turns to reassure him, saying it just hit the socket and didn't damage his actual eyeball. He then asks in return, wanting to know why exactly they captured those two young punks from the Thon gang. Tianwu rests his chin in deep thought, explaining that the powerful faction backing the Thon gang has always been a mystery. To expose the masterminds, they must find a way to drag the truth out of those kids. Hearing this, Saluang points proudly at himself with an excited grin, declaring that interrogation is his absolute specialty. Tianwu trusts him completely, patting his shoulder and leaving the arrangements to him. With everything settled, Tianwu lets out a long yawn, completely exhausted. It's getting late, so he says he is heading home to sleep. Saluang just flashes a confident, bright, white smile. Go get some rest. By the time you wake up tomorrow, I will have squeezed those two completely dry. Meanwhile, look at this creepy place, a filthy, rat-infested sewer pipe. Inside, the old machinery is still running. Moss and grime cover the pipes. Yet in a disgusting place like this, a coal stove is actually burning hot. Just then, Ngofong finally wakes up, looking completely dazed. He's tied tightly to a tall pole, stripped naked and dripping with sweat from the intense heat. Luckily, the thick ropes wrapping him cover the parts that need covering. In utter confusion, he yells out, asking where they are and why they tied him up in the middle of the night. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the room. Someone is walking closer and closer, finally stopping right in front of them. It's Saluang. He looks clean and sharp. But wait, Ngofong isn't the only one tied up here. Right next to him is Kwak An, also bound to a pole. Saluang speaks to them softly, saying he just wants to ask a few simple questions. Spotting Saluang, Ngofong loses his cool and screams, demanding to know where they are and why they were brought here. But Saluang has no interest in chatting with trash like him. Frowning in disgust, he snaps, "Listen closely. I already told you what I want." Hands in his pockets, he coldly raises his voice, telling them, "Let me introduce this place. This is the boiler room of the Hai Kwang No. 2 factory. 80 years ago, it was shut down due to bad piping, but the basic heat functions still barely work." Heavy beads of sweat roll down Ngofong's face as sheer panic starts setting in. He screams, asking what kind of crazy nonsense this is. Just then, Kwak An finally wakes up, looking completely lost. Wearing a ruthless, icy expression, Saluang commands Hoentrak to throw more coal in. On orders, Hoentrak immediately heads over to the roaring furnace. Operating like a tireless machine, he continuously shovels coal inside. Piece after piece is thrown in, causing the flames to instantly surge with devastating, suffocating heat. Completely naked against the heat, Ngofong can't stop screaming. But Kwak An is different. The old man just keeps laughing like a maniac. Ngofong wails about the heat, and seeing their agony brings a satisfied smirk to Saluang. He says softly that if they cooperate, they won't have to suffer like this. The threat works instantly. Ngofong screams out, "Stop! What do you want to know?" Saluang glares with pure disgust, wasting no time as he gets straight to the point. He suddenly raises his voice, demanding to know who is the hidden faction backing their Thon gang, while Ngofong breaks out in a cold sweat. He stammers that he can't say it, because if that person finds out he talked, his parents back in the countryside are dead meat. Hearing this excuse, Saluang shows zero mercy, though he mockingly notes his filial piety, before turning to order Hoentrak to throw in even more coal. That heavy coal shovel starts moving once again, instantly dumping small scoops of black coal straight into the burning furnace. Seeing this, Ngofong immediately begs, "Please, spare me." Shaliang gets even more aggressive. He whimpers that he cannot say a single word. Just then, Kwak An unexpectedly breaks his silence. The older man mocks them, calling his partner weak for crying like a baby. These guys are nice enough to give us a hot sauna, so why scream like a stuck pig? This level of composure catches Shaliang off guard. Mori Kwak An does not even fear the boiling steam, making this feel like a giant waste of time with zero results. Right in front of Ngofong and Kwak An, Shaliang turns around to leave, tossing back one final warning. He warns them that if they refuse to speak, he is going back to bed to let them rot. But shockingly, Kwak An stops him. "Don't leave us," he begs. "This boiling copper pipe treatment has been going on all night, and we have zero energy left." And get this, a sinister smirk spreads across his face as he asks if Sha Liang really wants to know the big boss. His expression turns completely heartless, filled with pure malice. He whispers that he will spill the entire truth right now. Sha Liang immediately spins around, demanding to know the name. Kwok An begins to confess, although some details are still pretty hazy. He heard the manager call their supreme boss by the name of Chu Hyu Bin over a phone call. Hearing that name, Sha Liang is quite shocked. He instantly starts digging through his memory for this Chu Hyu Bin. Despite surviving in the criminal underworld for years, he has never once heard of a powerhouse with that name. That coward Ingo Fong suddenly panics and screams that it has absolutely nothing to do with him, and he said nothing. Finally getting some answers, but having to endure this constant, pathetic whining gives Sha Liang a pretty bad headache. Rubbing his nose, he realizes it is getting very late and decides to step forward. He slowly unties Kwok An while Ingo Fong watches in pure jealousy. Sha Liang casually sighs and tells him it is fine. You can stay in this dump, Nguri Kwok An sneers, as Sha Liang agrees to take him somewhere comfortable to talk. Wait! Ngo Fong suddenly screams out in fear. Unable to take the heat anymore but still shaking with fear, he stammers that he will reveal Chu Hyo Bin's full name and explain exactly how he controls the entire Thonbang gang from the shadows. Sha Liang thought the coward finally found some real backbone, but some people never change, and Ingo Fong's nature leaves him totally speechless. The coward literally begs him to tell everyone that Ngori Kwok An was the sole informant, just so his own name stays clean. Finally, the first light of dawn breaks across the sky as the city lights slowly fade away. Walking through the morning streets is Tian Yu, who clearly could not sleep. He is so incredibly eager for updates that he tracked down Sha Liang first thing in the morning. When asked for news, Sha Liang excitedly brags that the targets cracked and spilled absolutely everything to him. The shadowy mastermind pulling the strings of the Thonbang is Chu Hyo Bin. That notorious gang leader Ban Chi Vor is nothing more than a pretty boy being kept on a leash by Chu Hyo Bin. Tian Yu frowns and asks if he means the wealthy socialite constantly shown on television. Sha Liang nods grimly, confirming that it is indeed him. Report him? That is exactly what Sha Liang suggests they do right now. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Tian Yu replies that with that kind of massive wealth, the authorities probably won't do a thing. Sha Liang frowns, asking what their next move should be. But Tian Yu remains entirely calm, saying that identifying their target makes things much simpler. We will dismantle his entire multi-million-dollar empire, piece by piece. The scene shifts to a cramped, chaotic slum where decaying houses stack up on top of each other. A long, winding set of stone stairs snakes down the steep hillside between the buildings. A few locals walk along the steep pathway below, completely unaware of the armed guard in dark sunglasses watching them from a rooftop above. Several grim-faced men make their way down the alleyway, looking extremely dangerous and cold. Unlike the nervous locals, the two leading figures carry themselves with absolute power and confidence. At that exact moment, two men walk forward. The older man leading the way is Chu Hyo Bin, walking with a slight, elderly slouch that completely hides his incredibly ruthless nature. Right behind him is Bon Ingok Chi, sporting his signature long white hair as they halt in front of a strange, rather suspicious-looking shop counter. 3 creepy human skulls hang from the ceiling, while 2 muscular guards stand watch at the entrance. Inside, Hojia stands waiting, sporting only a few patches of thin white hair around his ears. With round glasses perched on his flat nose, his face lights up as he warmly welcomes them, asking what special wind blew Chu Hyo Bin here today. Chu Hyo Bin remains dead silent, no expression at all. His glasses catch the light as he coldly demands 2 elite assassins. Hojia grins widely, flashing his teeth with a sinister look as he asks for more details. Oh, who do you want to kill? What big shot crossed you this time? Zhou Xiaoping looks up, his glasses flashing to reveal a cold, murderous glare as he delivers the target's identity, a mere high school kid. Hearing this, the old boss bursts into a wide grin, his mouth stretching from ear to ear as his face turns completely terrifying. Master Hu leans forward on the desk, staring down Zhou Xiaoping with a lingering smirk as he laughs stop, joking around. Zhou Xiaoping, you really came to me just to put a hit on some high school kid? Zhou Xiaoping does not even flinch at the disrespect, calmly gesturing for Peng Yuzi to hand over the proof for the old man to see. Sensing how dead serious his client is, Master Hu grows quiet. He immediately wipes away his mocking grin, looking toward the man standing next to Zhou Xiaoping. Peng Yuji, the subordinate with long white hair, respectfully steps forward and opens the video on his screen. With deep respect, he holds out the phone with both hands for the boss to see Master Hu. Please take a look. The phone screen lights up with a video of a wild clash, capturing a fierce battle between a red-haired warrior dressed in white and a black-haired fighter clad in dark blue. In the clip, the red-haired fighter unleashes a relentless, non-stop barrage of heavy strikes. Yet every single blow is effortlessly dodged by the opponent. Master Hu is completely blown away, staring wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the screen, unable to believe what he is witnessing right now. What? He looks up at Zhou Xiaoping, his brows twitching as cold sweat beads on his forehead. What is the background of this kid? Zhou Xiaoping scowls, his eyebrows knitting together tightly as his sharp, icy eyes look down. We don't know his background, but he can literally stop bullets with his bare body. Master Hu, do you have a way to take him out? Let's see if this old devil has what it takes. Instead of showing fear, Master Hu's face lights up with pure, wicked excitement as he grins wildly. Of course, as long as you bring me his corpse to study, I have plenty of ways to end a life. Hearing Master Hu confidently guarantee that he can easily carry out the job exactly as requested, Xiao Xiaoping finally breaks his silence. Excellent. I will send the payment the usual way, he says, and then Zhou Xiaoping and Peng Yuji quickly make their exit. On their way out, Peng Yuji turns with a highly doubtful look. Zhao Xiaoping, is that Master Hu guy actually reliable? Remember, Tian Yu is absolutely no ordinary human. A brief flash of deep worry crosses Zhou Xiaoping's eyes, but he quickly steels himself to give a firm reply. Don't worry, he is definitely no ordinary person either. Back at Master Hu's place, the boss has summoned 2 demons to serve as his loyal henchmen. One is a towering, massive beast, while the other is short, stout, and round like a water barrel. Both monsters stand tall and imposing right behind him. Sitting comfortably in front, Master Hu stacks his hands and calls out to his demon servants. His glasses flash with a sinister light as his wicked grin stretches wide, practically splitting his face from ear to ear. Looking incredibly sinister, he sneers, I will have to trouble the 2 of you this time. As night falls and the streetlights flicker on, the bustling crowd keeps moving through the city. Among them, Tian Yu and Xia Liang walk together, chatting as they go. Suddenly, Xia Liang turns to him and says, Tian Yu, I have a part-time shift tonight, so I will head off first. Tian Yu glances over at him. Pretty surprised you actually found yourself a part-time job? Xia Liang flashes a somewhat awkward smile and replies, look, I have a lot of brothers to feed, so I really needed to find a stable gig. Tian Yu's eyes light up with a soft smile. Wait, is it just you working? What are the other guys doing? Xia Liang beams, his face completely lighting up as he looks back. Don't you worry, my brothers are all incredibly loyal. Anyone who isn't seriously hurt is already out there job hunting, so it's all good, he says, prompting Tian Yu to ask, so where is this job of yours? As the 2 of them continue walking and chatting, they quickly arrive right outside Xia Liang's new workplace. He proudly hooks a thumb over his shoulder. Yep, right here. Tian Yu beams with excitement. Oh, nice. Take me inside and show me around your new workplace. Xia Liang doesn't hesitate for even a second and happily agrees. Standing right before them is a large building marked with a massive clubhouse sign, and they step inside. Xia Liang quickly changes into his work uniform to show him. Clad in a clean blue vest paired with a bright red tie, he looks incredibly sharp and attractive. Tian Yu raises his eyebrows in pure excitement, thoroughly impressed by this sudden transformation. This uniform is actually pretty handsome. But what exactly do they do here? Smiling, Xia Liang explains that this is an upscale clubhouse for wealthy, high-class ladies, providing them with leisure, entertainment, and a place to socialize. Still, Tian Yu can't help but wonder what his friend actually does here. He quickly asks, so what exactly is your role? Are you a bodyguard? Xia Liang adjusts his fancy collar. Get ready for this, he proudly smirks and says, my main duty is greeting guests, and plenty of those wealthy ladies absolutely adore a tough, manly guy like me. From across the room, Manager Bai spots Xia Liang coming in and excitedly rushes over. The moment he sees her, Xia Liang quickly greets her. Is our little Liang finally here? She asks. He replies, hello, Manager Bai, but she immediately spots the fresh bruise right on his face. Worried, she asks, oh dear, what on earth happened to your eye? Xia Liang suddenly remembers his injury, quickly touching it with an extremely awkward look on his face. Oh, it is just a tiny scrape, really nothing to worry about. Director Bai walks closer and gives him a serious scolding. What do you mean by no big deal? Sure, plenty of clients might dig your wild side, but our club is strictly high-end. If you serve guests looking all battered like this, it completely ruins our luxury vibe. Hearing her nag, Xia Liang quickly apologizes for his mistake. He apologizes, saying he was just careless, but she waves it off. It is a minor slip-up, so she will not punish him. Suddenly, she spots Tian Yu standing right next to him. Her attitude flips instantly, her face lighting up as she eagerly asks who this gorgeous guy is. He is incredibly handsome, and Xia Liang proudly introduces his brother. This gives Director Bai a sudden idea. How about this? She suggests. Let your brother cover your shift, and you will still get to keep your attendance bonuses. Xia Liang hesitates, looking over at him in confusion. Tian Yu agrees, saying he is happy to help, since he has nothing else to do today anyway. With that issue completely sorted out, Director Bai happily hands over his brand new uniform, teasing that this handsome rookie is incredibly straightforward. She urges him to go get changed, while Tian Yu asks about his actual duties before heading to the locker room. He asks what his main duties will be, and she simply laughs, telling him it is incredibly easy. Director Bai gestures smoothly, telling him he just needs to welcome each incoming lady, drop down to one knee, and gently kiss the back of her hand. Tian Yu falls into deep thought. Kissing women's hands? This is literally his best chance to farm system energy. His shiny leather shoes click on the floor. Now fully dressed in his uniform, Tian Yu adjusts his cuffs, looking incredibly pleased with his new look. Talk about a free jackpot falling right into his lap. Just then, an orange-haired woman slowly walks up the stairs. The moment Tian Yu sees her, he instantly bows 90 degrees, welcoming her to the establishment with a charming smile. He gently lifts the lady's hand, planting a soft kiss on her skin, and the system instantly triggers a glowing notification right before his eyes. He receives 5 energy points, bringing his remaining total to 112. You see his eyes light up with pure joy because this bizarre farming method actually works. And just like that, the ultimate hand-kissing marathon begins as he moves smoothly from one wealthy lady to the next. With every single kiss, the system keeps pinging with sweet, sweet energy gains. The alerts keep rolling in, granting him 4 points, then a huge 10 points, and even another 2 points. 5 hours later, Tian Yu is looking pretty exhausted, but his face wears a massive, satisfied grin. With 311 points in his reserve, this is a massive harvest. He has never accumulated this much raw energy before. Suddenly, his gaze shifts entirely. His pupils narrow and his brow furrows deeply, as if he is carefully plotting his next move. His old abilities only cost 10 points, so their power and active duration were pretty short-lived. Tian Yu starts daydreaming, wondering if having such a massive score might allow him to trade for some incredibly powerful new abilities. The system responds directly to his mental command, instantly opening up the main function menu. Get ready, because what pops up next completely blows his mind. He freezes in total shock, his jaw dropping to the floor, completely speechless. A massive system screen, stretching over half his height, floats right in front of him, making him wobble slightly. His massive screen displays Security System Level 1, listing the available skills. A 30-minute strength boost will cost him 20 energy points. Skin hardening for 10 minutes costs 20 points, while speed boost for 30 minutes also costs 20 points. Smell enhancement for 2 hours is 15 points. Auto driving is 15, and holding your breath for 1 hour, it will cost you 20 points. Meanwhile, mastering all world languages for 40 minutes is 10 points, and mastering all academic subjects is 10 points. Network intrusion for 2 hours is 10 points, and system upgrade is 250, out of his 311 points. Staring at the floating screen, Tian Yu cannot help but feel absolutely amazed by these insane options. It is all pretty new to him, so he curiously points at the most expensive tier and asks what exactly this system upgrade does. The system responds instantly to his question, flashing the answer. Upgrading the system will further boost the host's innate power, unlocking even more functions and advanced ways to farm energy. Tian Yu falls deep into thought, weighing his options carefully. Dropping 250 points hurts, but his current abilities really are not cutting it anymore. If he runs into someone even stronger than Wei Guoying, his basic level 1 tier will definitely leave him helpless. He strokes his chin in deep consideration. He makes up his mind, resolutely reaching his hand out toward the glowing screen. Looking completely determined, he commands the system to unlock the upgrade, and the interface immediately begins processing the points exchange right away. The system quickly confirms the points exchange, shows a brief loading screen, and announces that the upgrade is fully successful. His stats update. Security System Level 2. Host Tian Yu is level 11, equipped with his sensor, activated fountain pen +1, and level 1 security skills. He retains all level 1 features, with stats sitting at 500 health, 200 mana, 17 strength, 12 defense, 15 agility, 11 intelligence, and 11 perception. 11 stat points available to distribute, Tier 1 attribute enhancement, and it costs 10 energy points. With any value doubled and 61 points left, Tian Yu stares intensely at the system screen. He realizes his own physical abilities are being displayed exactly like video game stats. He looks up, his eyes burning with sheer determination. Can he actually use these distributable points to keep boosting his own attributes? Hearing his confusion, the system immediately chimes in with an answer. Each distributable point can boost any stat or be traded for 100 HP or max MP. Tian Yu curls his lips into a smirk, his face lighting up as he gets more interested in this game. How interesting, he thinks. It looks like he really needs to study exactly how to distribute these points properly. But wait, things are about to get dangerous. Back on the busy streets, Jiang Long and Furko have quietly slipped into Tian Yu's neighborhood. These two demon servants do not care at all about the stares from bystanders, keeping their focus entirely on searching the area for him. Jiang Long, according to Uncle Ho's intel, our prey is hiding right here, isn't he? I can already sense a massive wave of power nearby. Furko lets out a sinister grin that stretches almost from ear to ear, showing off his razor-sharp teeth. Let the hunt begin. Suddenly, the system screen flashes a new alert. Defense System Level 2. Host Tian Yu level 11. Equipped fountain pen activates perception system. +1. HP 500, MP 200, Strength 17, Defense 12, Agility 15, Intelligence 11, Perception 11. 11 points available to distribute. Tier 1 defense system skill inherits all features of the Tier 1 system. Tier 1 attribute enhancement costs 10 energy points. Any stat doubled, remaining points 61. Tian Yu carefully reads the system notification, but he is still highly confused. He asks system, "How do I raise the level displayed right next to my name?" Right after his question, the system immediately fires back an answer. You can use points to level up. Each level up raises all your stats by 1, or awards you 1 extra point to distribute freely. Tian Yu raises his eyebrow in surprise. Without a shred of hesitation, he commands the system open up the exchange menu right now. The system complies instantly, showing that leveling up costs 50 energy points. Available skills to learn: perceive other stats for 10 points, high-speed sprint for 70 points, and deep diving for 200 points. Energy farming methods: intimate contact with women, or battling and defeating powerful warriors. Remaining energy is 61 points. Tian Yu falls into dead silence once again. He looks up, resting his chin on his hand. It seems that besides physical contact, fighting can also grant points, meaning he won't have to go around sticking his mischievous hands everywhere for energy anymore. After a brief moment of deep thought, Tian Yu makes his choice. All right, system, level me up once first, and unlock that perception skill. Understood. In the next instant, a massive wave of raw energy explodes deep inside Tian Yu, making him feel like he is literally floating into the air. Level up complete. Perception skill successfully acquired. Tian Yu widens his eyes, a strange light flashing deep inside his pupils. He can actively feel every single one of his attributes shooting up. Now he can even inspect other people's stats. He decides to call Sha Liang over to test it out. Acting immediately, he shouts his name. Hearing Tian Yu call him, Sha Liang quickly replies, "What is it?" At that exact moment, Sha Liang's stats flash directly inside Tian Yu's mind like a transparent holographic screen. Sha Liang. Level 7. HP 700. MP 0. Strength 13. Defense 19. Agility 8. Intelligence 7. Perception 7. 7 available points. After scanning Sha Liang's stats, Tian Yu quietly marvels at how insanely high his defense is. No wonder this guy is such an absolute beast in a fight. And here's where his gears start turning. His eyes drift to the unallocated points, sparking a wild new idea. Sha Liang has usable stat points too, so is there a way to help him boost those numbers? 7 points are just sitting there waiting. After calling Sha Liang, Tian Yu doesn't say a single word. Sensing something is off, Sha Liang gives him a deeply confused look, his face painted with suspicion as he asks Tian Yu, "What did you call me for?" Hearing Sha Liang's voice, Tian Yu snaps back to reality, waving his hands in a frantic panic. "Oh, nothing. You're just looking pretty buff today." Standing before Sha Liang, Tian Yu keeps waving his hands, making his friend think he has completely lost his mind. But right then, a pale, purple-skinned man steps into the gym surrounded by white smoke. A balding male staff member quickly rushes over to greet the strange visitors. "Excuse me, please stop right there. This is a women's gym, so men are not allowed." Before the staff can even finish, Forko swings his wooden club straight into the man's stomach, folding him in half as he screams in agony. Tian Yu and Sha Liang stand nearby, their faces filled with pure confusion at what just happened. Forko flashes a smug grin. "Found you." Forko points a menacing finger directly at Tian Yu, and snarls, "That kid right there is Tian Yu." Tian Yu stares at these weird trespassers, utterly bewildered, wondering who on earth they are. But the moment the thought crosses his mind, his perception skill automatically triggers. A massive flood of data rushes in. Forko, HP 1100, MP 500, Agility 19, Intelligence 8, Perception 60. Zhonglong, HP 700, MP 1600, Strength 121, Defense 11, Agility 59, Intelligence 17, Perception 19. Scanning their stats, Tian Yu cannot hide his sheer shock, muttering to himself that their power levels are absolutely breaking the scale. Saluang is so furious he completely loses his cool and yells, "What do you guys think you are doing here, trying to start trouble?" Tianvu quickly grabs his shoulder to hold him back, warning him, "Saluang, do not act rashly. These two are extremely dangerous to mess with." Hearing those words, Saluang's face instantly darkens. Dead silence. Cold sweat pours down his forehead. He grits his teeth, wondering who on earth these guys could possibly be to make Tianvu act so incredibly cautious. Meanwhile, Fukho stands nearby watching the whole thing play out, and he finally steps up to declare that talking is completely useless before scowling and roaring out, "Prepare to die." With that, Fukho grabs his wooden staff and charges right at Saluang and Tianvu at lightning speed, kicking up a massive cloud of thick dust. Tian Yu freezes. His eyes instantly widen in utter shock as his lips press tightly together. He realizes that being so ridiculously arrogant has left Fuko completely wide open, and Saluang spots the glaring weakness too, narrowing his incredibly sharp eyes. Together, they strike. Both of them land a heavy double punch straight to his smug face. The impact triggers a massive flash of blinding light, but shockingly, their combined attack barely chips away at his health bar. Fuko, wearing a smug grin, taunts them maliciously. Is that really it? You are supposed to be martial artists, but your strength is pathetic. Boom. He swings his heavy staff, striking both Tian Yu and Saluang, and sending them crashing far back. His attack is unbelievably powerful, leaving Tian Yu heavily injured as his health bar drops by nearly half. His face twisted in intense agony. His pupils shrink as he grits his teeth in pain. And while Saluang did not take quite as heavy a hit, his health bar still took a serious blow. He is hurting. Saluang can barely even open his eyes as Fuko looks completely terrifying. His glowing eyes and dark aura create an oppressive pressure. Seriously, guys, how are they going to survive this? What a total disappointment. These two are just absolute weaklings, Fuck Ho sneers, suggesting to his companion Zhang Long, do not interfere, let me use these runts for practice. He stares straight ahead and answers with cold indifference, suit yourself, as Tian Yu and Saluang struggle hard just to stand back up. Looming right in front of them is Fuko, grinning like a madman. Covered in painful wounds, they barely manage to choke out. His power is insane. It feels like my bones are getting crushed. Damn it, we need a plan fast or we die here. Tian Yu is dead serious. He bites his lip, calculating everything before realizing he has stat points. If he can just boost his stats, he might find a clever way to counter this brainless tank of an enemy who only relies on brute force. Decisive and running out of time, Tian Yu clenches his fists tightly, a wave of urgency hitting him as he commands. System, dump every single one of my available points directly into agility, he yells, and his stat screen instantly flashes open. Kai Tian Yu, level 12. HP is 362 out of 550, MP 250, Strength 18, Defense 13, Agility 16, Intelligence 12, Perception 12, with 12 remaining points to spend. Just watch how those stats explode as the system chimes, confirming that the point allocation is officially successful. Instantly, a bright golden aura erupts from Tian Yu's body, radiating pure energy as he feels his physical power completely surge. Looking highly focused, Tian Yu realizes his agility has nearly doubled, and even his breathing feels incredibly light and easy now. Fuko watches him with a cruel, amused grin, taunting him instantly. Well now, your presence suddenly got quite a bit stronger. He laughs out loud, looking down at Tian Yu with supreme confidence. How incredibly interesting. Fuko braces his staff, channeling a shockwave of energy that rips up the wooden floorboards around him as he barks, bring it on. Show me what you got. He moves like wind. In a split second, Tian Yu is standing right next to Fuko, ready to strike from behind. In a flash, he grabs Fuko by his hair and slams his face brutally into the floor with an explosive crash, keeping a completely calm expression. Even with his head violently ground into the dirt, Fuko just lies there on the floor and lets out a chilling, satisfied laugh. That was quite fast. Your speed definitely meets my expectations, he remarks, casually sitting up after Tian Yu's lightning attack, before adding, but speed alone is not going to beat me. Nothing. Fuko crawls right out of the crater without a single scratch on him. Resting a hand on his knee, he boasts arrogantly, a weak little attack like that is basically like getting tickled. You cannot hurt me. Seeing Fuko completely unfazed makes Tian Yu break into a cold sweat as his mind frantically starts calculating his next move. This bastard's defense is insanely high. With my current strength, even if I exhaust myself completely, I might not be able to knock him down. Tian Yu looks at him with a hint of regret, thinking he definitely should have saved a few of those stat points for strength. Out of nowhere, Saluang rushes in and throws him a weapon, yelling out Tian Yu, catch, and Tian Yu quickly reaches out to grab the baseball bat flying his way. He grips the bat, holding it up to inspect it with a highly skeptical look on his face. Suddenly, the system interface flashes with a brand new notification: obtained rough iron rod, strength plus 10, and seeing his strength immediately jump thanks to this metal bat leaves him absolutely thrilled and shocked. Staring in complete disbelief, he mutters, a simple iron rod can actually boost my overall strength by 10 whole points? Saluang flashes a sly, extremely confident grin, looking directly at his friend. How can you expect to win a brawl without a proper weapon? Kai Tian Yu immediately gets his point, his lips curling into a smirk as he says that makes perfect sense, while Fuko feels completely disrespected after seeing Kai Tian Yu's new weapon. Gritting his teeth, Fuko snaps back, asking if Kai Tian Yu really thinks he can win with nothing but that trashy stick. Fuko stops speaking. Suddenly, Kai Tian Yu lands a painful smack right on his face. Fuko's nose starts bleeding. He literally cries from the sheer pain as his health bar drops. Sweat pours down Kai Tian Yu's face, but but he seems to absolutely love his new weapon, mockingly teasing his opponent. He says it is fine if the damage is low, because hurting him just a bit is more than enough. Before Tian Yu launches himself forward like lightning, his eyes flashing with a brilliant golden light, Tian Yu unleashes a barrage of rapid attacks, leaving Fuke Ho completely defenseless as he gets launched high into the air. Now watch this. The surrounding space is swallowed by the blinding flashes of his rapid strikes. Fuke Ho tries to raise his arms to guard, but it is useless, and his health bar keeps draining rapidly. Furious, Fuke Ho grits his teeth in rage, but Tian Yu does not stop, executing his next strike with an incredibly cool look on his face. The direct hit lands perfectly, making Fuke Ho scream out in agonizing pain as he gets thrown backward. Fuke Ho collapses onto the ground, absolutely boiling with rage as he watches his health bar drop even lower. Suddenly, the system panel flashes again, notifying that the boss's health has dropped to 1/4, completing Stage 1 and rewarding the host with 1,000 battle experience points to enter Phase 2. Floating amidst the brilliant golden light, Tian Yu clenches his fists tightly as a surge of massive energy radiates from his body. His expression is dead serious. The system alerts him that his overall power stats have just gone up. Tian Yu is absolutely thrilled. His eyes widen in surprise as he gasps if it is really this good. Fighting actually gives stage rewards, allowing him to level up instantly, while completely restoring his entire health bar. After taking a brutal beating, Fuke Ho finally decides to get serious, gritting his teeth as he growls, asking if the kid wants to play a game of speed. His face darkens as he rips the massive prayer beads off his neck and slams them onto the ground. The impact echoes loudly as Fuke Ho's speed stat instantly skyrockets, and he dangerously sneers, telling Tian Yu that they should put their speed to the test. Just like that, the system alerts pop up warning us he is now in Phase 2. The quest requires reducing the boss's health to 1/3 to trigger Stage 3, rewarding 1,500 experience and a defense boost. Tian Yu gets a bit nervous. He tightly grips his stick to prepare himself. Keeping his eyes glued to the boss, Tian Yu realizes this breakthrough quest is no joke, especially since the guy's speed just skyrocketed in the blink of an eye. Fuke Ho grips his massive staff and launches a sudden lightning charge straight at Tian Yu. The boss moves way too fast. Sweating, Tian Yu instantly realizes he cannot even dodge it. Fuke Ho closes the gap and strikes hard. The brutal blow sends Tian Yu flying back, completely covered in painful injuries and in shock. His newly restored health bar is already taking another massive hit, and despite only losing some hit points, Tian Yu is clutching his chest, gasping for air. He grits his teeth. He cannot survive another hit when he is already down to half health. He mutters to himself that while his new system inherited the old functions, its remaining energy is still too low to activate the 10 times strength multiplier. Suddenly, the system starts scanning. It warns that the host's life is in critical danger. Consuming over 20 energy points, it activates a 10 times agility boost for 10 minutes, while his enemies watch in silence as a bright flame erupts all over Tian Yu's body. The scan completes. The system displays the final result. With Tian Yu's speed scaling to 290, a terrified Fuke Ho stammers, asking Jianglong what kind of power this is. Ignoring the question, Jianglong tells Fuke Ho to stop playing around and commands him to eliminate this kid right now. Staring at Tian Yu's menacing aura, they warn that if they let him continue to grow at this rate, the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. Saluang watches the raging flames enveloping Tian Yu, feeling an ancient, chilling aura that sends shivers straight down his spine. He wonders if this beast is truly the same Tian Yu, right before the kid spins like a whirlwind, leaving his enemies completely frozen. Total shock. Fuke Ho and Jianglong shout out in unison that the kid has completely vanished. His health bar magically doubles from 600 to 1,200, but striking both of their heads ends up draining more than half of Tian Yu's active energy. Nursing his injuries, Fuke Ho complains in shock, wondering how the kid's strikes can hurt this much when his base stats are supposedly so weak. Jianglong immediately barks back, explaining that this is not the pain of receiving just a single strike from that weapon. He explains that in a single blink, the kid must have landed over 20 consecutive strikes on them, before urging Fuke Ho to stop hesitating and immediately unleash their ultimate trump card. Even with a thick mask covering his face, you can easily picture the absolute malice dripping from his hidden expression. His voice drips with pure ice. "Sacrifice my blood," he mutters, gripping a weapon that looks like a deadly scythe. Jianglong raises the bloodthirsty scythe high as the system pops up to show his name and stats power level 300. Sweat drips down Saluang's anxious face as he stares over at Tian Yu, completely filled with dread. Fiery energy crackles all over that wicked scythe. What kind of weapon is this anyway? Can something like this even exist in the real world? Tian Yu looks just as tense as he mutters back, "A power rating of 300 is definitely no joke." The raw gap between their weapons is just way too massive. Jianglong looks absolutely terrifying with his massive, muscular frame completely wrapped in heavy black chains, holding that giant glowing red scythe. The eerie crimson light radiating off his weapon gives him a genuinely creepy, monstrous vibe. Across from him is Tian Yu, holding his silver baseball bat with a serious, incredibly calm stare. Even facing this monster, he doesn't flinch, quietly noting that the weapon is way too bizarre. His hands grip the bat tight as he hesitates should he charge right in or wait and observe for a bit. Suddenly, the system breaks the tense silence. Entering Phase 3 of combat early earns him 1,500 experience points and +1 defense, leaving Tian Yu standing there waiting out the remaining clock. The system begins counting down 462 seconds, but seeing his health fully recover, he quickly makes up his mind. If that is the case, it is time to strike first. With the clock ticking down, he needs to end this fast. Those two freeze as he bursts into a golden streak, leaving Jianglong to scream in pure panic. Wait, he vanished again. Tian Yu swings his bat directly into his chin, launching him straight up into the air. Jianglong's mask flies off, exposing his hideous sharp teeth as he glares down, while Sa Luong yells a warning to the airborne Tian Yu. All right, Tian Yu, you better be careful. Meanwhile, thick white smoke pours from the factory gates as the crowd screams in terror. Over here, watch out for the elevator. Sa Luong spreads his arms wide, blocking the crowd from heading deeper inside. Everyone calm down and head out the back door. Amidst the chaos, Director Bok tries to push inside, demanding to know what is going on. What about my shop? Hearing this, Sa Luong shifts his gaze nervously, trying to cook up a quick lie. Sorry, Director Bok, but I cannot explain this right now. Just pretend it is some kind of massive terrorist attack with special forces currently battling it out inside. Jianglong desperately shouts out Foucault. This kid is way too fast. I can't see him. Shake him out with your weapon. Foucault gets the message, stroking the dragon on his weapon before replying, all right. Touching the dragon's horn, he slams his sacred weapon into the ground with all his might, releasing a thick wave of yellow smoke. Tian Yu watches in utter disbelief, completely confused about what this guy is planning next. As that heavy weapon strikes the earth, the ground violently shakes, sending broken wooden planks flying everywhere in absolute chaos. The factory building takes a massive hit from the impact, and the walls begin to crumble into pieces. Director Bok screams in absolute horror at his ruined shop, while Sa Luong stares into the dust, deeply worried for Tian Yu. Jianglong grabs Tian Yu by the throat, hoisting him high into the air with one hand while flashing a terrifying, razor-sharp grin. I got you now, he roars, swinging his scythe down to end it. Choked and helpless, Tian Yu trembles as sweat pours down his face. But then, Tian Yu violently jabs his fingers straight into Jianglong's eyes, sending the giant screaming to his knees. As Jianglong howls about his eyes, Tian Yu smirks, I let you catch me on purpose just to lower your guard. I didn't expect you to take the bait so easily, Tian Yu says, picking up the fallen scythe as his face darkens with cold determination. Your weapon seems pretty easy to use, so I will be taking it, he says, leaving Foucault to watch his kneeling partner in panic. This is bad. He stole the bloodthirsty blade. Tian Yu just holds his new weapon with a highly satisfied grin. The system alerts him that he has equipped the bloodthirsty scythe, granting +100 attack power and a unique passive skill. It consumes 30% of his health to boost attack power by 300, making him smile and remark what a great find. Kneeling on the ground, Jianglong suddenly barks out an order for Foucault to finish him off immediately. Foucault panics, sweat pouring down his face as he stammers what? He has the bloodthirsty scythe. I am absolutely no match for him. Jianglong snaps in fury, blood dripping from his injured eyes as he grits his teeth. You useless trash, I will do it myself. He struggles back onto his feet, while Tian Yu calmly watches his desperate moves. Jianglong digs his heels in to build up speed, lunging forward with his mouth wide open while fresh blood keeps pouring down his monstrous face. Tian Yu raises his newly stolen blade and slashes right at his charging foe, the cold edge slicing directly through Jianglong's ear. Glancing down with his bloodied eyes at his severed ear, Jianglong collapses back onto the ground, desperately clutching his head as he screams in agonizing pain. Holding the heavy chains in both hands, he looks down coldly at the defeated pair. And right on cue, the police force suddenly bursts through the doors. Weapons drawn, one officer immediately radios in to confirm that Team A has breached the area, before staring into the thick smoke in absolute shock. Out of that thick, swirling smoke, Tian Yu slowly stands straight up. Glancing toward the voice, his dark eyes are bone-chillingly cold. Officer Deke gasps in shock, shouting out, Tian Yu, how on earth is it you again? Tian Yu just laughs it off, brushing the question aside. He tells him, Officer Deke, you guys finally made it. The officer runs straight up to him. Looking at him dead seriously, the officer demands to know we got reports of a massive bomb attack here. What exactly is going on? Even with his face covered in cuts and blood from the brutal clash, Tian Yu forcedly smiles, trying to explain. I am completely clueless here. Those two guys just showed up and started targeting me for no reason. That massive blast was entirely caused by their weapons. Once the officer hears this crazy explanation, he decides not to push any further. Looking quite worried, Officer Deech tells him go get checked out at the hospital first, then head to the station later to write your report. Tian Yu quickly flashes a bright smile, scratching his head and bowing politely. Sure thing, he replies. Thank you for your hard work, officer. Walking away, his face instantly turns dead serious, and frustration flashes in his eyes. Reaching the street, Tian Yu is utterly shocked to spot Dong Yu and Sha Liang standing there. He calls out to her in total disbelief. Dong Yu, what are you doing here? She stares back at him, incredibly worried. I was just passing by when I heard the news. Once I saw Sha Liang, I knew you were involved. Tian Yu steps closer. Dong Yu gasps, seeing his blood-soaked face and fresh wounds. She panics, telling him you are covered in blood. You need to get to a hospital right now. Hearing her frantic words makes him feel a bit guilty. Tian Yu just raises his hands and gives a casual shrug. I am completely fine. I just need to head home and wash this off. But deep down, Tian Yu is still sweating over how close he came to losing his life. As for those two assassins, it is definitely best to let the police deal with them. At least he let them live. After all, dealing with a body would be way too hard to explain to the police. He silently ponders over the system warning. Even though the quest to outright kill Jiang Long and Furko failed, the phase reward he received is still somehow pretty sweet. But because he just stands there, completely spaced out and silent, Dong Yu snaps, shouting, Tian Yu, what are you zoning out for? Go to the hospital. And just like that, something goes horribly wrong as he grabs his head. Oh man. A sudden, blinding dizziness takes over. What is happening? The next second, Tian Yu drops to his knees, clutching his head in pure agony. Then the system voice rings out with a chilling warning energy overdraft of 16 points. Without immediate replenishment, the host will die in 3 minutes. His two friends immediately lose their minds, screaming out in sheer panic. Tian Yu, what is wrong with you? Clutching his pounding forehead as cold sweat pours down his face, Tian Yu grits his teeth. He mutters, is this because I spared those two assassins and cannot cover the overdraft? Barely clinging to consciousness, he weakly calls out her name, Dong Yu. Hearing him call, she quickly rushes over to his side, asking in panic, Tian Yu, what is happening to you? Desperate, he mutters, I am really out of options, I am sorry. And with that, Tian Yu pulls her in, planting a sudden kiss. Dong Yu instantly freezes in utter shock. Her cheeks turn beet red as her eyes fly wide open. Meanwhile, Sha Liang is standing right there, looking completely awkward and forced to watch this sudden romance. Tian Yu gently cups her stunned face, deepening the kiss and completely shifting the vibe into some unexpected romance. Instantly, the system alerts him energy recovered by 20 points. Host is completely out of danger. Finally, their lips slowly part, leaving them to just stare at each other in the most awkward, heart-pounding silence imaginable. Literal pink bubbles practically fill the air as their faces turn completely red. Gazing at her with sudden deep affection, Tian Yu quietly speaks. He stammers Dong Yu, I. But then she snaps out of it, and starts shaking. Her face completely darkens as she slowly brings her fingers up to touch her lips, utterly overwhelmed with embarrassment. Tian Yu frantically waves his hands to explain Dong Yu, wait, I only did that to save my own life. But her hand is already shaking, curling into a tight fist as she growls his name. Pure, unbridled killing intent radiates from her entire body. Her voice shakes with rage. You. The next second, Dong Yu lunges. She throws a massive punch straight into his face. Calling him a pervert, she runs off crying. Sha Liang, who witnessed the entire dramatic disaster from the sidelines, just crosses his arms and sighs in disbelief. Meanwhile, Tian Yu is left completely dazed, clutching his bruised, red cheek, and staring blankly in the direction she fled. Sha Liang walks over, shaking his head and sighing deeply. Tian Yu, I hate to say it, but you really have absolutely zero game when it comes to dealing with girls. And I thought you were actually a pro. Still completely shell-shocked with a massive handprint burning on his face, Tian Yu just stands there as Sha Liang warns him. Forced love is never sweet, buddy. And forcing it will only backfire. Tian Yu helplessly lets out a heavy, miserable sigh. Look, I had my reasons. Fast forward to the police station, where he finishes giving his official statement to the detectives. Meanwhile, Jiang Long and Foucault end up taking their own lives inside their prison cells. Back inside the office, inside a neat police station with bright ledgers, an older officer sits with his head buried in his hands. He looks incredibly defeated because the police have absolutely no leads or clues to go on. Meanwhile, at an administrative office, a purple-haired female clerk sits at her desk, explaining the situation to two men sitting opposite her. She addresses him, Mr. Key, based on your feedback, we actually tracked down the records of the registration changes. Tian Yu looks a bit skeptical, raising his hand to ask with a serious gaze if just getting those documents will restore his registration. Resting her chin in her hand, the female clerk stares at her computer screen and answers him quite calmly. Yes, but only our internal system has that access. so these documents are never released to the public. Hearing this, Tian Yu replies with total confidence that he happens to have a friend who can get these files. Next, we cut to an internet cafe called Von Kane. Inside the massive cyber cafe, Tian Yu and Von Ding are sitting together in front of a computer. Lines of green code stream across the monitor. Honestly, his buddy is completely blown away by this sudden hacker genius. Shocked, he asks if Mr. Key is actually a secret hacker. The system notifies him that hacker mastery is activated for 30 minutes, leaving him thrilled with this new skill, as he replies that he is no hacker, just knows a few tricks. Both of them return to the purple-haired clerk to get the files, and Qi Tianyu manually restores his registration info himself. Meanwhile, Lurng and Song secure their construction bid. Later, back in his room, Tianyu sits before his screen, thinking that even though he has completed quite a lot, the world is becoming pretty chaotic lately. Staring seriously at his hand, Tianyu mutters, "Chu Hyubin, is it? Today I will deliver justice," he says, as the system interface pops up to consume 10 energy points and activate hacker enhancement. Grinning confidently at the bright screen, he smiles a highly mischievous smile, thinking about exposing every single piece of that man's dirty corruption. Right then, in a dim hideout, lit only by a tiny crack, two bald thugs plan their move. The guy in red gets extremely angry as the one in white suggests they must find a way to avenge Dang Long and Fork Ho. Suddenly, another thug wearing blue bursts through the door looking completely panicked. He gasps, "It is over. Chu Hyubin is fully exposed." The police are already heading here to investigate, and hearing this, both thugs immediately panic as cold sweat pours down their faces. Clutching his head in panic, the red-clothed thug screams to run as he cannot go to prison. Before they can move, a police officer with a drawn gun corners them at the door, telling them to freeze as nobody escapes today. Look at this. The news screen flashes a breaking report about a massive criminal syndicate that was just dismantled by the police. Inside a room, a man watches the TV closely as the reporter announces that the mastermind, Chu Hyubin, has finally been caught. Eating a dumpling, his highly critical gaze remains locked on the television. Pointing out how that guy always appeared quite honest on TV, he is absolutely shocked by such dark secrets. Sitting opposite him, Tian Yu calmly replies that one should never judge a book by its cover. The next day, as Tian Yu walks through the crowded school hallway, Dong Tu suddenly approaches and surprises him by initiating a conversation. Asking if the boss finally decided to attend class today, Dong Tu gets a surprised response from him. As they walk and chat, a voice suddenly calls out to Tian Yu, coming from a petite girl who is smiling warmly at him. Turning around, he immediately recognizes her as Sum Ha Nung, the older sister of Kung Kung, and asks what she is doing here. Realizing he is clueless, she enthusiastically smiles and asks if he forgot that she just transferred to his school. Suddenly, he starts remembering, but his face remains completely blank. Realizing he did promise President Ko that he would take good care of her, he asks if she has managed to find her classroom yet. Suddenly getting very anxious, Dong Tu whispers a bizarre warning that leaves him deeply confused, saying that the ultimate penalty for statutory rape is the death penalty. Tian Yu snaps back to instantly clear up his friend's ridiculous suspicions, asking what on earth he is thinking. He explains that he only views her as an adopted sister, before quickly grabbing her hand and leaving Mark Dong-tu standing all alone. Leading the way to her classroom, she happily agrees and follows him. Watching their figures fade away, he sighs in absolute disbelief, muttering that they are drifting further and further apart. While standing there completely lost in thought, he has no idea that Dong Nok has suddenly appeared right behind him. With a highly aggressive look on her face, she demands to know who that little girl is. Hearing her voice behind him, he slowly turns around with a pale face and dripping sweat to stutter that she is just Qi Tianyu's adopted sister. Dong Yu hears Dong Tu's answer, and it hits her like a bolt of lightning, an adoptive sister. Suddenly, Tianjia stands right behind them and raises her voice, asking what they are gossiping about. Seeing the two lingering around and refusing to move, she quickly urges them along. Morning self-study is about to start, so they better hurry up and get to class right now. Her sheer seriousness and steel-like voice immediately make the two of them scurry away on tiptoe. Inside Tianyu's classroom, he and his group of friends gather around in a tight circle. Some of them are sitting on chairs while others lounge directly on the desks. Dong Tu sits with his arms crossed and casually mentions that, "Tian Yu, I was just watching the news earlier. There is a major breakthrough in Chu Hyubin's case, and right now, he does not have a single penny left because his entire stash got completely exposed. He has absolutely no idea what his friend is talking about." Asking back in confusion, "Chu Hyubin, what case is that?" Seeing such a hot topic completely fly over Tian Yu's head makes him feel a bit disappointed. "Tian Yu, what rock have you been hiding under these past few days? You seriously do not know about the Chu Hyubin case? How boring. Let me fill you in." Dong Tu does not hesitate to spill everything he knows about the scandal. Word is, some mysterious hacker leaked all of Chu Hyubin's secret account books straight to the task force email. The government also confiscated 100 million in dirty public funds. It is so satisfying. Hearing this, he asks again in complete surprise. They seized how much? He leans in close to his face, raising a single finger to whisper mysteriously while throwing in a sarcastic grin. That mind-blowing amount of cash catches Tian Yu completely off guard. 100 million. How on earth did this guy manage to embezzle that much? And here is where things get super suspicious. He spots a massive discrepancy, and his mind instantly starts racing with heavy doubts. It was clearly 216 million, so why did 116 million suddenly vanish when it hit the news? Meanwhile, the whole classroom is buzzing about the Chu Hiu Bin situation. This hacker is seriously incredible. They hacked the #1 international bank just like that, digging up every single piece of account info. If a person like that ever runs out of cash, they could just easily browse a few bank websites for a bit and walk away loaded with money. Dong Tu does not agree with the crowd, having a completely different view on the matter. That level of hacking is pure class. What they are playing with is elite skill, not money. After a moment, Tian Yu lets it go and shrugs off the outside drama, choosing to focus solely on his own current situation instead. Whatever, let them seize as much as they want. It has nothing to do with us anyway. As for us, let us just keep our heads down and get ready for the exams. Putting that entire incident aside, Dong Tu suddenly grows curious about another matter. Tian Yu, where is that little sister of yours? The scene shifts to show Tian Yu and Dong Yu inside an office where a teacher sits at a desk. He speaks up and asks, "Hello teacher, where is Teacher Dean?" The staff member calmly responds that she has taken the young girl back to the faculty dormitory. After that, Tian Yu turns around with a shy smile. "Dong Yu, you should head back first. I need to make a quick trip to the dorms." Hearing this and understanding his intent, she lets out a soft sigh. Then, Tian Yu walks over to the faculty dormitory all by himself, standing right outside the door. Han Ying comes out to greet him, asking what took him so long. "Did you run into some pretty older girl and completely forget about me?" Standing a full head taller than her, Tian Yu looks down and snaps. "What nonsense are you talking about? How did you even know I went to meet a beautiful girl?" His probing question does not faze Han Inger at all, as she answers with pure innocence. "I overheard your homeroom teacher chatting with Sister Jai Jai. She is that pretty girl standing right in front of you, is she not? I definitely noticed her. Quite elegant, I must say." Han Ing leans against the doorframe, crossing her arms as she calmly shares her own personal thoughts. "Personally, I still think Sister Jai Jai suits you much better." Tian Yu steps inside the room in irritation, waving his hands around in sheer annoyance. "You are just a kid, what do you even know?" Seeing him completely misunderstand her like that, Han Ing fires back with a highly challenging look. "I am already 16 years old, you know. I understand everything. Do not treat me like a child, all men are the same," freezing up the second they lay eyes on a beauty. Hearing her generalize and offend him like that, an annoyed Tian Yu leans down slightly and demands to know where she even heard that phrase, only for Tianjia to step out from the back and counter him, saying, "I said it. She is currently wearing an apron around her waist." Tian Yu stands frozen as he watches Tianjia walk over. Without saying a single word, she grabs his ear and drags him away, leaving Hanung standing there with a highly satisfied look. You can totally feel his frustration right here. He is completely powerless to do anything and just has to take the hit. Once inside the kitchen, Tianjia goes right back to her cooking, while Tian Yu inquires about Han Nung, asking if that little girl has caused any trouble for her. She responds very calmly, "Not at all, Han Nung is actually very well behaved, and all the teachers in the office absolutely adore her." Yet, he still senses something is slightly off. About that, Teacher Dean suddenly remembering something crucial. Tianjia turns to Tian Yu and asks, "I just heard from Han Ing that you actually opened a company. Is that right?" And he does not deny it. Yes, it is an architecture company, even if it sounds a bit far-fetched. She skillfully slices the carrots while showing genuine concern, asking, "If you open a business, you will not have any time to manage it. Is that really okay?" However, Tian Yu does not seem to care too much about that minor detail. Running a business shouldn't be a problem. But their chat gets cut short by a loud noise. She basically falls face first into the room, leaving Thian Vu completely confused. His mind is spinning with endless questions. Han Ngung is just sitting flat on the floor, scowling with this deeply frustrated look, complaining miserably. "No more playing," she grumbles. "Nothing exciting happened and I fell flat." Han Ngung struggles up, looking totally blank as Thian Vu suddenly offers Miss Tianjia, "How about I whip up some food for you and Han Ngung?" Both girls are completely stunned. "Wait, you actually know how to cook?" But Thian Vu just rolls up his sleeves and steps into the kitchen to show off his skills. Han Nung tags along to see what he can do. He smiles, "Why on earth wouldn't I know how to cook? Just wait and see," he says, then grabs a chef knife to start displaying some seriously impressive cooking skills. His knife work is incredibly smooth. Dian Jiai and Han Ngung watch closely, unable to hide their genuine praise. That is some pretty professional slicing. Within minutes, a spread of absolutely mouth-watering dishes is ready on the table. Tian Yu proudly ties a red band around his head, eyes shining with pure excitement as he waits for their reaction. Seeing this feast right in front of her makes Han Nungung's eyes light up completely. Before long, they are all happily stuffed. Han Nungung keeps raving about the food, but Tian Yu says lunch break is almost over. I need to get back to studying. As he gets up to leave, DNGI suddenly stands up with a suggestion. Why not just study right here? Do the prep set, she says. Tian Yu hesitates. Can he wiggle out? But she stays firm. Do it, she insists. You haven't been studying properly lately, and I need to check your current progress. Seeing her get this serious, Tian Yu finally gives in and opens up his books. Han Ngung is pretty shocked at how obediently he listens to DNGI. Putting pen to paper, he gets to work. As he writes, he realizes he cannot just rely on his cheat system forever. He needs to actually learn something. Staring at the pages, he recalls the vocabulary and grammar rules from the system's translation software. They are surprisingly still fresh in his head. After hours of intense studying, fatigue finally starts catching up with him. Tian Yu stretches his sore muscles. Several hours have passed, and Han Ngung has already crashed right there on the desk. She is sleeping so deeply she is actually drooling. Finally pausing his work, Tian Yu turns around and notices her dead asleep. She is totally out cold. He chuckles. What a brat. His natural study speed is definitely getting faster even without the system's help. Deciding to wrap things up, he quietly bids DNGI goodbye. I should head out, Miss DNGI, he whispers. She quickly motions for silence, wanting him to keep his voice down. Shh. Tian Yu gently lifts Han Ngung up and carries her inside without waking her. He carefully tucks her into bed, making sure she is comfortable while DNGI quietly watches them. Seemingly relieved, DNGI whispers that she needs to head back to class for her next period. Tian Yu simply nods in agreement. Got it, he says, but as he turns to leave, his foot catches on something, sending him stumbling right toward DNGI. He accidentally pins her right against the wall, throwing his hand out to steady himself. This is getting pretty intense. Locked in eye contact, Tian Yu feels his face burning up. This sudden closeness is making his heart beat like crazy. Teacher DNGI, but before he can finish, she gently presses her hand over his lips to silence him. Shh. Do not wake her up, she gestures. Taking full advantage of the moment, she leans in and kisses him. Her sudden boldness completely freezes him in place. He stands there in total shock. The atmosphere gets incredibly tense and romantic. He stammers out her name, but she just signs him to quiet down and kisses him again. She does not care what he has to say anymore. It is like she completely lost control of herself. Unbelievable. These two have absolutely zero boundaries right now, getting deeply caught up in this highly sensitive moment. Surprisingly, Tian Yu does not even try to push her away. But right at that moment, Han Ngung suddenly opens her eyes. She sits up with a smug grin, completely unnoticed by the passionate couple. I knew there was something going on, she thinks. Hearing her voice, Tian Yu and DNGI snap out of it and spin around in utter panic. They ask in a panic, Han Ngung, you were not asleep? She just grins, incredibly proud of her pretty realistic acting performance. Fake sleeping plan? Absolute success. She sits triumphantly on the bed, leaving both of them completely flustered. Tian Yu desperately tries to explain no, Han Ngung. I really just tripped and fell. DNGI quickly nods along, stammering that it was all just a massive misunderstanding. Han Ing saw the whole thing with her own eyes, so she refuses to believe any excuses. She just says I understand. Once that drama finally ends, Tian Yu slowly calms down and picks up an incoming call from Sha Liang. Sha Liang is currently managing things at the construction site. Standing next to Huan Trak, he smiles and asks if Tian Yu was behind the Chu Hu Bin news. Surprised, Tian Yu asks, wait, how did you guys find out? No secrets. Sha Liang just replies in a casual tone. After learning about the fall of Chu Hu Bin, the owners of the repair shop and Huangtian bathhouse immediately reached out to us. They want to partner up and restart these businesses together. With things looking up, Tian Yu is absolutely thrilled to hear this. It is a massive stroke of luck, making it a perfect reason to celebrate. Suddenly remembering something, Sha Liang looks incredibly excited and asks with a wide grin, Hey Tian Yu, are you free tonight? This is a huge day for us, so we absolutely have to grab some drinks and celebrate. It is a clear invitation from Sha Liang, but Tian Yu does not seem very interested in partying right now. Tian Yu hesitates, explaining that he is not turning them down, but he has another urgent matter to settle. As he turns his back to talk, the two girls behind him try to eavesdrop. Remember that fight? The big one with Dong Yu last time? He wants to meet up tonight and properly apologize to her. Finding this reasonable, Sha Liang raises a finger and jokingly replies, no problem, I will go to the school, pick up sister-in-law, and we can all eat. And after that, you can take our sister-in-law back home. Feeling a sudden chill, Tian Yu nervously looks back and finds Tianjia staring at him with pure fury. She is furious. Her cold eyes flash with burning rage. While Han Ung happily enjoys the drama, Tian Yu senses danger and tells Sha Liang, okay, you arrange it. Things are getting extremely awkward here. I am hanging up now. Curious about what she just heard, Han Ung asks with a smirk, hey Tian Yu, why does Sha Liang call Dong Yu sister-in-law? Exactly how many girlfriends do you have anyway? Terrified and sweating bullets, he quickly tries to shut her up. He pleads, stop talking, please stop. Later that night, under a pitch-black sky, a large car sits parked on a quiet road just outside the school gate. Inside the vehicle, Sha Liang, Huan Troc, and a few of their guys are waiting. One guy sits behind the wheel while Sha Liang takes the passenger seat. Huan Troc looks outside and wonders, boss, it is so late, is anyone even coming out? Sha Liang instantly snaps and mocks him, asking how a guy who only finished elementary school could possibly understand late-night study sessions. That explains it. They are waiting here to pick up Dong Yu after class. Sha Liang glares at Huan Troc and warns him, when sister-in-law gets here, you better show some respect. Do not go drooling just because she is beautiful. She is off limits, so do not even think about it. After waiting for what feels like forever, the school bell finally rings. A massive crowd of students floods out of the gates, heading off in every direction. Look there. Huan Troc speaks up and asks boss. They are finally coming out now, right? Scanning the chaotic crowd, his eyes suddenly land on someone familiar. Huan Troc gasps in surprise and yells, boss, quickly look over there. Check this out. Qin Shui is actually leaving the campus walking super closely with some random, completely unfamiliar guy. They look pretty close. Huan Troc mutters, wait, isn't that Qin Shui? Who on earth is that kid walking right next to her? Hearing Huan Troc's shock, Sha Liang quickly narrows his eyes and focuses on the scene too. Looking through the window, he watches Qin Shui walking and chatting. Suddenly, a group of local thugs blocks their path. The leader steps forward with a smug grin, sneering, well, if it isn't Qin Shui, total trash. Mao Qi looks like a pure thug oozing arrogance. He instantly starts mocking Qin Shui, yelling, I knew that looked like you from a mile away, you absolute piece of trash. His sudden appearance catches her off guard, sending a wave of panic through her as her face turns completely pale. From inside the car, Sha Liang and Huan Troc stare out the window, completely baffled by who that random guy is. It seems Huan Troc actually knows something about this gangster, muttering to himself in realization. That guy is Mao Qi, a notorious local thug. Rumor has it he actually used to date Qin Shui back in the day. She absolutely snaps. Unable to stomach his insults, Qin Shui screams directly into his face now. Even with terror in her voice, she demands we are completely finished, so stop harassing me. But despite her desperate pleas, he refuses to back off. Mao Qi lets out a dangerous, arrogant laugh, his voice dripping with deep resentment over what he had to sacrifice. I literally took a hit and got hurt because of you, and you think you can just walk away? He grabs Qin Shui's face, squeezing her jaw hard. As she winces in pain, he grins with sick satisfaction at her useless struggle. Total coward. The boy standing beside her just freezes up completely. She is just as terrified herself. He stands there in silence, taking the abuse, completely powerless to protect her or fight back. Meanwhile, the two men in the car keep watching, and Sha Liang's expression is starting to look pretty annoyed. Watching this unfold, Hengzuo raises his voice in absolute disgust, complaining that Qin Shui is getting bullied while that useless punk next to her does not even dare to utter a single sound. He asks if they should step in to help, but even though he knows the question comes from a good place, Sha Liang flatly refuses and tries his best to ignore it. His face goes cold as he says, forget it. Do not get involved in things that do not concern us. We came here to pick someone up. Even though he acts like he does not care, Sha Liang keeps staring out the window, getting more and more heated by what he hears. Rage is clearly starting to take over as the veins on Sha Liang's arms bulge with anger. Reminding himself that they are ancient history, he tries to stay back. But outside, the thug keeps harassing Qin Shui as she screams at Mao Qi to let her go, though he is not about to listen. Mao Qi casually smiles, that is the spirit. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Just as everything is going exactly his way, wait for it, a massive slap lands right on his face. The blow is so sudden and powerful that Mao Qi cannot even block it, sending him stumbling back in agonizing pain. Clutching his burning cheek, Mao Qi glares around in a furious rage, demanding to know who dared to strike him, only to find Dong Yu standing there. She might be stunningly beautiful, but she is also incredibly fierce and confident, stepping right up to Mao Qi without a single hint of fear. Dong Yu's decisive intervention leaves Qin Shui totally shocked, but hearing such sharp, biting words coming from this girl only makes the thug's blood boil even more. Now, Mao Qi is absolutely livid, barking out that this wretched woman must have a death wish. But just as he prepares to strike back, Tian Yu suddenly steps up from behind, looking incredibly powerful and radiating a dominant aura. Holding his head high, Tian Yu asks with pure arrogance, who is it you want to hit again? As Mao Qi stumbles to his feet, looking completely terrified. Staring at Tian Yu, he stammers out a dumb question, Are you really Tian Yu? the guy who single-handedly wiped out the entire Sha gang. But before he can finish, a massive shadow looms behind them, and Sha Liang's voice suddenly cuts through the air, freezing both thugs in sheer terror. What do you mean he wiped them out alone? That sounds pretty awful, because Tian Yu and I actually go way back as rivals, but now we are brothers. Got it? Mao Qi and his lackey slowly turn around, so paralyzed with fear that they cannot even find the words to speak. They just tremble as they recognize Sha Liang, who wants to wrap this up quickly without wasting another second on these trash. Sha Liang scowls, warning Mao Qi to get lost right now before they ruin the whole mood, and without a second thought, the two thugs turn tail and run. They bolt as if they just escaped a literal monster, while Sha Liang simply watches them flee into the distance. Screaming that they are leaving right away, they vanish, leaving Qin Shui completely stunned that her former boyfriend actually saved her. When she softly says thank you, Sha Liang looks back at her, but his eyes are completely cold and empty. The past is the past, and Sha Liang has zero interest in reopening old wounds, so he just quietly walks right past Qin Shui as if she is completely invisible. This cold shoulder and complete disregard from her ex leaves Qin Shui feeling utterly stunned and lost. Since they are already broken up, there is absolutely no point in wasting any more useless words between them. He casually walks over to where Tian Yu and Dong Yu are waiting, his grim expression instantly turning bright and cheerful again. Leaving her standing there without giving her feelings a single thought, he cheerfully yells, "Let's go, sister-in-law. Time to head to the celebration party." Left entirely alone in the gentle breeze, Qin Shui stands frozen as her hair flutters, watching the fading silhouette of the man who once loved her so deeply. With everyone back inside, their car speeds off, racing down the empty highway and leaving the past far behind. After driving for a while, they finally arrive at their destination and the car pulls up. Looming right in front of them is an incredibly lavish and imposing high-rise building, glowing brightly and dominating the entire district, which is none other than the luxury Zidai restaurant. Seeing the grand venue, Tian Yu nods in approval, praising the excellent taste of whoever picked this spot for their dinner. He chuckles, pointing out that Sha Liang really chose a top-tier place, showing how much he respects Tian Yu's reputation. Since Sha Liang knows his friend is a high-status figure now, celebrating a big win in a shabby place is out of the question. This is just basic respect. You are the big boss of an architectural firm now, so sitting at a street food stall would not cut it. Inside the elegant and upscale hall, Tian Yu gently takes Dong Yu's hand, showing her his warmest care. His face softens as he whispers to her in a gentle, warm tone. "Come on, Dong Yu. Smile a bit. Everything tonight was set up just for you." This sweet gesture leaves her feeling incredibly warm and a little shy, as the rest of the crew raises their fully poured beers in anticipation. Everyone is buzzing with joy as they clink glasses together. But seeing him laugh and drink so heavily, a worried Dong Yu softly warns Tian Yu to slow down, but he just brushes it off with his usual arrogant charm. Seeing this, Dong Jock wants to throw up. She thinks a little alcohol is nothing, and even 3 more crates would be fine. Meanwhile, Tian Vu and his guys are enjoying their drinks, chatting and having a great time, when a rowdy crowd at the next table starts acting up. They seem to be loud, obnoxious foreigners with zero manners, making a massive scene and ruining everyone's night. Seeing his buddy's celebration ruined, Saluang loses his temper and snaps. Where did these noisy Japanese guys come from? They have absolutely zero manners. Right there, 2 men are speaking fluent Japanese, and it turns out one of them belongs to the Azure Dragon Society. Their conversation seems a bit forced and tense, especially with the Chinese guys sitting so close. Saluang gets seriously annoyed by how loud they are, even though he cannot understand a single word of their gibberish. But check this out. Tian Vu calmly translates everything they are saying, proving he understands their language. He tells her they are saying Dong Ngoc is gorgeous and I do not deserve her. Hearing this, Dong Ngoc jumps up, completely embarrassed by him. "Stop talking nonsense. Tian Vu, there is no way you actually know Japanese." But he firmly insists that is exactly what they said. Suddenly, boom, a massive hand slams down hard, rattling the table. It is Saluang, and he is done playing nice. His temper finally redlines. Saluang stands up, flexing his massive muscles as he glares at the Japanese speakers. "You classless punks cannot say anything decent. Do you even know whose territory you are messing with right now? Get out of here." Fuming with rage, Saluang storms over to their table, his massive, imposing figure towering over them. He barks out, "Which of you just said, my boss does not deserve my sister-in-law? Pack your bags and go back home. You are not welcome." One of the guys slowly turns around to face the furious giant standing right behind him. Clueless and arrogant as ever, he snaps back, "Damn it, we are with the Azure Dragon Society. Do you actually think you can mess with us?" Hearing that name, he just laughs. It only fuels Saluang's anger, making him ignore their threat completely. Saluang warns them that he does not care about any dragon ranking or gang, and crossing his path will end badly. At this point, the older man completely loses his composure. Furious, he stands up straight and slowly begins unbuttoning his shirt. He growls, offending the Azure Dragon Society means death. As his shirt comes off, a massive green dragon tattoo covers his chest. The old guy yells out, "Get him, boys." Hearing the command, his thugs stand up one by one, gearing up for a fight. They flex so hard their shirts literally rip to shreds. Finding this highly entertaining, Saluang smirks with pure contempt and excitement. "Perfect. Just the workout I need to digest my food. Let's go." The guy with the dragon tattoo on his chest charges first, aiming a heavy strike right at Saluang, who just stands there waiting. Even though the strike looks powerful, Saluang casually blocks it with a single hand, barely putting any effort into it at all. Saluang lets fly now. No words needed. He lands a devastating punch right to the jaw, completely twisting the old man's face in absolute shock. Sending him flying backward, the force of Saluang's punch launches the guy straight through the air, completely helpless. But the fight is not over yet. 2 more thugs charge in, and these guys are massive, way bigger than the first one. Honestly, he doesn't even blink, channeling his raw strength. Saluang easily grabs one of the heavyweights with just one arm. His counterattack is blindingly fast, leaving them totally helpless. He then delivers a brutal punch to the last thug's face, a hit so hard it probably shatters his teeth. Just minutes later, Saluang single-handedly wipes out every single member of that arrogant gang. He stands there victorious, casually sliding his hands into his pockets. The thugs are left scattered all over the floor, groaning. He spits in disgust, weak as chickens. Watching from the side, Tian Yu and Dong Nok quickly speak up to stop Saluang before he takes it too far. Tian Yu calls out, "That is enough, Saluang. Do not ruin the shop's furniture." And Dong Nok nods along while holding her glass. After stopping Saluang, Tian Yu turns around and notices Dong Jok chugging down a drink. Surprised, he asks Dong Jok, "What are you drinking? That cup definitely is not green tea, you know." Hearing Tian Yu's warning, she suddenly gasps in shock. Realizing her glass is almost empty, they both freeze. "Oh no," she says, "I grabbed the wrong one and drank your beer." Staring at the empty glass, he can only sigh. "Impressive, you finished half the glass in one gulp. Are you feeling okay, Dong Jok? Have you ever had alcohol before?" Right as he asks, her face turns bright red from the alcohol kicking in. Dong Jok gets this dazed look, clearly feeling the buzz, as she mumbles, "My tolerance is actually pretty good." Seeing her state, Tian Yu is completely stunned, realizing that Dong Nuk is officially dead drunk. Suddenly, Saluang steps up with a grin, "Don't worry, boss, we already prepared a backup plan for exactly this situation." Then, with a satisfied grin, he points out the window, showing off a love hotel right there, and a luxury motel across from it. He says, "I already booked you a premium suite, so no need to thank me." Saluang's extreme thoroughness leaves Kai Tian Yu totally flustered but impressed. Following Saluang's precise arrangements, he carefully supports the heavily drunk Dong Nok, helping her step inside the hotel room. He tells her to just sleep here tonight, and he will pick her up tomorrow. But suddenly, she turns and tightly hugs Kai Tian Yu. This strange behavior leaves him completely bewildered. Gazing up at Kai Tian Yu, she stares with a dazed, blurry expression. "Kiss me." Such a sensitive request completely shocks him, especially as Dong Gok presses her entire body tightly against Kai Tian Yu. Clenching his fists, he tries to endure. "Hold back," Kai Tian Yu repeatedly tells himself. "Kai Tian Yu, control yourself." He thinks to himself, you cannot take advantage of someone while they are drunk. Struggling to suppress his chaotic emotions, his face turns incredibly red with embarrassment. "You absolutely cannot do this." Outside, the night sky is now pitch black. Outside, the hotel's massive neon sign glows, with just a few rooms still lit. Suddenly, Kai Tian Yu's system screen flashes with some crucial information. Perfect host body undamaged. Quality ranking at SS class, and maintenance energy stands at 300 points. The dark night slowly fades as the morning dawn finally breaks. Warm, bright sunlight floods the earth, illuminating the entire hotel. Early the next morning, a harsh beam of sunlight pierces through the window, waking Dong Jok. She squints in annoyance. Wait for this, once she wakes up, Dong No jumps in shock, finding Kai Tian Yu sitting right beside her. "Kai Tian Yu, why on earth are you sleeping next to me?" Demanded to explain, he stammers in utter panic. He stutters, "Well, you got totally drunk last night. I brought you to this hotel, but then I accidentally ended up staying." Overwhelmed by the painful misunderstanding, Dong Jok bursts into tears right on the bed, sobbing, "You have to take full responsibility for me." Kai Tian Yu panics, desperately trying to calm her down by promising, of course, "Absolutely, I will definitely take full responsibility." Then, forcing an awkward smile, he suggests, "How about I take you back to school first, since I have to visit the construction site this afternoon." At the site, workers are highly focused on their logs, surrounded by neatly stacked, massive blocks of concrete. Seeing Kai Tian Yu arrive, Saluang quickly introduces him to a very tall man in a white shirt. Sa Luang explains Kai Thien Vu. This is my old classmate. He was actually a college lecturer, but I dragged him here to be our chief engineer. With great enthusiasm, the giant bows politely to greet Kai Thien Vu and introduce himself. He greets him, "Hello, President Kai. I am Dong Kwa Kwan. Please guide me." But instead of replying, Kai Thien Vu gets totally distracted by Dong Kwa Kwan's massive size. Dong Kwa Kwan must be at least 2 meters tall, but his expression suddenly turns completely dejected. Dong Kwa Kwan explains the reason we invited President Kai here is because we are facing a major issue we have no idea how to solve. Looking closely at Kai Thien Vu, he details the entire story, leaving our protagonist feeling highly concerned. The Tran Corporation is intentionally buying up all local construction materials, completely blocking our imports. Standing on the site, Kai Thien Vu rubs his chin in deep thought. Wait, didn't the Tran Corporation already go completely bankrupt? Dong Kwa Kwan thinks it over and immediately shares what he has recently heard. Apparently, a foreign investment firm backed them up with heavy funding to help them rebuild their business. Now watch this. He confidently crosses his arms and declares he will pay the Tran Corporation a little visit to talk reason. Across the busy city streets, endless skyscrapers of varying heights tower over the neighborhood. Inside one of those buildings, a fierce-looking man in black carries a large bag. It is Tran Van Din, the young master of the Tran Corporation. After pausing at the door, he steps inside a small, dim room. Waiting inside is a white-haired man sitting calmly on a chair, turning a sharp, icy glare directly toward Tran Van Din. This white-haired figure is none other than Ban Injok Chi, the infamous leader of the Green Gang. Tran Van Din drops off a massive backpack that seems to hold several blue containers, all while Ban Injok Chi keeps his eyes locked onto him. He speaks up, "Brother Ban, I bought you some liquor." But then Tran Van Din lowers his eyes, admitting these cheap tricks we keep using to harass Kai Thien Vu really are not doing much. Hearing this, Ban Ngok Chi closes his eyes and sighs deeply, staring up toward the ceiling. He cannot help but show his sheer frustration at how badly all of their schemes have failed. Ban Ngok Chi groans, "My top subordinates have all been arrested, and I only have about 5 or 6 guys left." Pausing, his expression grows dangerously serious. The pitiful, crumbling state of the Green Gang forces him to come up with a brand new plan. He decides you go to Ba Tru Lak and find a dangerous guy named An Ho. Even though Tran Van Din looks deeply hesitant about this order, Ban Nok Chi presses on pay him to crush Kai Thien Vu. He is likely desperate for a job. Under a vast and brilliant blue sky, we look straight up at massive skyscrapers that seem to scrape the very clouds. Then, a highly familiar voice echoes out, "Wait, the Tran Corporation has already moved away?" Inside a massive office, Kai Thien Vu tries gathering clues from a female staff member. She tells him this place is now the headquarters of G Real Estate. Hearing that, he just stands there completely dazed. So where did Tran Group move? At Thien Vu's question, the receptionist just rolls her eyes with pure contempt. "I cannot tell you that." She snaps, "Why is a poor student like you asking anyway? Go back to studying and stop bothering us." Just look at this, our poor Thien Vu gets his dignity stomped on yet again, judged solely by his looks. He is used to it, but still gets annoyed and turns to leave. "Fine, if you will not tell me, I will just ask your boss." Hearing this, the receptionist suddenly loses her temper and shouts, "Security, stop that kid right now." The order is barely out before 2 massive, fierce-looking guards block Thien Vu's path, towering over him and staring straight into his face. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" they growl. Thien Vu looks up in shock at these giant men blocking out the sunlight. But suddenly, the guards freeze up with blank faces, staring and pointing as Lu Tio, Dai Trang, and Thien Vu recognize one another. Realizing they are both old acquaintances, he asks in confusion, "What are you guys doing here? Aren't you supposed to be guarding Lam Group?" he wonders. But Lu Tiu admits honestly that this G-land belongs to Lam Group. Thien Vu stands stunned. Just as they are catching up, the receptionist interrupts them, snapping and treating Thien Vu like absolute trash security. "Why are you waiting? Kick this beggar out." Lu Tiu glares down. He looks at her with disgust and scoffs, "You are totally blind. This is the son-in-law of the legendary Lam family." Dai Trang yells, telling her she is kicked off G-land starting today. Behind them, Thien Vu smirks with satisfaction. The terrified receptionist just points a shaking, trembling finger right at him. She is completely flabbergasted. You are actually the Lam family son-in-law." Thien Vu, seeing her panic brings him ultimate satisfaction. Thien Vu confidently delivers a heavy smirk right back, showing her his absolute, undeniable contempt. As they argue, Lam Tay suddenly appears from behind and says, "I wondered who was causing trouble here. Turns out it is just you," she says proudly. But Thien Vu turns around with wide, happy eyes and immediately points at her. "Your new haircut looks really nice," he says, making Lam Tay turn her head away shyly but proudly. She then questions Thien Vu, though it seems she already knows he came here with a specific purpose in mind. Thien Vu just smiles with a blank look while she prods, "It must be something really important for you to show up. What do you need?" Hearing Lam Te ask so warmly, he smiles shyly and scratches his head, looking quite flustered as he begins to hesitate. Well, my company's building materials were maliciously bought out, and I heard the Tran group did it, so I wanted to ask around, didn't expect you to run this place. Lam Te gasps. Malicious buyouts? She continues the story. She shares some suspicious details with Tian Vu, mentioning she recently heard Tran Van Din was moving funds through offshore accounts, but had no idea it was to take revenge on him. Falling into deep thought. Get this, she adds. Tran Group has no real presence now, acting as a shadow company, so finding them will not be easy. But Tian Vu looks up and says, I know a place. Standing with Tian Vu in front of a massive hotel, she asks with a hint of surprise. The Hoang Tian Hotel. Is this not the exact place where I was kidnapped before? He softly explains this hotel used to belong to Tran Group and the Than Gang, but after the Bin family went bankrupt, the Sa Gang seized it. Tian Vu smiles gently, saying the manager of Hoang Tian must know something. So they walk inside and he casually asks Old Trong, is business good? The man politely replies, welcome, Director Tian Vu. Welcome to our place. With one hand in his pocket, he gets straight to the point, I need some info from you. Do you know where Tran Van Din is hiding? Old Truong frowns in frustration that jerk Tran Van Din used to bully us all the time back then. I heard he frequently hangs out at a certain bar lately. Director, you must help us get even with him, which makes Tian Vu smile with absolute confidence. Do not worry, I will definitely teach him a lesson, he reassures him, before turning to ask Lam Te, do you know that bar? She looks over and nods, knowing the popular spot immediately, and by the time they both step back outside, night is already falling fast. Tian Vu says it is getting pretty late, so I will just send 2 of my men to stake out the place. Let me walk you home, he adds, and as night falls over his apartment complex after dropping her off, his phone suddenly starts buzzing with an incoming call. Tian Vu, where on earth are you? Have you made it back home yet? He answers honestly, Dad, I just dropped Lam Te off and I am right outside our gate. But his dad replies, your uncle left, and your mother and I have night duty, so we are not coming home. Sighing to himself, he wonders where to go since he forgot his keys, but his dad already has it covered. I already spoke to your teacher, so you will be staying over at Thu Bin's place tonight, leaving Tian Vu sweating but forced to accept. Fine. After that, Tian Vu heads over to Thu Bin's house and knocks on her door, asking if she is home. She opens the door quickly, wearing nothing but a bath towel, and asks if Tian Vu is finally here, making him blush and stammer. He stammers about her being dressed like this, but Thu Bin acts completely unfazed, replying that she just finished showering and had to rush out since he was knocking so urgently. Pulling the towel a bit higher to cover her chest, she continues. Since her parents are away traveling, she tells him to sleep in their master bedroom, before suddenly turning to ask Tian Vu if he has even eaten yet today. Scratching his head, Tian Vu shyly admits he got so busy today that he completely forgot to eat. Thu Bin turns around to change her clothes and warm up some food, as he softly thanks her for all the trouble. In the kitchen, the pressure cooker bubbles hot with thick steam as she opens the lid, smiling warmly at the delicious dish she prepared. Thu Bin plates the meal, setting it down and telling Tian Vu to enjoy her cooking. His eyes light up at the sight of the food as he lets out an excited gasp, looking at the plate of rice and juicy meat, asking if it is braised pork. He takes a bite, his face instantly lighting up like a kid getting candy as he mumbles about how delicious it is. Thu Bin rests her chin on her hand, watching him eat with a slightly playful but hurt tone, teasing that he stopped visiting since getting a gorgeous girlfriend like Lam Te. He quickly tries to explain, asking what she means by that and insisting he still visits her all the time. She continues speaking in a flat tone, admitting that Lam Te is actually pretty great, boasting an excellent family background, outstanding character, and incredibly stunning looks. They make a perfect couple, but watching her smile through her tears is honestly so painful to see. She promises to give him a massive red envelope when he gets engaged, causing Tian Vu to panic and beg her not to act like this. Finally, letting her true emotions show, she tearfully cries out, asking what is wrong with her, wishing him happiness now that he has a girlfriend. Staring down, his voice drops, saying they should not have this kind of relationship. Thu Bin stays quiet for a moment, before asking what exactly they are to each other, leaving Tian Vu completely at a loss for words. He hesitates, but she cuts him off, reminding him he once said he liked her. Suddenly, Thu Bin stands up, her voice sharper now as she asks how he can like her while also liking someone else, asking if that is how he loves her. She leaves Tian Vu in a total panic, cold sweat dripping down his face. Tian Vu frantically explains that his relationship with Lam Te is just an act, not real love, but Thu Bin steps closer, her face flushing as she points out he has feelings for other girls too, not just Lam Te. Thu Bin grabs his cheeks, spelling it out clearly that she does not care about Lam Te. Dong Nok, or Dien Jai, telling him to forget them all as their lips slowly lock, completely losing themselves in a deep kiss, making Tian Vu hers and hers alone. Perfect physique unlocked, SS rank quality acquired, along with 300 points of energy recovery. Early the next morning, the sun begins to rise behind the massive mountains. Over at the construction site, a young girl runs up to a worker, shouting to ask if Tian Yu is around. Sa Luong turns to look at the kid, asking why she randomly ran all the way out here. Sa Luong snaps back at being called an old man, while Han and Gung pouts, realizing Tian Yu is missing. He answers honestly that Tian Yu is probably at school, questioning why she is skipping class to search the construction site. She raises her voice, throwing a little tantrum. She complains that her secret sources told her Tian Yu spent last night with Lam Te, hoping she could catch them red-handed right at this very spot. Sa Luong's jaw drops, and honestly, can we blame him? He wonders where this kid gets such crazy rumors, realizing he needs to teach this nosy little brat a lesson. Pointing to a spot close by, Sa Luong tells her they are sleeping in that hotel over there, urging her to go catch them. Han and Gung gets instantly excited and storms off without a single doubt in her mind, determined to catch the lovers completely off guard this time. She slams the door open and charges inside, yelling for them to surrender because she finally caught them. But she is greeted by several shirtless workers staring back in confusion. Han and Gung turns bright red, her head spinning as she covers her eyes and screams at the top of her lungs. Crying out that her eyes are ruined, she dashes past Sa Luong, who is smirking triumphantly, cupping his hands to tease her even louder. He shouts that she needs to learn not to pry into other people's business, while she quickly runs toward the schoolyard. Checking her watch, Han and Gung mutters that this is already the third period of class. Even with powerful backing keeping the teacher quiet, things will get messy if a complaint reaches her father, so she starts picking up her pace. Nearby, two figures watch her closely, one pointing out that an elementary schooler seems to be wearing their high school uniform. Dai-sun scoffs, guessing that she must be a new transfer student. Noting how cute she looks, he decides to go talk to her, while his friend asks in panic if he seriously likes girls that young. Dai-sun shrugs it off coolly, claiming he does not care as he boldly marches forward. Cute as justice, making his friend grimace and groan, "Please don't say such creepy things," with a straight face. Wasting no time, Dashan approaches Han Ning and asks, "Hey cute little sister, can you stay for a second?" Hearing her name, Han Ning turns around and is totally caught off guard by the guy standing there. "Who are you?" she asks, while he confidently introduces himself. "My name is Dashan. Can we be friends?" Han Ning asks skeptically, "Make friends?" He just smiles and nods eagerly. But Han Ning just waves him off. "Forget it," she says. "We don't match at all." Dashan shouts back, "No way, we are definitely a perfect match." He then starts showing off to impress her. "Do you like rainbow horses? I have lots of cool toys," he boasts. Han Ning looks at him with pure disgust. "What? You're not a grade schooler. Why are you still playing with that stuff? You are way too noisy. Stop bothering me." Watching from upstairs, Dongzi sees Han Ning getting harassed and calls out to his friend, "Hey Tian Yu, isn't that your little sister down there? Looks like some guys are blocking her path." Down below, Dashan gets arrogant upon her rejection. "Hey, what is with that attitude of yours? I am giving you face by trying to be friends, and you are still acting so arrogant?" With that, he grabs Han Ning's collar and pulls her forward, completely shocking her. He leans in close, shouting right in her face, "Don't push your luck." Right there, Han Ning slaps Dashan across the face. She grits her teeth, trying her best to look threatening. "Let me go." Furious after getting slapped, he curses her as a brat and raises his hand to hit her back. He is literally asking for a beating. Just then, a female voice commands them to stop. Dianjia frowns, asking what they are still doing out here instead of being in class during school hours. Han Ning cries out in relief, "Teacher Diane." But Dashan just points at her, sneering, "A teacher like you dares to lecture me. Do you even know who my dad is? Believe me, I can make you lose your job right this second." And just when you think he is getting away with it, a familiar voice rings out behind him, "Are you done acting tough?" Dashan whips around at the sound of the voice, but before he can utter a single word, a brutal punch slams straight into his left cheek. Clutching his cheek, he glares at his attacker, recognizing him. "You are Tian Yu." He wipes the blood off where he was hit. "Why are you here? This has absolutely nothing to do with you." Tian Yu just frowns, looking at him like a total idiot. "You bullied my sister and threatened my teacher, so why can't I teach you a lesson?" Feeling humiliated, Dashan lets his mouth run wild again. "Dating your own teacher, you really think you are something, huh?" Hearing this, Tian Yu completely loses his cool as dark, terrifying killing intent starts radiating from him. "You punk. Are you tired of living?" Right then, Dongzi steps up and shouts, "Tian Yu, you don't even need to lift a finger here." A whole gang of classmates is standing right behind him. This jerk dared to threaten teacher Diane. The guys from class 11-3 are absolutely not going to let this slide. Leading the charge, Dongzi yells to the other male students, "All right boys, let's beat him to a pulp." Seeing the mob, Dashan completely panics and screams, "Are you guys crazy? My dad is the head of human resources. If you dare to touch me, you will all be expelled in a minute." But the angry crowd does not care at all. They kick him down, stomping on him repeatedly while yelling, still acting tough, "Keep hitting him." Standing back, Tian Yu quietly warns his classmates. Go easy on him, don't end up killing the guy. Dianjia awkwardly turns to Tian Yu, begging him to make them stop. She definitely appreciates them standing up for her, but having a massive brawl inside the school is just highly inappropriate. Hearing her plea, Tian Yu yells out to the crowd, all right boys, wrap it up. Teacher Dion says to let him go. Though Dongzi and the boys are still seeing red, they hold themselves back and begrudgingly stop. Consider yourself lucky today, but bully anyone else and I will personally castrate you. Left completely black and blue, Dashan weakly spits back, just you guys wait, I'll get you. Dongzi looks around, asking where that punk went. While Tianyu sighs, he slipped away a long time ago. By dismissal, the late afternoon sun is setting. A bruised and battered Dashan is crying his eyes out, choking up with rage. Dad, you have to get revenge for me. Teacher Xia looks dead serious as he declares in a cold voice. Dian Jia actually dared to lead students to fight. I will make sure she and those punks pay for this. The next day, an extremely stern and furious voice rings out in the office. Principal, this massive scandal will be a total embarrassment to our school if word gets out. Principal Ding doesn't immediately buy in, replying with a very calm and rational tone. Is it not just a simple schoolyard scrap? This kind of thing happens all the time anyway. Teacher Xia, don't just blindly defend your own son, look at the facts. But Teacher Xia only gets more furious at this rational response. Dian Jia is a teacher, yet she has no regard for her position and is actually dating a student. This is an absolute disgrace to the teaching profession. He grows more heated, adding, and now she is leading school brawls. How can a teacher like that educate anyone? Teacher Xia slams his hand on the desk, shouting so the entire hallway can hear. If this school fails to handle this matter with absolute severity, every single teacher, student, and parent will be left feeling pretty anxious and disappointed. Principal Ding stares back at him with a cautious look, clearly trying to weigh his options. Finally, he caves in and agrees, saying, fine, you make a good point. I will take care of Tianjia's situation. Hearing that, Teacher Xia lets out a highly smug smile. Over in the staff room, Tianjia gets called in. Director Sun stands right in front of her, scolding her coldly. Xiao Tian, you are a teacher. How could you lead students into a brawl? Plus, the victim was actually a junior student. Looking away, Tianjia quietly speaks up Director Sun. Just hand down whatever punishment fits this situation. There is really no need to hold back or worry about my background. Frowning slightly, he reminds her that Principal Ding is waiting in his office, and he will be the one to tell her exactly how this is going to be handled. She bows and whispers yes. Heading up, she hesitates outside the principal's door, too nervous to enter. Standing right beside him, Director Sun asks in a cold tone, Teacher Xia, how is the principal actually going to punish Tianjia? Wearing a totally malicious grin, he replies, is there really any need to even ask that question? Smugness completely covers Teacher Xia's face. He knew it. Why keep a total disgrace like her around instead of kicking her out? She is a complete moral corrupter. Suddenly, a warm voice snaps Tianjia back to reality. Wait, I am coming with you. It is Gu Wanyan, offering her a very warm smile. Tianjia is pretty stunned, asking President Gu, what brings you all the way here? Walking inside, Tianjia bows. Principal Ding stands with his back turned, calling out coldly, Xiao Tian, enter. Meanwhile, Tian Wu gets hit with some shocking news and yells out what, Teacher Tian is really about to be fired. Dongzi is just as shocked, saying I literally just heard in the hallway that the principal called her into his office. Tian Wu instantly stands up, I need to get to the principal's office right now. But Dongzi is quicker, grabbing his hand to hold him back. Wait, Tian Wu, no matter how tough you are just a student. What can you possibly do? Tian Wu yells in rage, so I should just stand by and watch her get fired? Oh, things are about to get even crazier. Not far away, someone sneers, do you guys seriously have time to worry about others? Arms crossed, he acts all high and mighty, do not worry, every single one of you is getting kicked out of here soon. Tian Wu grits his teeth. Xiada Shan. But before they can even argue, another voice cuts in, it is not decided who gets kicked out yet. Han Ning stands there, arms crossed, looking completely confident. Tian Wu looks over and is completely stunned to see Han Ning. Dashan glares at her with pure disgust, this little brat still dares to show her face? Today, I will kick you out of 4th High forever. But Han Ning just calmly ignores his empty threat. Get real, she says. Do you honestly believe your dad stands a chance against me? Dashan growls out, what did you just say? Han Ning flashes a wink at Tian Wu, smiling warmly as she tells him, do not worry, Tian Wu. I got Aunt Gu to step in, so none of us are getting expelled. Hearing that name, he scoffs. Aunt Gu? Who is that supposed to be? Can she even compare to my dad, the HR director? Dongzi suddenly chimes in, wait. What? Which Gu are we talking about? Oh, here comes the ultimate name drop. Dashan instantly freezes, his jaw dropping to the floor as he stammers in sheer panic. Gu Wanyan? Instantly, the image of that incredibly powerful and terrifying woman flashes through his mind. Still shaking, He stammers to confirm, is that the same Gu Wanyan who practically owns all of Shanghai? Wait, are you actually related to her? Han Ning does not even try to hide it, smiling smugly. Yes, I am Gu Wanyan's niece. The moment she says it, a bomb goes off in Dashan's head. Next second, he bolts. He is terrified. We are dead. My dad messed with the absolute wrong person. Han Ning lets out a victorious laugh, her eyes shining as she mutters, too late to run now, buddy. Back in the office, Principal Ding stares in complete shock, his voice trembling, you are, while Gu Wanyan stands tall, completely radiating confidence. President Gu. She smirks. Principal Ding. I heard a pretty wild rumor that you are firing Xiao Tian. The man gasps, fire her? Principal Ding wildly waves his hands around. No, absolutely not. Xiao Tian is one of our finest teachers. I would never fire her. Gu Wanyan tilts her head, but I heard a certain teacher Xia claim she led students into a brawl, creating a pretty negative image. Principal Ding immediately shuts that down. No way. That is just teacher Xia making up lies and completely twisting the truth. Sweat pours down his face as he desperately tries to sound convincing. I will deal with teacher Xia immediately. Hearing that, Gu Wanyan nods with a pretty satisfied smile. Gu Wanyan flashes a very gentle smile. An incredible teacher like Tianjia is hard to find. Principal Ding. You should really cherish her, you know? Principal Ding nods frantically at every single word. Yes, absolutely, you are totally right. As they walk out, Tianjia bows deeply to show her gratitude. Teacher Dian bows, thanking President Gu for everything. Gu Wanyan reassures her, saying she is being far too polite, and she should be thanking her for looking after Gu Haning. Over in the personnel office, Teacher Xia is casually sipping water while reading his lesson plans. Suddenly, a frantic voice completely shatters the silence. Dad, this is bad. We messed with the wrong person. He just raises an eyebrow and scolds him, stop panicking all the time, if something is wrong. Speak calmly. Sweat pouring like rain, Xia Dashan quickly explains that the teacher they punished yesterday actually has some serious backing. But Teacher Xia just sneers, completely dismissing the warning as a joke. Teacher Xia scoffed. Backing? What backing? At this school, I am the strongest backing there is. But Xia Dashan just stammers, his voice shaking. Her backing isn't from the school, Xia Dashan says, lowering his head as he drops the terrifying truth. It is Gu Wanyan, the president of the Xinhai Business Association. Hearing that name instantly freezes Teacher Xia right in his tracks. Gu Wanyan. Xia Dashan grits his teeth and adds, the brat I tried to beat up that day is Gu Wanyan's niece. Teacher Xia roars in fury. Bullshit. How could I not know if there was a student with that kind of crazy background here? He refuses to believe it, convinced those little brats are just making up stories to scare him. Fuming with rage, Teacher Xia storms out of the room. He yells that he is going straight to the principal to get answers, while Xia Dashan can only helplessly call out behind him. He completely loses all hope and collapses onto the floor, muttering that they are totally finished. Meanwhile, Teacher Xia storms into the principal's office, absolutely furious. Principal, he points accusingly, his face dark with rage. Principal, one of those troublemaking brats who was fighting actually lied and claimed she is Gu Wanyan's niece. Then, he completely loses it, shouting in fury. Not only did she start a massive fight, but she lied about it, severely damaging our school's reputation, so she must be expelled immediately. But this time, Principal Ding just sits there, resting his chin on his hand. Teacher Xia, he says, and his expression is far colder than ever before. President Gu was just here, and she made your recent, absolutely pathetic work conduct very clear to me. Things are getting real now. Teacher Xia freezes, his heart dropping as the principal delivers the final blow. I think you are no longer suitable for this position. His eyes bulge out as he stammers in utter disbelief, completely drenched in cold sweat as absolute terror finally starts setting in. Was she really her niece? Principal Ding's voice drops to a terrifying, bone-chilling whisper. I have absolutely no obligation to explain anything to you, the principal calmly replies. From now on, you're entirely on your own. Your official termination will be finalized in 3 days. Now, get out of my office. The man literally collapses to his knees in sheer shock, his jaw dropping as he stares blankly into space, unable to process this sudden ruin. Meanwhile, Xia Dashan spots Qi Tianwu walking by and rushes over, screaming his name. Qi Tianwu stops, looking at him with pure confusion. Xia Dashan, what's the deal? Do you want to go another round with me? But instead, Xia Dashan drops to his knees and slams his head onto the ground. Please save me, spare my dad, I beg you. Qi Tianwu raises an eyebrow, completely stunned, huh? And here I thought you actually had a spine. So you came to beg for mercy? He scoffs. Totally ruthless. You really expect me to just let you off the hook this time? Let me tell you, not a chance. But Xia Dashan keeps groveling, crying out. Qi Tianwu, I am so sorry. I completely lost my mind. Please, be the bigger man and forgive us. Spare my dad this time. Qi Tianwu looks down at him with pure disgust. Save your breath. I am never letting either of you off. He drops one final, brutal truth on him to seal their fate. Even if I wanted to let you go, Gu Hanning and Gu Wanyan sure as hell wouldn't. Tears streaming down his face, Xia Deshan looks up at Qi Tianwu, completely broken as the harsh reality sinks in. How did it even come to this? Qi Tianwu just sighs, totally done with him. Honestly, it is way too late for regrets now. He turns his back and walks away, throwing one last piece of advice at your new school. Drop the arrogant act and learn to watch your own back. The next day at school, Dongzi curiously asks Qi Tianwu, "Hey, I saw Xia Deshan packing his bags yesterday. Where is his dad getting transferred to anyway?" Qi Tianwu honestly couldn't care less. "How should I know?" he mutters. "You'll have to go ask the principal yourself." But Gu Hanning suddenly chimes in, looking incredibly excited. "No need to ask the boss," she beams. "I know." Qi Tianwu stares at her, utterly shocked. "Gu Hanning, where did you just pop out from?" Ignoring him, she eagerly shares the juicy gossip with the group. An outstanding, top-tier educator like his dad is obviously being sent all the way to Africa to help with development. Hearing that, their classmates literally freeze in shock. Africa? Even Qi Tianwu can't help but give her a massive thumbs up that is absolutely brutal. Gu Hanning's playful smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer disgust. Exactly. Him insulting me was a minor issue, but they actually dared to bully Sister Jiajia, and that is absolutely unforgivable. Qi Tianwu just smiles warmly at her. I hope Xia Deshan makes nice friends in Africa. And just like that, the father and son duo touch down. Both of them are crying their eyes out, sobbing that they want to go home, stranded in a pretty shady place that is definitely not for kids. Peng Yuji walks through a noisy club with a dark, moody look on his face. As he passes a seated man, the stranger calls out to him, asking if he is indeed the great boss Peng of the Qing Bang. Annoyed, Peng Yuji barks at him to get lost and stop bothering him, but Chen Xian completely ignores the threat, asking if he wants a new master now that the Peng family has fallen. "Follow me." Peng Yuzi turns back, asking who the hell he is. As Peng Yuzi turns to leave, a bald man nearby steps in to warn him, telling old Peng not to be so rude. Hearing that familiar voice, he freezes instantly. "Brother Tiger?" Tiger introduces the stranger, explaining that this is a Grand Master invited by young Master Chen, a man with magical powers who can finally help them deal with Qi Tianyu. Peng Yuji looks at him with deep doubt. Magic? Later that afternoon, Qi Tianyu is heading home after school when he spots a female student waiting at the bus stop. Walking closer, he recognizes her and asks Dongyu if she is waiting for the bus, to which she looks up and asks if he does not live nearby. "So why did you come to the bus stop today?" He smiles gently, explaining that he is visiting a relative's grave today, which immediately makes Dongyu bow her head in embarrassment and apologize for her insensitivity. She offers her condolences, but Qi Tianyu just chuckles, completely unbothered, telling her not to worry. It is fine since they were not even close anyway, but right then, a little girl approaches them and catches their attention. She asks the handsome brother to buy some flowers, leaving Qi Tianyu staring blankly before he bluntly turns her down. He tells her he does not really need any, but the innocent little flower girl looks up at him with a sweet voice, begging him to buy just one. Hearing her sweet plea, Dongyu immediately feels a tug at her heartstrings. She keeps urging him to buy some, and honestly, you can't help but laugh at how her words finally make him snap out of it. He wonders what kind of flowers people usually bring, while Dongyu starts eagerly lecturing him on it. She explains that white chrysanthemums symbolize secret love, but people also commonly use them as offerings to pay respects to the deceased. A satisfied smile slowly spreads across Qi Tianyu's face. He praises her, saying he had no idea she was such an expert on flowers, but she quickly brushes off his flattery, telling him to stop teasing her. Isn't this just basic common sense? Qi Tianyu quickly turns back to the little flower girl with a smile. He asks the girl if she sells any white chrysanthemums, but his question completely offends the kid, who snaps back, yelling that nobody sells funeral flowers on the open street and he should go to a funeral home instead, leaving Qi Tianyu totally embarrassed. He stands there, totally speechless. Seeing the heavy tension, Dongyu quickly steps in to save him. She agrees that selling funeral flowers on a busy street is actually considered bad luck, so it makes total sense. After a brief pause, Qi Tianyu seriously asks the girl what kinds of flowers she actually has. Looking up with big, sparkling eyes, she slowly lists off her selection of azaleas, lilies, and roses, to which Qi Tianyu casually replies that he will just take a single rose. Hearing this, Dongyu looks highly concerned and immediately tries to stop him. She warns him roses are totally inappropriate, calling him clueless. He asks why it is not okay since he is actually buying it for her, and you can practically see her face turn completely red in an instant. She stammers in shock, while Qi Tianyu smugly takes the flower and speaks to her in a charming voice. He presents the rose to Miss Dongyu, wishing her to always remain as beautiful as a flower, making her blush deeply. She calls him annoying, but right as the romantic vibe builds, the little flower girl suddenly cuts in. She demands 20 yuan for the single rose, shocking Tian Yu so much that he yells out in disbelief at the ridiculously high price before his bus finally arrives. Dong Yu says goodbye shyly, and Tian Yu gently tells her to take care. The bus doors slide open, and a muscular man wearing glasses steps down, whom Tian Yu instantly recognizes and calls out by name as Wu Feng. Before either of them can even react, he roughly grabs Dong Yu by her shoulder, drags her onto the bus, and shouts at his driver accomplice to get moving immediately. Got her, let's go. Tian Yu curses in absolute shock. What the hell just happened, he thinks. But before he can even process it, Wu Feng's loud voice booms from the fake bus. He yells to come to Mount Nam to save Dong Yu, leaving our hero grumbling as the bus speeds away. Wondering what kind of game these bastards are playing now, Tian Yu quickly pulls out his phone to call Sha Liang. He orders Sha Liang to bring a squad to Mount Nam because the Qing Bang clearly has a death wish. Up on Mount Nam as the sun begins to set, Dong Yu yawns, so bored. Wu Feng snaps at her for being so relaxed while literally being kidnapped. He barks that they are the Qing Bang, so she should at least show some fear and respect. Not caring one bit about Ngo Feng's threats, Dong Gok immediately snaps right back at him. Honestly, she's been kidnapped so many times that she's pretty much used to it by now. The car carrying Tian Vu and Saluang's crew finally arrives. Tian Vu leaps out and yells at the top of his lungs, Ngo Feng, I'm here. Let Dong Ngo go. Hiding in some nearby bushes, Ngo Feng breaks into a cold sweat when he sees the crowd, yelling back, come up alone and make your men wait downstairs. Hearing this, Tian Vu sneers. Pure disgust. What a pathetic coward. Tian Vu mutters, what kind of game is he playing now? Seeing his attitude, Saluang quickly warns him, Tian Vu, don't underestimate them. They went through all this trouble to set a trap, so they're definitely prepared for us. But Tian Vu remains absolutely confident, telling Saluang, don't worry, they can't touch me. Saluang can only grit his teeth, completely consumed by worry. Looking at Tian Vu, Saluang nervously admits this time, I've got an extremely bad feeling about this. Walking up the peak of South Mountain alone, Tian Vu shouts, hey, Ngo Feng, I'm up here by myself. Where are you? Meanwhile, Ngo Feng hides in the brush and whispers desperately to Tran Tian, Great Master, Tian Vu is here, I'm leaving this entirely to you. Hearing this plea, Tran Tian flashes a deeply wicked grin. Suddenly, Tian Vu senses some movement nearby and quickly spins around to search. Out steps Tran Tian from the dense grass. Before the man can even play any tricks, Tian Vu demands to know, who are you, and where is Dong Gok? Completely ignoring the demand, the man calmly responds, my name is Tran Tian, and I came here specifically to purge the dark, evil spirit inside you, Tian Vu. Tian Vu asks him with deep suspicion, an evil spirit? But the man just remains perfectly calm. Yes, that bizarre, eerie power sealed deep inside your body, Tian Vu. He slows down his voice, flashing a creepy smile. Surely you know exactly what I'm talking about? Tian Vu freezes, wondering to himself, is it possible this guy actually knows about the magic ink pen? Gritting his teeth, Tian Vu glares at him with absolute determination. Let Dong Nok go first, and then we can slowly have a chat. The man just smiles calmly and replies, Tian Vu, I'm just a mercenary hired to do a job, so these decisions aren't mine to make. But then, his voice shifts to a sweet, mocking tone though. If you obediently cooperate and let me exercise you, I can still guarantee Miss Dong Nok's safety. Tian Vu sneers in disgust. Cooperate? Just how exactly am I supposed to cooperate? Instantly, Tran Tian drops his act. Grinning wickedly, he demands, stand still, do not move, and do not resist. Before Tian Vu can react, the master screams, prepare to die. Suddenly, a swarm of identical Tran Tian clones leap right out of the shadows. Relying on his raw combat instincts, Tian Vu counters with flawless skill, slamming a hard strike into one clone's neck before instantly destroying another. But the moment one falls, endless copies rush in to fill the gap, making him gasp out loud. What on earth is this? Some kind of cloning magic? Even Ngo Feng, watching from behind Tran Tian's bush, is completely blown away by this. This is absolutely incredible. Who knew such a bizarre magic technique existed in this world? Right then, Tian Vu unleashes a massive punch, separating a clone's head clean off its neck. The head drops. Thud. Tian Vu picks it up. He stares at it. Absolute trash. It is just a puppet. Grabbing the string attached to the dummy's head, Tian Vu glares at Tran Tian, realizing the fraud uses strings to move them. We all knew this guy was a fake. And now he is freezing up, sweat pouring down his face. Tian Vu tosses the fake head aside, glaring directly at Tran Tian. Cloning magic? He points his finger to the ground, raising his voice. This is nothing but cheap parlor tricks meant to fool gullible idiots. Tran Tian's blood boils with rage at having his secret completely exposed, making him hiss out in shock. What did you say? Losing all control, Tran Tian grits his teeth and growls, you dare call me a scammer? He drops low, preparing a deadly counterattack. Fine. Then I'll let you experience my ultimate technique. Crossing his fingers, he begins chanting a powerful Daoist spell under his breath. He finishes. Suddenly, wild flames erupt from empty air, forming a roaring tiger. The blazing fire beast charges directly at Tian Yu at high speed. Stunned by the sight, he can only gasp, "What on earth is that? A glowing prop?" But the flaming beast immediately leaps onto his shoulders, clawing at him with vicious rage. Feeling a sharp, burning pain in his shoulders, Tian Yu grits his teeth. It hurts. Is this actually real? Tian laughs triumphantly. Meanwhile, Ngo Fong, still hiding in the brush, has absolutely no idea what is happening and pops out to ask what on earth is going on. Ngo Fong looks at him, totally baffled. Wait, why is Tian Yu suddenly flailing around in empty air? Ignoring him completely, Tian just roars with laughter. Tian Yu, this is exactly what you get for daring to look down on my power. Holding a glowing purple mushroom in one hand, he blows a cloud of spores directly toward Tian Yu. Now, experience the terrifying power of my hallucinogenic dust. Still desperately struggling against the illusionary tiger, Tian Yu inhales a massive, lethal dose of the purple mushroom spores. As his vision begins to blur, a massive, demonic shadow suddenly emerges right in front of him, opening its jaws to swallow him whole. Horrified, Tian Yu looks at the beast, muttering, "What now?" The monsters around him are getting weirder and weirder, looking like absolutely nothing from the real world. Suddenly, a crazy thought flashes through his mind. Could this be an illusion? It reminds him of the martial arts book his father used to teach him when he was a kid, which mentioned that some sects used wild mushrooms and weird herbs to trigger powerful hallucinations. Realizing it is all an illusion, Tian Yu stops resisting, declaring that if it is fake, there is absolutely no point in struggling anymore. Clenching his fists tight to clear his mind, Tian Yu just stands there, completely silent. Still completely clueless, Ngo Fong looks out and asks Tian why Tian Yu suddenly stopped moving entirely. Instantly growing anxious, Tian grits his teeth and mutters under his breath, "Did this brat actually figure out it is an illusion?" To cover his tracks, Tian turns to Ngo Fong and orders the Thon Bang crew that it is their turn. Shocked, Ngo Fong yells right back, asking if he is crazy because there is no way they can defeat a monster like Tian Yu. But Tian confidently reassures him that the kid is trapped in a dream and cannot fight back. Still skeptical, Ngo Fong mutters if this is a joke and warns him not to play tricks. Look at this, he reaches down, picks up a random stone, and decides to make a really bold move. He mutters about testing him first, then hurls the stone right at Tian Yu, hitting him dead on in the head. Yet the young man remains half asleep, only opening his eyes slightly to stare blankly around the place. Seeing this, Ngo Fong finally believes Tian, muttering in sheer surprise that he actually has zero reaction, before stepping out of the bushes to command his men. Rallying his boys, he shouts that Tian Yu's end has officially arrived, as they all charge forward but freeze right in front of him. Suddenly feeling doubtful, Ngo Fong stops his men, shakily reaching out his hand toward Tian Yu's face to verify. Wanting to test him first, Ngo Fong gently taps the young man's cheek, but Tian Yu just remains totally unresponsive. Still incredibly paranoid, Ngo Fong turns back to ask Tian if this guy really has absolutely no reaction. Wondering if he is just faking it, Ngo Fong plays it safe and points to a nearby lackey, ordering him to go test him instead. Terrified, the lackey stutters, asking why it has to be him, which makes Ngo Fong lose his patience and snap at him angrily. After being warned that Tian Yu might wake up if they keep wasting time, Ngo Fong sighs heavily and finally agrees to do it. Right after, he screams for his boys to charge and delivers a brutal, heavy blow straight to Tian Yu's chest. Following up with 2 hard strikes to the face, the vicious assault leaves Tian Yu spitting up blood. Victorious, Ngo Fong brags about finally beating up the legendary Tian Yu, but his joy is cut short as Tian checks his watch and signals them. Muttering that their time is running out, Tian pulls another mushroom from his pocket to double the dosage. Releasing the toxic spores into the air, Tian whispers an apology to the Thon Bang gang, knowing they must also be put to sleep. His friendly mask slips as the powder reaches Ngo Fong, cold-bloodedly declaring that in the end, he will be the one to personally deal with Tian Yu. Before long, Ngo Fong also inhales the toxic spores. The toxic fumes quickly spread, and as the first victim to succumb, Ngo Fong begins to see wild hallucinations. An incredibly gorgeous girl suddenly materializes right in front of him, leaving him completely confused as to why she is here instead of Tian Yu. As the stunner steps closer, a flustered Ngo Fong wonders where on earth this beautiful woman suddenly came from. The imaginary girl seductively invites him to come play with her, causing Ngo Fong to feel intensely tempted despite trying to keep his cool. He tries to snap out of it, realizing it is just an illusion and cursing Tian for double-crossing his own allies. But seconds later, his rationality completely dissolves as his eyes widen at the rare, irresistible beauty standing before him. Puckering up his lips, Ngofong decides to enjoy himself first and worry about the consequences later. While aggressively kissing the imaginary girl, he is actually kissing Tian Yu, while his lackey is eagerly biting the guy's arm. Watching the madness unfold, Trun Teen complains that this Thonbang crew is utterly shameless, because even under hallucinations, kissing another guy is just taking it way too far. Meanwhile, in his hazy slumber, Tian Yu dreams that a giant octopus and a strange fish are tightly clinging onto his body. Confused, he mutters that these hallucinations are getting incredibly ridiculous, wondering why sea creatures are suddenly crawling all over him on land. Down at the foot of the mountain, Sha Liang and the group wait impatiently, wondering why Tian Yu is taking so long. Huan Troc nods in agreement, saying that something definitely feels off. Usually, it takes him mere seconds to wrap things up, yet he has been up there for over 30 minutes without a single sound. Sensing trouble, Sha Liang tells Huan Troc that he needs to go check on him, before rushing up the trail to witness a bizarre sight that makes him scream at the top of his lungs. Look, Tian Yu and Ngofong are literally making out. Quickly ducking behind the bushes, Sha Liang recovers his cool, silently thinking he had no idea Tian Yu was into this sort of thing, just as Huan Troc catches up and whispers. Startled by his junior, Sha Liang clutches his chest, completely freaked out by the sudden whisper. Huang Zhuo, don't just pop up out of nowhere, you almost scared me to death. Right then, Huang Zhuo points at Chen Xian hiding in the distant bushes, explaining the situation. Look at that guy over there, he says. Tian Yu and the Qingbang are acting weird, and it's highly likely that guy poisoned them. Following the direction of Huang Zhuo's hand, Sha Liang spots a highly suspicious figure. Squinting to get a closer look, Sha Liang notices the guy holding a poisonous mushroom. Without a second thought, he immediately tells Huang Zhuo, so, that's it. Huang Zhuo, let's go beat him up. Hearing this, Huang Zhuo stands stunned. He lowers his head to stop him, urging Sha Liang to wait. After thinking for a long moment, Huang Zhuo turns and whispers to Sha Liang even Tian Yu fell for his trick. This means his poison skills are elite, so we should be careful. The impatient Sha Liang quickly asks, what's your brilliant plan then? Right on cue, Huang Zhuo's eyes light up as he pulls out a fan from somewhere, excitedly saying, we'll blow all the poison back at him first. Sha Liang is pleasantly surprised and praises Huang Zhuo. He quickly plugs the fan in, but just as he's about to flip the switch, Sha Liang suddenly stops him. Huang Zhuo, wait. He stares at Sha Liang with wide, curious eyes. What's wrong, Sha Liang? Sha Liang pulls out his phone, aiming it at Tian Yu to take photos while laughing and talking to Huang Zhuo. It's so rare to see Tian Yu struggling like this, it'd be a crime not to snap some pictures. Hearing that, Huang Zhuo quickly joins in. Exactly, take lots of photos. The two sneakily hide behind the bushes, fingers tapping away at the camera button to capture every single moment. Satisfied with his blackmail material, he grins and orders, we've got enough pictures, now let's make our move. You can't make this up. His lackey pulls out a high-powered fan, giving a cheeky grin in response. Agreeing instantly, the lackey aims the fan and flips the switch, sending a massive gust of wind toward Tian Yu's group, where Wu Feng is still completely glued to him. Suddenly, sensing that something is terribly wrong, Chen Xian grits his teeth in frustration. Covering his mouth, Chen Xian curses in his mind. Why did the wind suddenly reverse? Just then, he spots Sha Liang's group hiding in the nearby bushes. Getting a bad feeling, he rubs his chin and deduces those are Sha Liang's men playing tricks. They must be playing dirty tricks. Meanwhile, Tian Yu slowly regains consciousness, while Wu Feng's mouth is still glued to his cheek. Tian Yu suddenly snaps his eyes open, delivering a heavy punch straight to Wu Feng's cheek, as he roars, what the hell do you think you're doing? Tian Yu rubs his face, surprised that his hallucination is gone, while Wu Feng looks up and sighs, what a pity. I wanted more. Seeing how incredibly thick-skinned this guy is, Tian Yu angrily points at him, shouting, you knew it was a hallucination and still wanted to enjoy it. Aren't you disgusted? He then flings away another guy who was gnawing on his hand. Stop gnawing. Witnessing this hilarious scene, Sha Liang bursts out laughing. Hearing the laughter, Tian Yu snaps around, asking both in embarrassment and anger, Sha Liang, Huang Zhuo, why are you guys here? How long have you been watching? Sha Liang teases, we watched you guys make out for 5 whole minutes. Tian Yu snaps back, 5 minutes and you didn't bother to save me. You guys are absolutely shameless. Sha Liang proudly lifts his head with a smirk. I warned you to be careful, but you didn't listen, so consider this a lesson for acting stupid. Furious, Tian Yu snaps back, you're driving me crazy. He immediately turns his rage toward Chen Xian. Charging forward with a heavy punch, he roars, Wu Feng, I'm going to beat you to death. Chen Xian flinches but still tries to talk tough. Don't come near me. I have a magic treasure. But by now, absolute rage has completely consumed Tian Yu's mind. He snaps back, bring it on then. Chen Xian strikes a hand pose like a wizard about to cast a spell. Sneering, you brought this on yourself. Ropes appear. A mesh of tightly woven ropes begins to wrap around Tian Yu's feet. And just like that, Our hero doesn't even have time to react before he's wrapped up and dangling in midair. Chen Xian shouts Immortal binding rope, expecting some high-level magic. Tian Yu mocks him, that's just a trashy net. It's just a cheap, broken net. Not bothered at all. Chen Xian puts on a mysterious smile. It's not over yet. Chen Xian clasps his hands, summoning lightning. Instantly, a massive electric shock surges through the net, leaving a stunned Tian Yu screaming an electric net. Panicking, Liang screams out Tian Yu's name as the blinding current crackles wildly in midair. Watching this, Wu Feng breaks into a cold sweat using an electric net like this. Master Chen is truly brutal. Hearing his precious treasure called a cheap electric net, Chen Xian snaps, how many times do I have to tell you? This is a sacred magic treasure, not an electric net. He then smugly gloats directly to Tian Yu. This is 200-volt high voltage. Tian Yu, you're about to be charcoal. Gritting his teeth, Tian Yu glares, suddenly unleashing his raw power. With a roaring scream, he completely shatters the electric net using his massive, enhanced strength. He makes a legendary landing on the ground, his face dark with fury as he glares like daggers straight at Chen Xian. Mourning his ruined magic treasure, the guy can't help but stare in pure shock at our main character's power, muttering that it got torn right apart. That was a steel net, he mutters before looking up and saying, looks like this brat is possessed by some wicked evil spirit. Truntin reaches behind his back, extending only his index and middle fingers while his mouth keeps running non-stop with weird incantations. Since his self-made dragon-subduing spell didn't work, he realizes he has no choice but to pull out his family's ancestral techniques instead. Truntin holds his hand to his chest and shouts out his command, suddenly producing a bucket of dog blood that reeks of a sickeningly thick, metallic stench. He hurls the liquid directly at him, screaming black dog blood, as the entire bucket of foul, stinking fluid douses Tian Yu from head to toe. Striking a serious pose, the Daoist chants, evil forces disperse, evil forces disperse. Tian Yu stands there completely frozen as the empty bucket rolls away, dripping with a vile stench that makes him curse under his breath. Damn it. Thinking his cheap trick actually worked, Truntin laughs and keeps chanting, great. Now let the curse take effect, take effect. The guy keeps rambling to himself, claiming that his victim is struggling and the evil inside is resisting, while Tian Yu just stares down at the gross slime, wondering what on earth this gross liquid is. Tian Yu realizes it's blood and goes pale, stammering, wait, why does this blood smell like this? He rolls his eyes, screaming out, why does it smell so incredibly rotten? Grossed out, he demands to know how long that dog blood had been fermenting, since it clearly went bad ages ago, leaving Truntin totally speechless. The cultist asks if his disgusted face is just from the smell, and our hero fires back, asking what else the idiot thought it would be. Seeing that his grand trick completely failed, Truntin starts rambling to himself again, wondering why it isn't working. You can't make this up, he actually thinks the spell failed because the blood spoiled, making our hero tell him to shut his mouth. He demands they hand over Dong Yu right now so he can go home and shower, expecting another fight, but the Daoist instantly begs for mercy. Spare my life, do not beat me, he whimpers, admitting that Dong Yu is right behind the mountain. Now that he has the location, our hero drops all patience, looking like a grim reaper as he coldly thanks him for cooperating. Shaking in a cold sweat, Truntin stammers, reminding him of their deal not to hit him. But of course, a beating is still absolutely mandatory, and the words barely leave his mouth before Tian Yu lands a thunderous, bone-shattering punch right to his face. The guy begs him to stop, but our hero isn't even close to letting his anger out yet, winding up for another heavy strike. As the cultist keeps begging for mercy, a perfectly aimed fist connects with his jaw, knocking some of his teeth right out of his mouth. Another brutal blow lands dead center, followed by a heavy fist crashing down right on his skull. Now the priest is flat on the ground, completely stripped of his arrogant act, while our satisfied hero cracks his knuckles with a grin. Still not fully satisfied, Tian Yu grabs the discarded bucket of rotten dog blood and dumps every last drop of it straight onto the guy's head. Completely dazed and defeated, the priest can't even fight back as his mouth gets stuffed full of wild mushrooms. He tells him he's returning all the dog blood and mushrooms, while Ngo Fong and Xia Liang watch from a distance, completely stunned by the brutality. Ngo Fong can only mumble nervously until Xia Liang turns to him, snaps at him to shut up, and demands he bring Dong Yu out immediately. Lacking his boss's protection, Ngo Fong acts like a submissive puppy and quickly stammers that he will bring her out right away. Just then, soft footsteps echo through the quiet air as a familiar figure slowly emerges, calling out to them. Tian Yu turns around in pure joy and calls her name, while she runs toward him, both of them shouting out in absolute relief. Right during their sweet, romantic reunion, a horrific stench hits her nose, forcing Dong Yu to jump back and scream, asking why he smells so bad. Honestly, you have to feel for him as he backs away, remembering that 7,749-day fermented dog blood and wishing to disappear. Turning around with a completely black expression, he barks at Xia Liang, demanding a shower right this second. His loyal subordinate quickly agrees, calling him boss, as the sun finally begins to slip below the mountains. Standing by a white car, our hero tells Dong Yu to get inside so Track Hong can safely drive her back home. He then gestures behind him with a sour face, explaining that he and Xia Liang need to find a motel to wash up first. Pinching her nose, she tells him she doesn't mind the smell at all and suggests they all just head back together. While he wishes he could, the stench is so incredibly foul that even he can't stand it, so he gently explains the situation. It's not just for her sake, but this ride actually belongs to the workers at the construction site. Leaving this nightmare of a stench inside would be incredibly disrespectful to them, he says, putting a hand on Track Hong's shoulder with a smile to assure her that this guy is the most honest person in their entire gang. Dong Yu smiles and nods, telling him there's absolutely no need to worry about that. She completely trusts his companions anyway, and with that, everyone piles into the vehicle, leaving only Xia Liang and our hero behind. Track Hong starts up the engine, looks out the window, and waves goodbye as they prepare to head out first. He waves his hand in response, telling him to go slow and take his time. Suddenly, Tian Yu gasps in panic, realizing he forgot to grab spare clothes. If he takes a shower now, won't he still end up smelling completely awful anyway? Acting like a literal saint, Sa Luang holds out a bag and says, "There are some clothes in here, so just wear them if you do not mind." Saved by his friend, Tian Yu accepts without hesitation. Seeing how Sa Luang has not even flinched or complained despite the absolutely putrid stench, Tian Yu asks him out of pure curiosity, "Hey Sa Luang, how are you not totally grossed out by my smell?" Sa Luang hesitates for a second, then picks his nose with a blank stare, confessing to Tian Yu that he actually has a pretty weird condition. Tian Yu is puzzled by this condition. Sa Luang sticks out his tongue, explaining that he was born without any sense of taste, so food to him is just about hot, cold, soft, or hard. Feeling a bit sorry for his bad luck, Tian Yu jokes that eating trash must taste exactly the same as eating garbage to him, but Sa Luang remains incredibly optimistic, joking back that since everything is the same, he does not really care what he eats anyway. Night falls as they stand outside a nearby hotel, and Tian Yu points toward it, saying they should just pick this one, get washed up, and head home. The receptionist smiles warmly as they walk inside, but Tian Yu steps up to the counter, requesting a room where he can take a quick shower. The moment he gets close, the receptionist instantly pinches his nose in disgust, awkwardly asking what on earth is causing that absolutely horrific smell. Sa Luang quickly chimes in, joking that his buddy here fell right into a toilet and desperately needs to wash off. Left utterly speechless, the receptionist hands over the room keycard, telling them, "Fine, here is your key, but please do not make a mess of the furniture." Tian Yu reaches out and takes the keycard for room 317. Sa Luang hands over the bag of clothes, telling him to grab it, shower fast, and get ready. Tian Yu is touched by his kindness and happily thanks Sa Luang. Cold water instantly sprays from the shower head, and washing off the filth feels incredibly refreshing to Tian Yu. He slips into the clean clothes, muttering that Sa Luang's wardrobe seems to consist entirely of tank tops. But hold on, because danger is already creeping closer to Tian Yu and Sa Luang as an elite sniper named Manhwa, alias Swordfish, locks them in his sights. Pointing his scope directly at Tian Yu, Manhwa smirks coldly as his finger gently squeezes the trigger. The bullet shatters the glass window in a flash, tearing into the room. Hearing the loud crash, Sa Luang panics and rushes over to check on his friend. Recognizing the gunshot, Sa Luang kicks the door wide open and yells, "Tian Yu, what just happened in here?" Broken glass lies scattered all over the floor. Tian Yu narrowly avoided a fatal hit, but his arm is still bleeding badly. Sa Luang starts to panic, but Tian Yu grits his teeth through the pain, whispering a warning to Sa Luang to get down because a sniper is targeting them. Dropping to the floor in absolute shock, Sa Luang gasps, "A sniper?" Worriedly, Sa Luang asks what is going on and why they are being targeted. Seeing the heavy bleeding on Tian Yu's arm, he worriedly asks how bad the injury is. Pressing down on the wound to stop the bleeding, Tian Yu replies, "Do not worry, it is just a flesh wound." Feeling slightly relieved, Sa Luang wonders who could possibly be desperate enough to send a literal professional sniper to assassinate him. Tian Yu already has a pretty good idea who is behind this. Frowning, he mutters that only a few people hate him this much. Sa Luang pauses in deep thought, unsure of what to do next, and looks to Tian Yu for a plan. He asks what they should do now, and Tian Yu immediately tells him to call for backup. Deciding to face the shooter alone, watch how the system suddenly kicks in right here, activating his enhanced sense of smell. Instantly, his sense of smell multiplies tenfold, allowing Tian Yu to physically see the scent trail cutting through the air like a map. He mutters, "The scent is coming straight from the mountaintop." Tian Yu tracks the scent, while Manhwa waits in ambush, completely unaware he has been located. Whispering that he found him, Tian Yu dashes forward like a flash of lightning. Striking without hesitation, Tian Yu aims a powerful elbow strike directly at the back of the figure's neck to take them down instantly. But he instantly realizes it is a trap, because Manhwa had already slipped away. Tian Yu gasps, it is a decoy, quickly leaping backward as he realizes he has been lured into a deadly trap. Right on cue, a bullet flies from the bushes, forcing a cold sweat as he quickly activates his iron skin ability. But the sniper's bullet is modified, piercing straight through Tian Yu's defenses and leaving him clutching a heavily bleeding shoulder. In utter disbelief, Tian Yu grits his teeth through the pain, muttering that his iron skin was actually penetrated right through the shoulder. Tian Yu glares toward the bushes where the shot came from, speaking directly to his hidden attacker. Now that his position is completely exposed, Tian Yu charges forward with absolute fury, multiplying his physical strength tenfold as a single punch shatters a massive tree. The sheer impact of his strike makes the surrounding air shake violently. He stares at the fallen tree in pure frustration, finding nothing but a rigged sniper rifle hanging there. Tian Yu realizes he got played again, muttering to himself that nobody is even here. He studies the setup and starts analyzing, wondering if that last gunshot was actually triggered by some mechanism rigged to the tree. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots up his arm, reminding him that he is injured. Tian Yu quickly presses down to stop the bleeding. Damn it, he thinks, getting hit by such a simple trap and wasting so much energy. Even so, that scent is still incredibly clear. He keeps tracking, knowing his enhanced sense of smell is still active. Aside from the decoy, there is another scent heading straight down the mountain. Our main man is seriously reckless here. He actually chooses to press on and follow that trail anyway. He stops at another spot. The scent is coming directly from here. Tian Yu looks around, analyzing the area and forming a theory before slipping away. He spots a concrete road on the mountain, meant for vehicles. He concludes they must have escaped by car. Right then, another wave of pain hits him, making him grimace and clutch the wound. Tian Yu mutters darkly, realizing his shoulder got shot clean through. In this state, giving chase is pretty much out of the question. After thinking it over, he decides the priority is treating his injured arm at a hospital first. The scene shifts to the fallen bar, where Manhwa walks inside carrying a gun bag, looking incredibly arrogant and smug. He stops right next to an injured man and speaks up, asking if Tian's wounds are pretty severe. He asks who on earth could have made the great master look so pathetic. Hearing Manhwa's mocking words, Tian scowls in irritation. Tian snaps back, telling Manhwa to cut the sarcasm because Tian Yu is pretty tough. Manhwa grumbles back, asking who told him to keep the whole bounty to himself instead of sharing such a big job, adding he deserved the beating. He mentions he quietly followed him that day just to watch him fail, then asks if the Tian Yu who beat him is this guy. He points to a photo of Tian Yu. Tian picks up the picture in surprise, praising Manhwa and asking if he actually shot him. Manhwa replies, as long as you do not try to hog it all. There is no job they cannot pull off when teaming up. And honestly, seeing them shake on it like this? Tian is absolutely thrilled, laughing in agreement. Tian agrees, telling Manhwa he will stop working alone so they can team up and teach him a lesson. The scene shifts to a large hospital at night, where all the lights are brightly lit. Standing with hands on hips, Saluang looks down at Tian Yu and asks how he got shot again right after he left. Tian Yu clutches his wounded arm. Frowning seriously, he explains the assassin was too clever and caught him off guard, but the bullet missed the bone. It only hit some flesh, and he will be fine once the bleeding stops. Saluang breaks into a nervous sweat. He warns Tian Yu that since killers keep showing up one after another, maybe he should go hide somewhere for a while. Tian Yu seriously asks, hide where exactly? He questions. Because if he runs, they will just target his loved ones and friends to threaten him instead. Frowning helplessly, Saluang wonders what else they can do. He asks if he plans to just sit and wait for death when his body is already exhausted. Tian Yu firmly insists that once they track down whoever hired the hitmen, everything will be resolved. Relaxing his face, he lowers his voice to ask if they can find those Thonbang gang members who are hanging out with Tian. Saluang points to himself and proudly says that is easy, since he is very familiar with all the places those guys usually hang out. Tian Yu stands up with a hand on his hip, declaring that tonight they absolutely must force that fire guy to speak and reveal the hitmen. Suddenly, Ingo Fong bursts into the room and screams that they cannot take that furnace anymore, begging them to stop because they will confess everything. Seeing him barge in, Saluang glares at Hoon Trak, demanding to know how this happened. He asks how on earth Hoon Trak guarded the door, letting them just barge into the hospital. Hoon Trak helplessly shrugs and explains he had no choice since they kept demanding to confess to Tian Yu. Looking down, Enjo Fong quickly cuts in. He states that if they want the two assassins, they are currently at the Fallen Bar. He adds their boss was the one who hired them, and that is all he knows. Hearing this, Tian Yu looks grim and interrogates him, his voice growing sharper. He sneers that their boss Ban Gokchi has already completely fallen. Where would he get the money to hire hitmen, he asks, demanding to know if that brat Tran Van Din is helping. Fearing his fury, Nofong cowers and speaks up. Ngofong pleads that he honestly does not know. He argues he already revealed where the assassins are, so he should just go ask them himself. Believing him, Tian Yu cools down and tells Sa Luang to gather their crew so they can head to the fallen bar and grab those two. Looking exhausted, Sa Luang sighs heavily and tries to reason with him. He tells Tian Yu it is past 3 a.m. and their tired crew already went to sleep. He suggests they handle this tomorrow. Tian Yu sighs in agreement, deciding they can go look for those guys in the morning instead. The neon lights inside Ba Trelock are still flickering away, keeping the wild party vibe alive. Up in VIP room 3, Chinke sits down to scheme. He asks if Trun Tin didn't already send the Thonbang guys to deliver their challenge, because they've been waiting all night. Trun Tin breaks out in a cold sweat, realizing they've probably been stood up. The clock is ticking closer to noon. Anxiously, he asks Chinke what they're supposed to do now, since it's almost 12 and those punks still haven't shown their faces. This starts getting to Chinke too. He grinds his teeth, muttering that the kid must have gotten terrified and run off. He says they're going to hunt him down. Meanwhile, morning light washes over the construction site, and a drooling Sha Liang slowly blinks his eyes open. Panicking the second he looks at his phone screen, he screams out that they slept straight through to the afternoon. Sha Liang quickly runs over to Tian Yu's bed, shaking him awake and yelling that they completely slept in. He asks wasn't their whole plan to crash Ba Troy-Lac and settle the score. But Tian Yu won't budge, sleepily saying he realized something while resting their mission is to kill him. So there's really no point in delivering ourselves to their doorstep. We just wait at home and they'll come to us. Sha Liang sees right through Tian Yu, scoffing that this sounds like a pretty lazy excuse to keep sleeping. Still keeping his eyes shut, Tian Yu tells him to just relax. Go set things up exactly like I told you. They'll find their way here. We can't miss. Get ready, because things are about to get wild. Instead of waiting around, Trun Tien and Chinke decide to hunt Sha Liang and Tian Yu down themselves, radiating pure malice. Trun Tien confidently points out that since Tian Yu skipped school, he's bound to be hiding out at this construction site. Chinke carefully puts his weapon case down, quickly assembling his sniper rifle. Grinning like a madman, he raises the gun, saying it's time to send Tian Yu to his grave. He tells Trun Tien to shoot the gas first to knock everyone out. Trun Tien readies a grenade in his hand, proudly declaring that he's pulling out his own ultimate trump card too. He hurls the smoke grenade right toward the building where the duo is resting, the canister flying cleanly through the window and into the room. Thick purple smoke immediately erupts as it hits the floor. Trun Tien laughs in delight, asking Chinke if the target is blinded. Chinke raises his gun to take aim, highly satisfied and muttering that it's perfect. He targets Tian Yu's head, smugly pulling the trigger. The bullet tears right through, sending the figure's head crashing to the bloody desk. Trun Tien anxiously asks how it went, and seeing the body slump over, Chinke proudly declares that the job is done. Hearing that, Trun Tien laughs in satisfaction, saying that's perfect and they should hurry to get the bodies. But Chinke warns him to stay sharp because there are still others around, and they might as well wipe them all out now. Right on cue, he fires again, piercing Sha Liang's chest along with 2 others. Only then does Chinke finally feel satisfied. He says, all right, Sha Liang and the rest are gone. Let's grab the bodies. Confident they cleared the entire zone, Trun Tien and Chinke head inside to check. Seeing no signs of life, Trun Tien bursts into an excited laugh. He cheers that they actually did it, completely wiping out the troublesome Jia Bang. Beside him, a smug Chinke boasts that when the two of them team up, absolutely nothing can stop them. But mid-gloat, his foot accidentally kicks what looks like Sha Liang's bloody head. Talk about a massive plot twist, he realizes he just shot a dummy. Chinke screams in panic that they are fakes and they need to run immediately. Yep, Tian Yu's decoy trap worked flawlessly, and they're already waiting outside. Wearing their masks, Sha Liang and Tian Yu block the way, suggesting they stay since they've already arrived. Realizing they've walked right into a trap, Chinke grinds his teeth, admitting their dummy play was pretty clever. Left with no other choice, he points his gun right at them, shouting that they'll just fight to the death. He charges forward, barking orders to put their masks on. Trak Hong releases the toxic gas while Huan Truck gets the hint and opens the door. Trun Tien screams in sheer panic, realizing these bastards actually sealed the room beforehand to trap his own poison gas inside. Scrambling to pull out 2 special pills, he tells Chinke that these will make them completely immune to the illusion. Without wasting a second, Chinke snatches a pill and shoves it straight into his mouth. As the gas clears, Sha Liang and Tian Yu take off their masks, admitting they've got some decent tricks, but now it's time for a real fight. Chinke glares at them, grinding his teeth in absolute fury. He demands to know why Tian Yu is using their own moves against them, asking if the punk is looking down on them. Yelling that he won't stand for this disrespect, he promises to show them what their deadly duo can really do. Backed into a corner, Trun Tien clasps his hands and chants a cloning spell. While Sha Liang and Qi Tian Yu are caught off guard, a dark clone appears behind them. But thanks to his insane reflexes, Qi Tian Yu dodges the deadly blade just in time. That creepy puppet refuses to give up and launches another attack, but Qi Tian Yu easily tilts his head to dodge it. Suddenly, a creepy, mechanical voice screeches from the puppet. Wait, is this not the decoy we prepared earlier? How on earth is it even moving? It turns out Tian is controlling this puppet. He laughs mockingly, having hidden several of these fake bodies all over the building. He gloats, thanks a lot, boys. I've got plenty of other puppets waiting besides this Qi Tian Yu replica. That is when Qi Tian Yu suddenly remembers. Oh crap, he completely forgot that this guy can actually control puppets. While he is distracted, a laser beam shoots right through Qi Tian Yu. He clutches his shoulder as Sha Liang panics, screaming his name. Seeing the two of them backed into a corner, Chinka points his gun, challenging them to show him what other cheap tricks they have left. Clutching his bleeding arm, Qi Tian Yu grits his teeth in pain. He glares straight at Chinka, cursing him out with absolute fury. He rants, you bastard. Does my shoulder have a grudge against you, always hitting the exact same spot? Chinka just looks away, claiming he has not used a handgun in forever, so his aim is a bit rusty. He warns his next shot will definitely blow Qi Tian Yu's head off. The moment he pulls the trigger, the bullet streaks forward, but Qi Tian Yu's incredible reflexes allow him to dodge it just in time. It grazes Qi Tian Yu's left cheek. Just barely, leaving a thin trail of blood. He sneers, you missed again. Chinka sighs calmly, admitting his skills have really gone downhill. He declares he is done playing and commands him to die, immediately firing a rapid succession of shots. The bullets streak directly toward Qi Tian Yu, and seriously, watch his next move. He activates his hardened skin skill instead of dodging. All three bullets slam hard right into Qi Tian Yu's face at the exact same time. The instant they impact his skin, Tian pumps his fist and screams, this time we finally killed him. Chinka sweats. He knows something is off. Gritting his teeth, he warns not to celebrate too early because something is off. Then, holy crap. Chinka's eyes nearly pop out as he stammers in sheer terror, seeing Qi Tian Yu still standing there completely unfazed. Is this guy a freaking monster? Qi Tian Yu calmly plucks the crushed bullets from his forehead and chuckles. He sneers, that was a direct hit to the bullseye. Your shooting is decent, but now it is my turn. With that, Qi Tian Yu charges like a bullet toward Chinka, leaving Sha Liang standing there completely dumbfounded. Panicking, he tells Tian that his pistol is useless, so he needs to assemble his sniper rifle while Tian buys him some time, and his partner quickly agrees. Next, Tian pulls out another bizarre, twisted weapon, a bizarre fusion of puppet parts. Unfazed, Qi Tian Yu mocks it as just another cheap trick, delivering a direct punch that easily shatters the puppet into pieces, calling it way too fragile. But Tian does not even flinch, launching into an offensive stance and shouting that his last move was just a smokescreen. He commands him to look at his real treasure, and suddenly, a thick cord whips out, binding Qi Tian Yu tightly around the waist. Startled, he looks down, wondering what on earth this is, and if it is another high-voltage cable, while Tian holds up a controller. Frustrated, he snaps, how many times do I have to tell you? This is a magical weapon, not some high-voltage power line. Without hesitating, he presses the button, unleashing a surge of lightning that sends a massive electrical shock coursing through Qi Tian Yu's entire body. He urgently calls out to Chinka, hurry up. Boss, I cannot hold him down for much longer. Hearing this, he stays calm but noticeably speeds up his assembly process. With a sharp click, the magazine locks into place, and Chinka spins around, gloating that it is over and telling Qi Tian Yu to prepare to die. But when the dust clears, he is completely gone. You can literally feel the panic as they scream, asking where he went. Tian stares blankly at the empty space, totally unaware of the dark shadow looming behind him. He stammers, what is going on? I literally just tied him up, when Qi Tian Yu speaks in a dark tone. He says, I am right here. Tian and Chinka whip around in shock, terrified of how he got behind them. With a swift blow, he sends both of their heads slamming into the floor, mocking their painfully slow reactions as Chinka struggles helplessly. His tricks failed, completely useless. Tian can only curse in frustration, damn it. Pinning them down, Qi Tian Yu looks up and tells Sha Liang to tie them both up. His ally asks in worry if Qi Tian Yu is alright because of that shoulder wound. Sha Liang points out his arm is covered in blood. Only then does Qi Tian Yu feel the throbbing pain, calmly checking his shoulder. He tells him, let me bandage this first. Take good care of these two while I am gone. Grinning, Sha Liang cracks his knuckles and wraps a bandage around his hand, telling Tian and Chinka that since the boss is busy, they can finally get started. The two of them begin to tremble violently. Tian turns pale with fear, his voice shaking as he stammers in absolute panic. He begs, what are you doing? Stay away from me. While outside, the bright city lights illuminate the dark night sky. Strange, painful noises echo from inside the building as Tian gets thoroughly beaten, desperately squealing that Van Dien paid them to eliminate Qi Tian Yu. Sha Liang calmly sits there interrogating him, asking how many assassins Tran Van Ding actually hired in total. Kan Hoa fearfully confesses that he posted the bounty on the dark web, explaining there are 20 hitmen registered on the entire site. And I am ranked number 1. Sa Luong falls silent, staring straight ahead to confirm. So that means there are 18 killers left, right? Like Tran Tien, Kan Hoa is stripped naked, bound tight. He screams out in sheer anger, "We confess to everything already. Why will you not release us?" he yells. Sa Luong simply shrugs, replying, "My words do not count. We must wait for Kai Thien Vu to decide your fate." Job done. Kai Thien Vu looks serious as he calls out, "That is enough, Sa Luong." Hearing him, Sa Luong spins around and asks, "Are you done treating those wounds?" Kai Thien Vu folds his arms and nods, saying, "Yeah, let them down first so we can chat." Sa Luong immediately obeys, stepping forward to untie the two prisoners. Finding himself freed so easily makes Tran Tien suspicious as he asks Kai Thien Vu, "What do you want us to do?" Kai Thien Vu calmly asks if there is any way to stop the remaining 18 hitmen. Kan Koa breaks into a cold sweat, averting his eyes as he replies, "If even Tran Tien and I cannot take you down, the others probably will not dare show up, except for the second-ranked killer, An Tuk. She is a master of disguise, so almost nobody sees her coming. Her fee is insanely high. You cannot even dream of hiring her without at least 2 million yuan. Kai Thien Vu clears his throat and replies, "I am not afraid of this An Tuk. I just hate being bothered. Is there a way to force Tran Van Dien to cancel the bounty?" Kan Hoa confesses that once a hit is put out, it cannot be cancelled, but there is another way to make it completely useless. Realizing he is about to leak an organization's secret, Tran Tien panics and yells, "Brother Bao, shut up. Do you want to betray us?" Annoyed by the interruption, Kai Thien Vu demands he speak. Kan Hoa struggles to force the words out. The only real way is to take out Tran Van Dien. With no one left to pay the bill, the killers will naturally walk away. Kai Thien Vu, do you actually have the guts to kill? Kan Koa asks. Kai Thien Vu glares and asks, "So you want me to kill Tran Van Dien?" Kan Koa shakes his head. "No. Tran Van Dien is nothing but a low-level lackey. The real money man of the Tran family is his father, Tran Gia Troc." Hearing this, Kai Thien Vu finally gets it. He looks down and sighs, "So it is that old man. Huh. I do not know what grudge you have with Tran Gia Troc, but I am not the type to go around murdering people. Having got the answers I needed, you both can get lost." The moment Kai Thien Vu says this, Tran Tien bolts. Running for the hills, Tran Tien screams back, "I am heading out first." His partner has already vanished, yet Kan Koa just stands there. Frowning in surprise, Kai Thien Vu asks him why he is not leaving. Kan Hoa quietly turns around to go. Before stepping out, he casually leaves a tip. "Kai Thien Vu, you are destined for greatness. If you ever need to eliminate someone, call me. My number is in my jacket pocket. Call me if you need." With the mess finally cleaned up, Kai Thien Vu shoves his hands into his pockets and says, "Sa Luong, I am heading out now." Hearing this, Sa Luong immediately hands him a sharp battle axe, warning Kai Thien Vu, "Take this weapon in case you run into those crazy hitmen." Staring at the chained axe in his hands, Kai Thien Vu is totally stunned and asks, "You actually kept this kind of toy?" Sa Luong nonchalantly shrugs, replying, "It is high-quality gear after all." Awkwardly, Kai Thien Vu asks him to wrap it up, saying carrying this on the streets is asking for trouble. Sa Luong quickly turns around to look for a wrap, repeatedly telling him to be careful. Sometime later, a city bus finally pulls up to the local station. Kai Thien Vu steps up. The vehicle is completely empty, so he takes a seat near the door, totally lost in his thoughts without paying any attention to his surroundings. Not far away, a dangerous guy in black has been watching him, and you just know this ride is about to get extremely ugly. "Are you Kai Thien Vu?" he asks. Looking at this dangerous stranger, our hero frowns in confusion as the man smugly introduces himself. "I am Trebom, rank 9 assassin." Sighing in exhaustion, Kai Thien Vu looks totally annoyed. "Another killer. Are you here to fight or to talk terms?" Trebom completely ignores his questions, keeping his cool as he tells him to open his hand. "I have a gift for you." Letting his guard down, Kai Thien Vu holds out his hand and asks, "What is it?" Watch how insane this killer is. He casually drops a live grenade right into Kai Thien Vu's hand and immediately pulls the safety pin. The bus rolls down the quiet street, completely oblivious to the danger inside. A second later, the grenade detonates with a deafening blast. Suddenly, the shockwave flips the entire bus onto its side as wild flames burst out, sending thick black smoke billowing. Somehow, Kai Thien Vu manages to survive, gritting his teeth as he tries to endure the pain. Even with his defensive shield activated, his hand is badly mangled. Realizing he totally underestimated this assassin, Kai Thien Vu looks around in agony, his eyes scanning the smoke to locate Trebom. "What the hell? Is this bastard trying to die with me?" The bus flips onto its side, scraping the asphalt and sparking a massive fire. Tian Yu struggles to stand, feeling pretty weak and worried. "This is bad. I have to save them. A hand claws out of the smoke, while Bomb stands on the roof, making Trumchow gasp. Not dead yet? Clutching his bleeding arm, Tian Yu yells angrily. Unreal. Throwing a grenade in a crowded place like this, yet he acts like it is absolutely nothing. Sorry about that. I act pretty recklessly with absolutely zero concrete plans. On top of that, Bomb indifferently drops another crucial detail. No need. Save your breath. There were only 3 old folks and 1 driver, and they are all dead. Tian Yu freezes, his eyes widen in utter shock before he leaps onto the roof, wanting to slice him to pieces, you bastard. Pure rage. Gripping his scythe tightly, Tian Yu strikes, but Bomb suddenly tosses out a small explosive, sounding completely smug. Whoa, watch out. He chucks the explosive straight at him, and Tian Yu cannot dodge in time as he screams in pain. A narrow miss. He leaps desperately through the thick smoke, slashing horizontally, but Bomb timely dodges the deadly blade anyway. Clicking his tongue, Bomb grins that guy's body is pretty tough. Even explosions cannot rip it apart. Instantly, he pulls out another weapon, hurling a sticky bomb straight at Tian Yu, before quickly making a very leisurely escape. Farewell, Tian Yu. Instantly, a massive explosion follows. Right before his eyes, that weird chemical liquid ignites and pops like crazy. So dangerous. Nobody expected that liquid to be so powerful, leaving Tian Yu with some pretty severe injuries. Safe at last. A bit later, the firefighters locate and quickly rescue him. We found someone on the roof, but 3 others are confirmed dead. At the hospital, Tian Yu is rushed to emergency care. 2 attending doctors desperately try to wake him up, asking if he can hear them. Eventually, Tian Yu slowly opens his hazy eyes, looking around in complete confusion. His body has suffered severe blood loss, needing an urgent transfusion. He faintly hears someone making an announcement. This morning, a terrorist attacked a local bus, leaving 4 people dead and spreading panic throughout the city. 1 critical. Tian Yu frowns and shuts his eyes, struggling to adjust. Slowly, he blinks them open, realizing what happened. Breaking news. The television reports that the suspect is still at large, and citizens must stay highly alert at all times. Watching quietly this entire time, Sha Liang finally steps forward. You are awake, he sighs, gritting his teeth pretty anxiously. I saw the news and realized that wrecked bus was the exact same one you boarded earlier today. No warnings yet. Knowing something went wrong, I stopped them from calling your parents. Do you want them here? Tian Yu firmly declines. Good. Definitely keep it from them. Respecting his friend's boundaries, Sha Liang drops the subject without another single word. Crossing his arms, he explains that he already reported everything about those relentless assassins straight to the police. Case closed? They actually arrested Tranjia Truck and are questioning him right now. But suddenly, a loud knock interrupts them. Wondering who it could be, Tian Yu looks up. Sha Liang shrugs, guessing it is the police waiting to question him. They need your statements for clues, so come in. But here is the crazy part the moment the door opens. Tian Yu gasps in pure disbelief. Tranjia Truck stands there, dressed elegantly while radiating a deeply mysterious and calculated aura. Confused, Tian Yu asks how Tranjia Truck and Tran Van Ding got there, while Sha Liang furiously yells at the officers. Interrogation over? Where the hell are the guards, and why did they let him walk in here like this? The officer speaks up pretty carefully, explaining that they simply could not find a single shred of physical evidence to back up Sha Liang's wild claims. By law, they had to release them. Tian Yu glares at Tranjia Truck with pure, burning hatred. What do you want, Tranjia Truck? Staying completely calm, the old man turns to his assistant. Tran Van Din obediently shuts the door behind them. With that settled, Tranjia Truck prepares to get down to actual business. Relax, Tian Yu. I only came here to negotiate. Both he and Sha Liang wait in tense, silent suspense. Speak up. The old man demands they hand over the Sao project, promising to call off his assassins. Sha Liang aggressively grabs him by the collar, yelling that he has no chance. Smirking, Tranjia Truck calmly threatens to add a few more names to their wanted list. For instance, he continues, as Tian Yu feels his entire body freeze. His mind goes completely blank, hearing names like Lam Te, Tianjia, Darthu Bin, and Dong Yu, his eyes turning stone cold. Boiling with rage, Tian Yu lunges forward and punches him straight in the jaw, daring him to try. Unfazed, Tranjia Truck immediately threatens him back. It only takes 1 text from me to put those warrants out, so just try laying another hand on me and see what happens. Powerless, Tian Yu burns with rage. Holding his bruised cheek, the old man demands his final decision right now. I give you 24 hours. Jia Truck finishes speaking, turns his back, and leaves Van Ding. Let us go. Sha Liang is completely hesitant, his mind a tangled mess now that they hit a dead end. What should he do now? The police cannot even help us. Must we really hand over the project to them? Suddenly, Tian Yu grinds his teeth, spitting out each bitter word. Trenjiatrak, you forced my hand. He immediately grabs his phone to dial a number. On the other end of the line, Qingke quickly picks up. Hello. Tian Yu speaks in an urgent, serious tone. Hello, I thought it through. Kill Trenjiatrak for me. Watch this, a tense rooftop showdown is brewing. Over at the bus station, Qingke is already waiting. Xiaoliang quickly arrives, announcing he is here. Folding his arms politely, Qingke feels curious when he notices Xiaoliang has shown up completely alone. Is that you, Xiaoliang? Why did Qi Tianyu not show? Xiaoliang replies briefly, Qi Tianyu is pretty badly hurt, so I came instead. Not caring about anything else, he turns around, eager to get to business. Alright, let us get moving then. Xiaoliang is confused. Where to? Walking casually, Qingke mutters under his breath to kill Trenjiatrak. Anxiously, he hesitates, asking if they are really just going to kill him right now. I thought we had to negotiate the price first, but he only smirks, replying casually without any worries. I already told you, I want to join your crew, so this hit is on the house. Think of this as a show of my loyalty. Xiaoliang looks at Qingke with highly suspicious and wary eyes. He really cannot read this guy at all, so he needs to stay on guard. Hurrying after him, Xiaoliang calls out, Hey, I still do not know your name. He answers indifferently. My name is Wu Qingke, nickname Kimu. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Honatrak stays right by Tian Yu's side, filled with deep anxiety. Boss, sending him completely alone. Is he going to face danger? Sighing, he reveals his plans. I wanted to go along too, but this time my injuries are honestly just too severe. I already sent both Dartrang and Lu Tiu to follow them. Suddenly, the system pops up, warning that the host's recovery speed is currently far too slow. Activate fast recovery? Yes, please. Tian Yu is absolutely amazed by this. There is actually a feature like that? Flashback to minutes ago, Dartrang and Lu Tiu were busy tailing them under orders from Tian Yu. Watching quietly, the two shadowed them before urgently whispering they just went upstairs. So what do we do now? Without a single moment of hesitation, Dartrang decided to follow them right up. Back in the present, Xiaoliang follows closely behind Qingke and asks, What are we doing up here? Looking around, he casually responds for sniping. You obviously need to pick a prime spot. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears before them, smug as hell. I knew you guys would show up here. Xiaoliang panics. Oh no, it is an ambush, a trap set by Kim Ingu. Tribomb casually pulls out several grenades, sneering about his little explosive toys. You traitors of the Shadow Organization, go ahead and die. Tribomb throws 2 grenades right at Qingke and Xiaoliang. Already activated, Xiaoliang watches them fly in, his jaw dropping in pure shock. Bombs. Luckily, Qingke reacts instantly, pushing Xiaoliang flat onto the ground to save him. Xiaoliang, get down now. The grenades explode with a deafening blast. Getting back up, a shocked Xiaoliang turns to ask a question. Wait, are you not on the same side as him? Qingke grinds his teeth and replies in frustration. Right now, I am basically a traitor to the Shadow Organization too, so how could we be allies? He pulls out his weapon, urging Xiaoliang to team up. I will assemble the gun, you buy me some time. Xiaoliang snaps back, couldn't you have assembled this before we actually left? He pulls out an even bigger explosive as it flashes. Right then, Xiaoliang grabs a heavy rock and charges ahead. Do not even think about it. Aiming straight at the bomber's wrist, Xiaoliang hurls the rock. The explosive flies out of his hand, shocking him. Oh no, the bomb triggers instantly, letting off a massive flash. Check out this quick thinking. Seizing his chance, Qingke scopes in. Nice job, Xiaoliang, he says, aligning his crosshairs directly at the center of Tribomb's forehead. Boom! The bullet tears straight through his brain. Before he can even react, Tribomb drops dead in a pool of blood. Xiaoliang stands frozen in utter shock at the scene. Did he seriously just take a life just like that? With his head blown wide open, Tribomb lies dead in a pool of fresh blood, tears streaming down his face. Coldly, Qingke mutters that life and death are fated in this brutal assassin world. He points his rifle across, warning that their location is completely compromised and they need to finish this fast. Qingke locks his eyes forward with intense, razor-sharp focus on the target, but the scope shows absolutely nothing. The target has vanished. Lowering his gun, Qingke keeps his composure as he delivers the bad news. Oh no! Trenjiatrak has already escaped. Xiaoliang is absolutely panicking right now. What do we do now? If we fail to eliminate that old man today, he will come back to kill Qi Tian Yu. Remaining calm, Qingke uses his genius 160 IQ brain to deduce where the enemy will be striking next. So I guess they might have sent their people to the other sniper positions too. Sure enough, peering through his scope this time, he spots another target silently keeping watch. He found him. It is indeed Ko Diep, and the assassin has already called for reinforcements. Manhwa pulls out a tiny tracking bullet, deciding to use this bugging device. Dropping to one knee, he aims carefully and chambers around. Meanwhile, Ko Diep has no idea he is in someone's crosshairs, casually reporting the situation over his radio to his contact. Yes, boss, Tra Dan has been taken out. Right then, Kan Hua's bullet flies in, but he intentionally misses, hitting the door behind to make a loud noise. The listening device falls right to the ground. Vu Kan Hua's sniper skills are top tier, and the bugging device successfully sticks to Ko Diep's leg completely unnoticed. The sudden loud noise startles the man on the other end, who frantically demands to know Ko Diep. What is happening? Why was there gunfire? Ho Diep quickly reports back to Jia Trach. I was targeted by a sniper but missed. The boss immediately orders him to retreat. Ho Diep does not dare linger either, quickly obeying the command and running down. Understood. But here's the kicker, he has no clue he is carrying Kan Hoa's tracker. As he flees, the bug keeps sending a strong signal. Beep, beep. Relying on his sheer speed, Ko Diep escapes the pursuit, panting heavily as he reports that they are not following him. Over the receiver, another command comes through. Tranjia Trak has moved to the villa, go to the next sniper ambush point. He acknowledges the order. Meanwhile, Kiam Nu is listening in. He intercepted the audio and confirmed the location Tranjia Trak is currently inside the villa. Without hesitation, the two quickly rush out of the building. Let's go completely unaware that Dai Trang and Lu Tu are watching from the bushes behind. Seeing this, Lu Tu curiously asks Lu Dai Trang brother, why did they just leave like that? He tensely orders him to quickly report back to Kai Thien Vu. Cut to the bedside phone, which suddenly starts ringing loudly. Cha Hoin Trak immediately picks up the phone. Hello, hello. The other end frantically asks, is this Tre Kong? Where is Kai Thien Vu? He hesitates, laughing awkwardly. Brother. He went out. Hearing this, Lu Dai Trang gets anxious. Went out? Where could he go when he is so badly injured? We have something urgent to tell him. Left with no choice, Cha Hoin Trak just explains the situation honestly. I could not stop him. He said he wanted to seek revenge, and then he just ran right out. You guys over there will have to play it by ear. He hangs up, leaving Lu Dai Trang utterly devastated and looking down in despair, unable to reach Kai Thien Vu. This is bad. Lu Tu looks at his brother in utter confusion. So what do we do now, brother? Feeling helpless, he bolts out of the bushes at full speed, yelling at the top of his lungs, what else can we do? We follow them. Sometime later, at a massive estate with mountains rising right behind it, this is the Tran family villa. From a distance, Kan, Hoa, and Sa Luang watch from their hiding spot. That is the Tran family mansion. Sa Luang doubts they can make a shot from this far. Looking closely with a professional eye, he notes they need to get closer. But the issue is, every single sniper point within range is already heavily guarded. Sa Luang worries, are the other assassins waiting for us in ambush? Just like that Tra Dan guy did? Kan Hoa nods, tightly gripping his sniper rifle. Yes, we have to clear them out first. But watch out, neither of them notices the faint sound. Up in the tree right behind them, an uninvited guest silently lands. It is none other than Ko Diep, the 17th ranked assassin, holding his phone to report. Hello, I found them. The boss replies with satisfaction. Perfect. I have already sent backup. Corner Kim Nu. Right on cue, several dark figures silently drop down beside Ko Diep. With lightning speed, he draws his daggers, charging forward with his deadly blade technique. 3 sharp blades fly straight toward Kan Hoa, who is still focused on aiming, completely unaware. Ko Diep screams in pure excitement, Kan Hoa, go to hell. At the crucial second, Lu Tu and Lu Dai Trang create a transparent wall, a golden shield that shatters the incoming weapons. Only then do Kan Kwa and Sa Luang turn around in shock. Seeing Dai Trang and Lu Tio there, he is stunned. Dai Trang sighs with relief. Good thing Kai Thien Vu told me to follow behind, otherwise they would have been blindsided. Seeing his ambush fail, Ko Diep tesks in frustration. Damn it, they spotted us. From above, his backup arrives, and he screams out the command brothers, kill them all. Kan Hoa grits his teeth to fight for his life, but Sa Luang and Dai Trang absolutely dominate, throwing brutal punches that land with perfect precision. One thug suddenly draws a knife and lunges at Lu Tio, but he dodges with incredible agility, slamming the guy flat onto the ground. Kan Hoa instantly shows off his elite skills, aiming his rifle right at his target. With just a single shot, the bullet pierces straight through the arms of Ko Diep's 2 henchmen. Outside, the situation is extremely critical, and a subordinate rushes in to report President Tran. They are already here. Tranjia Trak pauses that fast. Back in the fight, Lu Tu is panting heavily with dirt smeared all over his face. After a brutal life-or-death struggle, those Ko Diep thugs are finally dealt with and completely wiped out. Suddenly, Sa Luang collapses. Clutching his stomach, he falls as Dai Trang panics in fear. Sa Luang turns pale. Blood is dripping, but he insists he can survive a simple stomach stab. Dai Trang completely disagrees. He orders Lu Tio to take Sa Luang to the hospital right now. Lu Tio wastes no time and rushes Sa Luang out of there, while Kan Hoa agrees with the plan and turns to Dai Trang. Alright, my friend, we need to take down Trangia Troc before he manages to escape from here. Dai Trang quickly nods in agreement. While they are quietly scouting the surroundings to locate the closest escape route, brace yourselves, a stealthy assassin suddenly scales the cliff to ambush them. Sensing sudden bloodlust, Dai Trang instantly panics and warns Kan Hua to hit the deck immediately because danger is coming. But the killer strikes with insane speed, unleashing a wild slash that nearly cleaves Kan Hua in half before he can react. He survives, but his only weapon is destroyed. Kan Hua stares in absolute horror at his sliced gun. The arrogant assassin grips his blade tightly, unleashing relentless attacks while proudly declaring his own name. He is the fifth great blade. Dai Trang gasps and quickly activates his golden bell barrier to block the massive incoming slash. But that freezing blade hits with such overwhelming force that Dai Trang cannot hold it back, screaming out that he cannot resist. The sword is just too sharp. Even with his hardened body, the deep gash leaves Dai Trang writhing in agony. Just one assassin has completely overwhelmed both of them. Kan Hua quickly draws his backup pistol, desperately trying to lock onto the enemy. In sheer panic, he grit his teeth and fires blindly. But it does absolutely nothing. The assassin effortlessly slices every single bullet in half with a single swing. He cuts right through Kan Hua, making Dai Trang scream out in sheer horror. Without even looking back, the killer swings his sword, slicing Dai Trang's arm as he tries to protect Kan Hua. The blade bites deep, straight into his wrist bone. But when the killer tries to slice deeper, he realizes he cannot budge at all. What? It is stuck. Fuming, the assassin glares at Dai Trang, who has actually clamped down on the blade with his bare hands, roaring with battle spirit. He slams his forehead straight into the killer. The brutal headbutt crushes his skull, sending him straight to the afterlife on the spot. With the enemy dead, Dai Trang collapses from pure exhaustion. Meanwhile, Trangia Troc's subordinate answers a phone call and gasps in shock. The enemies were all wiped out by Tai Dao? His face darkens as he mutters that he will handle the arrangements immediately. Turning to Trangia Troc, he reports that the enemies are dead, so there is no longer any need to escape. Hearing this, Trangia Troc smiles with satisfaction, boasting that spending big bucks to hire Tai Dao was totally worth it. He eagerly asks where the killer is now, and the subordinate nervously replies that his skull got crushed and he is at the hospital. As two captured men are dragged forward, he asks how Trangia Troc wants to handle the remaining two survivors. It is Kan Hua and Dai Trang, beaten bloody and tightly bound. Seeing his former ally, Trangia Troc sneers in amusement. He mocks him, asking if this is really Kan Hua, whom he paid a fortune to only to get betrayed. Ordering his men to bring a gun, he wants to execute Kan Hua personally, and a henchman leaves immediately. Oh, get a load of this psycho. Eagerly cocking the weapon, he mutters how nostalgic it feels to hold a gun again. The two bound captives remain completely silent and still. A loud gunshot echoes, and the bullet tears straight through Kan Hua's chest as he groans in excruciating pain. Glaring at Trangia Troc, he never expected to die here, while the villain sighs at his stubborn resilience. Realizing he missed the vitals, Trangia Troc casually fires another shot, burying a second bullet deep inside Kan Hua's shoulder. As the cold barrel rises again, Kan Hua falls into total despair. Facing multiple gunshot wounds, his vision turns blurry as massive blood loss causes his consciousness to slowly drift away into darkness. Suddenly, the ventilation shaft shatters, and Tian Yu crashes down in a spectacular, heroic entrance. He stands proudly to shield the two men, still wearing hospital pants while his shirt is completely gone. Dai Trang rejoices, but Trangia Troc is absolutely terrified. He screams that it is impossible for Tian Yu to heal this fast, as his henchmen swarm out to protect their boss. The first guy lunges down aggressively, and Tian Yu plants a fist right on his jaw. The second guy gets it just as bad, a devastating side kick that sends him flying right against the wall. Jia Troc trembles at the sight, backing away slowly while stammering Tian Yu. What do you think you are doing? If you take another step, I will call for help, he warns. But Tian Yu just sneers and dares him to try. Go ahead and call, Tian Yu says, as Jia Troc waves his phone, warning that he will do it before dialing immediately. You forced my hand, Jia Troc growls. Meanwhile, Tian Yu quietly asks Chinka Kiemgu if the bounty is cancelled once Trangia Troc is dead. Holding back his immense pain, Chinka weakly whispers his answer to him. That is right. Once the client is dead, the bounty goes away. Those are the rules of the Shadow Organization. With his fate sealed, Tian Yu unleashes a cold, murderous fist straight through Trangia Troc, saying that the old man forced his hand. Watching silently from the trees, Thai sees his target fall and immediately orders a full retreat because the mission has failed. A swarm of assassins leaps from the branches, fleeing for their lives as Tian Yu senses them fading away. Chinky staggers forward, explaining that with the target dead, the hunt is officially over. Without any prize money on the line, the remaining killers will not bother coming. He then tosses a strange slip of paper onto the corpse. Before Tian Yu can even ask, Chinky explains that leaving this specific symbol will solve everything. The police are going to blame the shadow organization instead of looking at you, he explains, clutching his badly bleeding wound. To be absolutely safe, we should probably burn his body so we do not leave any evidence behind. You are losing way too much blood to worry about this, Tian Yu warns, telling him that he will get someone else to clean up the crime scene. Take Lu Tio and get to the hospital right away. Before leaving, he warns Tian Yu not to make the place look too clean, or the police will suspect something. Since I was already a member of Shadow, you can leave my blood right where it is. Just wipe away your footprints and any traces of Lu Tiu to make this look like an internal gang war. He then urges him to quickly call a car and get the injured Dar Trong to the hospital as soon as possible. I cannot show my face in public right now, so I will go look for a private local clinic instead. Chinke hesitates, halting his steps. Watching him, a satisfied Tian Yu decides it is time to ask a few serious questions. What was your name again, he asks, since you wanted to join us. The assassin grins, introducing himself as Vu Chinke, also known as Kim Nu. Smiling, Tian Yu nods, welcoming Vu Chinke. The two share a knowing look before giving each other a warm, friendly handshake. Welcome to Sabang, I accept you, Tian Yu says. Later at the hospital, Lu Tio leaps up the second the doctor exits, asking about his brother's arm. The doctor looks at him, letting out a heavy, regretful sigh. His tendons are completely torn, the infection is severe, and we cannot save his arm, the doctor says. Hearing this, Lu Tio freezes in utter shock. He grabs the doctor in a panic, screaming how his brother is supposed to work as a security guard if he loses his entire arm. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Tian Yu tells him to calm down, then addresses the doctor with a serious look. Doctor, money is not an issue here. Please save his hand. But the doctor just shakes his head, saying there is absolutely nothing he can do. The doctor hesitates before offering an alternative, assuming they are willing to pay a premium. He can get a high-tech prosthetic hand that will allow him to live a normal life without any major struggles. Realizing this is actually their best option, Tian Yu looks over to ask if this works for Lu Tiu, who softly smiles and nods his head in agreement. Doctor, we will leave everything to you then. Fast forward a few weeks to a peaceful night. The core members are gathered together, laughing and talking, when a familiar face enters the room and everyone waves. Tian Yu smiles, glad to see everyone looking so lively, as he notes how incredibly well they have all recovered. He asks if Sha Liang and Vu Chinky are doing okay since they were hurt the worst, but they both laugh it off easily. Turning to Dar Trong, he asks if he is used to wearing his new prosthetic hand. Raising his arm with a big grin, Dar Trong replies that it works perfectly and has tons of cool functions. Hearing this makes him smile. Without delay, they all raise their glasses to toast the fall of Tranjia Troc and his entire network. But of course, partying hard all night long comes with a serious price the very next morning. Sitting in class, a sleep-deprived Tian Yu cannot stop yawning, struggling to focus before finally forcing himself to do his schoolwork. Looking at his finished work, he gets excited realizing he actually solved all these problems without relying on his system. He smiles, thinking that with Tranjia Troc finally gone, Sabang can enjoy some peace. He can finally enjoy some peace on his way to school. But then, his phone starts buzzing in his pocket, making him pull it out in confusion to check the caller. Tian Yu is pretty surprised. It is Lam Tay. The second he answers, her incredibly excited voice rings out. Hello, my love. Are you free tonight? Hearing this, he instantly gets pretty defensive and hesitantly asks what she is trying to do. She excitedly tells him there is a famous dance party tonight, and she is missing a partner, so it is perfect if he is free. Tian Yu just stands there completely dumbfounded. A dance partner? But he does not even know how to dance. Before he can even process this, Lam Tay takes charge. She says it is settled then, and she will pick him up after school. She hangs up instantly, leaving a helpless Tian Yu screaming into the phone. He begs. No answer. Just a cold dial tone. Tian Yu can only let out a long, helpless sigh. Suddenly, a terrifying voice whispers right next to his ear. Dong Ngok glares at him and demands to know if that was Lam Tay on the phone again. Panicking, Tian Yu waves his hands frantically and tries to explain that it is not what she thinks. But before he can even utter a single word, Dong Ngok beats him to a pulp, leaving him screaming in agonizing pain. After surviving Dong Ngok's brutal torture, Tian Yu drags himself to the schoolyard to meet Lam Tay. Looking at his bruised face, she asks what on earth happened to his ear. With one ear completely swollen, a pretty depressed Tian Yu weakly lies that he just got stung by a bee. But wait, because now we're jumping to the courthouse, where a subordinate tells President Ko that she still has 3 final documents left. Reading through them, Van Yin briefly nods before asking Tren O to hold onto the files for a moment while she slips away to use the restroom. Tren O readily agrees to help. As Van Yin's footsteps echo down the hall, another set of heavy steps follows closely behind, as a cleaner carrying her tools enters the room. This worker looks quite unusual, her eyes burning with pure, murderous intent. The sound of a flushing toilet echoes. After finishing up, Van Yen slowly steps out to wash her hands, completely oblivious to any danger. She remains completely unaware of the mysterious cleaner lurking right behind her. The assassin quietly pulls out a sharp knife. Suddenly, a terrifying, blood-curdling scream echoes through the walls. Hearing this, a panicked Trenno yells out for President Ko. Rushing inside, he finds Van Yen collapsed on the cold floor, leaving him frozen in absolute terror and disbelief. She lies there, gasping for air, a blade plunged deep into her chest. He rushes over, frantically screaming her name. Trying desperately to calm himself down, Trenno rapidly dials emergency services. Is it 1-2? He screams that someone has been stabbed at the courthouse and begs them to hurry. Hanging up, he curses furiously, wondering what monster could do this. Spotting the open window, he quickly realizes the attacker must have escaped that way, rushing over to peer outside and check. Looking down, he spots the culprit casually walking away below, forcing him to click his tongue in utter frustration. It is a woman, but catching her now is pretty much impossible. Soon, sirens wail as the ambulance rushes the injured Van Yen away. Arriving in record time, Van Yen is wheeled straight into the emergency room with her young son, Kung Kung, following close behind. The frantic medical staff yells for everyone to step back as Ha Nung weeps, desperately begging her beloved aunt to stay strong. Unable to hold back his tears, little Kung Kung cries out for his mother right before the heavy doors slam shut. Right at that moment, a private helicopter touches down on the hospital roof as heavy, authoritative footsteps approach. Stepping out with an imposing aura is Elder Sum Dong Dirp. Seeing him, Director Lu Kung immediately bows and formally welcomes the legendary figure. Sum Dong Dirp demands in a cold voice to know how Van Yin is doing. Asking if her injuries are severe, Director Lu Kung nervously reports that Mayor Ko is in critical condition, but they have already assembled their absolute best medical team to save her. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lam Tay stands looking quite radiant in a short green dress, showing off her prestige as the heiress of the Lam group. Clearly pretty pleased with her look, she smiles and orders them to wrap it up. She approaches Tian Yu, putting her hands on her hips to complain. Telling him to change because his previous outfit does not match her dress at all, Tian Yu feels a bit annoyed about wasting money. He complains that just picking out clothes has already cost over 100,000 yuan. But Lam Tay instantly fires back with a pout. Asking what he could possibly know, she argues that showing up to a grand dance in anything less would completely ruin her reputation. Defeated by her scolding, Tian Yu can only sigh and surrender, telling her to do whatever since it is not his money anyway. Suddenly, his face tenses up and he clenches his teeth tight in sheer agony. You can feel the dread rising as his chest pounds so violently he can literally hear it, clutching his heart in pure, sudden panic. Why is his heart suddenly racing like crazy? Noticing his pale, terrified face, Lam Tay quickly rushes over to ask what is wrong with him, but instead of answering, Tian Yu suddenly bursts into tears as uncontrollable crying takes over. A worried Lam Tay asks why he is crying. Her sudden question snaps him back to reality, leaving him to wipe his nose while feeling pretty confused about his own tears. I do not know, she stammers. Tian Yu gently wipes away her tears as she hesitantly describes what happened. He only felt a sudden, suffocating dread wash over him, as if his closest relative had just passed away. Touching his chest, Tian Yu frowns, deeply sensing that something is terribly wrong. System life scan activated. Super smell is now online. Check this out, his senses instantly sharpen, catching a hidden scent in the air. Instantly, a shocking realization hits Tian Yu. In his mind, he sees Gu Wenyan's pale, lifeless face as she lies on a bed, bleeding out from a deep, brutal stab wound to her chest. Seeing his sudden silence, Lam Tay panics, but Tian Yu just stands there, frozen, his lips trembling in shock. Did something happen to President Ko? Lam Tay asks, completely confused. Is that President Gu Wenyan of the Binhai Chamber of Commerce? She asks. He nods heavily with a dark expression. Terrified, she asks what happened to her. Tian Yu clenches his fists, his face dark as he spits out. She was stabbed straight through the heart. She gasps, covering her mouth in horror. Tian Yu looks down, a deep sadness washing over him. He softly apologizes to Lam Tay, saying he cannot take her to the dance tonight. No worries, she quickly replies, waving it off without any hesitation. It is just a party, she says, looking at him with absolute determination. Let me drive you there right now. Tian Yu is deeply moved. Soon, they are both in the car, rushing to find President Ko. During the drive, Lam Tay curiously asks how he even knew President Ko was in danger. He casually explains that it is a martial arts thing, so she probably would not really understand it anyway. Her cheeks blush a deep crimson as Lam Tay hesitantly asks if he would instantly sense it if something bad happened to her one day. Tian Yu chuckles, leaning back in his seat with a warm nod. Of course I would, he says, promising to fly to her rescue. Hearing this, Lam Tay smiles happily. Soon they arrive at the hospital, where Sum Han Eung and Kung Kung are waiting outside the ICU. Sum Han Eung gasps in pure shock. calling out his name in disbelief. Kung Kung wipes his tears, asking why his master is here. Tian Yu looks him in the eye, declaring he came to save President Ko. An old man sitting on the nearby waiting bench immediately barks out, "Stop!" This is Sum Dongdirp, the grandfather, who steps up and warns him that he already hired the best doctor in town to save Gu Wenyan. He tells him not to delay things. Kung Kung quickly runs over, explaining to his master that this is his grandfather. Knowing his place, Tian Yu hides his frustration and begs the elder for a chance. He politely explains that President Ko is in critical condition, begging the old man to let him go inside and help her. Sum Dongdirp looks highly skeptical, asking why a random kid like him thinks he can do what professional doctors cannot. "Why should I trust you?" he snaps. Kung Kung begs him, explaining that his master is extremely powerful. Sum Hanung also steps up to back him, saying he possesses incredible, mystical powers. She reminds her grandfather that Tian Yu saved her brother from that massive fire, so he can surely save their aunt. But the old man remains deeply unconvinced. He scoffs at martial arts and magic, but decides to give the young man a single chance. "If you actually have special powers, show me right now," the old man challenges. "Pardon my rudeness, elder," he says, activating his system's advanced scanning vision. Instantly, Sum Dongdirp's body is divided in his vision, revealing his entire internal skeletal structure. Smiling confidently, he asks if the elder has been suffering from back pain. Sum Dongdirp sighs, muttering that it is just an old age illness that no amount of money can cure. Seizing the moment, Tian Yu grins and replies that it is only because he has not met him yet. Without warning, he strikes a hard palm directly into Sum Dongdirp's side, popping veins on his forehead. The heavy blow hits his spine directly, sending a painful shockwave through his body as he lets out a loud scream. His eyes bulge out as he collapses to the floor, looking half dead. Kung Kung panics, screaming to ask why his master just hit his grandfather. Looking down at his hand with a hint of guilt, Tian Yu wonders if he went too far. But suddenly, Sum Dongdirp springs back up, touching his waist in surprise. Now, wait for it, the other three hold their breath in tense silence, waiting to see what happens next. He looks completely stunned, his eyes lighting up with joy as he realizes all his painful backaches are completely gone. His entire attitude toward Tian Yu instantly changes, and he widely smiles, praising the young man for his incredible skills. Just then, the surgeon finally steps out of the operating room, heavily asking if the family of Gu Wenyan is present. Elder Sum frantically runs over to ask how things are, doctor. How is she? How is Vun doing? The doctor's eyes drop, his voice filled with deep regret. "We did everything we could, but her injuries are just too severe." The doctor struggles to deliver the devastating news, admitting they are completely helpless. Everyone waiting outside the hospital room freezes in shock, completely paralyzed. What did he say? Furious, Dongdirp lunges forward and grabs the doctor by his collar, gritting his teeth in total denial. "Aren't you supposed to be the best doctors in Binhai City? Why can't you save her?" Understanding his pain, the doctor sighs helplessly. "I am sorry, Elder Sum, but current medical technology has its limits." Outside, the harsh sunlight continues to beat down, a brutal contrast to the crushing grief suffocating everyone inside. The doctor is at a complete loss. It is hard to say, but President Ko's heart has already stopped beating. Elder Sum's face goes totally pale. The doctor's voice cuts through the silence by all medical definitions. She is officially dead. With a heavy heart, the doctor holds out the death certificate. Elder Sum stares at the paper, unable to believe the words staring back at him. His hands shake uncontrollably as he takes the death certificate. This can't be happening. The doctor speaks as gently as possible. It is Gu Wenyan's death certificate. The three family members stand frozen, hearing his hollow words of condolence. Unable to handle the devastating shock, the two children burst into the ICU, crying out for their mother and Aunt Ko. Elder Sum stands completely paralyzed. His daughter, his beloved Vun Vun, is dead. Suddenly, breaking into a cold sweat, he grabs Tian Yu's arms with desperate strength. He begs him with every ounce of his soul, "Master, you have divine powers. Please save Vun Vun." He immediately reassures the grieving old man. "Don't worry, Elder Sum. I came here specifically to save President Ko." He clenches his fists. The doctor is right. President Ko is dead. There is no breath left in her body. The doctor stares at him, completely baffled by his presence. Elder Sum's face falls even further, deep wrinkles of worry taking over his face. Seeing his despair, Tian Yu can't bear to let him suffer. "But watch this," he asks. "Who says the dead can't be saved?" Clinging to a sudden ray of hope, tears of joy stream down Elder Sum's wrinkled face. Not wanting to waste another second, Tian Yu immediately asks if this doctor can assist him. The old man agrees instantly, "Absolutely no problem. I will mobilize every single medical resource in the entire city to help you." The doctor glares at him, deeply skeptical, demanding to know what he is planning to do. Tian Yu looks him dead in the eye. "I am bringing President Ko back from the dead." With that, he instantly contacts his system. The interface flashes, offering a cure, but it is going to cost him a massive 200 system points. Hearing that steep price, his eyes narrow in disbelief. 200 points? Seriously? But looking at the heartbroken, crying kids, he simply cannot ignore their pain. He makes his decision fine. It is just 200 points. With a quiet sigh, he buys the skill. Seconds later, fully geared up in protective scrubs, Tian Yu walks directly into the ICU room. The medical staff inside stare at him in complete confusion. Who are you? And why are you operating on a dead body? Director Lu Kung steps forward to clear the air, introducing him as the Grandmaster invited here personally by Elder Sum. Cooperate with him, fully. Seeing them walk in together, a nurse stares with deep suspicion. The doctor scoffs. Unbelievable. Even Elder Sum is falling for this utter nonsense. Sighing, the nurse whispers that they should just play along with his little game, knowing his scam will be fully exposed when he inevitably fails. Crossing her arms, she challenges him with a smug look. So, Master, what exactly do you need us to do to revive a corpse? Tian Yu remains completely calm. I asked Elder Sum to gather 10 women with the exact same blood type as Gu Wenyan. The nurse stares. Is this some kind of ritual sacrifice? Ignoring her snark, he politely replies that he is setting up an interconnected blood cycle. The doctor is stunned as he pieces it together. You want to link a living person's blood vessels directly to a corpse? Tian Yu calmly starts directing the medical staff. Every organ below the human brain naturally maintains normal blood circulation, so we will use 10 people to build a complete system to support President Ko. That way, even though her own internal organs have completely failed, she will still be able to wake up. The doctor snaps, screaming that he is a total lunatic. Have you even considered the massive risk of cross-contamination for everyone involved? Even if she wakes up, then what? Is she supposed to stay hooked up to 10 other people for the rest of her life? Continuing the surgery, Tian Yu nods. Doing this is the only way to buy enough time to repair her heart. But the female doctor strongly objects. Absolutely not. This is highly illegal, and we are playing with human lives. You are gambling with the lives of 10 innocent people. Suddenly, a booming voice cuts her off as Dongdirp storms in, yelling, "Who dares to disagree?" He points to the crowd standing right behind him. Master, we have enough volunteers. His eyes glare around the room as he explains the price I offered is massive, and every single one of them signed up willingly. The old man snarls and bares his teeth in threat. What bastard dares to oppose me? I will kick him out of medicine. Right then, the terrified surgical team stays dead silent, not daring to speak. Tian Vu cuts in. All right, let's get back to work. He requests 300 milliliters of blood from each of the 10 donors, quickly starting the extraction process. With a scalpel in hand, Tian Vu carefully exposes Ko Vanyen's heart, using artificial vessels to extend all its connections. He orders them to separate the arteries and veins, pumping the donor blood directly into her artery. Holding a massive blood bag, one hesitant doctor asks, "What? Pumping it by hand?" Tian Vu snaps back impatiently. Obviously, if I had the proper equipment, why would I even need you? Pump 90 times a minute, switching people every 10 minutes. Hearing this, the frustrated doctor gives up and mutters, "Damn it, let's just do it." Then he quickly presses down hard to pump the blood. Under Tian Vu's precise guidance, the life-saving fluid flows steadily into her body. Following the nurse's pumping rhythm, oxygen-rich arterial blood surges straight into the lifeless body of Ko Vanyen. Her oxygen-starved, dying cells are sparked back to life. No way is this cold corpse actually waking up right before our eyes. Inside the operating room, the lead surgeon racks his brain, quietly evaluating the situation. Bringing someone back from the dead takes way more than just restoring blood and supplying oxygen. Analyzing it further, since a dead person's blood doesn't circulate, most of their vessels clog up. And right now, Ko Vanyen is basically a corpse with a shutdown system. Her immune system is completely destroyed, letting bacteria flood her bloodstream and causing a severe, life-threatening infection. Suddenly, Tian Vu barks out an order to inject thrombolytic drugs and high-strength antibiotics. Dr. Kobalaman nearly jumps out of his skin in absolute shock, realizing this kid has calculated everything. Is he just some crazy fraud, or does he actually have the genuine power to conquer death? Tian Vu explains that under the drug's influence, the blood infection is cleared, bacteria levels are dropping, and those clogged cells are finally starting to function normally again. Tian Vu glances over at the blood bag, as toxic waste and impurities drain out through the veins. He picks it up to explain his next method. The next step is sending these toxins into the donors' bodies so their organs can filter the blood. Tian Vu orders pump the drained blood right back into the donor's veins. As the blood flows, he explains the mechanism that allows the donor's own arteries to keep supplying clean, fresh blood. Just like that, a 10-person circulatory system is linked together. He silently looks down at President Ko. Even though Ko Vanyen's own heart has completely failed, this massive shared circulation will force her organs to slowly wake up. Her lungs have collapsed, but 10 healthy people are breathing for her, delivering vital oxygen. Her kidneys are gone, but 10 others are filtering out her toxins. Soon, Warning signals of total organ failure rush through Ko Van Yen's veins straight into the donors. The donors suddenly groan in sharp pain, but Tian Yu completely expected this reaction and remains totally calm. Their bodies are starting a massive immune response, releasing a massive wave of protective proteins and cells to rebuild her failing organs. This supercharged healing power, multiplied 10 times over, is pumped directly back into Ko Van Yen's body through her arteries. Suddenly, a pale yellow fluid begins leaking out from Ko Van Yen's mouth. She lets out a weak, raspy cough. The entire medical team is stunned by this impossible, textbook-defying moment. Watching Ko Van Yen desperately gasp for air, the doctors shout out in pure excitement she is breathing again. The lead surgeon breaks into a cold sweat of absolute disbelief she is actually alive. A dead woman has returned to life. Tian Yu snaps them out of their daze, warning them not to stop pumping. Right now, you two are her beating heart. Keep pumping 90 times a minute to maintain circulation. He spins toward the nurses, telling them to intubate her immediately and hook up the ventilator to stabilize her breathing. Tian Yu rips off his surgical mask to deliver a critical, dead serious warning. Keep this up and steel yourselves for the long haul. Relying on the donor's immune systems to fully bring Ko Van Yen back to life could easily take an entire week. The surgeon stands frozen at the mention of a week, but quickly composes himself. Regaining his calm focus, he instructs a nurse to inform the director to gather more medical staff and fresh donors to run shifts. Tian Yu continues directing them to sterilize everything to prevent dangerous infections, and wait until Ko Van Yen is fully stable before performing her artificial heart transplant. Just as Tian Yu steps out of the operating room, an anxious Sam Dong-deep rushes up to him. Grandmaster, what do we do next? Honestly, at this point, even Tian Yu can only clench his fists and sigh. All we can do now is wait. But then, a sudden thought hits him, and he decides to give Dong-diep a job. Right, with your massive wealth, see if you can track down a suitable matching heart for the president. A real organ is always infinitely better than any machine. Dong-diep nods eagerly. Yes, absolutely. I will look for one right away. Kwang Kwang looks up with worry, asking Master, can you save my mom? To ease the kid's mind, he reassures him in a firm voice, of course, it's no problem. But Tian Yu still warns him about the risks. Her brain went without oxygen for quite a long time, so there might be pretty serious damage later. Terrified, the kid asks if her brain is damaged. What happens to my mom? Tian Yu hesitates, his voice dropping low at best. It might just affect her memory, but at worst, she could end up paralyzed. The kid panics. Paralyzed? Tian Yu quickly reassures him that it is only a possibility. Do not worry, I can still cure her. Back in the director's office, the surgeon who assisted Tian Yu stretches his sore back, complaining that Elder Sam put them through pure torture this time. Highly paid microsurgeons like us were basically dragged in just to pump blood, and he expected us to do it 90 times every single minute. I am exhausted. The spectacled doctor complains, unable to hide his frustration. He wants a full week of this, leaving President Hao completely speechless. Sure, Elder Sam is paying us incredibly well, but our hospital staff simply cannot survive a full week of this non-stop intensity. Resting his chin on his hand, he asks what they should do, when the glasses doctor suddenly turns dead serious and pitches a wild proposal. He firmly insists we absolutely cannot stop this project. We have to keep going. Think about it, if we succeed, our hospital gets the ultimate glory of reviving the dead. The doctor proudly declares our research paper is going straight into the top medical journals, writing us all into history. President Hao looks completely baffled, asking if you want to do it. Why complain to me? The doctor calms down to calculate the numbers, explaining that running this intense treatment for a week requires far more manpower than they currently have. Fired up, he begs Hao to pull some strings and get other hospitals to join them. We need them. We must become the very first country on Earth to master resurrection technology. President Hao is completely sold, giving his nod. He tells him to go ahead, while elsewhere, Tian Yu slowly walks out of the hospital, hands in pockets. Lam Te is waiting by her sleek red car. She asks if President Ko is okay, and Tian Yu happily says the danger has passed and he will wake up soon. Suddenly, his vision spins. Total blackout. He collapses face first onto the ground. Lam Te screams his name in absolute panic, rushing over to pull him up while frantically begging him to tell her what is wrong. Eyes closed, he gasps for air, realizing his spiritual energy is completely gone. Weakly opening his eyes, he whispers her name before suddenly pulling her in for a quick kiss. He mutters a quick apology, but she immediately drops him onto the hard dirt, demanding to know what he is doing. Sweating and pale, he realizes a simple kiss is not going to cut it, especially since his body is completely paralyzed right now. Tian Yu panics, blurting out, Lam Te, listen to me, I am actually dying. She gasps, did you catch some kind of deadly disease? Gasping, he confesses his bizarre condition. If he does not get intimate with women, he literally dies. Hearing this utterly ridiculous excuse, she turns to leave, calling him crazy while he desperately begs her to stay. She actually softens, shyly turning her head to ask if he is really going to die. She asks how, so Tian Yu explains the situation. He admits he has a unique power that uses female energy as fuel, meaning if he runs completely dry without a quick recharge, he will actually drop dead. Standing over him with hands on her hips, she asks how they are supposed to recharge him. She asks what kind of intimacy is actually required to get his spiritual energy meter back to full. Drained, Tian Yu weakly replies, "Let us get in the car first. We can only guess what happens next." But that sleek red car starts shaking absolutely violently. Right before a neat little system notification pops up, energy increased by 200 points. Blushing pretty heavily, Lam Tay carefully adjusts her messy clothes. She asks if that was enough. Looking at Tian Yu, whose clothes are just as disheveled. Trying to save some of his dignity, he tells her not to make him sound like a sketchy monk, tricking girls. Smirking, she pretends she has no choice, wondering how she is going to explain getting home so late. "Maybe we should just head to a hotel," he mutters, feeling pretty uneasy and wanting to back out because things are getting a little too intense. Before he can even finish, Lam Tay aggressively cuts him off. "Stop stuttering. We have already made it this far, so let us go." Looking completely drained and haggard, Tian Yu tiredly pleads that it is not like he does not want to, but his body literally cannot take it. Completely ignoring his desperate excuses, Lam Tay gets straight into the car and buckles her seatbelt. She eagerly prepares to set off for the heel, but as she turns on the headlights, a dark, eerie shadow suddenly blocks their way, staring inside. Look at that, it is actually her grandfather standing there, sending her spiraling into a total panic. Her grandfather speaks up in a highly suspicious tone. He does not understand what kind of dance lasts all day without her coming home. "What on earth were you two doing in there anyway?" he demands, making Lam Tay gasp as she nervously asks how long he's been standing there. He thinks for a second and replies over 20 minutes, leaving them both utterly mortified as Lam Tay screams in complete despair. "Does that mean you saw everything?" she cries, while her grandfather climbs into the car to give Tian Yu some very serious advice. "If you two do not use protection, you will end up pregnant in no time," he warns, leaving Tian Yu absolutely speechless. Breaking into a cold sweat, Tian Yu frantically tries to explain that this is all a misunderstanding, but the old man completely ignores him and keeps lecturing, adding that it is perfectly normal for young couples in love to get intimate like this, but being safe is absolutely crucial, before his face suddenly turns deadly serious as he raises his voice to interrogate them. "What will you do if Lam Tay actually gets pregnant with your child?" he demands. "Get an abortion. Do you even know how badly that would destroy her body?" Falling silent, Tian Yu slowly replies that if Lam Tay really does end up pregnant, he will absolutely take full responsibility until the very end. He points proudly at himself, making a firm promise that deeply touches Lam Tay, and the grandfather is finally satisfied with his strong sense of responsibility. "That works then," the old man says, and after confirming Tian Yu is a decent guy, he happily gets out of the car and waves them goodbye. "I will stop bothering you two now, since you wanted to head to the heel anyway. Go quickly and give me a healthy great-grandson," leaving Tian Yu crying a river of tears as he miserably whimpers for his grandfather to stop. "You really should have at least tried to stop us from going to a hotel, because my body honestly cannot take this anymore." Now, at the hotel, after a night of intense physical activity, Tian Yu manages to recover a massive chunk of his energy as system notifications keep popping up non-stop. Energy maintained at 200 points. 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 The system suddenly asks if he wants to activate the energy enhancement function since his vital force is completely depleted, leaving a pale, soulless Tian Yu struggling to speak. "Just activate it." The next day at school, under a beautiful sunny sky, Tian Yu looks like an absolute zombie who has lost his soul, prompting Dongtu to walk over and ask what happened to him. "Why is your face so pale?" Dongtu asks, staring at him like a fish out of water and sighing at his completely half-dead state. He teases him about some having too much while others have nothing. Tiredly, Tian Yu groans that his stomach is literally about to burst from all this, when Dongtu suddenly remembers to share some major news he just found online. Dongtu asks if Tian Yu has heard that some guy actually went to the television station to propose to Thu Bin. Utterly shocked, Tian Yu gasps out in disbelief, while Dongtu chuckles helplessly and hands over his phone to show him. Telling him to check the morning news himself, he looks and honestly, you can see the absolute disbelief written all over his face. "What is this?" he gasps, reading that Lan Feng, Tanhai's top handsome guy, is proposing to Thu Bin. The famous host brought 100 cars to the station for his grand proposal, making Tian Yu immediately ask who this Lan Feng guy even is. Dong Tu answers without hesitation, explaining he is a rising celebrity whose father is apparently some powerful, high-ranking big shot in the city. Tian Yu's face instantly hardens as he tells Dong Tu they are going to the TV station, which makes his friend break into a massive, excited grin. By the time they arrive, a massive lineup of luxury supercars is already stretching all the way down to the television station. He asks Dong Tu if that flashy convoy belongs to Lan Feng, and his friend nods in agreement while carefully scanning the news article. The reports say Thu Bin has a live broadcast today, so Lan Fong has been waiting outside this entire time without actually meeting her yet. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asks Tian Yu what his game plan is, but then quickly continues analyzing the situation before his friend can even answer. He points out that chasing Lan Fong away will not solve anything, since Thu Bin has reached the age where she should be getting married anyway. Glaring at him with deep suspicion, Tian Yu asks what he means by that, driving an annoyed Dong Tu to raise his voice and directly confront him. You refuse to let Thu Bin date other men, and yet you have not cut things off with any of those other girls in your life either. Doing this is only holding her back and completely ruining her chances of finding real love. Tian Yu gets the hint and panics, quickly making up a random excuse to dodge. He stammers, I just want to double check for Thu Bin. What if this Lan Fong guy turns out to be bad news? Dong Tu lets out a sigh, speaking with a reproving tone. You have so many girlfriends, he says. You better pray that every guy trying to chase them down is actually a villain. Spotting a figure standing in the distance, Tian Yu quickly calls out Dong Tu. Look over there. Is that Lan Fong? Dong Tu nods, confirming that is the guy. Back inside the broadcasting studio, despite the long, exhausting hours, the director kindly checks on her, thanking Thu Bin for working so late. She smiles warmly and replies, it is nothing. Director, you should head home and rest up too. Still concerned, the director asks Thu Bin, by the way, that annoying kid who caused trouble all day is waiting outside. Should I have security kick him out? Keeping her sweet smile, she answers, no need for all that trouble. I can handle this sort of thing myself. But the worried director still warns her, either way, if that brat Lan Fong dares to cause trouble, you call us immediately, alright? Thu Bin gently agrees. Meanwhile, Tian Yu and Dong Tu are struggling to climb over the high curb. Dong Tu cries out, Tian Yu, I cannot make it, pull me up. Tian Yu sighs in sheer disbelief, complaining, you are completely useless. Why did I even bring you along? He marches right up to the guy, eyes sharpening. So, is your name Lan Fong? Listen up, stay away from Thu Bin. I am banning you from getting near her. Lan Fong is utterly confused. Wait, who are you? Why does my pursuing Thu Bin concern you? Tian Yu snaps back, how does it not? I am, but then he freezes like a deflating balloon, scratching his head. I am Tian Yu, he mutters, quickly making up a title. I am Thu Bin's younger brother. Lan Fong beams with instant joy. Oh, so you are my future brother-in-law. Rest easy. I will treat your sister right. Dong Tu whispers, why are you being so cowardly? Tian Yu lowers his gaze, eyes filled with sadness. You are right, Dong Tu. I do not have the courage to promise I will only love Thu Bin forever. If her true happiness has finally arrived, it is probably best that I do not stand in her way. Lan Fong grins warmly. Do not be a stranger, brother-in-law. We are going to be family soon anyway. In contrast, Tian Yu glares at him, face like ice. Do not call me that. I came to test if you are even worthy of Thu Bin. Lan Fong completely misses the frosty tone, feeling rather impressed by the boy's protective attitude instead. Who knew Thu Bin had a little brother who cared so much? Seizing the moment, Lan Fong starts flexing his massive wealth. Once we get married, you should work with me. I will make sure you live in pure luxury for the rest of your days. Dong Tu cannot stand his arrogant boasting. Look at him show off, he is clearly bad news. We need to tell Thu Bin to watch out. Without hesitating, Lan Fong pulls out his phone to make a call. Hey, old Trung, book a table at the Emperor restaurant. I am treating Thu Bin's brother to a massive feast. Hey kid, your friend is coming along too. Seeing the luxury offer, Dong Tu's eyes light up, forgetting his complaints entirely. Wait, he is that generous? This guy is definitely a saint. Thu Bin marrying him would be amazing. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoes from behind them. Oh boy, look who is here. Thu Bin stands there, so you are just giving your sister away like that? Looming behind Tian Yu with a dark, terrifying glare, she asks, not even sad to lose me, little brother? Tian Yu jumps back in panic. No, that is not it, Thu Bin. But she cuts him off, pouting. I guess you prefer your little girlfriends over me, huh? Tian Yu frantically scrambles for an excuse. No, you are far too incredible. I just do not want to waste your youth, he stammers. Anger flares across her face. Seeing his shot, Lan Fong drops to one knee, offering the bouquet he spent all day waiting to deliver. My lady, I have waited out here all day. Please go out with me. Perhaps just to spite Tian Yu, she immediately agrees. Fine, let us do it. Honestly, who could turn down a rich, handsome guy like Lan Fong? Tian Yu is left utterly flabbergasted. Wait, what? Seeing this, Lan Fong starts to get suspicious. What is going on between these two? Are they actually even related? To break up this incredibly awkward tension, Lan Fong generously offers to treat them all, suggesting, come on, let us go to the Emperor restaurant. We can eat and talk there. Tian Yu and Thu Bin glare at each other in annoyance, while Dong Tu practically jumps with joy, shouting, long live my brother-in-law. Inside the elegant, classic Emperor restaurant, Lan Fong immediately orders old Trung, give us the usual, 1,000 yuan meals for everyone. He thoughtfully asks, can you guys eat seafood? Or does anyone have an allergy? Dongtu looks ready to float away, saying, brother-in-law, do not worry. For a 1,000 yuan meal, any allergy is totally worth it. Tian Yu can only sigh in pure frustration. Thu Bin immediately seizes the moment to shyly praise Lin Fong while throwing major shade at Tian Yu. She coos Lin Fong really knows how to treat a lady. Unlike a certain someone who claimed to like me but never took me to a luxury place like this. Lin Fong looks at Thu Bin with absolute tenderness, saying, if you like it, I can bring you here to eat every single day. Tian Yu's face darkens with pure jealousy. He can only scream inside, this is driving him absolutely insane. Lin Fong politely pulls out a chair for Thu Bin, offering her a seat, while Dong Tu looks completely thrilled to finally stuff his face. It is his first time at a high-end Japanese restaurant, and he is incredibly pumped. Meanwhile, Thu Bin and Tian Yu keep staring each other down, practically radiating dark, murderous energy. Even Lin Fong starts noticing that something is seriously off between them. Soon, the table is completely loaded with mouth-watering dishes. Dong Tu starts stuffing his face, praising, oh my god, this is easily worth over 1,000 yuan. Unable to hide his growing curiosity, Lin Fong carefully asks Thu Bin if he can ask her a quick question. What exactly is the relationship between you and him anyway? He asks this feeling pretty insecure, since they definitely do not look like siblings, but without a single second of hesitation, Thu Bin draws a hard line to define her connection with Tian Yu. She quickly clarifies, no way, he really is my little brother. We are just bickering over some stupid stuff lately. Once the epic dinner is cleared, Dong Tu is so incredibly stuffed he looks about 7 months pregnant. Meanwhile, Tian Yu sits right next to him looking utterly miserable, his sour face unchanging. Lin Fong slowly wipes his mouth with the smooth, calm poise of a complete gentleman. He says tonight was truly wonderful. Then he gently turns to Thu Bin, asking if they can plan another date real soon. Thu Bin instantly agrees with a cheerful nod, which immediately makes Tian Yu steam with quiet rage. Fed up with his attitude, Thu Bin slams the table and stands straight up to confront him. She snaps, hey kid, didn't you want me to find a suitable guy so I don't waste my youth? Why are you acting so angry now? Tian Yu tries to act totally fine, but he is dying inside. He mumbles, I'm not angry. Thu Bin just shrugs. Oh, not angry? Perfect, she says. Turning to Lin Fong, she suggests they go hang out alone since it is still pretty early. He is pleasantly surprised by this move. Going out alone sounds amazing. He definitely did not expect her to be this bold. Tian Yu slams the table, completely losing it. He yells, sister, Thu Bin, what is your deal? It is past 10 p.m. Going out now is way too dangerous, you know? Thu Bin just rolls her eyes, telling him that kids should stay out of adult business, since he apparently does not care anyway. And just like that, our boy is left completely speechless. Realizing he cannot change her mind, he lets out a defeated sigh and turns to the door, muttering fine, whatever. Dong Tu, let's get out of here. As they walk out, Dong Tu immediately seizes the chance to tease him, saying they always say even the greatest heroes cannot resist a beautiful woman. He keeps teasing him relentlessly, man. I never expected the great Tian Yu to actually get totally lovesick like this. Seriously, this is the first time I've ever seen you throw a jealous tantrum like a petty schoolgirl. Snapping. Tian Yu snaps back, isn't this your fault? You're the one who kept whispering all this nonsense into my ears, to Dong Tu. I should have just punched Lin Fong and got it over with, but now everything is a mess. Hearing this, Dong Tu's playful smile completely fades. He frowns, bro, you are being completely unfair. I'm just telling the truth, and if you don't face these problems now, you'll have to sooner or later. Hit right where it hurts, you can almost hear him sobbing internally. Still curious, Dong Tu asks, bro, I seriously didn't expect Thu Bin to react that strongly. Isn't this just a one-sided crush on your part? How far have you guys actually gone? Scratching his head, Tian Yu decides to just tell him the honest truth. He blushes, explaining that night, I went to her place right after she showered. No one else was home, so things sort of just, we slept together. Dong Tu stands there completely frozen, like his brain is trying to process some massive error code. Panic setting in, he stammers, wait, you slept together, as in, you actually did it? Tian Yu, are you telling me you lost your virginity? Having nothing left to say, Tian Yu just groans, while a totally devastated Dong Tu whines Tian Yu, how did you beat me to it? He immediately starts lecturing him, okay, in that case, you are seriously a massive jerk. You actually went that far, and now you claim you don't have the courage to take responsibility for Thu Bin? Tian Yu, I thought you had serious balls. Why are you suddenly acting like such a coward? Unable to defend himself, Tian Yu drops an even bigger bombshell because I also slept with someone else. Dong Tu looks at him in sheer horror, his entire reality shattered as his jaw drops, unable to comprehend what he just heard. Shaking, he manages to stammer, who else? Tian Yu gives him a straight answer, Lam Tai. Completely pale, Dong Tu can only shake his head, man. You really are something else, Tian Yu. You make a massive mess, and now you want backup? Dongzi, give me some advice here. What on earth am I supposed to do now? Dongzi gives him some brutally honest advice. A scumbag like you should just shave your head and become a monk instead of hurting innocent girls. But Tian Yu completely disagrees, shaking his head like crazy. Me going vegan and praying to Buddha? That is totally unrealistic. Dongzi just gives up on him, saying it is his own fault for trying to judge the wild Tian Yu from a normal person's perspective. Swearing with 3 fingers raised, he tells him to just follow his heart because he is officially done interfering in his crazy love life ever again. Wait, look at his face. Tian Yu actually starts taking that advice seriously, quietly repeating those words. It is like a light bulb finally goes off. Alright then, Tian Yu immediately makes his move, declaring he is going to find Leng Feng. Dongzi tries to cheer him on, but as he watches Tian Yu storm away, he can only sigh helplessly at his buddy's chaotic life. This guy is going to ruin a kid's worldview. Let's just hope young Chang Chong never learns this kind of behavior from him. Meanwhile, at a karaoke bar, Xu Ping is happily singing her heart out, delivering some deeply emotional lyrics about lost love. She turns to Leng Feng, asking him if he is feeling any better now. He chuckles, praising her by saying he had no idea a classy lady like her could sing so beautifully. Blushing at his high praise, Xu Ping politely gets ready to head out. She politely tells him it is past 2 in the morning, and with work tomorrow, she really needs to head home. But Leng Feng tries to hold her back, and suddenly, his face twists into a pretty creepy, sleazy smirk. He sneers that they have already made it this far, so she can stop acting innocent. Confused, Xu Ping asks what on earth he is talking about. Trying to leave, she is suddenly blocked as he slams his foot against the door, acting like some smooth, wealthy alpha male. Shocked by his sudden aggression, she calls his name, only to turn around and find him physically trapping her with his arms spread wide. Wearing a smug, greasy grin, he tells her he already knows how badly she wants this. Her face goes red with panic as she begs him to show some respect, but the creep just grabs her shoulders anyway. No use playing hard to get at this point. He brutally pins her wrists flat against the wall as she begs him to stop. You can practically feel her absolute terror here, but then, the door gets blasted open as someone violently kicks it in. Leng Feng gasps as he recognizes the intruder. Tian Yu. Tian Yu grinds his teeth, snarling at him to get his hands off Xu Ping. He drives a brutal kick straight into Leng Feng's groin, leaving Xu Ping completely stunned to see her hero show up like this. Saint! Lan Feng starts screaming, completely losing his mind. He yells at Tian Yu that he always knew something was off about him. He exposes them, shouting that they are definitely not siblings. His face is completely dark as he calls out what looks like a lover's spat. Turning to Darthu Bin, he asks if she only acted sweet to make Tian Yu jealous. Darthu Bin blushes without arguing. She quietly wonders about his words, knowing she and Tian Yu are not actually lovers yet. Furious, Lan Feng barks out, "Don't think I don't know your cheap tricks." He desperately tries to talk trash about Tian Yu right in front of her. Even if it's nonsense, you can tell Tian Yu is getting pretty annoyed. Mocking him relentlessly, Lan Feng claims Tian Yu probably has side chicks and even got some girl pregnant. Tian Yu looks dark and deeply annoyed as the insults keep flying. He is totally ruthless, sarcastically asking why Tian Yu is wasting Darthu Bin's youth. Calling him a hypocrite, Lan Feng stands up and proudly declares, "Now that I am here, Darthu Bin has my love and I will make her happy." Screaming in his face, he is absolutely livid that Tian Yu ruined his perfect plan. Lan Feng demands to know why Tian Yu had to jump in and ruin his perfect moment. Tian Yu only sighs in response. Then, with a cold glare, Tian Yu points his finger directly at him. "I am only saying this once, so listen up. First off, you do not deserve Darthu Bing." Tian Yu stares him down with pure rage. "Second, Darthu Bing is my woman, and my love is more than enough for her." Gritting his teeth, Lan Feng can only curse at them. Standing up, Lan Feng screams if they think he is a joke, then pulls out his phone to call his thugs. "Get in here and chop this guy up." Instantly, a massive gang of armed thugs, storms and things are getting wild. A bald guy steps forward, acting completely untouchable. "Who dared to hurt our master Lan Feng?" Pointing straight at Tian Yu, Lan Feng yells to chop them both to pieces. His men immediately charge forward, looking ready to rip Tian Yu apart. The first thug gets too close. Boom. Tian Yu sends him flying with one brutal kick. Another thug swings a blade at him, but Tian Yu smoothly ducks underneath. He spins around, jumps up, and lands a pretty heavy kick to his neck. Down he goes. The bald leader hits the dirt hard while Darthu Bin watches anxiously, whispering Tian Yu's name. Suddenly, a thug sneaks up from behind to slash her. Panic-stricken, Tian Yu lunges forward to shield Thu Bin. Fresh red blood splatters everywhere. Worried sick, he immediately checks on her, asking Sister Thu Bin, "Are you okay?" The thug's razor-sharp blade slices incredibly deep, right to Tian Yu's bone. Yet, in this critical moment, he completely forgets his own pain, only caring about the beauty beside him. To make things worse, the brutal thug maliciously digs his blade even deeper into Tian Yu's flesh. Thu Bin turns pale, panicking as she cries out his name. But seeing him wounded only hypes up the other thugs. Seeing his blood, they charge forward, screaming the brat is cut, get him! Gritting his teeth through the intense pain, Tian Yu activates his divine skin-hardening technique as a massive green aura erupts and shatters their weapons. The bald thug backs off, terrified that he can't cut him. He fails. Tian Yu kicks him away. Furious, Kalan Fong screams at his henchmen, "What are you idiots doing? Didn't you already cut him? Why did you stop?" One of the thugs desperately reports back, explaining their bizarre situation. "Boss Kalan Fong, this kid's skin suddenly turned to iron. We can't cut him." Kalan Fong's face darkens as a terrible premonition creeps up on him. Can't cut him. What does that mean? The blue-haired thug suddenly pales, realizing this guy must have mastered hard qigong. Kalan Fong shivers at the mention of hard qigong, but Tian Yu does not care, charging straight ahead to knock the thug out. Thud. The guy is slammed headfirst into the ground. Crash. Standing tall, Tian Yu glares at Ceylon Fong with sheer wrath. And you just know Kalan Fong is absolutely losing it right now, screaming, "Stop him! Stop him!" Obeying the order, a blue mohawk thug charges blindly, thrusting his blade at Tian Yu. But with a casual swipe, Tian Yu shatters the weapon. Clang! Cold sweat pours down the thug's spine as he stares at his ruined weapon in absolute disbelief. It broke. Finishing him off, Tian Yu delivers a devastating punch directly to the thug's gut, knocking him out instantly. Shaking violently, Sa Lan Fong collapses. "Don't you dare come any closer." But Tian Yu delivers a freezing warning, "Stay away from Thu Bin, or next time, I will kill you." Utterly defeated, Kalan Fong nods frantically like a pecking chicken, begging, "Yes, yes, please spare my life, hero." Quickly, Tian Yu guides her away from the chaotic scene's sister Thu Bin. "Let's go." She looks at him, nods anxiously, and hurries to keep up. Once they reach the quiet main street, the road is completely empty. Turning to him, Thu Bin looks deeply worried. "Tian Yu, how is your arm? Is it okay?" He offers a bright, reassuring smile. "I am totally fine. I heal fast. Really fast." Unconvinced, she insists he get medical help. "What do you mean fine? That cut is incredibly deep. We are going to the hospital right now." Not wanting her to worry, he finally gives in. Okay. Actually, going to the hospital lets him save up some of his energy, so he secretly enjoys it. Inside the hospital, Thu Bin nervously paces, asking the doctor, "How is he, doctor? Is it serious?" Fortunately, the doctor delivers some good news. It is nothing serious. It missed the bone. Just apply some ointment and rest for a while. After carefully wrapping Tian Yu's wrist, the doctor nods in satisfaction, quite pleased with his neat bandaging work. All done, the doctor gently advises him, "Young man, try not to use this arm too much. Rest up." Tian Yu nods politely in agreement. Once treated, he walks out of the room and calls over to her sister Thu Bin. "Let's go. I will take you home." Saying nothing, she quietly agrees. True to his word, he safely walks her all the way back to her apartment building. Showing her gratitude, Thu Bin gently stops him. "Tian Yu, this is far enough. I can head upstairs by myself." He does not push it, preparing to leave all right. "Then I will head back first." But suddenly, Thu Bin calls out Tian Yu. "Wait." Confused, he turns back around. Hesitating because she desperately wants to avoid another dangerous clash, she softly speaks up about what happened today. "We both acted too rashly on pure emotion. I think it is best if we take a break and stop seeing each other for a while." You can practically feel his heartbreak here. He stands frozen, speechless, while she avoids his gaze. "Don't worry, I won't let anything like this happen to you again." Looking down, she whispers, "We both just need some space to think." Left with no choice, Tian Yu reluctantly nods. He agrees. "All right, I understand." But he still reminds her to stay alert, adding, "If Cha Lan Fong tries to mess with you again, make sure to call me." Thu Bin nods silently. Saying his goodbyes, Tian Yu turns to walk away. "I am leaving now." Watching him go, she softly calls out, "Yes, please get home safely." Quite some time passes before he finally reaches home. Standing outside, Tian Yu takes a deep breath to compose himself before quietly stepping inside. Suddenly, his father pops out, watching him. The jump scare almost makes Tian Yu's heart leap right out of his chest. "Dad, why are you still home? Aren't you working?" Half asleep, his father glares at his rebellious son. "Why are you just getting back?" Stammering, Tian Yu quickly invents an excuse. "Something came up at Sister Thu Bin's TV station, so I went over to help her out." But his dad immediately calls out his blatant lies. "Is that so? Dongtu told me someone was hitting on Thu Bing, so you ran over to pick a fight." Qi Tianvu just stares blankly, cursing his friend. Why is Dongtu such a loudmouth? His father already notices Qi Tianvu's injured arm and asks what happened to his hand. Trying to cover it up, he stammers out, "Oh, this thing? It is nothing, just a minor scratch." But his stubborn dad grabs Tian Vu's arm, pulling it close, telling him to let him see. Sweating bullets, the poor kid panics. Oh no, if his dad finds out he got slashed, he is dead meat. Suddenly, his dad squeezes the wound tight. Ouch. Grimacing in pain, Tian Vu secretly activates his super healing ability. His father quickly rips off the bandages to inspect the arm, only to find the skin completely healed without a single scratch. Thoroughly annoyed, his dad scoffs, complaining that the brat only ripped his shirt but still wrapped it up in bandages. Early next morning, Dong-tu is already shouting outside Tian Vu's house, yelling at him that it is almost 7:30. Did you finish beating up Tan Lan Fong yesterday only to fight 300 rounds with Sister Thu Bin all night? Brushing his teeth, the MC throws the door open. Shut up. What are you babbling about, you brat? Who fought 300 rounds? I am already up anyway. Dong-tu just laughs, teasing Tian Vu even more. Do not worry, I will call in sick for you, saying Tian Vu was out playing all night and needs rest before he dies of exhaustion. The payoff? A bucket of water splashed right on his face. Fuming, Tian Vu threatens to beat him up if he keeps pushing his luck. Drenched head to toe, Dong-tu instantly regrets teasing him. Hey, bring me some dry clothes when you head down, he begs. Soon they are walking to school together. Tian Vu warns Dong-tu to keep his mouth shut and stop spreading rumors. The boy quickly zips his lips, promising absolute silence. Suddenly, Dong-tu asks about their rival. By the way, did you hit Tan Lan Fong really hard yesterday? Tian Vu casually replies that he was just playing around, only kicking him once without much force. Besides, his guys slashed me too. Confused, Dong-tu looks him over, asking if he was actually cut and if he is alright. Smirking, he shrugs it off. No worries, I have magic healing, so it is already gone. Still worried about how petty Tan Lan Fong is, he hopes that kick did not do too much damage. Otherwise, we will not even make it to class today. But Tian Vu remains completely unbothered, knowing the punk lacks the guts to do anything. Suddenly, a police siren blares nearby as a cruiser approaches. Tian Vu watches in shock as a police cruiser pulls up right at the gate, and a female officer steps out to question them. She asks if he is Tian Vu. Completely confused, the boy has no idea what he did wrong. Yes, that is me, but what is going on? The officer solemnly begins explaining the situation. Someone reported that you beat a person so badly they are a level 2 cripple. Please come with us right now. Tian Vu immediately suspects dirty play, since he barely touched him. Level 2 cripple? I only kicked him once. Dong-tu holds his head in sheer panic. He knew there would be trouble, but not this fast. Oh man, I knew we would not get peace today. Looks like school is cancelled today. Annoyed, Tian Vu tells Dong-tu to go write him an excuse. What are you whining about? The police are not arresting you. Just go to class and write me an excuse today. Dong-tu agrees and runs off. Now watch this. As Tian Vu gets in the police car, he starts chatting. Hey, are you the officer for this area? How come I have never seen you around before? Keeping her eyes on the road, she calmly replies. I was just transferred here, she says, before asking if he is a regular at the police station since he seems so casual. You should focus on school instead of causing trouble all day. But Tian Vu insists he is innocent. Sister, I did not start it, he explains. That punk was trying to play my sister, so I defended her. The officer nods skeptically, prompting him to nod back aggressively to convince her. Exactly. You cannot blame a good guy. I know everyone here, and they all know Tian Vu is a righteous hero who protects others. Sighing, she says they will take his statement first, promising to investigate his side of the story very carefully later. Moments later, they arrive at the station. Stepping inside, Tian Vu spots his rival and greets him warmly. Well, look who we have here. I kicked you once, so how are you a level 2 cripple? Seriously, look at this guy. Gritting his teeth in fury, the punk snarls. Tian Vu, your life is over and you still dare mock me? Who is dying? Think logically. You were hitting on Sister Thu Bin first, which is why I hit you. He argues fiercely, pointing out that since Tan Lan Fong's men slashed him first, that kick was self-defense. Furious, Tan Lan Fong yells, A single kick? Do you even know how badly you hurt me? He can't even speak, silently handing over the medical report. See for yourself, he says. Tian Vu carefully reads it over. He stands there completely shocked. Testicular necrosis? Tian Vu seriously doubts this terrible diagnosis. Is your junk really that weak? Tian Vu asks. I kicked you once and it's already dying? Lan Fong explodes in pure, sobbing rage. What do you mean just once? That insane kick of yours was practically attempted murder. You clearly wanted to crush my family jewels on purpose. He weeps helplessly, sobbing that 3 generations of his family only had one son. Now he can never have kids, and he demands payback. Tian Vu is completely baffled by his twisted logic. You were the pervert trying to assault a woman, so why on earth should I pay you back? Lan Fong's face turns pitch black, tears streaming as he argues to keep those things separate. He openly admits he had bad intentions toward Thu Bin. Paying money or even going to prison for that is fine by him. He aggressively shifts the blame, screaming that Tian Yu caused him an absolutely devastating, incurable physical injury. He is completely infertile now. No amount of money can ever fix this mess. Speechless, Tian Yu has no choice but to offer a compromise. How do we solve this then? Tian Yu asks. Lan Fong totally loses his mind, throwing a massive temper tantrum. Lock him up! Lan Fong screams in a blind rage. Tian Yu calmly warns him now. Hey, wake up, will you? The karaoke room camera caught everything from start to finish. I'm completely in the clear, and I'm never going to prison. After thinking it over, Tian Yu sighs. A crazy solution. You cannot make this up. Look, you are a complete bastard, but I shouldn't have crushed your eggs. Then he casually suggests, take off your pants right now, and I will cure you. Lan Fong freezes, dead silent. Suddenly, a duck-like screech echoes through the entire police station, leaving everyone utterly stunned. What kind of crazy nonsense is that? I checked at the city's biggest hospital. How are you going to fix this? Tian Yu confidently replies. Look, I can bring the dead back to life if I want to, so this tiny little issue of yours is basically nothing. Feeling utterly insulted, he leaps up in a blind rage and immediately orders his men to attack first. Ngu, get in here and teach this brat a lesson. Tian Yu cracks his knuckles with a cold grin. The temperature drops. Seriously, I just ended your entire family lineage and you still want to pick a fight? Lan Fong snorts like a mob boss, claiming he is prepared this time. His thugs stride in looking incredibly badass, covered in so much high-tech armor you would think they were going to battle Son Goku. Tian Yu just smirks. Seriously? Is this your big preparation? He proudly brags that this is the absolute best tactical armor around. Knives and guns are totally useless against it. It features the toughest bulletproof tech and stun guns. All the most advanced gear money can buy. Tian Yu blinks and instantly blitzes the nearest thug at absolute lightning speed to test it out. Is this the unbreakable shield? The goon panics in sheer terror. Absolutely unprepared. Too fast. Tian Yu punches the heavy shield with full force, completely shattering it into a million pieces. Lan Fong is utterly stunned like he just got struck by lightning. Did he really just destroy that shield with one punch? Ngu pulls a cheap trick, whipping out a spray bottle. Taste this, he roars. Tian Yu just chuckles, letting his guard down. Stun guns and knives cannot even touch me, Tian Yu thinks. Let us see what else you losers have got. But the thug quickly sprays the liquid straight into his face. Turns out it is pepper spray, and Tian Yu's eyes have zero defense. His eyes swell up. My eyes, he screams. The female cop panics and rushes to stop them before things get worse. Stop this right now. What do you think you are doing inside a police station? Meanwhile, Tian Yu is completely blinded and disoriented. He stumbles blindly toward her voice, accidentally slamming right into the female cop. Both of them lose their balance and crash. And oh man, you are not going to believe what happens next. By some absolute miracle, Tian Yu lands directly on the female officer's lips, leaving her completely frozen. Snapping out of it, Officer Duong blushes deeply and glares at him. Tian Yu, how dare you assault a police officer? He quickly explains that it was all a complete misunderstanding, since he got sprayed directly in the face by those thugs. As the two continue to bicker, a powerful male voice suddenly cuts through the room. That is enough. Fighting inside a police station is completely unacceptable. Seeing his powerful backer, Lan Fong shouts with absolute joy that his father has finally arrived. Director Lan coldly orders. Go. Get out of here right now, everyone. Lan Fong points accusingly at Tian Yu and cries to his father. This brat is finished, yet he still claims he can cure my medical condition. Hearing his son's ridiculous claim, the director finally shifts his cold gaze over to the young man. What? Director Lan glares at Tian Yu with a heavy frown. Are you the punk who ended my family line forever? Tian Yu calmly responds. Even though my kick was a bit heavy, the whole thing was honestly just an accident. If you do not mind, I can cure your son, he says. But Director Lan instantly explodes in pure rage, feeling completely insulted by this arrogant punk. Captain Lai, lock this brat up right now. With things getting way too heated, Captain Lai quickly steps in to play peacemaker, telling Director Lan to calm down. Why not just let young brother Tian Yu explain his side first, because his claim to heal your son is no lie. Director Lan remains highly skeptical, turning to the captain with deep doubt in his eyes. How can a captain like you believe this brat Tian Yu? He asks, as Captain Lai gives a serious smile. Director Lan, this Tian Yu is definitely no ordinary kid, you know. He is an old friend who has actually helped us solve quite a few cases. Just days ago, President Ko of Tanhai Chamber of Commerce was stabbed, and his quick medical skills saved her life. Director Lan falls silent, staring skeptically before frowning, and asking if they really relied on this young brat. Tian Yu just smiles silently, while Director Lan steps closer, demanding if he can truly heal Lan Fong. Of course, he smiles. I will not just cure him, I will make him stronger than ever. Hearing this, Director Lan glances over at his son Lan Fong, suggesting they give it a shot. Left with no choice, Lan Fong grits his teeth, agreeing to try since his father insists. Kai Thianvu stands before a highly guarded Lan Fong, who nervously asks how he plans to heal him. Kai Thianvu calmly replies that he needs to examine the injury first, making Lan Fong flush red with embarrassment. Wait, you want me to strip? Lan Fong stammers, prompting Kai Thianvu to tease him playfully. Why are you blushing? Lan Fong stammers in absolute shock. You do not actually have to spread your legs for him. Then he spreads his legs, looking completely clueless, asking if this is right. Qi Tianwu kneels down, stares at Lang Feng's thigh, and makes his demand. Spread them a bit wider, just a little more. Watching their incredibly awkward movements leaves everyone in the room totally speechless. Xiao Yang stands there, frozen and tense. Captain Li, this creepy vibe is really going to ruin our police station's reputation. Hearing this, Captain Li can only let out an awkward, helpless laugh. No, it is fine. Our job is just to help them reconcile. See, aren't they getting along great right now? He defends Qi Tianwu, trying to smooth things over. Do not worry, my little brother Qi Tianwu will handle it. Hearing this, Xiao Yang drops the subject. She is somewhat relieved, but honestly, you can't help but laugh at her face of pure disbelief. Qi Tianwu stays focused on the exam, resting his chin on his hand and telling him to lift his leg. Yeah, that is it. And at this point, Xiao Yang completely gives up and walks away, muttering that she cannot take this anymore. I am out of here, she says, while Captain Li just tolerates the bizarre scene. Qi Tianwu closes his eyes and mutters that this angle is fine. Opening his eyes, Qi Tianwu activates his X-ray vision. Lang Feng watches, getting more and more anxious, and quickly asks him how bad it actually is. Qi Tianwu frowns as he examines the damage, clicking his tongue. My kick was too heavy, the left is dead, and the right is cracked. Lang Feng turns pale, his panic reaching a whole new level as he stammers out. It is cracked. Can you still fix it? Qi Tianwu casually tells him that the right one just needs a few surgical stitches to recover, but the left is completely dead beyond any saving. Hearing those devastating words, Lang Feng absolutely panics, yelling out, What? Am I really stuck with just one for the rest of my life? Losing his cool, he stands up and screams, You said you could cure me. How can I even live like this? Qi Tianwu quickly tries to calm him down, telling him not to worry. There is another way. Calming down, Lang Feng sits back in his chair. Qi Tianwu winks, suggesting a transplant is the first option. Lang Feng is genuinely shocked, asking if a transplant is even possible. Qi Tianwu casually shoves his hands into his pockets and continues explaining. Of course, as long as we find a matching one, I guarantee its function will be completely healthy and normal, just like before. But as he says this, his expression turns dead serious, noting there is just one tiny catch. Lang Feng looks at him, incredibly anxious. What kind of catch? Qi Tianwu crosses his arms, quickly explaining. If you go through with this egg transplant, there is only a 50% chance the baby carries your genes, and the remaining 50% will likely belong to the donor egg. Shocking. Lan Feng is completely stunned, his jaw dropping as he asks what? Do you mean after the transplant, the baby won't be mine but belongs to that other egg? Kai Thianvu calmly explains the science buddy, don't lose your temper. In terms of genetics, the kid won't technically be yours, but you can still raise and love them like your own flesh and blood. Besides, it is only a 50% chance. At least your other side is still working perfectly fine. Lan Feng hears this and shakes his head in absolute disgust. No way. This is completely ridiculous. Is there no other option? Kai Thianvu frowns with a bit of hesitation. The second option keeps your family line pure, but it comes with a pretty major side effect. He eagerly asks what it is, so Qi Thianvu explains we will supercharge your remaining testicle so it does the job of two. Lan Feng nods in agreement. I think that works, but what exactly is this side effect you are talking about? Kai Thianvu stares at him solemnly and warns him. I can make your testicle stronger, but the human body has its absolute limits. If you overdo it even once, that part of you is dead forever. So if we go this route, you must strictly control your desires. Lan Feng suddenly looks pretty hesitant. But Director Lan, who has been completely quiet this entire time, finally speaks up. Go with the second option. Just control yourself a bit. We cannot have another family carrying our name. Hearing his dad, Lan Feng looks completely devastated. But Dad, I'd have to hold back way too much. Director Lan just glares at him. What is your problem? It is just a bit of self-control. He starts bringing up the past. After your mother passed away, I held back for years, and look at me. I am still healthy as a bull. So you should learn to hold back too, instead of running around spending all of our family money on your wild nights out. Panicking, he begs his father. Please no, Dad. Our family is incredibly wealthy. Just find me some suitable donors for a transplant. Lan Feng stands up quickly, arguing that the kid still has a 50% chance of being his anyway. We just do not do a DNA test. and we can pretend the child is ours. Seeing his son refuse to listen, Director Lan loses his temper and slaps Lan Fong right across the face, calling him completely ridiculous. He holds his bruised cheek, sobbing. Why did you hit me? Director Lan points a finger straight at his son's face, absolutely furious. Is our Lan family so stupid that we would just hand over our wealth to someone else's bloodline? This is not up for debate. We are doing the second option. With that, Director Lan is ready to strike him again, but thankfully, Captain Lai steps in to stop him. Mr. Lan, this is a police station. Please stop. Lan Fong looks over to Kai Thianvu, pleading for help. Kai Thianvu, is there any other way? Both of your options are just way too hard on me. Kai Thianvu looks at him calmly, asking for clarification. Wait, did your dad just say he has been celibate all this time? Kai Thianvu instantly cooks up a wild plan that will actually make both of you very happy. Lan Fong listens in silence, raising his eyebrows in pure anticipation. What do you mean? With that, Kai Thianvu turns to Director Lan to propose his plan. Mr. Lan, you want to preserve the Lan family line, while Lan Fong wants to keep having an active love life. He carefully explains if we transplant some of your healthy cells into Lan Fong, his damaged side will fully recover. Director Lan listens quietly. Since this is obviously the best solution on the table, he does not hesitate to agree. Do it. Director Lan agrees instantly. Kai Thianvu turns to Lan Fong, scheduling the surgery for the day after tomorrow. Slumping down in total defeat, he can only quietly agree to the schedule. With that, things are settled for now. Lan Fong and his father rush out first. As soon as Kai Thianvu leaves the station, he immediately makes a call to set things up. Hello, Elder Sam. Yes, it is Kai Thianvu. I need an operating room prepared. Can you get that sorted out for me? Right on schedule at the hospital, Kai Thianvu intentionally walks past President Ko's room before getting to the main event. He checks on her condition and nods with a satisfied smile. She is recovering nicely. With that out of the way, he heads straight to the operating room. The doctors and Kai Thianvu are fully prepped with their surgical tools ready to go. Operating as the lead surgeon, he works with extreme focus and precision, calling for needles and scissors to meticulously stitch the main artery. After a grueling 10-hour surgery, night has fallen, and Kai Thianvu has drained 600 energy points. Stepping out of the room, Kai Thianvu collapses onto the floor in sheer exhaustion. This single operation really took 600 of his energy points. Talk about a close call. Good thing Tute completely drained him the other night to stock up energy, or he'd literally be dead right now. He stands right by the hospital bed watching over Lan Fong, who finally wakes up the very next morning. Kai Thianvu checks in on his patient, asking how he feels and if it still hurts. Lan Fong just grins like an idiot. Kai Thianvu, your medical skills are absolutely godlike. It has only been one day, and I am already rearing to go. When can I leave? Kai Thianvu leans in and whispers a few quick instructions. You can leave whenever you want. We used self-dissolving protein stitches. No need to pull them out since your body will absorb them naturally. Just be careful during your private activities so you do not tear anything. Hearing this, he jumps straight out of bed like he did not just have major surgery yesterday. Yes, I am finally getting out of here. Kai Thianvu, no, divine doctor, you are basically my big brother from now on. Just say the word if you ever need anything. Director Lan is so happy he literally tears up. Go forth, my son, and expand the Lan bloodline. My legacy rests entirely on your shoulders. Suddenly, Kai Thianvu's phone starts ringing like crazy. Who could it be? Picking it up, a voice on the line turns his face completely pale. Tian Yu, get over here quick. Sha Liang is about to get beaten to death by his own brother outside the school. He rushes out, saying he is on his way. Flashback to 2 hours ago at the construction site, everyone was chatting during their survey, talking about how tough it was. One of them speaks up, totally excited. Hard to believe the Sa clan built something this massive. But wait, someone is lurking behind that wall. Out steps Sa Liert, absolutely dripping with pure, murderous intent as he struts forward. Hey little brother, business seems pretty good since I handed the Sa gang over to you. Sha Liang is so terrified he can barely stutter out a response. When did you get out? Sha Liang stammers. Sa Liert just smirks. What, no big welcome home for your own blood brother? Sa Liert steps close, forcing Sha Liang to yell a warning. The Sa gang is different now, a murderer like you needs to get off my sight. Feeling insulted, Sa Liert immediately flexes, veins bulging across his arms as his physical strength multiplies instantly. Sa Liert grabs Sha Liang by the arm, twisting it with sickening, brutal force. The bone snaps instantly, his arm is completely shattered and useless. Clutching his arm, Sha Liang screams in agony. Seeing their boss down, the surrounding gang members grab weapons and charge in. They yell to protect Sha Liang, but Sa Liert just grunts. A strange purple light erupts around him, hardening his flesh into solid armor. Their weapons shatter right against Sa Liert, yet his body does not have a single scratch. Grimacing in pain, Sha Liang can only wonder how his brother became such a monster. Could he have unlocked some crazy divine power, just like Tian Yu? Saliert stands tall, declaring to the crowd, "I am Saliert, and I run the Sa gang now." Saliert walks over and grinds his boot right into Sha Liang's head, asking him how it feels. "Still got that awful temper. If you had just yielded, I would not have had to hurt you. But wait, is everyone here new? Where did all my old crew go?" Sha Liang struggles to stand, spitting out that they are all in prison, and he built this entire gang himself. Enraged, Saliert delivers a brutal punch straight to his face, sending Sha Liang's hat flying across the dirt. "Tell me which prison and I will go break them out." Sha Liang clutches his bleeding face, utterly shocked. "Are you seriously planning a prison break?" Tian Yu makes his epic entrance, voice cold as ice. "Who dares cause trouble on Sagang turf?" Both men lock eyes, and Saliert barks out, "Who the hell are you?" Tian Yu rolls up his sleeves. "None of your business. You are the one who beat up Sha Liang, right?" Tian Yu takes his stance, ready to strike. Saliert just laughs wickedly. "So that is it. This punk has got divine powers too." Saliert braces himself, channeling his energy, while Tian Yu focuses raw power into his own fist. Look at this clash. Their fists collide with absolute, earth-shattering force, sending a massive shockwave that blasts dust and debris everywhere. Tian Yu grins. This guy has the exact same power. He asks, "How on earth did you get your hands on an ability like this?" "None of your business," Saliert sneers. But before he can finish, Tian Yu plants a fist right into his jaw, warping his face completely. Tian Yu laughs. Both of them might have crazy abilities, but Saliert's fighting style is purely amateur. Closing the distance instantly, Tian Yu lands a brutal punch right to his gut. The impact is so intense that Saliert is forced to activate his special technique. Saliert tenses up, quickly activating his flesh-hardening technique. His body turns rock solid, making Tian Yu's hand shake from the impact. It is like punching solid steel. He backs off, groaning in pain. Rubbing his knuckles, Tian Yu demands to know how he even learned the flesh-hardening technique. Saliert sneers, saying Tian Yu still has not mastered his divine powers yet, and is still way behind his level. Furious, Tian Yu decides he has had enough, and unleashes his true, raw power, sending green energy exploding outward. Now this is what I am talking about. Saliert panics, sweating bullets as he stares in pure disbelief. Tian Yu's eyes burn with fury, looking absolutely ready to rip him apart. So that is the secret meeting. Another power user makes things click. Now he finally understands the nature of this energy. Charging forward, Tian Yu launches his attack with absolute determination. Saliert just stands his ground, laughing that nothing can ever break through his hardened skin armor. Tian Yu just smirks, driving his hand straight through Saliert's shoulder. "How on earth is this possible?" the gangster screams. Tian Yu chuckles, explaining that even divine energy has its weak points. "Do not worry, I will not kill you. Just answer my questions honestly." Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Saliert grimaces and asks what he wants to know. Towering over him, Tian Yu demands to know where those powers came from. Saliert whispers for him to lean in close. Tian Yu cautiously leans down, but Saliert dirtily throws a handful of sand right into his eyes, blinding him instantly. Writhing on the ground in pain, Tian Yu yells out. Seizing the moment, Saliert immediately activates his speed enhancement. In the blink of an eye, Saliert vanishes, still blinking away the burning sand. Tian Yu growls. "Do you guys have any idea where he is going?" Sha Liang thinks for a moment, recalling that Salier had asked about the whereabouts of the old crew. He is definitely hunting them down. Tian Yu angrily glares to the side. "Where are those old underlings now? Where on earth is he supposed to find them?" Sa Luong carefully explains that the special shelter in the West City is actually a maximum security base holding the worst criminals. Meanwhile, at the exact same time over in West City, 2 police officers on patrol suddenly spot a dark shadow rushing in from a distance. It instantly knocks out the guards as Saliet laughs with absolute, smug triumph. Sirens blare loudly as the alarms go off. An intruder breaches the secure zone. He storms right into the cell block, blowing away anything in his way. Reaching the heavy iron door holding the worst villains, he calls out casually, "Hey brothers, your big brother is here to break you out." Saliet braces himself and powers up once again, activating his super strength enhancement. Tian Yu and Sa Luong arrive just a second too late, witnessing a massive explosion rip through the cell block from a distance. Inside, the locked-up underlings are absolutely thrilled, cheering out, "Boss, you finally came for us." Saliet pulls out a bunch of highly dangerous-looking fountain pens, laughing as he hands them out. "Take these, and together, we are going to rule all of Tanhai." An ambush squad of police officers is already waiting outside, pointing their weapons and yelling, "Put your hands up, do not move." Saliet just smirks, flexing his muscles as he activates his super strength enhancement. His thugs follow suit, triggering their own super enhancements. We are talking super hardening, super healing, super speed, and super endurance all at once. When Tian Yu arrives, the officers are already lying defeated on the ground. He asks in shock, "What happened?" One injured cop struggles to sit up, coughing out someone breached the facility and released all the worst criminals. Hearing this, he focuses his energy and activates his enhanced sense of smell. And get this, things are about to get absolutely crazy because he suddenly realizes there are 7 other fully powered users standing right alongside their leader, leaving him to just sigh in complete, utter helplessness. Do not bother chasing them, we are no match for those guys, a mysterious voice suddenly cuts in from behind. He never expected those fountain pens to cause this kind of massive disaster, making his face turn pretty pale from shock and utter disbelief. Who are you, and how do you know about the pens? The mysterious man in the black suit, wearing a low hat, claims to be the actual creator of those fountain pens. We made those pens, the man states, leaving Tian Yu totally speechless as he tries to confirm the truth. So you are the mastermind behind all this? The creator smirks, offering some comfort. Do not panic just yet, Mr. Kai. We have been watching you for a while, and as long as you do not abuse your power, we will not take away your abilities. After all, to people like us, one little pen is practically meaningless. Hearing this, Tian Yu is left even more bewildered than before. Did you come here specifically to take back Saliet's powers? The creator nods with absolute certainty. Exactly. We accidentally lost those devices. And now that criminals have them, they are a danger to everyone. We have to clean up this mess. Tian Yu insists on coming along, saying I'm going with you. He then turns to Sa Luong and tells him to head back first. Cut to the two of them heading toward a nightclub, where eerie purple lights cast a glow right through the glass doors. Inside, a blonde girl wraps her arms around Saliet's neck, whining playfully, please do not ever leave me again. Saliet smiles and makes a promise, I am never leaving you. Besides, we have got more money now than we could ever spend. His thugs carry stolen ATM machines on their shoulders, watching the two of them get cozy right there on the sofa. One of them rips open a machine, ordering the crew to grab every single woman from every club in the city because they need to replenish their energy. Standing outside, the creator checks his tracking device. According to the energy readings, all 8 power users are hidden inside this exact building. You won't even believe what they find inside. Dozens of unconscious, innocent women are lying collapsed all over the floor. The thugs are literally absorbing glowing purple energy right out of these poor women, leaving Tian Yu completely horrified by what he is witnessing. They are harvesting energy in broad daylight. Can just the two of us really take down 8 fully powered opponents at once? In response, the man in the suit simply points a finger at him. Beep, transferring 100,000 energy points now. Tian Yu gasps in disbelief. 100,000 points? Smirking at his shocked face, the creator asks if that is enough for him. Go get them, and if you cannot handle it, I will step in. Saliet glares at them, mocking them for showing up at his doorstep. Saliet brags that he has got back up now and owns this entire city, asking if they came to die, but Tian Yu completely ignores him, activating all his enhancements. The moment his power surges, a massive aura of blazing blue energy erupts around his body like raging flames. Saliet barks an order to one thug, go test him and see what he can actually do. A sketchy-looking thug wearing glasses steps right up, chanting the exact same activation command as Tian Yu to trigger his super speed. Tian Yu is left pretty confused by this, wondering if this thug's super enhancement has some kind of special function his does not. The man hovers slightly as glowing purple energy wraps around his feet, and then he vanishes completely into thin air. Only streaks of purple light flash wildly across the room before the thug suddenly lunges at Tian Yu from behind, but our hero spins around instantly, landing a massive, bone-shattering punch. Seeing things go south, Saliert screams to his crew to charge all at once. Another thug rushes in at the call, but Tian Yu doesn't hesitate, driving a strike right through the guy's arm. That guy isn't even scared. He just grins creepily, activating super healing. While Tian Yu is distracted, another thug tackles him from behind, locking him down with super hardening. Then, the thug who just got his arm impaled retaliates, hitting Tian Yu dead in the face with super strength. The impact blasts Tian Yu straight into the floor, cratering the ground. Covered in sweat, Tian Yu grits his teeth, trying to stand up through pain so intense his skull feels like it's about to explode. Seeing him struggle, Salier smirks. Keep going, he's almost dead. Instantly, all 3 thugs charge right at the fallen Tian Yu. Though completely battered, Tian Yu is still conscious. Sensing their hostile energy, he tracks them closely as the 3 thugs close in on his position, ready to finish him off. Leading the pack, Saliert lunges forward with a nasty grin. Saliert unleashes a flurry of rapid-fire punches. He expects Tian Yu to just lie there and take it, but the main character smoothly tilts his head to dodge, leaving Saliert striking nothing but empty floor. He's stunned. Absolutely speechless, he actually dodged it. Before Saliert can even react, Tian Yu suddenly kicks him right up into the air. The kick slams Saliert hard against the ceiling. Gritting his teeth in agony, he holds onto his broken arm. His stunned lackeys look up, screaming out in utter shock. Boss! Back on his feet, Tian Yu frowns as he glares straight up at Saliert. You see this? He crouches low to build momentum, launching into the air like a sudden gust of wind. Flying upward, Tian Yu strikes Saliert's neck while slamming his knee into the boss's stomach, calmly muttering to catch a gang. You take down the leader first. Saliert's eyes bulge. He coughs up a spray of fresh blood. Completely knocked out, Saliert plummets and hits the ground with a heavy thud. He lies there mouth agape, his head slumped completely to the side. The bald thug is completely shocked. How is this possible? The boss actually went down. Realizing they are in deep trouble, the guy with glasses suggests grabbing their unconscious leader and running away immediately, calling it their absolute best option right now. But another thug refuses to run, arguing they still have numbers and asking what if their remaining ally is actually stronger than Tian Yu. We all have superpowers now, so why should we fear him? Don't be cowards, let's charge. The thug crouches down, prepping to spring forward. Tian Yu warily raises his hand, keeping his eyes locked onto him as darkness fills the quiet room. Suddenly, the attacking thug's arm gets violently twisted, making him scream in agony. Tian Yu turns a cold gaze to the rest. Who is next? They instantly drop to their knees. Spare our lives. Please spare our lives. Satisfied, he turns to the fountain pen creator and says it is done. But suddenly, a massive dark shadow looms behind Tian Yu, its eyes flashing a sharp, menacing red. Saliert suddenly springs back up, pulling in massive surges of raw energy from all around his body. Saliert roars out commandingly, brothers, transfer all your superpowers to me right now. The dark silhouette blitzes right past him. Tian Yu stands there frozen, unable to react to such insane speed. Saliert slams a devastating punch right into his gut, blasting Tian Yu flying backward through multiple walls of this small nightclub room. Crash! Tian Yu slams into the concrete, shattering a massive wall before slumping to the ground completely unconscious. His body lies limp, blood dripping from his mouth as purple lightning crackles weakly around him. Seeing his opponent defeated, Saliert clenches his fist and laughs. Tian Yu, he sneers, letting his guard down. This is what you get for crossing me. He raises his foot to stomp on Tian Yu, but wait. Look who just showed up in a suit to block the kick. Saliert turns his head to stare, his brow furrowing in utter confusion at this newcomer. Who are you? Saliert demands. A hat covers half the stranger's face, but he just smiles. What? You want to fight me? A surge of purple energy flares up. Furious, Saliert clenches his fist, raising it threateningly. I have all my crew's powers combined. Why should I fear you? Saliert roars, throwing a massive punch right at the man's face, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and debris all around them. The sheer force of the impact blows the man's hat off, sending it flying high into the thick smoke. Saliert's fist is still planted right on his cheek, yet the stranger remains completely unfazed by the attack, offering nothing but a cold, mocking smile. Is that all? Saliert freezes as pure dread takes over. That was a tenfold strength boost, Saliert stammers. Meanwhile, the stranger calmly shrugs off his suit jacket, tossing it aside with a challenging look. So eager? The man asks, let me play with you for a bit. Saliert quickly channels all his remaining power into his fists, taking a combat stance before throwing a punch wrapped in purple energy directly at the man. Yet the man doesn't flinch, effortlessly dodging the blow with a slight tilt of his head. His face still wears a calm smile. He tilts his head back, easily dodging the second attack. Then he suddenly punches Sha Lai in the stomach, leaving him totally defenseless. Sweating, the man silently marvels at how tough his opponent is. Despite the surprise blow, Sha Lai is only pushed back slightly. He glares with a smug, wide grin and yells that he has gathered all his brother's mystic powers. He boasts about having ultimate power that is 10 times greater than that of Tian Yu. He also boasts supreme speed, ultimate durability, and super healing. Refusing to give up, Sha Li gathers his strength and strikes again. That punch lands directly on his forehead, causing a massive shockwave of energy to disperse to both sides. The violent force seems to tear through the surrounding space, yet the man remains completely unfazed. Smirking, he whispers to himself that he finally gets how it works. He confidently raises his hand high, and a brilliant golden sphere begins to envelop his entire palm. Chuckling, he gives him one last chance to reveal where he got that fountain pen. Sha Lai grits his teeth, angrily yelling that it is none of his business. Watch this without giving Sha Li another second. The mysterious man immediately swings his arm forward. A massive wave of energy erupts outward, completely swallowing the massive thug inside a blinding flash of light. The terrifying power strikes so fast that he feels like he might disintegrate. Finally, Sha Li collapses, his body completely charred and covered in thick smoke. A moment later, Tian Yu stirs. He slowly opens his eyes with a dazed expression, wondering how long he has been knocked out. He sits on the dirt, looking around in confusion. Where did that mysterious savior go? Instead, he spots Sha Lai lying right before him, completely charred black. Stunned, he stares closely. Why is Sha Lai burned to a crisp? He looks in absolute disbelief at the lifeless body. As Tian Yu reaches out to touch it, the charred skin suddenly crumbles away like dry sand. It melts into the ground, exposing the bare skull and ribs. Horrified, Tian Yu instinctively jumps back in absolute terror and screams out, wondering what on earth this is. Suddenly, the bodies of Shali's two remaining accomplices begin to heat up like burning coals. They scream in agonizing pain, crying out that it is too hot and their bones are literally melting. Seconds later, both of them dissolve just like Sha Li, losing all human form until nothing remains but a sticky pool of sludge on the floor. Just then, a few girls wake up and witness the horrifying scene, screaming at the top of their lungs as they flee in terror. One of them shrieks that someone has been murdered. Meanwhile, Tian Yu remains on the ground, clutching his stomach and rubbing his aching head in pain. Since Sha Li and his crew are dead, the mysterious savior has vanished, leaving this absolute mess behind for him to handle. Putting pain aside, he runs. He quickly flees the scene, knowing it will be impossible to explain things if the police arrive. Let's follow him to the next day. At a sand-gang construction site, someone leaps through the air, landing smoothly in front of Sha Liang and Heng Zhuo. It is Tian Yu. He touches down gracefully. Sha Liang instantly gets excited, shouting his name the moment he spots him. Calling out Tian Yu's name, he looks over with a worried expression, asking if the matter is finally resolved. What happened to his brother in the end? Tian Yu closes his eyes, sighs helplessly, and explains everything to the gang. After hearing the grim tale, Sha Liang lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that even though his brother was a bastard, he still wants to bury him. Heng Zhuo chimes in. He adds that those accomplices were senior members who once fed them when they were starving, even if they did not exactly lead them down the right path. Tian Yu closes his eyes and nods in agreement, telling them to go ahead and bury the deceased men however they see fit. At the quiet cemetery, several fresh graves are prepared. Sha Liang stands in front of his brother's new tombstone, looking deeply lost in thought. Standing right beside him, Tian Yu asks what is wrong, teasing him that it is the first time he has seen him looking so sad over Qin Lai. Sha Liang turns his head, admitting he is actually thinking about his parents, whom he has not visited in nearly 20 years. Now that Sha Li is dead, he is unsure how to break the news to them, prompting Tian Yu to offer him some gentle encouragement. Tian Yu tells him to just go home since there is no reason to feel awkward about seeing his own parents. Pulling out a lighter, Sha Liang lights a cigarette. He remembers returning home during his first year away, but his father found out he joined a gang and beat him away, refusing to let him enter the village. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, he exhales a cloud of smoke and continues his quiet tale. After that incident, he spent decades surviving in the underworld, never once setting foot back in his hometown. Stunned by the story, Tian Yu tries to reason with him, arguing that regardless of his past life, he has turned over a new leaf and can proudly go back home. Heng Zhuo looks up and quickly agrees, urging their boss to go because they are finally walking a clean path now. Sha Liang closes his eyes in deep thought, finally agreeing that it is time to go back. Back at school, the bright blue sky and gentle sunlight washing over the courtyard create a peaceful atmosphere. Sitting inside the classroom, Tian Yu turns his head to Dong Yu, curiously asking how long it has been since Qin Shui last attended school. Dong Jock puffs her cheeks in frustration, complaining that he hasn't been around lately. She even asks if he seriously has the nerve to show his face. Out of a 5-day school week, he only shows up for half a day, vanishing the rest of the time. Tian Vu quickly makes excuses, claiming he is busy starting his business. Dong Nok closes her eyes in complete helplessness, muttering that this is a pretty special case. She mentions Tan Tuyet dropped out last week to work because of her father's gambling debts. Tian Vu looks away, silently wondering if that former punk girl really ended up with such a miserable fate. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, Sa Luang steps out looking confident as he admires himself in the mirror. Suddenly, Hohen Trak calls out from behind to tease him, asking why he isn't wearing his usual tank top anymore. Sa Luang chuckles, calmly pointing out that with the seasons changing, he can't exactly wear a tank top all year round. He urges his friend to hurry up, they need to buy gifts, since he hasn't seen his parents in 20 years and can't go home empty-handed. Now check this out, deep inside the bustling mall, a very focused Tan Tuye is working hard. Suddenly, the store manager, who has been creeping outside, quietly sneaks in while she isn't paying attention. He softly locks the door behind them. With a creepy smirk, the manager tells her to finish cleaning up, which startles Tan Tuyet completely. She cautiously reports back, saying she sorted 295 items, and based on this month's sales, they can return them to the manufacturer. Before she can even finish, he cuts her off to interrogate her. He demands to know how there are only 295 boxes, claiming he clearly remembers 300. Tan Tuyet quickly defends herself, stating the sales sheet matches her count. A highly suspicious, cunning grin. He slyly shifts the blame, claiming he remembers exactly 300 boxes, accusing her of stealing those missing 5. Furious at the false accusation, Tan Tuyet yells that she checked the sales log and there are exactly 295. But the manager completely ignores her words. With a sinister laugh, he steps closer, aggressively grabbing her by the collar and leaving her absolutely terrified. He keeps insisting there were 300 boxes, sneering that she definitely stole those missing 5. Tears well up in her eyes, but despite her terror, she firmly denies it, asking how he could possibly accuse her of stealing from the warehouse. A disgusting grin spreads across his face. He begins stroking her thigh in a sickening way, offering a vile proposal. He tells her that if she cooperates, he will keep quiet about the supposedly stolen inventory. Horrified by his disgusting behavior, Tian Yu screams for him to let her go, insisting she did not steal anything. But he only grows more excited, refusing to let her go, whispering that her innocence does not matter because nobody will believe a high school dropout. Tian Yu closes her eyes in disgust, forced to listen to his repulsive voice whispering in her ear. He claims he only hired her out of pity because of her looks, asking where else in society someone like her could find a job. With a twisted grin, he promises not to press charges if she simply does exactly what she is told. Meanwhile, Sa Luang is walking around outside with Hoan Trak, trying to decide what kind of gifts to bring home for his parents. Hoan Trak suggests buying clothes for his mother, and Sa Luang agrees, noting she does not know how to shop online and has never visited the city. He figures she will love some nice outfits, so he heads toward a nearby clothing store to check it out. He notes the clothes here look pretty decent, elegant, and modest, which would suit his mother perfectly. But then, out of nowhere, a familiar, panicked scream echoes from the back of the store. Sa Luang instantly recognizes the voice as Tian Yu's. Inside, the poor girl is backed into a corner, trembling with fear as the manager closes in. Smirking, he reaches out to grab her, telling her to stop struggling and make him happy if she wants to pay him back. But suddenly, the door behind him is violently kicked open, completely ruining his disgusting plans. As Sa Luang storms in and takes in the scene, the enraged manager turns around, demanding to know who he is and what he wants. He tells him to stay out of it, instantly triggering Sa Luang's furious rage. Before the creep can react, Sa Luang lunges forward and delivers a brutal punch directly to his chest, making him howl. Clutching his bleeding nose, the terrified manager demands answers. He stammers what is his problem. Why did he attack him? Seeing him, Tian Yu is utterly shocked. She gasps, "Sa Luang, how are you here?" Equally surprised, he asks her what she is doing in a place like this. Sa Luang frowns, casting a freezing glare at the manager and telling him to get out. Terrified by that killer look, the scumbag scrambles to his feet and flees in a panic. Seeing Sa Luang there, although tears are still streaming down her face, the pure terror slowly fades. She softly asks why he is here, but he ignores the question, asking why she is working in a dump like this. He asks why she isn't in school, making her bow her head in complete, heartbreaking helplessness. She quietly explains that her father's massive gambling debts forced her to drop out and take this job. As they stand in silence, Sa Luang suddenly makes a proposal. "My construction site is short on a secretary, so you should come work with me from now on." Hearing this brings Qin Shui instant relief. Tears spill from her eyes, and she smiles with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Sha Liang." Sha Liang guides Qin Shui out of the shopping mall, chatting on his phone as they walk, carefully asking Tian Yu for a quick favor in the coming days. "Tian Yu, I am heading back to my hometown for a few days. Watch over the site." Tian Yu readily agrees while reminding his friend, "Got it. Travel safely. You haven't seen your parents in years, so make sure to leave a great impression on them." Before hanging up, Sha Liang continues setting things up, adding that he still has one more thing to share with him. "I hired Qin Shui as my secretary, so do not go running your mouth when you see her," which makes Tian Yu smirk with a playful tease. "Oh," Qin Shui dropped out. "Did you two seriously rekindle your old flame that fast?" Sha Liang immediately blushes red, and even Qin Shui next to him cannot hide her awkward embarrassment as he stammers, "Wait, what do you mean, old flame?" "I am only lending her a hand because of our past," he says, while Qin Shui lowers her head, unable to hide her blushing face. Sensing their awkwardness, Tian Yu decides to stop teasing them, saying, "All right, you are basically the deputy general manager anyway. You do not need to report this to me, just go show your parents some love," and with that, he hangs up as the crimson sunset paints the evening sky. Inside Tian Yu's house, things are unusually loud, and he stands beside his father, both staring blankly at the crowd of relatives before them. Tian Yu speaks up first, completely clueless. He looks at his dad. "Why are there so many relatives here? Is another cousin getting married or something?" His father just sighs helplessly and tells him, "I will explain later." A short while later, the relatives finally leave, leaving only the father and son standing face to face in the quiet living room. Tian Yu asks again, "Dad, can you tell me now?" Here is where things start getting messy, as his father sighs, explaining that next month is grandfather's 90th birthday, and a letter arrived to split the entire family inheritance. Tian Yu is not even surprised by this, no reaction at all. "So they are fighting over the inheritance. No wonder all our aunts and uncles flooded our house," he says, turning to his dad with curious eyes. "So how does grandfather plan to divide everything?" His father sighs and speaks in a thoughtful tone. Your grandfather says your oldest uncle is hardworking, so he gets the tea garden, and since your aunt is clever, she gets the old house. Tian Yu is stunned. Wait, if the house and land are already gone, what do we get? His father replies gloomily, remembering those dusty old books. Your grandfather said I have no real skills except fighting, so he is leaving the family military strategy books to me. He crosses his arms, looking deeply hurt. I am his youngest son, yet he only leaves me a couple of old, worn-out books. Your uncle and aunt pretended they came to share the news, but they were actually here just to mock me. Hearing this, Tian Yu raises his voice. Dad, do not underestimate those military books. They are easily the most valuable thing. He shakes his head, utterly unconvinced what value could a few old books possibly have. You do not need to comfort me, son. He quietly heads back to his room, telling Tian Yu to go get some sleep, leaving the young man frowning in deep suspicion. This is so unlike him, Tian Yu mutters, wondering why his dad would just give up on the rest of the inheritance if he truly thought the books were worthless. Taking a slow sip of his tea, the older man hesitates, clearly unwilling to bring up painful memories from his past. Son, there are things. I just cannot tell you. Annoyed by the secrecy, Tian Yu presses for answers, demanding to know what his father is hiding from him, which finally forces the melancholic man to reveal the whole truth behind the letter. Since I am the only one who served in the military and practiced martial arts, they decided to dump the books on me. Tian Yu looks at his father with utter confusion, wondering what his background has to do with not fighting for a fair share of the inheritance. He turns away. Cutting his own story short, lost in memories of his youth, he sighs, Son, I am old now, but back in my prime as a soldier, I was unstoppable. But this time, I am facing my own siblings. Sinking into his chair, the visible struggle on his face shows the painful conflict he has dealt with since changing careers. Over the years, I made a lot of mistakes, and it was only with their help that I managed to open our meat shop. I simply cannot bring myself to fight them for this money, he admits. And hearing this, Tian Yu finally begins to understand. He falls silent for a long moment, pondering his father's words, before offering some warm, reassuring comfort. Dad, if that is how you feel, then it is fine. Even if they act cold and heartless, we should still hold on to our own values. We do not need to fight over some old house or tea garden. He smiles, and honestly, he is right on this, hinting those old strategy books are actually worth a fortune. Besides, do not feel like we are losing out here, because those ancestral military books hold an insanely high value. His father sighs. Wanting to drop the matter, he mentions having one of his grandfather's books right here. He passed it down to me during my training, and since I know an appraiser, I will have them take a look at it tomorrow. Tian Yu had nothing left to say after hearing that, so he simply stared back at him in silence. The next day at his house, Tian Yu and his mother were busy preparing a delicious, steaming meal. His mother found the whole setup highly unusual and grew incredibly curious about the mysterious guest they were hosting. His mother asks Tian Yu, You mentioned we had a guest and bought so much food, but who exactly is this person? Right after, his relatives arrived, his aunt and oldest uncle. The uncle walked right over to greet the family. He laughs, saying he never expected to enjoy a feast hosted by his nephew, while Tian Yu narrows his eyes playfully. Tian Yu tells them not to rush because the guest of honor is arriving, just as cheerful footsteps echo from behind, asking if they can enter. Turning around, the oldest uncle gasps as he recognizes the famous treasure hunt show crew, while Secretary Song politely offers his gratitude to Tian Yu. He thanks Tian Yu, saying they are highly grateful for his help in providing a great topic for their show, but you even prepared this incredible feast of meat and fish, as Tian Yu politely returns the compliment to liven up the room. Waving it off, Tian Yu says it is nothing since Secretary Song spent a fortune on his treasures, though he secretly feels disappointed that a certain beauty did not show up. He wonders why Xu Ping did not come, but quickly shakes the distracting thoughts from his head to focus on his guests. Shaking it off, Tian Yu tells himself now is not the time for this, warmly inviting the crew to sit down and begin eating. He tells Master Zhou to start while he goes to fetch the family treasure, leaving his oldest uncle absolutely stunned by his sudden connections. The oldest uncle never imagined Tian Yu could become this capable, realizing they might actually get a chance to appear on television. A few minutes later, Tian Yu returns with the ancient book left by his grandfather, ready for them to examine. He presents it, saying this is the treasure he mentioned, causing Master Zhou and his crew to gasp in shock upon seeing the Qi family martial arts manual. Tian Yu seriously explains the origin of the book, confirming it is genuine as Master Zhou drops his jaw in absolute disbelief. Staring at the handwriting and paper, Master Zhou gasps that this is indeed the legendary manual, leaving Tian Yu's aunt frozen on the spot in utter shock. Wait, here's the kicker. She asks if this isn't just a tattered old book, only for Tian Yu to drop another massive bomb. They actually have a second volume. Master Zhou breaks into a cold sweat, completely thrilled at the thought of witnessing such a masterpiece. He asks in awe, is this a blessing across 3 generations, to gaze upon the original Qi family military book? Could you actually be descendants of General Qi? Tian Yu lets out a smirk of satisfaction, quickly cutting straight to the point. He says our family history can wait. Expert, just tell us the actual price of this ancient book. Now, get ready for this. The appraiser delivers a serious estimate, stating a complete set is worth at least 20 million, making the oldest uncle shout in absolute shock. Just then, his father returns home and is completely blown away, unable to believe his ears that an old family book could actually be worth so much cash. His mother trembles in complete shock, stammering 20 million? Our humble family actually owns a legendary treasure like that? Much later, once the house finally empties and all the guests have left, Tian Yu's father immediately pulls his son aside, demanding to know why he did not say something sooner. After making his father worry all night, Tian Yu sighs, pointing out that he did tell him, but his father never believed a word. The parents hug each other in pure ecstasy, celebrating that with 20 million, they never have to worry about money for the rest of their lives. Turning to her son, his mother asks what they should do next, wondering if Tian Yu has any idea how they can sell this ancient family book. Tian Yu keeps a serious face and firmly refuses, stating this ancient text is an heirloom of the Qi family that must never be sold. His father looks utterly baffled, asking what point there is in keeping it if they won't sell. Tian Yu excitedly explains the situation, telling him that, while its historical significance is massive, the real value lies in the secret and legendary martial arts recorded inside. He sighs with a helpless expression while discussing the ancient book. Despite spending 10 long years studying our single volume, I still haven't fully solved its secrets, but mastering the rest of the collection would give someone the absolute power to rule the world. At this point, Tian Yu's father completely trusts his son and hands over full ownership, telling him to study it however he wants. Since the military manual is entirely useless in their hands anyway, keeping it might just raise its value later on. The scene cuts to the oldest uncle and aunt driving home after having their dinner, with the uncle focusing intently on the road. Neither looks pleased at all, both filled with silent rage in their hearts as Tian Yu's aunt immediately starts comparing the completely unequal share of the inheritance their grandfather left behind. She complains her old house is worth 3 million at most, and even adding his tea garden, it still wouldn't match 20 million. As the oldest uncle scowls while driving, complaining that the grandfather was incredibly unfair for not giving a single book to each of them, instead of keeping it all there. Suddenly, Tian Yu's aunt pulls out Master Zhou's business card and shows it off to the oldest uncle. She points out that she managed to grab a business card from the treasure expert earlier, plotting a devious plan to secretly sell her brother's book. She mentions that the expert is willing to offer 28 million to buy that precious set from them. The oldest uncle falls silent, fully understanding her greedy scheme but playing dumb by asking what she means by that. She sneers, wanting to sell the ancient book for quick cash. Let us sell it, get 20 million, give Kai Dai Hai 8 million, and split the rest. The oldest uncle instantly agrees with her greedy plan. Meanwhile, back at Tian Vu's house, he and his father are having a serious chat in the living room. Talk about a flip. His attitude changes instantly as he starts planning wedding gifts for tomorrow. Tomorrow is grandfather's big birthday, so we must pack a fat cash envelope honestly. Tian Vu is completely speechless at this hypocrisy. Just a moment ago, he was complaining about the old man. The next morning, the peaceful neighborhood gathers under a bright, calm sky. Everyone is exchanging warm greetings and smiles as they happily sit down for Tian Vu's grandfather's big birthday banquet. Grinning from ear to ear, Tian Vu's dad quickly steps forward, raising his glass for a toast, wishing you endless fortune and a long life. Father. Grandfather sighs, utterly annoyed by his son's goofy behavior, telling him to act proper. Meanwhile, Tian Vu leans in to ask about the family's ancient book. Grandfather, where is our martial arts register? I want it. The old man proudly points to the study with massive expectations for his grandson. Study it well. Tian Vu, the revival of our family's martial arts relies entirely on you. He rushes inside to find the ancient book. After searching everywhere, he runs back out, yelling in panic, Grandfather, the book of military strategy is gone. Nearby, his uncle and aunt look incredibly tense. Soon, the oldest uncle steps forward, completely unbothered, and confesses to their terrible deed. We sold it. Just like that. Grandfather gasps in sheer horror, demanding to know who they sold it to. Tian Vu's aunt still has no clue how badly they messed up, excitedly bragging that she will make sure Kai Dai Hai gets his share. She shoves the cash envelope right at Tian Vu's dad, telling her little brother that she would never leave him empty-handed. He snatches the envelope and checks the cash inside his hands, instantly freezing as he counts the disappointing amount. Furious, Tian Vu's dad snaps and begins screaming at her, asking why there is only 15 million when the price was 20 million. Selling our family heirloom is one thing, but how dare you pocket my hard-earned cash? She just points a finger at him, spinning a quick lie. She claims the appraiser checked it and said the book was incomplete, meaning it was only worth that much. Acting superior, she looks down on her brother, claiming the expert only offered 10 million, and she had to fight to get him that extra 5 million. He cannot believe this garbage, roaring back that the expert clearly stated 20 million was the absolute lowest acceptable price. But now she claims it is only worth 10 million? Hearing this, grandfather stands completely frozen in absolute shock, collapsing as his body gives out. Tian Yu leaps forward just in time to catch him. The old man's face looks extremely pale and exhausted. The bickering siblings instantly shut up, panicking for their father, while Tian Yu immediately springs into action, activating his advanced X-ray vision. Oh no, this is a total disaster. His grandfather's anger literally caused a massive brain hemorrhage. Tian Yu instantly triggers his brand new telekinesis skill, carefully controlling the internal bleeding to guide the stray blood right back into the proper vessels. A tiny tear. In his brain, pressure is releasing. The damaged cerebral nerves and ruptured blood vessels are delicately reconnected, completely restoring the brain while his highly anxious father stands nearby, terrified over the intense situation. When his father frantically asks how grandfather is doing, Tian Yu finally sighs with relief, delivering some great news to the panicked family. He is completely out of danger now. Slowly, the old man opens his eyes, looking around in a daze. He sits up, angry. He demands to know where they sold the book, leaving the oldest uncle stammering in pure guilt. They stammer that they sold it to Master Chow from the show, and grandfather's face darkens as he demands to know the exact price. The uncle reluctantly confesses it was only 8 million, driving Tian Yu's dad absolutely wild as he punches his face, screaming that he was lied to about the 15 million. He glares. Absolute hatred. How dare you directly pocket half of our family's cash? Grandfather quickly steps in to stop the bloody brawl, telling Dai Hai that he left them that book to protect their legacy, not to sell. Sighing deeply, he sternly commands Kai Daijiang and Kai Thianqiu to go get it back. He tells them to take the 28 million to Master Chow and get it back, but Tian Yu immediately volunteers to recover it. Begging his grandfather to let him handle it, Tian Yu immediately dashes straight to Master Chow's massive corporate headquarters. Thu Bin is completely taken aback when she spots him, asking what he is doing here, but he is in too much of a hurry to chat. When he urgently asks for Master Chow, she stammers that they are currently editing the show, telling him to turn right at the first room. Tian Yu bursts through the door, calling out for Master Chow, while Bao Huang turns around in absolute surprise. Bao Huang asks why Brother Kai is here, but Tian Yu cuts straight to the chase, demanding the immediate return of his family's book. Offering the money back to call off the deal, Tian Yu pleads for the book, leaving the expert completely speechless. Master Chow stammers that the book is no longer in his possession, and a terrified look crosses his face as Tian Yu demands to know who has it. He nervously confesses that he already resold it to President Hu of the Treasure Association for 30 million. Tian Yu spins around to go hunt down the president. After getting beat to a pulp by our main character, President Ho of the Bao Association is totally terrified and spills everything he knows. He sold the Chao Chuyan bin to the martial arts president for 50 million. With a brutally bruised face, he whines that the martial registry was sold for 80 million. Hearing this, Tian Yu quickly confronts the association president to demand his family military book back. He tells him, "President, this martial registry is my family heirloom treasure. I ask you to show mercy and return it." But the president looks visibly annoyed, clearly having no intention of giving it back. He snaps back, "I spent 80 million on this book. Why should I just give it back?" Tian Yu calmly replies that he already settled things with the other buyers, and they agreed to a full refund. But the president remains stubborn and continues to challenge him directly. He says, "If it is a treasure, you should have kept it safe. You did not value it. Yet now you demand it back." His expression turns dead silent as he stares back. "So, what exactly do you mean?" The president turns his back on Tian Yu, fully resolved to make things difficult. "This martial scroll has been on my radar for decades now. How can I just give it back?" Clenching his fists, he warns him not to force his hand. The president laughs in amusement, loving the hot-headed reaction from this kid. He sneers, "I did not expect anyone in Tanhai to threaten me with brute force." Without another word, he leaps forward with a brutal kick. As the president of the Martial Arts Association, the old man does not hold back and immediately retaliates. He delivers a sudden, wild spin kick, forcing the old man to slide back to evade. His arms go numb from the impact, sending panic through his body. Such power. Show no mercy, Tian Yu prepares to charge right back in. Suddenly, several disciples of the hall rush in to investigate the commotion. They yell, "President, what is going on in here?" Not wanting any unwanted drama, the old man waves them off. "It is nothing," he says, "just sharing some friendly pointers with this young man." But he shows zero respect and calls out the entire hall. "Bring as many as you want," he says. "I am leaving with my martial scroll." One of the students looks at him with pure rage, asking what this punk is doing. He says, "You dare attack the president and talk back?" The old man quickly intervenes to halt the conflict. "Enough. If you must fight, do not do it here." Giving the kid a bit of credit, he proposes a proper duel. "Kid, I admit you have some decent moves. If you can defeat my disciples, Then you will prove you are actually worthy of owning this book. He locks in the deal immediately. Fine, he says, make sure you keep your word. The president leads the way, inviting him to settle this inside their sparring dojo. So we follow them to the dojo, and wow, this training hall is absolutely massive. It is a massive indoor arena meant for intense challenges. The old man steps forward to introduce the match to his students. He announces a master has arrived to test your martial arts skills today. Who is brave enough to step up first? Hearing this, one disciple immediately steps forward to accept. The president looks at him and nods his head in approval. He walks right up to Tian Yu and introduces himself as No Dongfeng, asking for guidance. Our main character barely looks at him, coldly stating his name, Tian Yu. The president raises his hand and signals the start of the battle. Pure focus. He shifts into battle mode immediately, ready to strike at any second. Right out of the gate, No Dongfeng strikes first with his hidden dragon fist, throwing a highly powerful punch straight through the air. The heavy blow flies toward him, but he catches it with just one arm. Even so, he is quite surprised by the shockwave of this punch. What style is this? The punch makes an absolute roar before even landing. No Dongfeng smirks with massive pride. He proudly boasts that his style is a highly guarded, ancient secret technique. Famous for extreme speed built through brutal training, his strike can actually break the sound barrier. He explains the source of that sonic blast from earlier. That sound you just heard was the sonic boom created when my fist shattered the sound barrier. Now we are talking. Tian Yu just smiles and dares him to throw his best punch head-on. No Dongfeng sneers, feeling highly insulted. He unleashes a massive, violent aura around his body and drives a heavy fist straight at his face. Hidden Dragon Fist. Standing still, he secretly smiles as he triggers his hardening superpower. The massive blow lands square on his face, but instead, the brutal impact rebounds directly back onto No Dongfeng. Fingers shattered and completely twisted, No Dongfeng screams out in absolute agony. Sweating bullets, the president declares Tian Yu the winner. Immediately, another student steps onto the sparring platform, and the old man signals for round 2. The next challenger steps forward to introduce himself, following standard dojo protocol. I am Odung Thick, please guide me. He remains quiet, nodding for them to start. Seeing his overwhelming and monstrous physical strength, Odung Thick decides to try a completely different approach. This guy's Golden Bell cover is insanely powerful, directly deflecting Senior Brother Wu's Hidden Dragon Fist. If that is the case, I will target his pressure points instead. Rushing at Tian Yu, he strikes with a deadly finger technique. Tian Yu bursts out laughing and squirming, begging him to stop since it tickles too much. Yang Shi is terrified to find he cannot hurt him at all. What? Tian Yu actually praises his effort with complete sincerity. Your internal energy is actually pretty good. You even managed to make me feel ticklish. The moment those words land, Tian Yu slaps him away. Tian Yu stands tall, shouting a bold challenge, is there anyone else? The disciples stay dead silent, terrified by his monstrous power. Now, the Martial Arts Association president holds his head in disappointment, forced to compromise and keep his word. Brother G, bring the money and I will hand your book back. Let's just leave it at that. Tian Yu happily thanks the Cooperative Association president. After getting the military manual back, he heads right to his grandfather's house, proudly showing off his victory. Grandpa, I got the book back. His grandfather is so happy he practically cries, thank goodness for you, Tian Yu. His oldest uncle and aunt look rather unhappy, feeling deeply ashamed. Suddenly, Tian Yu gets a call, and loud, sobbing cries echo from the phone. Watch this, things are about to get messy. Confused, Tian Yu picks up and asks Lan Shi, why are you crying? What happened? On the other end, she bursts out sobbing, I am pregnant. Tian Yu completely panics at the news, quickly demanding a clear answer. Pregnant? Whose baby is it? She instantly blows up in absolute rage. You are such a heartless jerk. Who else could it be besides you? Tian Yu looks away in shock, muttering no way, just from that one time. Blushing, Lan Shi brings up what happened, explaining that she only fell for his trap because he claimed he was dying. He anxiously whispers to ask if anyone else has found out. She pouts, going over the details of how the secret got out. My older sister did the pregnancy test, but we haven't told Grandpa about it yet. His head hurts and he can't think straight, immediately urging Lan Shi to get an abortion quietly before any of the adults find out. Disappointed, she hesitates, not wanting to do it. Do we really have to? Tian Yu, this is my first time. Suddenly, Lan Qian overhears this and gets extremely irritated. She snatches the phone to take over, screaming at Tian Yu with a massive barrage of angry insults. Tian Yu, do you even count as a real man? This isn't what you promised before. Tian Yu desperately tries to make excuses for himself. Sis, I am still in school, and we aren't even married. This abortion is actually for Lan Shi's own good. He even uses her career as an excuse. Lan Shi is still young, and having a baby now will completely ruin her future. Lan Qian cannot stand his excuses and immediately calls him out. Are you trying to dodge responsibility? Do you have any idea how badly an abortion can affect a woman? You have to take full responsibility, not just throw out a simple command to end it like that. Tian Yu falls silent, his mind in a complete mess. Once Lan Qian calms down a bit, she seriously asks him what he plans to do. Tian Yu, speak up. What are your actual intentions? He starts reflecting on the promise he once made to her grandfather. Lan Shi's grandfather had warned him about a potential pregnancy long ago, and even Dongzi had warned Tian Yu as well. Dongzi always had issues with his irresponsible lifestyle, and maybe he really should change. Now, caught at a critical crossroads, Tian Yu must make his final choice. Tian Yu answers the phone seriously, Sister Lan Qian. I have figured things out. He honestly admits his mistake, and vows to take responsibility. I will respect whatever Lan Shi wants. If she decides to keep and raise the baby, I will devotedly commit my entire heart and soul to doing it with her. Lan Qian's expression softens, her anger completely vanishing. Sitting nearby, Lan Shi blushes deeply, clearly embarrassed by the whole pregnancy topic. You won't believe this plot twist. She sighs happily and declares, well, you passed the test. Tian Yu instantly freezes on the spot. What? A test? Lan Qian laughs and explains that this was actually just a little family trial for him. Lan Shi's parents are finally back, and they came up with this plan to test their future son-in-law. Tian Yu sighs in absolute relief. Man, that was genuinely terrifying. Suddenly he blushes and asks her, wait, does that mean everyone now knows what happened in the car between me and Lan Shi? Lan Shi, blushing red, yells at him, Tian Yu, stop talking right now. I am dying of embarrassment. Feeling awkward himself, he shuts up. On the phone, Lan Qian speaks up again, formally extending an invitation. Tian Yu, are you free right now? Lan Shi's parents really want to meet you, so why don't you come over? Tian Yu is absolutely amazed. Her parents are the legendary archaeologists who usually work overseas. She nods in confirmation, explaining that both of them really want to see him. But Tian Yu hesitates, turning away to politely reject the offer for now. Well, I am currently hosting a birthday celebration for my grandfather back in the countryside, so I cannot go. But reality has other plans. Lan Qian shares their schedule with him, no worries. Lan Shi's parents are staying for 2 weeks, so just drop by when you have time. Hearing this, he can only sigh and agree to the meeting. Okay, I will head over when I get some free time. The tense phone call finally wraps up. The moment he steps inside, his father immediately asks about the commotion. What's going on, son? Why do you look so defeated? Tian Yu lets out a helpless sigh. Dad, you almost had a grandkid to hold. Hearing this, his father nearly flips backward in pure shock. He quickly clears his name, explaining the massive misunderstanding to his dad. Left totally speechless, his father can only let out a heavy sigh. That Lan family sure knows how to make a joke. I seriously thought you forced Lan Shi to go get an abortion. His dad suggests he handle everything up on the mountain first before dealing with the city. For the next 2 days, just stay up there and make sure Grandpa has a happy birthday. The whole situation with the Lan family can wait until they head back down. Tian Yu stays quiet, simply nodding in agreement. Understood. Over at the bustling bus station, crowds are rushing around. This is where Sha Liang finally steps off, returning to his hometown. He looks completely relaxed, breathing in the fresh air. Ah, the atmosphere of home is just as sweet as he remembered. Hong Zuo stands nearby, coughing from the heavy smell of gasoline wafting through the station. Ignoring the fumes, the two of them head over to the local platform to catch a ride back to their village. As they walk, a mysterious girl starts tailing them. She follows them onto the bus, taking a seat directly behind Sha Liang and Hong Zuo. The bus starts rolling toward the next stop, but out of nowhere, a sleek 7-seater van swerves right in front, completely blocking their path. Curiously, the vehicle seems completely empty. Sha Liang narrows his eyes, immediately locking onto it. What's the deal here? Did that little van break down? But wait, watch this. The side window of the bus suddenly shatters, sending sharp shards flying everywhere. Through the gaping hole in the glass, the attackers are exposed. The poor bus driver has been brutally struck by the highwayman, covered in blood and knocked unconscious. A thug in a yellow shirt brandishes a weapon, threatening the entire bus. If you don't want to get hurt, keep your heads down and stay seated. We only want your cash, so behave if you don't want to end up like the driver. Hearing this, Hong Zhuo turns to Sha Liang in a panic, asking what to do. Bro, what's our move? Sha Liang just glares at the thugs, thoroughly annoyed by their presence. We used to pull stunts like this ourselves, so finding fellow professionals in a quiet town is a real surprise. Sha Liang silently signals Hong Zhuo to slip to the back. Sneak to the back and wait for my command. The smug leader barks orders as he and his goons board the bus, shouting to strip everyone's pockets of valuables first and search the heavier bags later. Sha Liang casually plays dumb and asks boss, "Are all of your guys on board now?" The boss glares back with pure arrogance. Who told you that you could stand up? All the big bosses are here, so what are you going to do about it? Sha Liang calmly gets up, stretches his shoulders, and nods to Hongzhuo. Perfect. Hongzhuo slams the door shut. Instantly, Xiaoliang smirks at the thugs. Time to lock the doors and unleash the beast. Clueless to the danger, the leader lunges forward to threaten Xiaoliang. Did you get your head slammed in a door, kid? He waves his dagger, shouting to his men to take him down. Xiaoliang doesn't waste words, immediately throwing a devastating punch that shatters the first goon's jaw. The goon screams in agony, "My nose, boss, this guy actually knows martial arts." Xiaoliang just chuckles mockingly. "Hey, don't talk nonsense. I don't know martial arts. I just have tough bones and get into a lot of street fights." Still confident he has the upper hand, the leader sneers at him. "You think you're tough enough to take on 10 guys? He immediately orders the rest of his gang to charge. Brandishing heavy wooden clubs, the thugs swarm toward Xiaoliang all at once, ready to tear him apart. Showing zero fear, he lunges forward to face them completely empty-handed. Xiaoliang moves like lightning, dropping thugs left and right. But wait, look at this. The leader throws a fierce kick, and Xiaoliang simply absorbs the blow head-on. He looks up with pure, cold bloodlust. Forced back a few steps, Xiaoliang grabs the boss's shirt and violently yanks him forward. Using his momentum, he hurls the thug backward, sending him crashing face-first into the floor. Hongzhuo has been watching the show with excitement, but he can't resist jumping in to join the fun. With Xiaoliang having all the fun, Hongzhuo rushes forward, delivering a brutal kick to the leader's back that sends him rolling across the floor. Clutching his bruised face in agony, the leader deeply regrets picking today to rob a bus. Powerless and furious, he can only gnash his teeth and swear. Damn it! He immediately screams at his men to retreat. "Retreat, boys," he yells, spitting out a parting threat. "Don't let me catch you again." On the bus, the elderly passengers finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, they're finally gone. That was terrifying. An elderly couple near the front cheer for Xiaoliang's incredible heroic deed. "Great job, young man. Thanks to you, we kept our belongings." He politely scratches his head in embarrassment. "It was nothing, just self-defense, definitely not a hero." Meanwhile, the girl sitting behind continues to quietly observe Xiaoliang's every move. A subtle smirk plays on her lips. Suddenly, someone from the back recognizes him. "Wait, are you Xiaoliang?" Confused, he turns around. "Who is this?" Suddenly, old memories rush back as he happily recognizes his own uncle. "Uncle 3. It really is you." His uncle beams with absolute joy. "Haha, it's been over 20 years. You're finally back home." With that, the bus rolls on to the next stop. Once they arrive, everyone steps off to go about their day. The driver, now carefully bandaged up, turns to thank Xiaoliang. "Brother Xia," he says, "you really saved my life this time." Xiaoliang humbly brushes off the gratitude. "Not at all," he says, "it was nothing. Besides, those thugs did not have the guts to kill you." Suddenly, Xiaoliang spots Uncle 3 frantically dialing on his phone. And yep, he already knows exactly who is on the receiving end. "Uncle 3, who are you calling?" The older man casually responds while scrolling for a number, saying, "It is for your father. It is rare for you to visit, so why not let him know?" Xiaoliang immediately stops him, pleading, "Uncle 3, do not tell my dad. If he finds out, he will not even let me set foot in this village." Uncle 3 just rolls his eyes and tries to encourage him. "It has been years. Your dad will not stop you." Xiaoliang awkwardly explains the real reason behind his departure. "Uncle 3, my dad kicked me out back then, so he definitely does not want me back." Uncle 3 sighs, remembering the troublemakers. "Back in the day, the wild stunts you two pulled were famous all over the neighborhood." With his years of wisdom, Uncle 3 advises him. "Your father is just stubborn," he claims. "Let me tell you, he always talks about your childhood when we hang out. He really misses you." Xiaoliang stands frozen, hearing this. After a brief hesitation, he remains firm. "Do not call, Uncle. I will tell him myself once I step inside." Uncle 3 chuckles. Seeing he got his point across, he decides to stop pushing his nephew. Fine, I won't call. Let's go home." Uncle 3 grabs the bags and walks ahead, while Xiaoliang follows with a quiet smile. Meanwhile, that mysterious girl is still following them, keeping her eyes glued to Xiaoliang. Soon, the whole group arrives at his house. By the time they arrive, night has already fallen. Uncle 3 lets out a tired sigh, stepping inside first. He tosses his hat aside and slumps into a chair, complaining about his rotten luck today. Xiaoliang's father looks over with curiosity. "What happened?" Sensing his hook is set, Uncle 3 starts hyping up their run-in with the highway robbers. Taking a slow sip of tea, Xiaoliang's father wonders how highway robbers even exist in this day and age. Uncle 3 shudders, describing those terrifying, ruthless thugs. He subtly starts dropping hints about Xiaoliang. Fortunately, this brave young guy stepped up and beat them all single-handedly. Impressed, Xiaoliang's father cannot help but praise him. "Well, that kid has certainly got some real skills." Seeing his bait was taken, Uncle 3 reels it in. "Right? And get this, he looks exactly like our Xiaoliang." Hearing that, The father's face immediately darkens. Do not mention him to me. I kicked him out. So why would he ever return? Suddenly, Sha Liang steps inside, calling out to his father with raw emotion. Dad, he says, I am finally back. His father freezes, tears welling up in his eyes, but his stubborn pride quickly takes over as he snaps at him with anger. Why are you back, you brat? I told you never to set foot in this house again. Ignoring the anger, Sha Liang speaks sincerely. Dad, I have changed, he says. I promise I will never make those same foolish mistakes from my past again. But his father remains completely unmoved. You claim you changed? I do not believe a single word. Suddenly, the girl who followed Sha Liang steps inside to speak up. Uncle, he really has changed, she says, revealing she is actually Xiao Shuo. Sha Liang is absolutely stunned to see her. Xiao Shui, he stammers, what are you doing here? His father stares at Xiao Shui, completely bewildered. Is she my daughter-in-law? Seizing the golden opportunity, Sha Liang quickly plays along. In a few years, you will even have grandkids, so are you still keeping me out? Blushing furiously, Xiao Shui quickly scolds him. Why talk about grandkids already? Sha Liang scratches his cheek, casually replying. It is bound to happen eventually. She hides her blushing face in sheer embarrassment. Sha Liang's father sighs, reading the room and deciding not to push. Smiling, the old man lets go of his long-held anger. Since you are back, stay for a few days. Sha Liang happily agrees. Yes, Dad. Soon, the tense atmosphere melts away as they all catch up under the beautiful, glowing night sky. Together, they share a warm, joyful reunion dinner. The next day, our scene shifts to the bustling city, outside Tian Yu's apartment complex. Tian Yu is busy dressing up, looking exceptionally sharp. His father pokes his head in, barely recognizing his own son. Why so dressed up today? Nervous but excited. Tian Yu proudly replies, I am meeting her parents. Leaving his father speechless, the young man confidently strides out of the house. Arriving at Lan Shi's family estate, Lan Mansion, Tian Yu steps inside with absolute confidence. Her family is already there to welcome him. Sizing up his impressive aura, her father praises him, saying, So you are Tian Yu, a truly outstanding young man. He humbly demurs. You flatter me, uncle. Once they settle in, Lan Shi's father gets straight to business. Tian Yu, we won't beat around the bush, let me be frank with you. Hearing this, Tian Yu's nerves spike. Smiling warmly, her father finally shares what is on his mind. We are very happy to have you as our son-in-law, but we came back this time because we heard you have special abilities, and we need your help. Kai Thianvu sighs with relief. He thought his secret was out about having multiple girlfriends. But suddenly, the father pulls out a mysterious relic, saying, I have something to show you first. The object is placed right in front of Qi Thianvu. One glance and he senses the danger, warning him immediately. This thing is dangerous, he says. Lam Te's father smiles to calm him down. Kai Thianvu, don't worry, we didn't find this bronze statue inside the country, he says. The young man is surprised to learn it was discovered abroad. This looks like a bronze figure from Sangxingdui. You didn't find it locally? The older man then begins to analyze the piece in detail for him. Look closely. Although this bronze statue generally resembles the Sangxingdui relics, many of its finer details are completely different. He seems somewhat certain of its origins, explaining that this is likely the product of a different civilization from the same era as Sangxingdui. Confused by this, Kai Thianvu refuses to help, feeling he is not qualified. Uncle, I might have appraised a few treasures before, but when it comes to professional archaeological digs, I really can't help you. Hearing that, the older man explains his real goal and shares a few more details. Our daughter told us you have divine abilities, that you can use X-ray vision to see meridians and heal people, Lam Te's father requests. Can you scan this bronze statue for us? We suspect a great secret lies inside. Kai Thianvu falls silent, forced to come clean. Yes, I can do it. Still, he is totally confused. His head throbs with absolute frustration. He specifically warned Lam Te to keep his power a secret, yet she immediately went and spilled everything to her parents. Then he makes a request. Uncle, I can help with this, but I hope you will keep my abilities a strict secret. Lam Te's father guarantees Kai Thianvu, rest assured, we will absolutely keep this a secret and never mention it to anyone else. Pure relief. Kai Thianvu nods his head and says, okay. Right away, he stares down the bronze statue, activating his X-ray vision. Watch how his legendary skill takes over right here. Through his special X-ray vision, Kai Thianvu spots a glowing red gemstone nested inside the finely crafted bronze statue, leaving him utterly shocked. How could such an ancient artifact possess such incredibly advanced craftsmanship? Amazed by the discovery, Kai Thianvu slowly describes exactly what he sees to Lam Te's father. Uncle, there is a mysterious red gem inside this statue, and it seems to have a highly complex mechanical structure. Hearing his shocking words, Lam Te's father is utterly stunned. A red gemstone and a mechanical slate. Could our difficult translation actually be correct? He wonders aloud, looking anxiously at Tian Yu, as he asks if the statue can be opened with some sort of mechanism. To retrieve the red gem, can you figure out how to trigger the mechanism? Tian Yu steps closer. Let me take a look. No hesitation. He touches the statue's ears, then skillfully presses its eyes down. Soon enough, a faint sound echoes from inside the bronze statue. The lock is bypassed. Tian Yu effortlessly triggers the mechanism, forcing the statue's mouth to open and reveal the precious red gem. Unreal. Tian Yu is amazed by this magical mechanism. For such an ancient civilization to possess, such advanced engineering is unreal. Meanwhile, Lamte grumbles, so this is why you two finally came back. Turns out it wasn't for me, but for this relic. Confused, she picks up the treasure to see what makes this red gemstone so special. Is it really worth my parents crossing oceans to find a master appraiser? Her father frantically warns her to put it down because we don't know if it is toxic, but in a split second, she completely freezes, her eyes wide as she locks up. Talk about a terrifying worst-case scenario. Just in time, as she collapses, Tian Yu catches her. He is forced to use his powers, spending 200 energy points to trigger his healing mode. Lamte's father runs over in a panic. Tian Yu, how is my daughter? Tian Yu replies with tense silence. I've checked her blood vessels, muscles, and every single organ, but I still can't find the underlying cause. Just then, his eyes catch something bizarre. Her hand is undergoing a terrifying mutation, and Lamte's entire hand has literally turned into solid green bronze. Speak up. Uncle, what is the actual origin of this bronze statue? Lamte's current comatose state is something I simply cannot explain using normal medical science. I need you to tell me the absolute truth. Lamte's parents exchange a worried look, and he closes his eyes to carefully gather his words. Finally, he confesses Tian Yu. We discovered this bronze statue in an unknown prehistoric civilization within the Mesopotamian basin. The ancient texts of this civilization record a massive amount of knowledge, divine abilities, incantations, and magic spells. As he keeps speaking, Lan Shi's father looks more and more troubled. Even though modern science cannot verify any of it, I still believe these magic spells hold some truth. Overcome by fear, Lan Shi's mother blurts out that little Shi might have actually fallen under the bronze statue's curse. Hearing this, Tian Yu's face goes completely pale as real dread sinks in a curse. Sensing things are going south, Tian Yu yells out they knew how dangerous this thing was, yet they still brought it back. Doesn't that put Lan Shi in pure danger? Just then, Lan Shi's grandfather kicks the door wide open and storms inside what could have possibly gone wrong. Right before him lies Lan Shi's body, collapsed flat on the floor. He charges straight over, grabs Ding Yun by the collar, and furiously demands what he did to Lan Shi. But Ding Yun can only stand there, stuttering out his words. Lan Shi is cursed by some ancient artifact, and their only hope for an antidote is to head deep into the ruins to find it. Hearing this, the grandfather completely freezes in disbelief. Tian Yu listens from the side and immediately contacts his system, asking if it has some way to break curses. But unfortunately, the system only delivers crushing disappointment. It explains that it has absolutely zero built-in knowledge regarding magical spells. Tian Yu gets so anxious that he accidentally blurts out the words, "Is it really not possible?" Ding Yun stands nearby, looking mysterious, and mutters that the strange power of those ruins cannot be explained in just a few simple words. He wants to save her but has no way, so he is looking for backup, admitting that with just their strength, they cannot possibly go any deeper. Ding Yun hopes to borrow Tian Yu's incredible power, but hearing this makes Sheng Sheng a bit annoyed. Tian Yu is heading to college in a month, so she offers to send her own men instead, but she suddenly feels a firm hand resting on her shoulder. Tian Yu steps in front of her, speaking with absolute determination. He understands the danger, knowing that sending ordinary people would change nothing. Without a single second of hesitation, he readily agrees he is going with Ding Yun. He can always go to college later, but Lan Shi only has one life. Hearing this, Sheng Sheng's eyes light up with immense respect. Even now, Ding Yun can only weep from the sidelines, crying about how he is holding Tian Yu back. Before long, the entire group arrives at the airport. Not wanting his family to worry, Tian Yu has to make up a quick excuse. Tian Yu tells his parents he is going to study abroad, while Lan Shi's mother stays behind to care for her. Ding Yun is still pretty anxious and keeps asking how long before the helpers show up, but Tian Yu just calmly smiles and tells him that they are already here. Just as a formidable group of people marches right up to them, Tian Yu immediately turns on his heel and says, "Let's go." Though he acts cool on the outside, Tian Yu is deeply worried, silently telling Lan Shi to wait for him. Walking up the steps, his mind races with thoughts of saving her, no matter what. Soon, their plane takes off, heading toward their next destination. After some time, their flight finally lands, but because of the vast distance, they have to transfer to a helicopter to continue. In no time, they reach the dense wilderness, and Ding Yun's entire squad safely touches down right in the middle of the jungle. He adjusts his glasses and gives them a chilling warning, "Get ready." because what happens next will completely blow your mind. Looking at the surrounding jungle, Liu Xiao actually smiles quite confidently. Martial artists like them have seen plenty of bizarre supernatural things, so they are not going to lose their cool over this. Yet Qingke calmly points out that there is no monster more terrifying than Ji Tianwu anyway. But as they chat, Xia Liang's eyes suddenly land on a massive spider nearby. He gets so terrified that he screams at the top of his lungs, giving Ji Tianwu a massive headache. With a spider that massive, it turns out Xia Liang is the biggest scaredy cat. But the drama does not stop there because Xia Liang suddenly squeals about a snake, prompting another annoyed teammate to tell him to just keep moving since it is not biting him. Standing right beside him, Liu Xiao is completely speechless at the sight. He did not expect the older man's stamina to be this good, leaving Ji Tianwu to sigh and admit that this steep mountain hike is really wearing him out. A bit later, the group finally arrives at their destination, with Ding Yun pointing ahead and explaining the area like a professional tour guide. He mentions that his own body has likely been altered by the ruins, making him far tougher than ordinary humans. With the ruins sitting right ahead of them, Ji Tianwu gazes at the sight, feeling a bit uneasy. Ding Yun's physical stats are almost on par with Xia Liang's now, making him wonder if these ruins actually boost a person's power. As they enter the ancient village, his thoughts drift even further, looking around the incredibly old structures with a sense of wonder. Beside the local villagers, there are plenty of armed soldiers around, likely mercenaries hired by the Lan family, and they all seem to get along. Ding Yun points straight ahead, declaring that this is their final destination. Acting like an expert, Ding Yun explains that while they have fully explored the top 8 floors of this pyramid, the locals claim there are 40 more levels buried deep underground. Despite deploying a massive force, they have only managed to explore down to the 7th floor. That cursed bronze statue was found right on that 7th level. Sensing a crucial detail, Ji Tianwu immediately asks how long it took them to explore down to that floor. But the pale, visibly shaken look on the older man's face already says absolutely everything. Explaining the concept of time here is pretty complicated, and honestly guys, this is where things get truly mind-bending. Ding Yun grows even more serious, warning that the flow of time inside these ruins is vastly different from the outside world. He pauses to bring up an old legend, saying quite a few young villagers once went inside to explore, and when they finally stumbled out 10 years later, they had aged into frail old men over 60. That legend instantly makes Din Van think of his own pretty bizarre experience. During our last expedition, my crew and I felt kind of like we spent 3 whole months inside, and our gear showed the exact same thing. But a harsh reality slapped him in the face when they finally stepped outside, realizing only a measly half a day had actually passed in the real world. Hearing this, Dai Trang immediately spots a massive silver lining. Wait, isn't that actually a good thing? It means Tian Yu will easily make it back in time for his college entrance exams. But instead of celebrating, the kid just stands there completely frozen. Can you even imagine time manipulation technology in an ancient ruin? Just how terrifyingly advanced is the civilization we are dealing with here? Just then, a guy rolls up with a massive cart of heavy firepower, calling out to leave the gear right here. Din Van looks at the weapons with a satisfied grin. He nods in appreciation, then turns back to the crew with a dead serious expression. Even with their special skills, the depths of this pyramid hide monsters far beyond normal human comprehension. Knowing the extreme dangers ahead, Din Van makes sure everyone is armed to the teeth. But just as they prepare to step forward, they spot a lone crow watching them from above. Even though this bird is the ultimate symbol of bad luck, not a single person flinches. A crow. Ding Van uses his expertise to analyze the ruins, noting that once they step inside, the main gate will seal shut for 3 full days. For anyone inside, those 3 days will feel like 3 brutal months. Hearing this, Tian Yu doesn't hesitate for even a second. He casually replies, "We are fully prepared. Let's move out, everyone." But the moment they cross the threshold, a cold system alert blares in his ears, warning him that he has left the mainframe protection zone and the system is shutting down. Those few words make his eyes pop out in pure shock. What, the system is shutting down? Right then, the heavy stone door behind them slams shut. Sensing pure danger, Tian Yu yells out. Too late, the system connection goes completely dead. Up ahead, Din Van roars out a warning to get ready, because the first wave of zombies is already upon them. The chamber before them is suddenly crawling with groaning corpses rising from the floor. Seeing this nightmare unfold, Tian Yu panics and screams. Damn it! He unleashes a hail of bullets into the crowd as they shriek, realizing they've walked straight into a massive trap. Every single member of the squad has their adrenaline pumping, aiming down their sights and blasting the monsters. The creatures let out agonizing, blood-curdling screeches under the heavy gunfire. Din Van spots an exit door ahead and points toward it, shouting that the zombies won't be able to follow them if they can just make it through. But here's the catch. The relentless horde just keeps multiplying by the second. In the middle of the chaotic shootout, Lu Tio gets his leg grabbed by a creature, while Dar Trong gets swarmed and takes a nasty bite straight to the shoulder. Instead of tearing flesh, the monster's teeth completely shatter against his defense. He scoffingly sneers, "Look at that, you just lost all your teeth." Turns out, he's got the legendary Golden Bell Shield activated. Without missing a beat, Dartrong triggers his robotic arm weapon, turning the beast to ash. Xiaoliang watches in awe and cheers him on, but right behind his back, a grotesque beast with pitch-black teeth slowly creeps up on him. It sinks its teeth straight into Xiaoliang's neck with a horrific growl. Luckily, Tian Yu reacts instantly, putting a bullet right through its skull to save his comrade. He anxiously calls out Xiaoliang. "Are you all right?" But completely losing his mind in terror, Xiaoliang starts screaming at the top of his lungs, "Oh no, I got bit. I'm going to turn into a zombie." Din Van urges him to keep moving, yelling not to stop, and that they will deal with the bite once they get past the gate. Behind them, the remaining monsters are completely shredded by gunfire as the team frantically lunges toward the escape door, finally stumbling into a quiet, dust-filled room. Tian Yu finally breathes a sigh of relief. "Whew, we actually made it." Meanwhile, Xiaoliang is still sobbing hysterically over his imminent demise. He begs Qi Tian Yu to tell Qin Shui that he loves her, and to look after his parents now that he's infected. He slumps onto the floor, totally defeated, begging them to just give him a quick, merciful end. Annoyed by all this dramatic whining, Tian Yu walks over and gives Xiaoliang a hard smack on the head, telling him he has watched way too many horror movies. Snapping back to reality, Xiaoliang rubs his head in confusion. "Wait, so getting bitten by a zombie doesn't turn you?" Standing opposite them, Lu Tiu looks down at the creatures still clinging to him and casually remarks that these things somehow don't even seem like actual zombies. Dartrang picks one up, examining it calmly before pointing out that the creature is actually completely mechanical, like some kind of robot. Ding Van finally steps in to clarify that these are ancient defense droids. Since they haven't been maintained for ages, they got covered in vines and moss, making them look like walking corpses. Turning red with sheer embarrassment, Xiaoliang snaps at the older man, asking why on earth he didn't mention they were just old security machines sooner. Calling them zombies just confused everyone, but ignoring the complaint, Din Van simply turns and continues walking forward. He explains that the next gate leads to a designated safe zone, where his team has previously set up a small forward camp for them to rest. Moments later, the squad arrives at the makeshift outpost. Emerging from one of the tents, a scout calls out in pure excitement, "Boss, you finally returned. While you were gone for 2 weeks, we ended up waiting here for over a year." Seeing them, Din Van happily says, "This time I brought some experts, and I am sure we can conquer these ruins." Even so, Tian Yu feels pretty down because his system has completely stopped working. After a moment, he pulls out a book with no system left. He has to rely on himself. Reading in his tent, Tian Yu focuses on converting energy to physical force, gathering it in his dantian. Yes, that is the exact feeling. Before long, Tian Yu aims at an empty can and shouts "Key family art," striking across the mountain. The can instantly crumples, twisting out of shape. Grinning, he realizes his long years of training finally paid off after just one day inside these mystical ruins. Staring at his hands, Tian Yu thinks these ruins must have a special effect that speeds up cultivation. Just then, Lu Tiu shows up and agrees, "You are absolutely right, Brother Qi. My brother and I have rapidly improved our Golden Bell Shield too." Flexing his arm proudly, he claims they can easily block robotic strikes now, even without using active force. And once that Golden Bell Shield is fully active, even heavy explosives cannot scratch them. Sitting nearby, Qingke chimes in for us, "Stealth marksman. Training is everything. Sharpening our senses is crucial, because predicting where the enemy will strike is the real key to victory," recalling his intense training sessions. "Usually I would practice throwing darts while completely blindfolded. But inside this place, my awareness just took a massive leap forward, letting me sense everything around me." Blindfolded, he easily pinpoints the bullseye in a pitch-black room. Listening closely, Tian Yu smiles as he pieces it all together. Even without a working system, these ruins boost their physical limits so much that everyone practically possesses godlike superpowers. But then he glances over at Xiaoliang and completely freezes at how fast he fell asleep. Watching the guy snoozing away, Tian Yu sighs. He is the only one making zero progress, and just like that, days roll by. Time flies, and the squad soon pushes all the way to floor 7, fighting non-stop to crush countless deadly monsters and guardian beasts along the way. Let's be real. Even giant serpent monsters get absolutely obliterated. They linger for a bit before moving on, relieved to see how far their combat skills have grown. Before long, they reach the highest peak, taking 2 whole months to finally stand before the floor 40 gateway. Staring at the chamber inside, Tian Yu feels a heavy pressure in his chest. The treasure to heal the cursed Tiute is waiting right behind this door. Ding Van nods, whispering with intense focus, "It has to be back there." Xiaoliang tries to keep spirits high. "Pull yourselves together. Once we clear this room, we go home." But instead of a horde, they find a tiny box shaking violently before a 1,000-year-old mummy bursts out. Xiaoliang snorts, wondering if the final boss is really this pathetic. But Qingke snaps, "Do not drop your guard." Instantly, the mummy's eyes flare a menacing crimson as it springs forward without a single second of hesitation. Qingke fires with expert precision, but to his absolute horror, he quickly realizes bullets do not even slow this thing down. Seeing this, Lu Tiu and Dartrong immediately activate their heavy golden bell shield. Tian Yu springs into action. Executing the key family martial art, he lunges forward like lightning, landing a blow that punches a massive hole straight through its bald head. But wait, here is where things get really weird. No way the final boss is this weak, and right on cue, the mummy's shattered face completely heals itself. It suddenly buffs up, growing an insanely shredded physique before easily swatting both Lu Tiu and Dartrong away like absolute flies. While everyone panics, the giant monster summons a glowing, razor-sharp weapon right in front of them. It casually presses the glowing spike against Dartrong's back to threaten him. Panicking under the pressure, Dartrong tries to raise his arm to fight back, but the monster instantly crushes his arm to pieces. Watching this happen, Tian Yu screams out for his friend, but the merciless beast raises its glowing spike high and violently drives it straight into him. Luckily, Dartrong reacts just in time, shattering the spike with his iron head technique. Catching his breath, Dartrong screams out, "Open fire, you cannot hurt us." Hearing this, they unleash a relentless hail of gunfire, but the monster takes zero damage from the barrage. And while none of those stray bullets can hurt the heavily armored Dartrong, the mummy gets completely shredded like Swiss cheese. But Xia Liang quickly points out its regeneration is insane, healing faster than we can damage it. Turning to them, Tian Yu says, "Let me have a shot." Determined not to waste a single precious second, Tianwu unleashes his G-family Void Fist, and with a single powerful blow, the mummy is sent flying backward. But the creature quickly recovers its balance, desperate to strike back, which gives Lu Xiao and Da Zhuang the perfect opening to launch an aggressive joint attack. They charge forward and strike repeatedly. But the mummy refuses to yield, summoning its glowing razor-sharp weapons once more. Before it can even react, the beast is getting beaten down. Tianwu stands nearby and refuses to fall behind, executing his Void Fist in rapid succession. Over on the other side, Xia Liang fires his weapon relentlessly. Bang bang bang. The two fighters above him also unleash their ultimate moves. Hya hya hya. Their combined power causes the entire ancient tomb to shake violently. After a brutal beatdown, the mummy is left flat on the floor, but somehow it still refuses to die and springs right back up. Tianwu freezes in pure disbelief, muttering to himself, "No way, how is this thing still standing?" Not only that, but it seems completely re-energized, letting out a wild roar. It then leaps high into the air with enough force to crack the floor. Lu Xiao and Da Zhuang are utterly stunned, as the beast casually swats Lu Xiao away with a single hand. Just a light graze from its claws sends his blood spraying everywhere. Grimacing in pain, he faces a harsh reality. Damn it, he wants to activate his golden bell shield again, but his energy is completely depleted. Tianwu also senses something is wrong. Their stamina is draining way too fast. Is this monster literally immortal? Qingke stands aside, urging them on, hang in there just a bit longer. Everyone, tense and straining, he yells out, "I can feel his core energy now." Hit him one more time to force him to show a weakness. Everyone shouts in agreement. Without a second thought, Liu Xiao charges forward, pushing past his limits to deploy his golden bell shield technique. Tianwu unleashes a rapid barrage of void fists. Suddenly, Qingke screams out, "I finally found it." He lunges forward, aiming his spear right at the mummy's weak point. Caught right in its critical spot, the monster screams in agony and dissolves into nothingness. Everyone cheers in pure relief, "We beat it." But look at what happens next. A mysterious chest suddenly materializes right before their eyes. Seeing the object, Ding Yun's eyes light up with pure excitement. Tianwu stares at it and says, "This is it. The magical gem that can break Lan Shi's curse. She is finally going to be saved." The old man nods, confirming it is indeed the cure, prompting everyone to cheer. Mission accomplished. Let's head back home. Soon after, they arrive back at the Lan family estate and rush straight to the bedroom where Lan Shi is resting. She lies there peacefully, looking just like a sleeping princess. Holding the small gem tightly, Tianwu whispers nervously, "Please, Lan Shi, you have to wake up now." Hearing his plea, the gemstone erupts in a brilliant, warm light. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy mist begins to drift up from her body toward her neck. Moments later, her eyes flutter open as she softly calls his name. Seeing her awake, Tianwu pulls her into a tight, desperate embrace. "Lan Shi, you're finally awake." Caught off guard, her face turns completely bright red, but she simply closes her eyes again with a gentle, soft smile. Seeing them together makes everyone smile. Even the full moon outside seems to shine with a gentle, happy glow. Suddenly, Dongzi comes sprinting down the hallway, howling like a total maniac. Staring at his bizarre behavior, Tianwu freezes. "What on earth is wrong with you now? Why are you acting so crazy?" Dongzi immediately brags. I actually passed the second-tier school benchmark on the mock exam. I might have a real shot at college. Thrilled by his high score, Ji Tianwu smiles. Awesome job. Let me take a look at that paper. Dongzi proudly hands it over without any hesitation, but instead of praising him, Ji Tianwu immediately begins pointing out a massive mountain of errors. Oh boy. Look here, you got this physics question completely wrong. Same goes for English, and your math section is an absolute disaster. After some quick corrections, Dongzi's actual scores plummet drastically, dropping from 105 down to 96, and 87 all the way to 66. Ji Tianwu pats his shoulder, trying to comfort him. You are still pretty far from a second-tier school, but there are lots of colleges, so keep trying. Hearing this, Dongzi completely loses his mind and screams, you absolute jerk. Ji Tianwu, could you not let me enjoy my happiness for just 5 minutes? Just as things get heated, Tianjia walks up from a distance and calls out to Ji Tianwu. We are putting together the questions for the third mock exam. Come help us research the test. Grateful for the sudden rescue, Ji Tianwu quickly agrees. You got it. Dongzi stands there with a completely blank stare. And honestly, you cannot even blame him. He is literally helping the teachers write the exam. Soon after school, they all head out together. Cheng Dong suddenly turns to Ji Tianwu, asking, Hey, Ji Tianwu, what are the questions for today's test? Just give us a tiny leak. Ji Tianwu can only look at them and let out a heavy sigh. I could leak the mock test, but nobody is going to hand you the answers on the real exam, so go home and study. Suddenly, Dong Yu pivots the conversation to a different topic. Dong Yu asks Ji Tianwu, where do you want to apply? With your high scores, you can basically go anywhere. Despite the stakes, he remains completely relaxed, thinking to himself, I do not want to score too high and attract any unnecessary attention. 620 points should be more than enough. Looking up at the sky, he thinks getting into a provincial university is fine. I just want to major in computer science. Hearing this, Dongzi feels incredibly salty, rolling his eyes as he mutters, Fine, you are the absolute best. Happy now? Meanwhile, over at a local construction site, Sa Luong is casually marching forward with several heavy iron bars resting on his shoulders. Tianwu spots his back and immediately starts overthinking because ever since Sa Luong left the ruins, his strength has reached a whole new level. Without giving him any time to process, Sa Luong lifts the heavy iron bars high into the air. Just a second later, he effortlessly tosses them up to the upper floors, making Tianwu scream out to watch the safety rules before someone gets killed. But Sa Luong just calmly replies, Do not worry. There is no one upstairs, and nabbing materials like this every day saves a ton of money on crane rentals, which completely stuns Tianwu. Is this guy a total cheapskate or what? Tianwu thinks as he turns around, only to spot two familiar faces that make him frown. Lu Tiao and Dai Trang. What are you guys doing at a construction site? Did you quit your security guard jobs? But this time, the two of them have got a brand new side gig, explaining they came here for extra work, while Tianwu questions why they are covered in mud. In an instant, Dai Trang eagerly explains how they make easy money acting as human drill bits. Our bodies are tougher than diamonds, so we never have to worry about wear and tear, Dai Trang says before letting out a happy laugh. We already drilled 4 foundations today, which completely flabbergasts Tianwu, since they are using their physical enhancement powers in the weirdest way possible. But hold on, what about their other buddy? What is Kiem Nu doing right now? Sa Luong overhears and quickly chimes in, explaining that since Kiem Nu has X-ray vision, he has gone off with some boss to search for mineral ores. His eyes light up with greed as he suggests they should go mining too once this construction job is finally wrapped up. Tianwu can only close his eyes and groan, warning them to keep a low profile unless they want to get captured and experimented on. Hearing that, Sa Luong breaks out in a cold sweat. Tianwu is literally scaring him to death instead of helping. After all, having special abilities means they could easily get dragged off to some secret government research lab, and you can bet that never ends well for anyone. Sa Luong stands there frozen, realizing he has a point, before pulling out his phone to order Chak Huang to bring back the cranes tomorrow. Soon enough, the next day arrives. The high school seniors are anxiously prepping for their third mock exam, when DNGI suddenly walks in and calls out that the principal wants Qi Tianwu. Tianwu sighs with a gloomy face, complaining to Miss DNGI that he is literally in the middle of a test. She snaps back that he already made the entire test himself, so there is no point in taking it, ordering him to go immediately. With a heavy sigh, Tianwu heads out, wishing he could have practiced controlling his scores a bit more before reaching the office. Tianwu walks in and asks what is up, to which Principal Din replies that he wants to know which college he plans to apply to. Out of nowhere, the principal suddenly yells out, is it Tsinghua or Peking University? But Tianwu casually responds that he wants to stay close to home. So Binhai Normal University sounds like a pretty decent choice. Hearing this answer, Principal Din feels a massive wave of disappointment. He tells Tianwu that his grades could easily shatter the national college entrance exam record, making a local school an absolute waste of his incredible genius talent. Instead, Tian Yu calmly reveals his plan to deliberately control his scores to avoid drawing any unwanted attention to himself. This shocking news leaves Principal Din completely speechless, since the school was heavily counting on him to break the record so they could secure government funding for a new campus. After some back and forth, Tian Yu bluntly states that the school funding is not his problem because he just wants a peaceful life, completely breaking the poor principal's heart. Principal Din literally begs him, offering a free house or even a luxury car if he just agrees to take the exam seriously. But no matter what high-end bribes the principal throws at him, Tian Yu simply refuses to budge, thinking the man is playing way too small. Time flies by, and as soon as the third mock exam ends, Ahoa is seen clutching her stomach in agonizing pain as she runs to the restroom. Seeing her friend in distress, Dongno quickly follows and asks what is wrong with her. Ahoa groans that her monthly period had to show up during the test, hurting so badly that she could not even finish her essay. Dongnok gently comforts her, saying it is just a mock exam so she should not stress because her health always comes first. But then, Ahoa curiously asks Dongjok how she manages to run around so energetically without ever complaining about period pain. That is when Dongnok finally admits her long-hidden secret, confessing that it actually hurts like absolute hell before she starts searching for a quick fix. Deciding to just go buy some painkillers without wasting any more time, Dongnok heads straight to the nearest local pharmacy. She walks out holding a tiny paper package containing a specific type of medication prescribed by the pharmacist. It is basic pain relief designed to reduce fever and ease the ache, but that night, Dongnok finds herself writhing in agony on her bed. Despite tossing and turning for hours, she cannot fall asleep, wondering why it hurts so much more this time and if she has caught some weird disease. Dongyu finds herself completely drenched in sweat out of nowhere. Should she just head to the hospital and get checked out? But she stubbornly tells herself that she absolutely cannot do that, because the college entrance exam is tomorrow, and going to the hospital might ruin everything. With no other choice, Dongyu tries to calm herself down, hoping that a good night of sleep will cure her by tomorrow. She absolutely cannot let Tian Yu know, or he will definitely worry about her. The next morning at school, teacher Tianjia is busy organizing the class. Everyone get in line and do not go wandering off. Before boarding the bus, she announces to the students that they are staying near Sindai University, arriving a day early so they can solve their third practice exam tonight. On the bus, Cheng Dong is so excited he keeps babbling on about how the big college entrance exam is finally here and how nervous he feels. Tian Yu helplessly tells him to stay calm, review the questions he prepared, and he will easily secure a spot in a good college. Tears streaming down his face, Cheng Dong hugs him tightly, declaring that he is completely relying on his teacher Ji. Suddenly, Tian Yu glances over and notices Dong Yu slumped forward, clutching her stomach. Feeling concerned, he walks over and tells her to wake up because the exam is here. Waking up in a daze, she suddenly screams that she does not want surgery, which instantly makes the entire class turn to look at her in curiosity. Startled by her sudden outburst, Tian Yu asks her what on earth she is talking about with this surgery stuff. Her face turning red with embarrassment, Dong Yu quickly explains she was just talking in her sleep, while Cheng Dong grins widely and teases them. He laughs, joking that things are moving way too fast since she is already dreaming of having babies with teacher Ji. Annoyed, Tian Yu chops him on the head, telling him to shut up, before warning his friend that Dong Yu is clearly not feeling well. Since the big exam is tomorrow, he needs to let her rest. Cheng Dong falls completely silent, having been totally knocked out by that single chop. Talk about a total facepalm moment. Tian Yu turns pale, realizing he forgot to control his strength. Let's hope he didn't just kill his best friend. By evening, their bus arrives at the hotel, and teacher Tianjia holds up a folder to announce final plans. She tells the class they will review the third test as planned, leaving Dong Yu and Cheng Dong in Tian Yu's care. Back in their room, Cheng Dong is still knocked out with a bump on his head. Seeing that his friend is still breathing, Tian Yu sighs in relief, figuring it is just a minor concussion and he should recover by tomorrow morning. Instead, he is far more worried about Dong Yu. Wondering what is wrong, he reaches out to check her pulse, but she suddenly grabs his hand before he can even touch her. Dong Yu glares at him, demanding to know what he is doing, which startles Tian Yu so much that he begins to stammer. He stutters that he wanted to check her pulse, but she sits straight up and loudly declares she is fine. She tisses a one he is a fine, and he should. Without another word, Dong Yu literally kicks him out of the room, insisting that she is completely fine. Just like that, the entire night quickly passes by. Out in the hallway, teacher Tianjia scolds him in disbelief, questioning why on earth he left Dong Yu and Cheng Dong alone in the room to study by himself. Tian Yu tries to calm her down, explaining that Cheng Dong was knocked out cold and would not wake up, so there was absolutely nothing to worry about. As for Dong Yu, he lowers his voice to explain his reasoning. He noticed she was not feeling well, so he chose to leave her alone so she could get some proper rest. Teacher Tianjia sighs, since whatever happened already happened. She remarks on how much he trusts his friend, then tells him to go fetch them immediately for the exam. Tian Yu rushes back instantly, calling out for Dong Yu and Cheng Dong to wake up for the college entrance exam. Hearing no response, he peeks inside, wondering why it is so quiet. He steps in to find both of them sitting upright on their beds, with Dong Yu looking totally sleep-deprived. Meanwhile, Cheng Dong looks completely blank like an idiot, leaving Tian Yu frozen in place and extremely worried about their condition. He asks if they can even take the test, and Dong Yu dazedly walks out, insisting she is fine. But can she really pull this off? Cheng Dong looks even worse, babbling nonsensically, which makes Tian Yu's face turn dark as he realizes he might have caused a total disaster. What a mess. Right before the big exam, he accidentally knocked his best friend into a stupor, and now Dong Yu is suffering from severe insomnia. Soon, all the candidates settle in, and the exam officially begins. While Tian Yu stays fully focused, Cheng Dong remains in a complete and half-conscious daze. Inside the exam room, Dong Yu collapses flat onto her desk. Before long, the speakers announce the end of the exam. Students stream out of their rooms, complaining to each other about how brutally difficult that very first subject was. Tian Yu looks around the crowd but cannot find either of his friends anywhere. He walks over to the class monitor, Shizi, asking if he knows where Dong Yu and Cheng Dong went and how they seem to be doing. It turns out, Shizi was in the same exam room. He thinks for a moment, saying Cheng Dong seemed mostly fine, just far quieter than his usual self. But based on Shizi's words, her condition seems extremely concerning. Dong Yu fell asleep during the exam and vanished right after. Tian Yu narrows his eyes in utter disbelief, wondering why on earth she would sleep through the college entrance test. Something is wrong. He silently activates his system power to track down Dong Yu. The system beeps, draining 20 energy points to activate. His eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock at whatever is on the screen. What on earth is happening here? Tian Yu races to the rooftop. She is standing there. He screams out, "Dong Yu, do not do anything crazy." Dong Yu softly calls out his name. Tears are already pooling in her eyes as she suddenly runs forward, burying her face deep into his chest. She bursts out crying. Seeing her sob, Tian Yu gently holds her and asks Dong Yu, "Tell me, what is going on here?" He places his hands on her shoulders, asking again, "Dong Yu, what on earth is wrong? Please, just tell me." Dong Yu looks down, whispering that she did not want to say anything because she was afraid he would worry. But Tian Yu insists that her silence only makes him worry more. Wiping away her tears, she whimpers that her stomach hurts so badly she has not slept a wink in 3 days. He gently calms her down, telling her not to worry and to let him check. Tian Yu stares closely at her abdomen, activating his X-ray vision. And right here, we see her condition is serious. He checks her abdomen and delivers the bad news: she has appendicitis. It is already severely inflamed, so how on earth did she endure it for this long? Dong Yu tears up, asking what she should do now. She groans that she cannot take the college entrance exams anymore, especially with this afternoon's paper. Hearing this, he falls silent, carefully thinking things over. He firmly insists she get treated immediately, telling her to skip the exam and head straight to the hospital. Letting this go on will only make things worse. Dong Yu hates the idea of giving up on the exam, but Tian Yu casually tells her that he will just convince the principal to recommend her for direct admission. She looks up. Disbelieving, she asks if direct admission is really possible. He confidently promises he can make it happen, telling her to head down first. With her stellar grades, she could easily enter Tsinghua or Peking University anyway, so direct admission is nothing to be ashamed of. As they prepare to head down, they run into Dongzi. Looking at his completely dazed and blank face, he cannot help but worry. He asks if Dongzi needs to go to the hospital too, but Dongzi is completely out of it while trying to act tough. Dongzi mutters that he is perfectly fine, so Tian Yu leaves him be. He walks Dong Yu all the way to the ambulance, reminding her to rest easy while he handles the principal. Dong Yu nods her head weakly. She quietly agrees. Tian Yu watches the ambulance drive away before checking his phone. Only 10 minutes remain until the next exam. He should make it. Tian Yu bolts forward, activating his system's speed enhancement to make absolutely sure he gets there on time. He moves so fast that tables and chairs along his path are sent flying. Returning to campus, the main school administration building finally appears right before him. Watch this. Tian Yu suddenly stops, bends his knees, and leaps directly up to the 6th floor. Grabbing the windowsill, he calls out to Principal Ding Tahua, who stares back in shock, asking why Tian Yu is here instead of taking his exam. Panting heavily, he catches his breath and tells the principal that he has a huge favor to ask. Tian Yu makes a crystal clear deal. He will secure the #1 spot in the entire country if the principal recommends Dong Yu for admission. Principal Ding Tahua is completely dumbfounded, asking if he is truly confident in placing first nationwide. Meanwhile, he just casually leans against the window frame. He confirms his offer, though the principal still harbors deep doubts, questioning if he can actually achieve such a top rank. Principal Ding Tahua even lowers the bar a bit, saying that placing first in the entire province would be more than enough. But Ji Tianyu stands firm on his original goal, promising he will deliver the national top spot. Seeing his sheer confidence, the principal begins to believe him. He agrees, promising to pull every single string to secure Dong Yu's admission if Ji Tianyu delivers. With the deal set, he heads back to the exam hall. Treating each subject like a monster to be slain, he easily tears through English and absolutely crushes the chemistry paper. Everything is finished. Ji Tianyu flashes a pleased grin as the school bell finally rings, signaling the end of the exam. Floods of cheering students pour out onto the courtyard, celebrating their graduation. Even Dongzi is standing there laughing with a completely blank, goofy look on his face. Laughing like an idiot, he meets up with Ji Tianyu, who wonders why his friend is still completely out of it. He repeatedly slaps his cheeks to wake him up. He begs him to snap out of it before he turns permanently dumb. Amazingly, the slaps actually work, and Dongzi starts coming back to his senses. Where am I? Confused, Dongzi asks what is going on. Ji Tianyu finally lets out a sigh of relief now that his friend is back. As soon as his mind clears, Dongzi squints in deep confusion, insisting that they were just riding on a bus a second ago. Ji Tianyu has to explain everything that happened, telling him that he fell on the bus, got a severe concussion, and that the exams are already over. Dongzi goes completely quiet, trying to process that he had a concussion for 3 whole days and missed everything. Ji Tianyu nods to confirm the sad truth. He confirms it. Immediately, Dongzi starts screaming as the sheer gravity of his situation finally sinks in. He wails that he was on track for a university degree, but the exams are already over before he even got to sit for them. Ji Tianyu offers a consoling smile, joking that with his brain a bit shaken up, he might have actually performed better than usual. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Dongzi complains, Ji Tianyu, since you are so insanely powerful, why could you not wake me up a bit sooner instead of waiting until the exams were completely over? Tianvu has to explain what happened to Dong Jok. She had appendicitis, a total emergency that kept her from helping out her friend. Dong Tu feels incredibly hurt, muttering about how Tianvu chooses girls over friends. He watches the whole scene and grumbles, throwing a temper tantrum just like a little kid. Tianvu watches him stomp off, feeling bad for the guy, but resolves to treat him well in the future. Just 2 weeks later, the exam results finally come out. Alone in her room, Dong Nok checks her phone to see if the scores are posted yet. Peeking at the screen, she notices a massive congratulatory banner pop up on the school homepage. It says, "Congratulations to our very own Tianvu for scoring #1 nationwide." You can see how incredibly thrilled she is right now. Tianvu really secured the top national rank. But wait, scrolling down, she realizes he is not the only student getting honored. Congratulations to Dong Jok for being accepted to Back University. Cut to the next morning at school, where a massive celebration is already underway to honor Tianvu. All the other students stare at Tianvu with eyes full of pure admiration. Tianvu quietly complains to Dong Tu, muttering that the principal is going way too overboard when he specifically asked to keep things low-key. Seeing his friend looking deeply stressed, Tianvu asks, "What is wrong, Dong Tu? What did you score?" Keeping his head down, Dong Tu mumbles that he is too scared to check. Tianvu panics because time is running out. The college application deadline is today. "What will you write down?" Dong Tu avoids eye contact completely. He had already given up hope, deciding whether to repeat the school year or work as a construction helper for Master Locke. Tianvu can only try comforting him, telling him to have some confidence. Later in the staff room, they meet Miss Dianjai, who greets them warmly. "Dong Tu, Tianvu, you are finally here." Noticing his completely miserable expression, she asks, "Why does Dong Tu look so gloomy today?" Tianvu speaks up for his friend, explaining that he is too scared of failing to check his grade. Hearing this, Miss Dianjai bursts out laughing. She hands Dong Tu his results with a thumbs up. Staring at the passing grade, Tianvu and Miss Dianjai both immediately congratulate the young man. And get this, he does a complete turnaround, screaming that he actually made it into college. Totally losing control of his emotions, he laughs and cries all at once. Miss Dianjai then turns to Tianvu. She asks him if he has decided on a college yet, causing Tianvu to point at himself in surprise. "My choice? Of course, I will choose a local university near home." Miss Dianjai is completely shocked. "Why, with your grades, you should go to Back University." Tianvu shakes his head. "My skills stay the same anywhere, so what is wrong with staying close to home?" To cut through Dongtu's loud celebrations, she shouts, "Dongtu, Tianvu is going to Tanhai. What about you?" Dongtu is so happy he can barely think straight. "If my boss is going to Tanhai, then I am going there too." Miss Dianjai hands them the forms. She tells them to fill in their phone numbers, advising them to consider both their interests and career prospects when choosing a major. Suddenly, an urgent voice calls out from the doorway, "Miss Dianjai, wait." The principal rushes in to stop them. "Reconsider? Not a chance." But Tianvu firmly stands his ground, losing his patience. "Principal, we had a deal. I got you that top score. But my application goes to the local provincial school. I cannot travel far. No use. The principal calms him down, gesturing to two figures standing right behind him. He explains that he understands Tian Yu's business in Tanhai, but these two gentlemen came all this way, so he should at least hear them out. He looks them up and down as the principal points, and introduces them as the admissions directors from the prestigious Thon University and Back University. They traveled all this way just for Tian Yu. The director from Back University smiles warmly. Greetings, young man. The Thon University representative immediately tries to recruit him. Tian Yu, you must consider our school. He just closes his eyes, looking extremely annoyed. He tells them his mind is made up and politely asks them to leave. Suddenly, a swarm of television reporters bursts into the room. They shout questions at him. Tian Yu, why are you turning down famous universities after scoring first place nationwide? Is it true your grades were terrible last year? Do you have a secret study method? And what is your relationship with the heiress of Lam Group? Backing away. Tian Yu panics. Who on earth are these people? The principal leans in and whispers, there are too many reporters. I could not block them all. He leaps. Tian Yu throws open the window and escapes, as Miss Dianjai yells after him. She calls out, Tian Yu, what about your application form? He shouts back as he runs, I will finish it tonight and hand it in. Late that night, under the bright moonlight, Tian Yu quietly sneaks back into the school. He figures the reporters must have finally left by now. He slips a sheet of paper onto Miss Dianjiai's desk, with Tanhai University clearly written right across the top. In the kitchen, his dad asks if he really chose Tanhai. Tian Yu just gives a quick, simple nod to end the conversation. Yeah, Dad agreed with my choice. She says, staying close to home is pretty nice. Tian Yu's mom sighs with regret. She thinks it is such a shame not going to Tsinghua or Peking University with those high scores. Meanwhile, Tian Yu quietly slips back to his room, leaving his dad to make excuses. He got those scores himself, so his choice is up to him. His mom does not actually object. She understands that, but still, she just feels pretty uneasy inside. Sitting bored in front of his computer, he is glad exams are finally over. He wanted to keep a low profile, but things blew up. Now, he is checking online to see if the hype has died down. The top hot searches are literally all about him. Tian Yu is the city top scorer, a director at several real estate firms, and the Lan family son-in-law. Tian Yu helplessly becomes a trending sensation. He helplessly sighs. How on earth did he even become a celebrity? He has to keep things pretty low-key from now on. Suddenly, his phone pings. Wait for it, here is where things get crazy. Dongzi tags him in a post showing Tian Yu kissing a female cop. Tian Yu stares in disbelief, wanting to swear. Right then, his phone starts ringing. Still dazed, he picks up, wondering who could possibly be calling him at this hour. The voice on the other end speaks urgently. Hey, brother Qi, it is Xiao Luan here. Xiao Luan quickly explains the situation. News of you and Xiao Yang is spreading everywhere online. She is the new female officer at our station. Reporters have completely surrounded the police station. Tian Yu rushes out of his house in a panic, asking how they let reporters surround a precinct. Where are the other cops? Just wait, I am coming right now. When he arrives, the station is completely swamped by a mob of reporters. Furious, he yells out to get their attention. A police station is a sacred place for maintaining public security. You mobs surrounding this place so tightly are trying to disrupt the city peace. Suddenly, countless reporters turn around like they just struck absolute gold. Look, it is the top scorer Tian Yu. He is actually here. Immediately, dozens of rapid-fire questions start flying at him. They shout out questions about his relationship with Officer Xiao Yang, if he is engaged to Lan Shi, and if this is cheating. Tian Yu is absolutely furious. He points his finger, telling these gossiping reporters they only spread trashy street rumors instead of reporting anything useful for society. You twist facts and fabricate rumors. He raises his phone screen to clarify the truth earlier. He was just handling private business at the precinct. He accidentally fell onto Officer Yang, which some malicious person caught on camera and clearly photoshopped. In Tian Yu's hand is the exact photo posted online. We actually just bumped heads in the stairwell. This photo is a total Photoshop job. Look, the floor background here is not even fully cleaned up, but now watch this. Some reporters actually start noticing the obvious Photoshop traces, though one stubborn guy refuses to back down. He yells out, so what if it is Photoshopped? Is it not true that you two locked lips? Tian Yu bows his head, closing his eyes. Talking nicely with you guys is impossible, is it not? Cracking his knuckles, he warns them not to blame him if he gets physical. Someone in the crowd dares to speak up, asking if he actually dares to hit reporters. Tian Yu's face instantly fills with pure killing intent. He cold stares back, you think I do not dare? Luckily, Xiao Luan steps in just in time, telling Tian Yu not to get agitated. Xiao Luan loudly announces to the crowd that the blogger has already deleted the post. The drama is officially dead, so they should stop disrupting police business. The reporters quickly check their phones. It is actually deleted, making them wonder if they are being played with. Just like that, they finally start packing up to leave, complaining about the fake news. Tian Yu turns to him, utterly confused. Asking Officer Xiao Luan, he wonders why the blogger deleted the post and if the police warned him. But Xiao Luan is genuinely clueless. He replies that it was not them, suggesting some hidden expert must have helped. Leading Tian Yu inside, he mentions this scandal terrified Xiao Yang. Requesting help, his friend asks Tian Yu to comfort her, and he naturally agrees. Walking in, Tian Yu raises his voice to reassure her. Addressing Xiao Yang, he tells her that if this ever happens again, she must stand her ground and show zero mercy to these reporters. Xiao Luan chimes in, saying they should arrest anyone who makes up rumors. Hearing this, Xiao Yang quickly wipes away her tears. She thanks Captain Xiao Luan and everyone for caring, saying she is fine. Seeing her state, Xiao Luan suggests a plan. He tells her to head home early to rest and recover. Suddenly, a hand drops onto his shoulder, praising him as Officer Xiao Luan. Tian Yu looks at him with pride, noting that in just a few days apart, he has already become a captain. Xiao Luan humbly replies that he is still nothing compared to a top scorer from a construction site. Suddenly, Han Ning complains with annoyance. She complains that he thinks he is all high and mighty now. He ignored all her text messages, but he just wants to get straight to business. He explains he is busy and asks what she wants, before worriedly reminding his junior. Reminding her that his exams are over, he points out that next year is her turn. Honestly, Han Ning is not worried at all. She points out that while she might not be a top scorer, getting into a top school is no issue. Her standards are pretty simple. Finally, getting to the point, she asks if he wants to know who cleared the news. That is exactly what Tian Yu is dying to find out. Han Ngung pouts, claiming all the credit herself. She asks who he thinks did it, bragging that she was the one who got her aunt to pull some strings and wipe out those fake rumors for him. Tian Vu finally remembers Miss Van Yen, realizing it was actually the president herself who helped him out. He casually asks how President Ko is recovering from her wounds. Han Ngung updates him she is doing much better and feeling way more energetic lately. No progress yet. Tian Vu asks about the police investigation, wondering if they have caught the attacker. Han Nung instantly looks disappointed, admitting the police still have not caught the culprit. He lowers his head, deeply worried about the situation. If the attacker is still loose, President Ko might still be in serious danger. Tian Vu gives her a quick warning. He tells Han Ngung to make sure her people double the guard around the president, but she already handled that long ago. With a nod, Tian Vu pushes her toward the door. It is almost 8 o'clock, so he offers to drive her to school and drop by the hospital. Now check this out. He clicks his key fob, making a gorgeous supercar beep, leaving Han Ngung staring in pure disbelief. She gasps, "Wait, is this really your car? When did you even buy this?" For Tian Vu, getting a new ride is as easy as buying groceries. Wait, what? As they walk over, she asks when did he actually get his driver's license. He casually drops a bomb, admitting he does not have one. Han Ngung's jaw drops. Wait, he is driving without a license? Once inside, Tian Vu reassures her, saying he hired a personal chauffeur. Dong Tu, sitting at the wheel, immediately turns to glare at him. Dong Tu complains, "Kai Tian Vu, is this the part-time job you promised me, acting as your personal driver?" Tian Vu just smiles, having no other choice. He explains that Dong Tu is the only one at the site with a license. Still, his friend nervously admits he has never actually driven on a main road before. Wrecking this fancy ride means he is totally done for, but Tian Vu says insurance has got them covered. Han Ngung is terrified. She silently pulls her seatbelt extra tight, praying they survive the drive to school. Tian Vu waves goodbye, telling her to take it easy. Turning back, he highly praises his friend's driving skills. He tells Dong Tu he drives like a seasoned veteran. Grinning with immense pride, Dong Tu asks where the boss wants to go next. Remembering his promise to visit the president, he tells him to head straight to the city hospital. Within minutes, Dong Tu pulls up to the entrance. Trying to play the part of a professional driver, Dong Tu asks if he should come along. Tian Vu politely declines. He says he is only visiting President Ko for a moment. Stepping out, he tells his friend to get comfortable with the car and show it off to their classmates. If he wants to tag along, he can. Dong Tu instantly makes his choice, preferring the car. Grinning, Dong Tu decides to stay behind and practice. Soon, Tian Vu stands outside Ko Van Yen's room, gently opening the door to greet her. He greets President Ko as she welcomes him warmly, asking what brings him by. He notices her complexion has improved significantly, looking much healthier than before. Van Yen smiles politely, admitting she owes her recovery to his care and support. She adds that she heard the big news, congratulating him on becoming the top national scorer. Tian Vu shyly scratches his head, thanking her. He returns the favor, thanking her for shutting down the rumors. Having been stuck inside for days, she asks him to accompany her on a quick walk outside. She admits that fear of another assassin kept her completely cooped up in this hospital room for days. Leaning against the wall, Tian Yu asks if his presence somehow makes her feel safe. Van Yen smiles, pointing out that with a powerhouse like him around, no assassin stands a chance. He laughs, telling her she is flattering him too much. President Ko leads. Tian Yu follows closely behind, asking where they are heading. She suggests heading over to Shadow Moon Square, where a restaurant she has been craving for ages is located. Stepping into the hallway, he pulls out his phone to call Dong-tu back. Crossing her arms, she smiles, teasing that he is really starting to act like a powerful boss. He casually flexes back, saying he is technically a business owner now, so a little authority is only natural. Minutes later, they are cruising toward Shadow Moon Square in his luxury ride. Dong-tu is feeling much more confident behind the wheel now, but as they drive off, a shady figure watching from the shadows pulls out a phone, reporting that the target has officially left the hospital. These are the assassins tracking President Ko, and they realize their perfect opportunity has finally arrived. In the shadows, they signal each other to begin the operation. High above, a sniper with binoculars confirms their route is heading toward the square, ordering them to initiate Plan 1. Two others prime their explosives. They set up landmines on the road ahead. Scurrying around, they finish just in time as the car approaches, quickly retreating into the shadows. This is it, they are rolling right into the trap. The watcher's face twists into a cruel grin, knowing his anti-tank explosives will shred them to pieces. He sneers, muttering that no matter what kind of powerful bodyguard Ko Van Yen brought along, they are all getting blown to smithereens. Just as the tires are about to trigger the blast, Dong-tu suddenly swerves, narrowly missing the trap but causing the supercar to jolt violently. A panicked Tian Yu demands to know what he is doing. Dong-tu, completely pale, stammers out that a tiny turtle was crossing the road, and he almost ran it over. They actually think that landmine is a turtle. Tian Yu snaps back to reality and scolds him sharp turns are dangerous. What if a worse accident happened? Cheng Dong tearfully defends himself, arguing that even a turtle is still a living creature. He turns to ask Gu Wenyan if she is okay, and she simply smiles and reassures him she is perfectly fine. Relieved, Tian Yu orders the driver to keep going. As the car speeds away, no one realizes that Cheng Dong's kindness just saved all of their lives. One of the assassins screams in pure frustration, why on earth would anyone lay a bright green landmine on black asphalt? The other shooter is completely speechless, wondering if the factory only makes that color. Meanwhile, over at the restaurant in Yingyue Square, Cheng Dong is absolutely blown away, staring in awe at Gu Wenyan's favorite spot, which looks incredibly fancy and high-end. Tian Yu silently observes the room. She is a powerful merchant coalition leader, so of course her taste is on another level. The manager rushes out to greet Gu Wenyan, mentioning it has been quite a while since her last visit and asking about her health. She is a regular here and tells him she is fine, ordering 2 massive ribeye steaks for the 2 boys. Tian Yu politely thanks Gu Wenyan for her generosity, while Cheng Dong drools on the side, thrilled that he gets to eat steak again. Following Tian Yu definitely has its perks. But then, Gu Wenyan turns to him with a very serious question. She asks if Tian Yu noticed anything unusual on the way here. Come to think of it, he did feel something off. He admits he sensed a few faint traces of killing intent, but they vanished so fast he paid them no mind. Gu Wenyan nods grimly, saying she understands. She immediately places a phone call, telling Zhang Zhenu that the targets are moving and to start closing the net. Now Tian Yu finally understands why she insisted on leaving the hospital. He smiles, realizing this steak dinner was never just a casual outing. So yeah, she's actually baiting some massive fish. Can you blame Cheng Dong for being totally lost? Meanwhile, Gu Wenyan warmly invites them to relax. She tells them to just enjoy the delicious food and let her handle the rest. As the steaming hot ribeye is placed right on the table, it literally glows like a legendary masterpiece in Cheng Dong's eyes. He carefully picks up his knife and fork, slicing the tender meat in half as his eyes sparkle with pure excitement. The rich aroma is absolutely mind-blowing. The moment Cheng Dong finally takes a bite, he feels like he is floating on clouds. The savory juices explode in his mouth as the tender meat melts on his tongue. He feels like a kid running through paradise. Even Tian Yu is thoroughly impressed, praising the steak as superior to 5-star venues, proving Gu Wenyan has truly exquisite taste. Gu Wenyan laughs at their dramatic reactions, teasing Tian Yu for knowing how to flatter her. With some food in his belly, Cheng Dong regains his senses and asks his boss what they meant by baiting fish. Tian Yu explains openly that Gu Wenyan brought them out to draw her assassins into the open and wipe them all out. Cheng Dong is left utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhenu radios the police, reporting that several suspicious figures are closing in on the restaurant. Zhang Zhenu analyzes the scene and gives the signal. He tells Dory Trung Lone to finally pull in the net. Waiting in ambush, Dory Trung Lone immediately acknowledges the order and commands all nearby police units to strike. The massive police squad moves in on the suspects all at once, quickly overwhelming and pinning them to the ground. Several thugs are caught completely off guard, staring in absolute confusion as they are busted. One of them demands to know how the police tracked them down. Just seconds later, an officer reports that Daoist Lone has successfully cleared out the threats near the hospital as well. This operation is a massive, sweeping success. They recover high-grade weapons, including landmines and sniper rifles, capturing over 30 dangerous criminals in total. Hearing this massive number, Daoist Lone looks incredibly grim. This is clearly no ordinary business dispute, but a massive conspiracy that will soon shock the entire nation. Inside, Cheng Dong watches the arrest unfold through the window. Look at that, they caught them all. But as Cheng Dong walks back to his seat, a sudden chill hits him. The threat is not gone. There is still killing intent nearby. His heart races as he tries to make sense of the lingering danger, positive that someone else is hiding in the room. Just as Tian Yu anticipates, a female assassin suddenly leaps out from the shadows, pointing a gun directly at Gu Wenyan's head. Tian Yu instantly shouts a warning, telling Gu Wenyan to look out behind her. She gasps in shock and turns around in pure panic. Meanwhile, just outside the restaurant where they are dining, the female assassin snaps with eyes full of pure malice and fires her weapon. But in a bizarre twist of fate, the speeding bullets suddenly freeze in midair right in front of Gu Wenyan. It turns out Tian Yu activates his powerful telekinesis, freezing the lethal rounds dead in their tracks to protect Gu Wenyan from harm. Right then, Gu Wenyan's hidden bodyguards seize the moment and crash through the doors to secure the area. They quickly shout out a warning to the others that the assassin has finally appeared. But as they slam the door open and burst inside, the female assassin is left utterly shocked by their sudden intrusion. Tian Yu asks in a low, cold voice, "Who on earth are you? And who sent you to assassinate Principal Gu?" Sitting right next to him, she chimes in with pure anger. "Speak up, you have absolutely nowhere left to run now." Tian Yu steps closer. He confronts her directly. "The moment I got here, I knew something was completely off. So 3 minutes ago, I contacted the police. You are trapped. But this stubborn assassin still refuses to give up. She sneers, "Do you fools really think you have caught me already? Stop dreaming." With that, she pulls out a weird device and fires a stream of deadly acid-like slime. That bizarre, toxic liquid flies straight toward Principal Gu at a terrifying speed. Using his sharp chemistry knowledge, Tian Yu immediately realizes this is a highly corrosive, lethal acid. This is bad. If this stuff hits Principal Gu, she is finished. With his mind racing like wildfire, he knows he must find a way to stop this disaster right now. And right here. Check this out. Tian Yu thrusts his hand forward, shouting his telekinesis command. It is a temporary system skill. He just exchanged a huge chunk of points to activate it. Relying on this powerful skill, Tian Yu instantly redirects the flying acid right back at the female assassin. The highly corrosive liquid splashes over her, completely ruining her face. "What is going on? It hurts so bad," she screams, leaving Dongzi completely stunned by the horrific sight. Tian Yu, since when did you get such a broken, overpowered ability to control things from a distance? Tian Yu just shakes his head, saying he did nothing, and that Dongzi must have misheard him. But while they are distracted, the assassin quickly uses her extreme speed to slip past the officers. Too late, they finally realize she is escaping. Oh no, she is heading straight for the restroom. Tian Yu yells for everyone to give chase, but the clever assassin locks the restroom door from the inside before they can reach her. This leaves the police completely helpless as they struggle to force the heavy door open. Annoyed by how completely useless the officers are, Tian Yu angrily shoves them aside. Activating his strength enhancement skill, he brutally kicks the door down and rushes inside to assess the situation. "Where is she?" the officers ask as they catch up. Everyone split up in search. She cannot possibly escape this quickly. But while the officers are busy scrambling around the stalls, Dongzi suddenly gasps in absolute shock. "Tian Yu, quick, get over here and look at what I found." Startled by the shout, Tian Yu turns his head to look over and asks, "What is it?" Dongzi walks up to a toilet, utterly confused as to why there is a random shoe and a pair of feet sticking out. Suddenly, Tian Yu screams at the top of his lungs, "Grab her, do not let her escape." Confused, Dongzi looks around only to see someone squeezing straight down the toilet pipe, so he frantically grabs her ankle. Without a second thought, Dongzi pulls up with all his might. He screams at the top of his lungs while holding on tight. He screams out that she is stuck, and he cannot pull her out. Then he falls flat on his back, holding nothing but her empty shoe. Dongzi stares at the toilet bowl in utter defeat, realizing she actually slid down. But Tian Yu refuses to yield. She must have used a bone-shrinking technique. "Let me find her." He activates his X-ray vision skill. His gaze locks straight down into the exact pipe where she just escaped. Dongzi eagerly asks if he found her, but Tian Yu suddenly gags, barely holding back his vomit. Seeing him gag, it is obvious he found absolutely nothing. He looks completely dizzy because the pipe is filled with sewage. Xiao Luan walks over to remind them that Tian Yu does not need to force himself, as they will inspect the sewers and exit points. But even without an investigation, Tian Yu is certain it is useless, and she is already long gone. He stares down at the tiny toilet opening, wondering how she even fit. If she is traveling through the water lines, she could literally pop up in anyone's private bathroom next. Honestly, you can't blame Dongzi for getting goosebumps here, who wouldn't be completely grossed out by that. Tian Yu feels shivers down his spine too, realizing this freaky skill makes her an incredibly dangerous threat. Meanwhile, Zhenu finally arrives downstairs. He asks if Principal Gu is alright, and Wenyan replies that she is fine, thanks to Tian Yu protecting her. By sunset, the restaurant ordeal is fully wrapped up. Principal Gu walks Tian Yu out, thanking him for his help. She tells him that thanks to him, they managed to round up the entire assassin nest today. But he feels the job is not fully done yet, as their most formidable enemy managed to slip away. Tian Yu warns her to keep her guard up, while a genuinely creeped out Dongzi adds, especially, watch out for the drains, since that assassin can crawl through pipes. Principal Gu thoughtfully ponders the sewers. Suddenly, she looks at her bodyguard Zhenu and gives a direct order. From now on, our house will only use spittoons. With that sorted, Tian Yu leaves with Dongzi for the construction site. Leave the interrogations to the cops, he says, as Dongzi has been dying to hear those words all day. Agreed. Let the professionals handle the rest. Because I definitely do not want to cross paths with a toilet-crawling psycho ever again. Back at the construction site, Dongzi looks over the area, admiring how most of the structure is already built. Tianwu stands with hands on his hips proudly, hoping to finish everything before their university semester starts. Suddenly, he hands a stack of cash over Dongzi. Your hourly rate is 50 yuan, but I will give you 500 for today. Dongzi happily counts the stack of 100 yuan bills, praising his incredibly generous boss, while Tianwu spots a crowd near the gate and wonders what everyone is doing. And check this out while they are talking. A city manhole cover suddenly pops open from the inside. A filthy woman crawls out. It is the assassin who just escaped through a toilet pipe, cursing Tianwu. Just wait, she fumes. Meanwhile, back at the site, Tianwu walks over to question the workers. He asks why they are all gathering instead of eating now that the sun is down, and a worker greets him warmly. The worker explains that while installing water pipes, Lao Lu suddenly dug up a mysterious relic. Both are stunned. Tianwu pushes through the crowd, spotting a jade-green dragon head sitting in a small hole. Wow. Dongzi gasps. The dragon head looks incredibly exquisite. Though a bit dusty, the relic looks quite valuable, prompting Tianwu to secretly activate his appraisal skill. But the system warns him that the object is too damaged, leaving him quite concerned since even his skill failed. Dongzi suddenly remembers his boss has special powers and pipes up. He asks if Tianwu can use his special appraisal vision to see what kind of treasure this actually is. Tianwu shrugs, helpless. Because the dragon head is damaged, even his mystical eyes cannot identify it. Laolu smiles and mentions he already contacted the Cultural Relics Bureau, while Dongzi pouts, clearly disappointed they have to hand it over. He mutters about giving it away, then whispers to Tianwu to forget the cash value of the artifact for a second. If this relic is real, it proves there is an ancient tomb buried right under their feet. The terrifying realization hits Dongzi: if there is a tomb, their entire construction project will be shut down. Tianwu gets quite angry at this, telling his friend to stop being so narrow-minded, since a major tomb is a massive discovery. Besides, the government will compensate them if they take the land, so he shouldn't just focus on short-term profits. Dongzi just grumbles, muttering that with his boss aiming so high, his job as a driver might not last much longer anyway. A worker calls out Director Qi. The Relics Bureau experts are here. One of the experts steps forward, extending his hand, and Lao Feng smiles warmly as he recognizes Tianwu. He praises the young man, who managed to lead this massive project right after becoming the top university scorer. Handing over a business card, Lao Feng introduces himself and tells the young boss to call if he ever needs help in the future. Tianwu politely waves it off, suggesting they skip the pleasantries and get right to the business at hand. He points down to the hole, explaining that the jade dragon head inside is the treasure they just dug up. Humbly handing it over, Tianwu admits his own ignorance and asks the experienced scholar to shed some light on it. Lao Feng inspects the piece carefully, noting even from a brief hold that this material is far superior to ordinary bronze. The design and markings on the relic suggest a style leaning heavily toward the ancient Shang and Zhou dynasties. Based on his years of experience, he guesses it might be a later imitation of bronze, but they need proper lab tests to confirm. Carefully wrapping the artifact in his handkerchief, he promises to take it back to the lab for a thorough examination. Tianwu bids him farewell. Once they leave, Dongzi crosses his arms, changing his attitude. So it is just an imitation? Why on earth would someone bury a fake at our site? Tianwu corrects him, explaining that even if it is a Song dynasty replica of an older bronze, it would still be a priceless artifact. Suddenly, Lu Xiao runs over, panicked, Seeing his pale face, Tian Yu asks what is wrong. When asked why he is so terrified, Liu Xiao admits that his team hit something incredibly bizarre while drilling deep underground. Tian Yu immediately worries about his safety, asking why he is still handling dangerous drill bits. Meanwhile, Dongzi focuses on the scary thing Liu Xiao mentioned, his curiosity piqued. Get ready for what comes next. Because Liu Xiao immediately leads them deep underground to show them the bizarre discovery. Leading them deep underground to a spot guarded by several workers, Liu Xiao admits he has no idea what they found. Spotting the boss, Sha Liang happily calls out, welcoming Tian Yu back to the scene. He asks why they are all gathered here, while Sha Liang stares at the concrete, worrying if a tomb will ruin the project. Something massive is happening. How could we not watch? Tian Yu pushes to the front to get a first look. He carefully examines this suspicious barrier. Is this stone slab really the strange object they just dug up? Sha Liang nods with his own doubts. Exactly a man-made object this deep down is pretty weird, no matter how you look at it. Dong Tu also chimes in with a guess. This stone looks like cement. Could it be the foundation of an old house? But Zhuang quickly shuts that down. This land has always been abandoned. So where would an old house come from? Tian Yu decides to use his special power, step back, let me use X-ray vision to check it out. He quietly gathers his energy to trigger it. Tian Yu softly describes what he sees. There is a light inside and it looks pretty orderly. He spots an old hunched back. Slowly, he moves closer to get a better look. Suddenly, the man turns around, his face cast in deep shadow under the light. Oh, Tian Yu freezes in pure terror. Sha Liang asks in a panic, what is it? Tian Yu, what did you see? Sweat pours off him from the shock. There is a zombie living down there. Hearing this, Dong Tu turns pale. What? This is where it gets crazy. A sudden, sharp knock echoes from behind the slab as an old voice asks, who is out there? Dong Tu panics. He breaks down crying, oh no, there really is someone alive in there. Tian Yu tries to calm them down. Hey, everyone stay calm. Gathering his courage, he calls back, old sir, we are the construction crew from above. What are you doing down here? The man asks in a calm, steady voice, oh, what year and month is it now? Tian Yu cautiously answers, it is June, 2015. The man seems puzzled by the numbers 2015. What reign era is that? He repeats it hesitantly, reign era? Behind him, Dong Tu almost stops breathing. Could there be a real ancient monster in there? The Daoist priest takes a moment to nod. Oh, this old master understands. The great Qing is gone. Then he asks about the present. Little brother, who is ruling the land now? Which dynasty? Dong Tu replies half in jest. Which dynasty? The man has got to be over 200 years old. Meanwhile, Tian Yu seems to realize something. Sir, feudal rule was overthrown long ago, now the people rule. The old man finally finds a point of connection. Oh, so we follow Western ways now. Zuo Zongshuo mumbles in a low voice, makes sense since 300 years have passed. Squinting at the stone barrier in front of him, he decides it is finally time to exit seclusion. Suddenly, a crack splits the stone slab open, parting to let the priest step out. Zuo Zongshuo stands behind rising smoke, wearing Qing dynasty robes. Tian Yu asks, old sir, who are you? The man replies calmly, a Daoist priest, Zuo Zongshuo. Right then, what does Zuo Zongshuo notice? Through his eyes, Tian Yu glows with blue light, Sha Liang is orange, and Lu Tiu is yellow. So you young friends also possess supernatural powers? He examines Lu Tiu's golden glow, an invincible diamond body of raw strength, while Sha Liang possesses colossal force that can tear down massive trees. As for Dong Tu wearing his headlamp, his head shines bright like the sun. He helplessly points to it, this isn't a power, we just call it a light bulb. Zuo Zongshuo steps closer to carefully inspect Tian Yu. Your power is endlessly versatile. Stunned by the old man's insight, he asks, old sir, can you really see through all of our powers? Zuo Zongshuo simply replies after meditating in seclusion for 300 years, I still possess this tiny bit of spiritual awareness. This makes Tian Yu even more curious. Well, Master Ta, it is pitch black here. Let's head outside to a brighter spot to talk. He follows them and agrees very well. I am quite curious to see how this world has changed. Meanwhile, over at the Cultural Relics Bureau, researchers examine a dragonhead artifact. This ancient craftsmanship is completely unmistakable. A man lifts the artifact and whispers, we finally found you, Zuo Zongshuo, the last hidden immortal. Meanwhile, we cut back to him. Can you imagine his shock? He stares up at the towering skyscrapers, wondering what on earth all of this is. Master Ta stands jaw-dropped, shouting in disbelief, how can houses be built so tall? Cars move completely on their own. Tian Yu smiles from behind, welcome to the modern world, Master Ta. Soon after, he takes him to relax and the old priest is totally amazed. Lounging in a massage parlor with his eyes closed, Master Ta notes that Daoists always focus on inner cultivation and outward restraint. He shares stories about how Daoists used to relax in the old days, believing that understanding the world only came from deep meditation and focus. He never knew this vast world was so full of wonder. 300 years ago, 1,000 years of cultivation was needed to fly. but now humans just build cars. You mortals use intellect to create tools, easily surpassing 1,000 years of bitter training by ancient cultivators. Not to mention advanced machines like planes and rockets moving in a flash, even a golden core cultivator couldn't keep up. Zuo Zongshuo is truly having his mind completely blown. And that ultimate weapon you mentioned, nuclear weapons, if their destructive power is really that colossal. Even a nascent soul cultivator might struggle against this. Zuo Zongshuo turns to Tian Yu and says, "Little brother, I have a favor to ask." Tian Yu smiles warmly, ready to agree to anything, and tells him to go ahead. The elder wants to explore this modern world, and asks to experience some of those high-tech wonders. He wants to see whether science or cultivation is the ultimate path to truth. Tian Yu thinks it over, and admits that while handguns and planes are easy, nuclear missiles are way out of his reach. Zuo Zongshuo does not mind at all, suggesting they just start with simple, everyday items instead of making things difficult with high-tech weapons. Since the massage is over, Tian Yu happily suggests returning to the construction site. Back at the construction site, Tian Yu leads him to a simple cabin and calls out for Chinky. Woken up, Chinky, annoyed, looks out the window, complaining about people disturbing his sleep in the middle of the night, while Tian Yu points and introduces Zuo Zongshuo. This man is a cultivator who knows about their powers and wants to test out modern firearms. Chinky eyes the old man with a suspicious look, surprised that a cultivator wants to try firearms, but he quickly agrees. He leads them to a makeshift shooting range he set up nearby. And after a short walk, they arrive. Tian Yu slowly hands a handgun over to Zuo Zongshuo, who takes the metallic weapon and starts to examine it with great curiosity. He recognizes it as a gold SP gun, mentioning he saw one before his seclusion, surprising Tian Yu. Tian Yu explains that modern handguns are nothing like the old Qing dynasty models, and asks Chinke to demonstrate its power. Chinke takes the weapon with a heavy sigh, muttering about how exhausting this is, and prepares to shoot. He fires 4 quick shots directly into a metal target, leaving Zuo Zongshuo staring in disbelief. With speechless awe, he marvels at how such a small handheld toy holds enough raw force to pierce straight through a solid iron target, staring at the smoking gun barrel. Chinke just smirks with pride, boasting that perfect accuracy takes serious training and is not easily achieved. Zuo Zongshuo, highly intrigued, makes a sudden, wild suggestion to try something out. "Get ready for this," the old man grins and tells them to aim straight at him and shoot, cold sweat running down his neck. Chinke looks at Tian Yu, who is also secretly terrified. Tian Yu tells Chinke to trust the senior, arguing that if he could see their divine powers, he must have some serious skills to back it up. Trusting his words, Chinke raises the weapon and warns the old man that he is firing. Zuo Zongshuo stands completely still as the bullet erupts from Chinke's gun, speeding directly toward the old cultivator. Inches from his face, he tries to catch it with 2 fingers. He misses. It flies right past. Eyes wide with shock, Zuo Zongshuo tumbles backward. Tian Yu and Chinke watch in horror, their faces turning pale. Chinke screams out for him, frantically asking Tian Yu if the old man really had powers. The old man waves them off, insisting he is fine, while Tian Yu rushes over, shocked he got blown back. He sits up, nursing a red mark on his head, wondering why his legendary bullet-catching skills failed. Chinke is baffled, muttering that missing a speeding bullet is actually completely normal. But Zuo Zongshuo realizes something is deeply wrong here, frowning as he suspects his very cultivation has somehow been weakened. He asks if they dug up any jade artifacts. This sounds familiar to Tian Yu, who recalls digging up something that looked like copper. The elder asks if it was a dragon head, and Tian Yu is shocked by his pinpoint accuracy. Confirming it, he asks if it belongs to him, but has to deliver some bad news. They already handed it over to the relic department. Zuo Zongshuo explains that he had sealed his own mighty powers inside that specific piece of jade. He looks up at the sky, letting out a weary sigh. His powers were supposed to return upon awakening, but since they have not, the jade might be damaged. He admits that stunt earlier was incredibly dangerous, and if his physical body was not exceptionally strong, that single bullet would have definitely taken his life. The 3 of them dig up a small hole, revealing a hexagonal jade piece with dragon heads on each point his lost treasure. He notices one corner is missing. Sure enough, one of the dragon heads has been broken off. Here is where the real quest begins. He rasps that they must retrieve it before his powers fall into dangerous hands, and Tian Yu agrees. They quickly head to the cultural relic office, where Tian Yu bangs loudly on the entrance. Old Feng gets startled awake in his bed. He grumbles, wondering who is visiting so late, and opens the door to see Tian Yu. Surprised to see him, he asks what he wants. Tian Yu gets straight to the point, asking if they can take back the relic they handed over earlier. Old Feng's expression turns hostile, repeating the request with absolute disbelief, clearly having no intention of cooperating with them. "Are you serious? We are still researching this text. Plus, once an artifact is handed in, how can we just take it back?" Ji Tianwu had to explain the whole situation. He told Brother Feng we made a mistake, that dragon head is not an artifact, and its owner is actually still alive. Lao Feng was absolutely shocked. How could that even be possible? That relic is at least 3 years old. Of course, Ji Tianwu knew it was an antique. He nodded, yes, it's from 3 years ago, but the owner came with us. He ushered Zuo Zongshuo inside, and pointed at him. This old gentleman right here is the actual owner of that item. Lao Feng studied him closely, taking in his traditional hairstyle and those clothes. This exact outfit looked incredibly ancient. Widening his eyes to the limit, Lao Feng wondered if this man was truly from the Qing dynasty. Sweating heavily, he backed away. No matter what, it's too late now. Come back tomorrow if you need anything. But Ji Tianwu stood his ground, declaring we are not leaving without that jade artifact. Cornered by logic, Lao Feng could only raise his voice. Master Ji, why are you acting like a total rascal now? Just then, another man stepped out from behind him. Lao Feng, stop arguing with these people, he warned in a low, threatening tone. If you want to play dirty, don't blame us. Right then, Zuo Zongshuo senses a strangely sinister energy. Things are about to get crazy. You are. Ji Tianwu's eyes turned ice cold as he glared at him. You killed Cheliang. The man smirked, casually adjusting his dark sunglasses. Still the same as ever, Ji Tianwu. Zuo Zongshuo warily questioned his companion. Ji Tianwu, this guy is dangerous. Do you know him? Ji Tianwu gritted his teeth in sheer panic. Master Zuo, to be honest, all my magical powers actually came from his spiritual treasure. By now, Zuo Zongshuo could piece it together. The stranger, a qi refiner, cupped his hands in respect toward the Daoist master. Master Zuo, I have admired you for so long, he said, adding that he never expected to meet the last living cultivator. Zuo Zongshuo frowned in confusion. What about Nanlong and Beihu? Didn't they finish their seclusion way before me? The mysterious man lowered his voice, letting out a sinister smirk. Those two? He casually dropped a truth bomb that stunned everyone. I refined them into elixirs. Zuo Zongshuo lost it and roared in rage. Using humans for refinement is pure demonic cultivation. Channeling his spiritual energy, he prepared to strike. I must put you down. But before even touching his opponent, he was violently blasted backward. Ji Tianwu panicked, calling out to Master Zuo as the villain smirked, telling him to know his place. You're only a qi refiner, while I've reached Foundation establishment, and honestly, how are they supposed to beat someone that strong? Ever since the Great Seclusion 100 years ago, the path of true cultivation has been completely severed. Modern cultivators can only dream of reaching Foundation establishment, with no way to progress further. And that is exactly why he targeted Zuo Zongshuo. Master Zuo, I need your ancient legacy. Hearing this, Zuo Zongshuo burned with absolute rage. I will never hand over my sacred techniques to a demon. But just as the villain expected, he smirked. I knew you wouldn't talk easily. Since power is everything to us cultivators, he proposed a grand duel. In a few months, Xinhai will host the Ascension Tournament. We will form teams and settle this on stage. But there's a catch. If you win, I return your jade. The villain grinned wickedly at Zuo Zongshuo. But if I win, your cultivation manuals belong to me. Having been in seclusion for decades, Zuo Zongshuo was itching for a fight anyway. He smirked, highly interested in this high-stakes duel. Fine, it's a deal. The Foundation establishment expert set the terms, promising to meet him in 3 months at the Xinjiang River. At sunrise the next morning, a sleep-deprived Qingqi complained, are we seriously getting dragged into some crazy, high-stakes war between literal immortals? Meanwhile, Ji Tianwu was thrilled. Master Zuo is definitely going to train us for this tournament, which means we're about to level up big time. The old Daoist nodded in agreement. Indeed, my plan is to train your crew. But in the very next second, he completely crushed Ji Tianwu's high hopes.